further ado, I hand over the microphone to the chairman of the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, Honorable Abike Kadiri.
Ladies and gentlemen,
from Erisco Studios in New York City, welcome to What Concern Me, your favorite news and current affairs quiz show. I am your host, Dr. Insecurity.
are not honorable. Without Tinubu, I wouldn't have lost. Like that.
Is there anything that you can say you like about Tinubu? Anything?
Oh, I am very, very happy. I thank God for Tinubu. Without Tinubu, I wouldn't have known that we can have fake bishops. Without Tinubu, I wouldn't have known that some men that I thought were honorable men are not honorable. Without Tinubu, I wouldn't have lost more than half the people I grew up with and thought were my friends, who have now discovered are largely ethnic and ethno-religious jingoists. And they are not just Yorubas, some Igbos are amongst them, and some Hausas as well. I'm talking about friends across the length and breadth of Nigeria. Tinubu has been very good at unveiling the true nature of people. So all the horrible people who have been busy protesting to be men of God, one can see them clearer. That's because of Tinubu. If Tinubu were to be a man whose evil was ambiguous, if it was possible to say maybe he's not bad, it would have been very easy for them to continue pontificating and sounding like men of God. But the fact that the man is so unrepentantly and clearly evil, and they have found accommodation for him, and they are the ones excusing the evil, explaining the evil, looking to normalize the evil, they don't even mind taking off their own garments of honor to cloak a filthy felon. Tinubu can only be thanked, though. I thank God for Tinubu. Without Tinubu, I wouldn't know the things I know today. Some people I thought were men. In fact, some people I thought were gods. They've been revealed to be men. Just men. Just men. So Tinubu has been a very good thing for this country. Excellent thing. How would we have known how useless our judiciary is if it wasn't for Tinubu? Tinubu has been a fantastic blessing to Nigeria. So now we know that some men who used to pontificate about honesty does not matter to them. Men who used to talk about citizenship, freedom, electoral rights, it doesn't matter to them. Now we know. If it wasn't for Tinubu, how would I know? Some men would have gone to their graves with honor if it wasn't for Tinubu. Do you know how many people Tinubu has turned naked? No, I am thankful for Tinubu. If I say the things that there are some things, I am so happy. Tinubu is the best thing that has happened to me in my adult life. He has helped to bring, with his darkness, he has brought light. You know when you turn on the light in a room full of rats and you see them scoring away? That's what Tinubu has done. Without Tinubu, we wouldn't have known just how depraved our society has become. All of a sudden, in this society, it doesn't matter that a man's name is unknown. It doesn't matter that his parentage is unknown. It doesn't matter that he probably went to school being a female. It does not matter. Nothing matters again because of Tinubu, and you say I shouldn't be happy. I'm exceedingly happy at this emergence. He has shown the decadence of the society. Tinubu is the mirror that has been pushed in this society's face, and I'm enjoying watching every minute of it.
Okay. Children are born and put on a rubber stool. No, I tell people, Dr. Damages, you need to come, if you want to know the level of poverty in Nigeria, you need to enter the Nigerian hospital. You'll be walking at the doctor, sometimes you cry. Sometimes we use our money to give patients. So when people see doctors go on strike, I get mad. I had to leave. It's painful. You see a child that you're taking care of. After a few days, the child is getting retrogressing. The child is getting worse by the day because the drug you recommended, you prescribe for the child. They cannot take the child's prescription to the pharmacy. There is no money. They don't have money in their account. The little baby that is so fragile, you manage to take their blood sample. They cannot process the blood sample because the person at the lab said no. They don't have the money in their account. They will take my salary if I process this sample. So you watch the innocent baby go retrogress. What do? You take our money from your pocket and give that parent, madam, please go and put in this account. Let me see this child get better. And we're here defending thieves because they give you $5,000, $1,000. What is $1,000? Children are born and put on plastic chairs in Nigeria. Are we not ashamed of ourselves? And we'll call Obi stingy. Let him be prudent and let us have functioning hospitals. Let us have good roads. Our people are dying. Children are dying by the day. I had somebody when I was in Calabar, and when I was still a medical student, the man I used to buy something from at Amarian Market, his child was born premature. Guess what? But the child was older than the other child that survived. Why did his child die? Because the child missed the last incubator that was available. The other child that was born that was weaker had the incubator. His child did not have any incubator. They had to wrap the child and put a lamp beside him. That child died. Oh. And you people have the effrontery to come here and defend Tinubu and Atiku.
Oh no, it's so sad. It's so sad.
You want to know poverty? Enter the hospitals of Nigeria. You don't know nothing.
It's so
sad. We have to be very careful.
That's a good question. That's a great question. I don't know what is wrong with them all. I don't know what is wrong with them. Somebody asking for where you do your course and you are sure you did your course there. I agree with you. But a lot of what we hear, because you didn't hear this direct from Tinubu, because lawyers are very funny. Sometimes lawyers will say, you must not say this. I mean, you know what is happening to Donald Trump right now? Donald Trump that guy is walking himself to jail. And he is coming down to say that, oh, well, it was my lawyer who said it. It was your lawyer who said it. It was your lawyer who said that you should march people to the Capitol and stage a coup. People stage coup in Nigeria. They never live to tell the story. That's what I tell them. They never live to tell the story. They are summarily tried within a short time and sent to jail or made to face the firing squad. That is the way it works. But it's only in America where somebody put a gun to your head and you say, all right, well, you are quoting the First Amendment right. What is First Amendment right? What is it? I don't understand. So I don't know why he's denying Atiku the chance to go there, because the news media, they tell a lot of lies, things that are not true. I knew this man went to Chicago State University. I knew that. I won't like
Dr. Wumi, yes. if you were aware of Tinubu when he was at University of Chicago.
Yes.
Can you elaborate on us the accusations whether he was actually distributing drugs and was a drug dealer in Chicago in those days? What do you know about this?
Okay, thank you, sir. I heard about it, that he was distributing drug, and I know a lot of people who distributed drug. Who was the girlfriend of?
But let's be more specific. So look, we've all heard that Tinubu was a big drug tycoon. We have all heard that. What kind of specifics? I mean, when you say you heard that from people. Were your friends the ones who were buying from him? Did he tell them that he was selling? Like what can you tell us as a distinguished man around that area at the time when Tinubu was there? What can you tell us that he was really up to?
Well, what I tell you, I don't know whether, in fact, the first time I saw drug, I thought it was in Lubo.
All right. One more.
Farotimi, I disagree with him. Obi cannot tell us he's not probing the rest people. In as much I know that offices will take care of it. As the commander-in-chief, he should let us know that they will probe from 1960 till date. And the people that need to do the job, he will make sure they do the job. But giving us a message that you are not going to probe it, that is a bloody lie. The truth is this: if Obi own Nigeria as his business, and all since 1990, 1960, he has been giving it to different managers to manage. And they've been stealing and looting the destiny of his business, which is the future of every one of us, including our unborn children. And now he has the opportunity to take back that business. And he knows those who stole from 1960. Will he keep quiet? I believe in doing unto others what you want others to do unto you. Mr. Obi, do unto Nigeria what you want Nigeria to have done to your business. Period.
Wow.
Then two.
Is it just me or
the thing is this?
See that she has the Facebook?
There are two things that will take place. One, is a must. It is either we allow peaceful revolution by ballot or bloody revolution. And I will go and lead that protest. Nobody kills me. We must build a new Nigeria, whether they like it or not.
All right.
Doctor, you're mute.
I'm muted.
Welcome to the show, everybody. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm coming to you from Princeton University in New Jersey, and I thank everybody who joined us. And we're going to have a wonderful show today. Tomorrow is Nigeria's Independence Day celebration. Nigeria will be 63 as an independent country. How has it been? Are we really independent? What is it like? What is the Nigerian dream? Is it coming up? Is it deferred? Or is the dream doomed? So we're going to talk about that. We're also going to talk about Tinubu's troubles. There are many, from Chicago to Paris and all over. We understand that he just got back to the country, I think 24 hours before the Independence Day anniversary. Probably now he's rehearsing the speech he will make to the nation, which people will listen to tomorrow. So we want to talk about that. What are we going to with his presidency? Some people believe that his presidency is damaged beyond repair. So we will talk about that and every other thing else. Of course, there's a strike coming up by the Nigerian Labor Congress. We expect that Tinubu will address the nation tomorrow. He probably will announce that there will be an increase in the minimum wage, something to do to make the labor union to go back from the brink, because they're talking about indefinite strike this time. And of course, the issue of Mohbad and Naira Marley is still on. So these and other things we are going to talk about today. Down the road, I will go back into the field because the conference I'm here for is still going on. And Mr. Shaw will join us to host, and forefathers and other people. So that's what we have today. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for joining us. Let's see the people who are here in the studio. Obiorika, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rudolph.
Obiorika is a senior fellow. We appreciate you for joining us, and we come to you. I know you're joining us from Oka in Anambra State, so we'll come to you and get your view on what's going on. I know you've been part of the people who saw Nigeria over the past 60 years, so maybe you give us insight into how we've done. Paul in Arizona. Paul, welcome to the show.
Thank you, and good morning.
Good morning. So Paul is in Arizona, and Paul, how are things over there?
Well, I guess we have the best weather you can think of right now.
Okay. And then of course we have Ovie. Ovie, you were supposed to be in Princeton. I didn't see you. I don't know what happened to you. So what's going on? How are you?
You're right. I was supposed to, but I worked till late hour yesterday. So
Wait, do you have we are going to come with a private jet?
Yeah, I was. Yes, I was planning to, but I had to borrow Obi to able to make it. It's more important.
Obi was here. Yeah. There's so many. Obi was here, and he promised that he will come on this show. So again, but this time I think it might happen. It might happen. So
he used the same quote. I mean the same phrase with Dele Faro to me, which says I'm very. Faro to me said Tinubu is the best thing to happen to.
Yeah.
But Obi, one of the clip that you posted from his speech from that place, he said President Tinubu is the best thing to happen to. I was like, what's going on here? I don't know. Okay. Interesting time we are in, and the videos that you play, those our faces, our beautiful sisters there. I spoke with Mama Echo. Was it last week? She's okay. She's doing fine. Nothing changed. And
that's true, Doctor. You help me on my issue, please. You can talk to her. I really need her contact.
Okay.
I've been missing her for a very long time. She's my elder sister.
Yeah. You guys are from the same part of town.
It reminds me of when I see all those faces, you remind me of. I say, oh, this one now because of Obi. So, and it reminds me of a quote where I learned from when I was working with one marketing company in Rhode Island, and we were given contracts to distribute Obama phone. Between Rhode Island, Mass, up to Boston area, and all that. So, and the quote is that if you are on time, you are late. Obi was on time, but he's late. So that's what happened. He was on time, but was late. You have at least 5 minutes or 10 minutes before the time for you to be there. Which also goes to say, stay ready. He says, stay ready so that you don't have to be ready. So Obi was on time, but arguably Bola Tinubu was more prepared. So if we want to say like that,
Obi, I don't think so. The only time Obi can only be on time is that is when it becomes like the French Revolution, because the only thing is just that for us to say, okay, let's rig the thing. It's like the way you see other countries, you understand, try to hack the US system and every other thing, knowing fully well that America is number one when it comes to technology. But they feel not to just do it like area boys anyhow and every other thing. If not, the only thing is, no matter how prepared Obi can be, if your opponent is rigging the election, is taking advantage of a bad system, the only way you can correct it is for you to either join, you understand, because it's bad thing, so you don't need to learn. The only learn you can learn is that you are learning to also do the wrong thing. That's it.
Paul. What I mean by what I said is that, and then regardless of how you want to present Obi is one of the foundation block of the system that you are criticizing. So it's being part and parcel of the system. You don't win and lose election for the system before. So
the system have been taking advantage of Obi. Correct yourself. He gave Obi election. So Obi have never done that part that you're talking about.
Paul, can I make my point, please?
Yeah, go ahead. It's a conversation. Go ahead.
He is not a novice. To say the Rigam is not an excuse. That's what I'm trying to say. Exactly. He who read better the day won. Tinubu was more prepared. I'm not saying Obi is not prepared. Obi was on time, but it's not enough for you to be on time. There's more to it. You know how the system works. You know how the game works. So that's not an excuse. It's not a novice. It's not somebody that just comes to know. If you understand the process, you understand that is what it's going to take to win. He just didn't want to go that route.
I still disagree because if you want to talk the system, then equally Jonathan would have won that election and go away. It's still part of the system. No, 2015, Jonathan would have taken that. Jonathan is not always one way. That's what I'm telling you. Jonathan would have taken 2015 and leave Buhari to court. He can only make parable, dog, goat. He can only make parable. He won't do much. So the system is just not one direction.
It is a game of clear. You have to just a winner to emerge. Whether they know this, I don't know why you are making excuses as if it's
That's exactly what I'm saying. It's not one way. Jonathan would have taken that election. Nothing will happen. The American will only leave him in CNN and Fox News.
Part of the system. I didn't know aware.
It varies. It's not one direction. That's all I'm telling you.
There's nothing like it's a one way. This
if it is one way, Jonathan would have taken that election. That's what I'm telling you. You understand? Is it that? Are you telling me that Buhari rigged the election from Jonathan? Is that the system?
Well, you keep
I'm asking you.
I'm telling you the reality of today. Would have is not the question. He lost.
The reality of today begins from yesterday, and if it begins from yesterday, and if it begins from yesterday, am I asking you, did Buhari rig Jonathan 2015? 2015 was yesterday.
It was. Was it not rigged?
So
was it not rigged?
It was not.
It was not rigged.
It was not.
It was not rigged.
Hold on,
it was
guys.
not.
Thank you so much. We are just warming up. It's first.
Obi was on time, but it's not enough to be for him to be on time. You have
if Obama had lost 2008 election, you would have said he's not yet prepared.
Of course.
But because he won now, you said he's prepared.
Yes,
Obi,
competition, Paul.
Obi, if Obi won,
to emerge.
Obi did tremendously well in the last election. That shows that he's prepared. You understand? Obi just did not prepare to do the wrong thing. Like I said, the US people keep hacking the US businesses and every other thing. They are number one when it comes to tech. You understand? They choose not to go to streets anyhow, like the way Tinubu do it. They bring in shame to himself and every other thing.
Listen, during the campaign period, I say it doesn't matter how brilliant your policies are. If you lose, they become useless.
All right. Okay, hold on, guys.
He lost.
Obi did not lose. INEC just only. Can
you guys hear me? All right, thank
you.
Go
ahead, doctor.
That's a warm up, Righteous Man, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening, Dr. Rudolph.
Yeah, how are you?
Well, we bless God. We thank God we are alive today.
Yeah, and did you sew new clothes for tomorrow Independence Day celebration? Did you have?
No. The street of Lagos is virtually empty. There's nothing that signifies that we are celebrating our independence tomorrow. No, nothing. If it was before, you will see flags, you will see all kind of carnival going on. Even churches will be on the street, parading and all kinds. But as I'm talking to you now, the street of Lagos is virtually empty. There's nothing that shows that we're about to celebrate independence. There is no lights, there's no road, no food. My family went to go and get cooking gas today. Virtually all the filling stations were empty, and there's no gas. So there's nothing we are celebrating.
Let me ask you, because you said something I really wanted to explore. When was the last time that there was a celebration in Nigeria where you were of Independence Day? What year?
2015.
That was the last time?
Yeah. That's when Nigerians came out to celebrate, wear green and white, all different kinds of carnivals on the street, church holding prayers and seminars for the country. That was 2015. Since then,
wow,
we've not had something good like that.
Okay. AY, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Rudolph.
Yeah, it's nice to talk to you.
Good morning, everyone.
Yeah, good morning. And Uzo, welcome to the show.
I don't come early today.
That must be Independence Day. Something.
Hail everybody.
Yeah.
Now we're done.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us, and all the people who are at home watching and all the people in the comment section. We appreciate everybody. So let me go around quickly and see if there's a major story that we're missing from our lineup of stories. So Paul, is there anything that is important that we're missing?
No, not really. Not really.
Okay.
I can't think of any for now.
Okay. Ovie, are we missing something?
Oh, yes. I think that these are the most important conversation we should be having at this point. Is what happened to Erisco Foods and Erisco's Food. Okay. There's this big deal about this Erisco Foods founder who granted interview on Arise News regarding a lady who bought a condensed tin tomato. And according to them, they have varieties of the tin tomatoes. Yes, the particular one she bought has sugar, which is necessary not for making stew, but for in place of jam, like for bread spread and all that. So instead of her to actually take it to that place where she bought it from, or actually make that complaint, she decided to just put it out there on Facebook, and she said, "Oh, I went to so place to want to buy the tomato. I did not see this product. So I decided to say, let me try this product." Right. And I think that from there just when the spiral, the man begin to lose his credit line. And that's a big deal, foreign credit line. So everything was just trendy. So I said, okay, let me even listen to the man interview. And the man made two important points that I think that is lost in the conversation. The man was saying that there's a deliberate attempt to actually kill indigenous business. And if you look at so far the policies that the administration is putting out, they are anchored on Western interests. If you pay attention to our Minister of Humanitarian, Betty Edu, all the policies that she's rolling out, she's waiting for approval from the World Bank and all that. So things like that is happening. So this man was actually pointing out that there's an attempt for importers to actually kill their own business. Not that he's even actually making money, that he has never even gotten a credit or any loan from Nigerian bank. All this business is anchored on credit loan that is getting from outside. And this is actually happening, but nobody is saying that. And as far as I'm concerned, I'll narrow it down. That guy is an Igbo guy. And whether we like it or not, election has consequences, we want to say that. But they just deliberately attempt to actually kill them, not just politically, but even business-wise. You can draw that conclusion as you want to see it. That man was actually crying. Nobody is saying it.
Ovie, come on, man. Come on.
Can you allow me to make my point?
Yeah, go ahead.
Ovie, it's a one-sided story.
Yeah.
Ovie, complete one-side story.
Paul, let him speak.
Let Ovie finish.
Go ahead,
what we're doing now, we're not discussing any story. We're looking at stories that may be important that we miss. So,
Doctor, you might just pass by now. People will just take of your story, hook, line, and sinker. That's why sometimes it just good to
let him finish. Then
you understand.
And if there is a correction, I had no idea about this. So go ahead, Ovie.
If not because of us we did this screen, I won't be coming here. I think we should always be conscious of that. I know the fact that millions of people are watching. I saw a trendy story, then I started doing my investigation. If you hear me saying something, the best you would do your investigation.
I've followed the story too very well. That's why I said, doctor just ask anything that will ask. If passively, if it pass like that and just go, if it pass like that and just go, I said it's a one-sided story. If you do your investigation, all you'll be saying is just one direction. Exactly. You're talking like APC.
I did the same. I followed that story. Ovie, that was not what I followed.
That was not what happened.
Can I finish, please? When you were in a public discussion, intelligence demands that you allow somebody to finish his point.
They ask you question briefly. What is trending? You are talking the story. If you are talking the story, it's different from they ask you briefly. They ask you headline. You are talking the story. Come on now, Ovie. You are talking the story. I can't just let it pass like that. If it pass like that, you understand, doctor will just take it. Now, doctor don't know about it. And you just talk all these things. Now you are instigating the Igbo man how to feel bad. when the story is not like that.
You see, it is so sad. It's so sad that
you don't want
have
to
1 week. All you want to do in 1 week is to come and oppose other people's point. They ask you, do you have any story?
I said no.
Exactly. So why?
And they ask you headline. You are giving the story. You are reporting the story. You are reporting. Okay, what you are doing now, you are reporting the story. It's briefly they ask. You are reporting the story. If you report the story, somebody needs to call you to order.
Go on now.
Who's in charge?
All right, guys. Okay, so Daddy,
you're supposed to be over here.
I want to see this baby who is speaking. More important than Obi and Paul. So okay, thank you. What we're going to do is
that's the problem here, right? This is how we are here to have a conversation. I said I have 2 headlines. I'm trying to give a contest, but somebody say I am putting one side. You didn't even allow me to finish. You don't even know what I want to say, what the other side of the conversation is.
Okay, you are reporting news. They ask you headline. You are reporting news. Just talk about Erisco, then we'll discuss it. You are reporting the news. It's different. Okay, you pass English for school at all?
It's sad that you are coming into a public space during the time of TikTok generation. You are beginning to sound and act like them, right? Exactly. That's exactly how you are sounding.
Ovie, you are taking advantage of this system. Maybe because of you have your own YouTube where you sit down, where you talk, people listen. You understand? This is a conversation. They ask you headline. Just talk about the Erisco. Then we'll come back and discuss it. You are reporting the news, and you are reporting in one direction, one way. That's what I'm saying. And you are instigating the Igbo people to feel bad.
All right,
that is wrong.
Okay, Paul and Ovie. Okay, you guys can wait now.
Henry Clark said.
Wait,
I only debate my mate. The rest I teach. So this is an opportunity. Let me teach you again. You are just calling Rudolph stupid and foolish at the same time. He is in charge. Are you saying he's incompetent? Are you saying he doesn't have the ability to tell me to stop or not?
So, Ovie. So you also don't understand the context of this program. They say have your say, but this is a conversation. You understand? And if it's a conversation, we are conversating.
No, this is.
What are you talking about?
No, this is not.
We are conversating. We are conversating.
All right, Paul and Ovie, please let's move on.
They asked me a question. I was asked a question.
They asked a question. Say what is trending? They didn't tell you to read your own news. They said what is trending. Just give an headline. Okay. Give an headline. We'll discuss it.
It's too early, guys. It's too early. Let's go to Ovie. Hold on. Just hold on. Two of you, hold on. Righteous man, welcome.
Two trending news. One is about the closure of Ladepo Market, where this guy sells papers. You know, the government has come up hardly on them, and that market is, in fact, is the most celebrated Tokumbo spare parts market, if not in West Africa. So the government is coming hard on them. They are closing it down. That is number one.
Why did they close it?
They are claiming about the environment, environmental issues. Okay. Of course, most cases every year, or if not every year, they normally shut down the market, and then they will negotiate, and millions will be paid to the government before they open it, That's one. Number two, the Supreme Court have ruled that the authentic chairman of Labour Party is Aburi. So, and then Nathaniel Achiono is the authentic Labour gubernatorial candidate for Imo State election coming up in November this year.
So, did you like that?
To ask me whether I like it, I mean, why did you ask such a question?
No, because I want to get at something. If you give me that answer, I just wanted to get to. Okay, don't worry. When we have the conversation, we talk about it. But what I'm pointing out is that I want to make sure that people know if you like that decision they made, and when next time they make another decision.
Yeah, Dr. Dr. Rudolph, if you are from Imo State, just like I am, Imo State had been the most peaceful state in the Southeast before this time, before the Supreme Court made Uzodinma governor. So every Imo State indigene would want a new party to take over Imo State. And the ruling, if I was majorly celebrated, if you go to the East, it was a carnival in Imo State. Okay. You know, people, my relations in Imo State were calling me, celebrating on phone.
Was there any danger that he wouldn't be the candidate?
Oh, if I don't take like.
Yes. All right. AY, is there a story we're missing that is important?
Yeah. I just want to say something, 2 seconds. So the issue of the race now, I think it's an issue we can discuss, but however,
I have not raised any issue.
It's
I'm not raising my issue. So don't just say your thing. Leave me out of it.
One thing I want us to notice.
So stop putting my name. Just say your thing, because I've not finished the issue I raised. You guys are attacking. So
okay, sorry.
Exactly. The OVLM for righteous man. Under 2 minutes, he make 3 headlines. Under 2 minutes, righteous man just make headline.
Intelligence means don't forget I exist. Make your point. You understand? That's how you educate people. People are listening. That's what it's about. Forget about me. Make your point.
Okay.
That's how you communicate in public.
Okay.
Are you done? Yeah. One thing we need to know: Mr. Erisco is an Igbo. The girl that made that post, Choma, she's an Igbo. So we cannot be discussing everything based on tribal setting. Even if she's not from the East, we should not be raising this kind of point. We divided the country is messed up.
Your headline, no be person.
So okay, I don't really have any major headline. Uzo, so you are be, I go fire you back. You be my friend before.
I was gonna bring my drink with my colleague.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Uzo, go ahead.
Uzo, my own headline is in my state, Eastern Heartland. You know where that is. The Eastern Heartland, that was summit during the week, the East Southeast Security and Economic Summit, which we have been hammering for a long time. The 5 states will put their egg in one umbrella so they can find security. One thing we know that is affecting security mostly is the base of the non-government. Their base is in Imo State, and they go through Anambra, Obonyi, Enugu. You know, so we are talking this. If the 5 states can come under one umbrella and tackle security, not when they are being chased in Imo State, they will go and hide in Anambra. When you cool down in Imo State, they will come back. They are being chased in Anambra, they will go to the Abia states. So keep on doing that. So I'm very happy that the governors can be able to come together to, you know, try to refer what they want to do at the time of Michael Okpara. The old Eastern states try to bring investments, industry, and security to the region. That's one thing. That's my own today. So
right. Yeah. Thank you so much, Prince. Mazi Prince.
Yes, Dr. Rudolph. Good morning, and good morning, other panelists. For me, I think one of the things that is what is interesting me is Uzodinma promising 4,000 youths to get them a job in Europe and Canada. Is that man? Is he? Well, when we get there, and then also him using the military to destabilize Ehime Mbano or something of that nature. I think it's a village of his opponent, Achono or whatever it is. So that whatever they're doing in that village is not right. It's not right at all. You know, they talk about they chasing IPOB. IPOB is not there, and they're destabilizing poor people. You could see their homes. Like, it's not right.
All right, thank you. Someone on the comment section, I think Victoria mentioned seaports in Abia State. And if when we get to that point, maybe somebody knows about the seaports. Ndubisi, welcome to the show.
Good morning, everyone on the program. Good morning, Doctor. I have 2 headlines. I don't know if the first one is a headline anyway. It's Doctor, your days, they flooded yesterday. I hope it's down now.
Oh yeah,
That's
New York. Okay, flooding in New York. Yeah.
yeah, that's one. And the second,
Mm.
yeah, the second one is what yes, on Wiki is trying to do in Abuja now, trying to sack, or he has already sacked some heads of agencies in the FCT. I don't know. Maybe we'll have to look at the FCT laws and see whether he has that power to do so. That's the headlines I saw. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. So let's start with the big story, which is tomorrow Nigeria will be 63 as an independent nation. Paul, how do you feel about that?
When you just call 63, make me remember when Nigeria was 25. I will never forget when Nigeria was 25. There is this song, Nigeria is 25. We all in this survive. Arise the celebration. Conjoined. I sang that song when I was a child very well. When Independent Day, you see the helicopters everywhere will be throwing those balls that have no valve, and every other thing. We enjoy Nigerians of those good days. But right now, doctor, the money no reach to build us. If you no reach to buy cars, if you reach to drink ogogoro, people will just drink ogogoro for Independent Day, maybe because it's public holiday. That's how it is. They drink out of their frustration. They are not drinking because they are celebrating something. They are just drinking out of their pain and everything. Tomorrow means a day of pain to very many Nigerians. The way people call me, the way people inbox me, I am shocked. I was in the UK last week. Man, when I saw Nigerians in the UK, I was shocked. I live in Manchester. I drove to London. Doctor, Nigerians are living in penury. They are suffering.
In the UK?
In the UK. Jesus. They sold everything. And this may be average people in Nigeria working in the bank and everything. They sold everything to come here. They are having problems. So many of them, no wife, no husband, displaced themselves, having issues up and down, suffering. From one Nigerian restaurant to another Nigerian restaurant, I was literally buying food for people. Nigerians are more or less like an alamajiri.
I'm not interrupting you. I thought you were in US. How come you're in UK?
I travel. I just came back.
Oh.
No, I traveled to the UK. I just came back. I came back on Sunday.
Oh, okay.
Nigerians were suffering. And these are people who spend nothing less than 10, 12, 15, 20 million. Sold everything, resigned from work, take all their benefit, all in the name of jackpot. Because the country is not working. You understand? And they land themselves here now, their client becomes scam. People are having problems with their spouse, everything. The one that the man is schooling, the wife is working, the wife. So, doctor, some of our wives have never known how to pay bills in Nigeria. So for a man to come here that is doing his master's, nice, obliged for the wife now to work to pay rent because the man is only doing 20 hours. Big problem. I'm telling you, I feel for my people when I saw them there. You understand? They can't even, some of them, they don't have any contact with Nigeria. They are literally begging anybody, don't give anybody my number because they are suffering. And people are trying to reach them to beg them for handouts. You understand? And these are people that have been giving people handouts in Nigeria. They are doing well for them to even make that trip. No. We need to fix that country. We really need to fix that country. There's nothing to celebrate come 63. That's my take.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Ovie.
Yeah. Rudolph, I'm not happy. I'm not happy with you directly because one of the most important events, I would say, so far this year in the Southeast took place in Imo State. That's the summit. And nobody is talking about it. That was about to be the second thing I wanted to talk about before I got interrupted. But before I come to that, let me land on the other content I was trying to put out there. Now, contrary to what everybody is saying, just to me, there are three coins to a side. There are three sides to a coin. Just the head, the tail, and the edges. Right? The head here in this conversation is what every influencer out there is running away with. That the girl in question has been violated because she has been arrested and all that kind of thing. Rightly or wrong, that is what the media and everybody is paying attention to. The leg here is what the salient point that the man is trying to make. That there's a bigger conversation to have. That him being the only indigenous producer among the folks, why is this thing happening? He's talking out of experience too, but nobody is talking about that one. To me, that is the edges here is that there are 3 interviews you need to go watch on Arise New. One is with the founders of Erisco Foods. 2 is with the girl's lawyer. That's I can't pronounce this young man's name now. And her husband. The other one is there's a guy who he was kind of a director in one of these regulated agencies. Those are the 3 interviews you need to actually go listen to. Then you get a full picture of what is happening here. Because most of the time we run away with what the media is presenting to us. So many times, yes, and majority of the time, because the voice is so loud, we just say, oh, that is the order of the day. But the elite and the ruling class always find a way to capitalize on that silent point that those people who lost the argument are trying to make to overrule everything. Case in point, the Electoral Act, and I'll keep referring to that. There's a few people who are saying, come, this thing not go work for my area, but we overshadow them. But guess what? Majority of the ring and everything that took place in those areas. So there's always a point to be made here. It's not about win or loss when a conversation like this is in a space. Doesn't matter the perspective you are seeing it from. You understand? There's what they call scientific theory. Once I say something, I will give you examples. So say this is what I'm saying. It has happened before. It will happen. It will happen in another place. That's what I'm saying. We are not having conversation about the foreign investment that is about to come into. But that is the bigger point. The foreign investment that these our leaders are crying, are celebrating, they are bringing into the country. At what detriment? That's the conversation we should be having. We are not having now. To the other point I was saying about what took place in the Southeast, there's a lot of speeches that there's the events to me is one of there's hope in terms of that region and how even if Nigeria no go work, I think they've finally realized that we can make our own side work. And that's what that was my takeaway in that, especially from Okonjo-Iweala, who spoke directly from her base in New York. She actually gave a comprehensive speech. I was there people to go and listen to. Soludo at the same time also make a very powerful speech. Pius and Oti, the governor of was it Enugu State. So there's a lot of point that was raised and countered, but most importantly, as far as I'm concerned, I see people who finally realize that people or citizens don't overthrow or create states. Only organized people achieve both positive and negative social change, and that is my underlying takeaway there. So just please
don't be angry. Okay, right. I thought we are going topic by topic. We are talking about Nigeria at 63.
Oh my God!
We will come to that. I'm not attacking you. I'm just observing.
Anything way you want.
Prince, Obiego say you know they're intelligent again. Obiego remind you say you know they're intelligent.
That's your 63. That's your 63.
Come on, for your name. Come on, since you put myself for your name, please no like you again. Come on, for your name.
Rudolph.
Huh? Okay.
When they reach their time, they use and talk whatever they want. This is not funny.
Ovie, Kwakwaso don't give you PTSD. Kwakwaso don't give you PTSD.
I don't come here because of Una. I don't care, but I don't know Una.
I mean, you visit Kwale. You go visit Kwale.
I'm here to put something out there. You don't have. It's not about you.
All right.
I don't pay attention to noise. I'm not here to gossip. I don't pay attention to noise. I pay attention to
you guys should let them
actually affect me or indirectly. I don't care about gossips. Yeah. That's what is trending. That's what you guys want to talk about. I don't stop you from talking about it. That's okay. But don't stop me when I'm making my own point. It's my time, man. Let me have my say. For God's sake.
Thank you, Ovie. So, Ovie, do you have anything to say about independence there?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
63 years. I will give Nigeria good credit as far as I'm concerned. 3 generations, one will say. And everybody's actually discussing, yes, actually, as they will actually want to push back. Talking about then, the older generation want to push back. That if there's one thing that we, the younger generation, have that they never have, that we have choice to choose our own representative. Rightly or wrongly, I think if it only take us 3 generations for us to be talking about that, I think that is progress. Because if I'm comparing Nigeria to other nations around the world, who took get hundreds of years to actually achieve what we are talking about today. So if I look at it from that perspective, yes, we are actually doing well. Can we be better than what we are now? Of course. And for the fact that we realize that we can be better, that's also a progress. Because if we're talking about a society of 200 million people, that's not easy to actually govern and put together and achieve actually reasonable peace, whether we like it or not. So yes, I would say Nigeria is making progress, but most importantly, we realize that we have to be better than where we are today, which is to me the most important takeaway from me at 63.
All right, thank you. Ewa.
Thank you, Rudolph. So so I can comment on anything, right?
You can. It's your time.
So,
or we prefer that you stay on the topic.
Nigeria at 63. To be honest, I don't think we've done well, man. We've not done. I don't think we have much to celebrate. To be fair, when you look at it, right, my biggest disappointment is we don't have a plan. I don't think we go in it. We are directionless. We don't have a direction as a country currently. Where are we going? I mean, we should have a plan. The population is blowing up. Our infrastructure are going down. Like, what are we really doing as a country? What is the plan? Where is the direction? It seems we just live in. The president just wake up, remove subsidy, no plan. Unify Naira, no plan. Everything is going down. This morning, a friend of mine was just telling me price of cement is going to 10,000. They reported it on a TV station. I'm like, how? Like, things are just getting bad. Every day I worry about people in Nigeria, like, how are they surviving? I will ask my mom, how are people surviving? Like, things are just get so bad. Like, we can't pretend. So, assuming we are moving in a direction, even if it's just small changes, small improvement, I will have hope. I'll keep my hope. The so-called Paul was talking about now in the UK. Mind you, these are the majority of them. They are the middle class in Nigeria. The educated people with experience. They go to UK doing nothing, sweeping ground, working in Walmart, doing stupid job just to survive. So not only in UK, even in Canada, it's actually going on because what will they do? They don't have a home to go to. Like, even me to visit Nigeria now is a bit scary. Like, it's just headache, you know? So I think we've not done well on that. Then on the issue, I will go back to that issue of the Erisco issue. I will, please give me 2 seconds. Let me read the post of that lady. The lady that made that post. You can go confirm this. What she said, she bought tomato. When she got home, this was her post. I went to buy tomatoes yesterday that I will use to make stew. I did not see Gino and Sonia, so I decided to buy this one. She posted the picture. When I opened it, I decided to taste it. Sugar is just too much. Oh, Biko, let me know if you have used this tomato before, because this is Ike Guru situation. I don't know what that means. So that was her post. I don't think it's a matter you suppose the owner was supposed to escalate. You can talk to this lady, go to them, make comments. You saw the post, message her, hey, let's talk. Let me talk to you. Of course, we buy stuff here. You go to restaurant, things are not good. You go there and bash them. Hey, you know, they will, oh, please call us. We can discuss this. You went ahead, arrested the lady. That was what was pissing people off, not the media. The lady, to me, she did not do anything bad. This the way they handled it. The PR was so bad. So, which I don't want us to come. It's not everything will be fighting over. Everything will be look like, oh, they are against some people, they are against. I understand of the point of the man need assistance, kind of like we should encourage him. I'm actually in support. You know, we should encourage him to do better. But I think it's something they need to settle. They should not go to court. It's not something that's supposed to escalate to this point. You know, but the man should be encouraged. I mean, I watched the man interview. I understand his pain too. I understand the difficulty, but that doesn't mean it's totally right. So thank you.
All right, thank you, AY. Uzo, Nigeria 63. Were you there when we got our independence?
I was not there, but when I grew up, I was growing up. That this live in my place is called independent. Who know that it used to cure, like when you go to farm, you have a court. I tell you, put independent on that court, it's done. It's called independence. So I don't know the history of that leaf. I heard that they have independent. They are doing independent. They spread. It's only that leaf is mostly statist. It's always on the farm land. They say they use it to clear grass. I don't know why they spread the seed all over the place. I don't know what the history of that leaf is called independent. It's medicinal though. Maybe sometime I see it as using a bad thing turning to a good thing. It was medicinal a lot. So minus that, I still remember, refresh my mind. If you are going for a local government smart past, it used to be fun. You start preparing like 6 months ahead, saving money to buy akara, ice cream, on the mad pass. And when I grew up, I joined the paramilitary. I remember ironing your uniform, Yakoboko for the mad pass, the band, the cadets. He want to iron Yakoboko to flog kids that will not follow the line. It was fun then, but when we are start growing up, children of these days don't know what my patch is. School by school, set by set, community by community. You show your force. That's when you see that's when Nigerian education start dying. If those things are not taking place already, central school communities, they come on the march with their uniform, well neat, well dressed up, intelligent, everything. Those things are gone. I don't know if Nigeria is going from up to down or up down to up. I listened to the dollar was like Nigeria is there and dollar, but today 63 years, Nigeria can't even figure out how we are going. That this they say where academy they go. I don't even know where Nigeria is going. If you are going to the east, west, north, and south, I don't even know. Every day things keep on rising. Everybody keep on intimidating everybody. The bag of cement my brother is talking about, the Minister of Works say he wanted to be using concrete road. The market at if you concrete road, the bag of cement will raise to 10,000. Everybody keep on threatening everybody, from the music industry, entertainment, trade, Omahe, lock up Federal Minister of Works. When they protest, he tell them he's trying them. He want the attention. That's why Locke said they can hear him out. Everybody keep on using everybody to play play here, reach here. Tinubu there, nobody know where he is. I heard that he is in Algeria taking another flight. He's not coming to Nigeria direct. The Nigerian Republic say will shoot him down. If you follow Nigeria route, the guy have to land in Nigeria to connect to Nigeria. Everything is just, I don't even know Nigeria is going, where the crowds they go. My own issue that on Southeast Summit, which I said earlier on, that's where I'm much more concerned. We need to stabilize that region because everybody is feeling the heat. If the 5 states become stable, everybody will enjoy. I remember 5 years ago, our hotel, you will see music those days. They will tell you, say, hotel, Akane in Imo State. Imo State was turning to Las Vegas of Nigeria. Everywhere hotel, casino, gambling, everything. Things you have problem. People come all the way from Lagos, Abuja, even we here, you can't even find a hotel in Imo State. As early as August, everything is booked down. Economics was growing. But under a taking of eye, everything is down. So for me, most people here, I know two guys that built hotel here with their 401k, borrow money, put a structure. Today, they can't even make any money out of it. So the Southeast Summit is very, very, I like it. I hope our governors be able to, as they said, everybody has want to do this and to do that. First blame on themselves. They want to. I hope they're able to like come together to make a one corridor. Southeast is not bigger than from Southeast. All the Southeast are not bigger than some states. I don't know why we cannot put it together. And who puts on them on my governor? That Rojas Okrocha. The second one is going to give how many thousand people? I'm from Imo State. I'm from Local Government Council. I don't see any of my people, like from my own village, having that scholarship. Or I don't know. He's having to improve the way bill of the state. He's trying to send them abroad to go and do what? I don't understand. It's all part of a political campaign, and they're touching all these issues, and they are trying to our one armed general that's coming to take over the Douglas House, as we call it. The Abure, the Apapa fashion, after the primary, they say the guy is not the authentic Labour Party governorship aspirant. So they have been going to court. So the Supreme Court just ruled that he's the authentic man right now. So they are all putting the blame also on all these movements of them. The same thing they do during the presidential, they're trying to jam two here together so people will be confused. So that's why people are happy. At least the Supreme Court have ruled that is authentic candidate for the Labour Party in Imo State, which everybody is praying that there will be a change of government. In short, I'll tell you this: after Tinubu, the only person that mastered the arts of election rigging in Nigeria is Uzodinma. The guy have already ruled. Uzodinma have already I would say he must say election 4 years ago. He's not perfecting it now. Everything is in place for him. I don't see actually beating him because this guy really all the community in Imo State. That's why he was able to win every seat in Imo State during the state house assembly. And he's going to repeat it again in the governorship election. Whether I like it or not, the guy have already perfected the art of election rigging. Prepare in time. When they get to start preparing, he knows that. So that's my own take here. As much we go on, we'll keep on bringing things out. But I'm happy for the Southeast Security Summit. So I'm happy for that. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Mazi Prince.
Let me start from Ozo. It's good to be optimistic. However, that someone is a thief or an armed robber. You can be successful all the time, but one day you'll be caught. When you talk about Hope Uzodinma, we all know his plans. But what I'm praying, let what is about to happen. If Tinubu is thrown out or something happens, Hope Uzodinma is gone. His politics will be gone. Okay? Because pretty much it means that the next agitation will be to change the INEC, leadership and change all those crooks, everywhere. That said, for me, Nigeria 63, are we where we're supposed to be? No. Are we making an improvement? I was saying no. However, I believe that we are becoming wiser. I know certain people are talking about restructure. For me, I don't understand. When I mean I don't understand, everybody have a different meaning or different definition of restructure.
What?
However, for me, I would say since Nigeria is copying America, why don't we do it the way America do it? When I mean, when we have a governor, let's not have deputy. Instead of having deputy, let it be lieutenant. Lieutenant, a lieutenant governor who is also in a ballot. It could be a governor could be a PDP and APC will be a lieutenant governor. That's how they do it over here. The justices and all that stuff, let it be by election, not appointment and selection. No, because by the time people do all those things, there would be a faith in the fact that every arm of the government is independent. The executive will be independent, the judiciary will be independent, because the judiciary will know that if they don't do well, they will not be voted next time. That's how they do it here. And pretty much it will go a long way in nurturing the democracy that we're talking about. Because right now what we have in Nigeria is not democracy. It's just anyhow crazy. That's how I put it. When I dig into the tomato paste thing, for me, just like AY said, the man made a big mistake. There is what is called consumer rights. I don't know who I think somebody's thing is on. I'm hearing an echo. So the man made a big mistake in the fact that when somebody said something, just listen to what the person said. She didn't say it's a bad thing. She just said it tasted, sugary. It could be her taste bud. And she just asking a question. If I were him, I would have sent some people to her and say, you know what? This is not how it usually is. Probably, let's look at the quality control and see what it is. Now, with all this thing, I was watching him the other day when he was talking about, they asked him, how much are you gonna sue the person? He said 5 billion. Oh, he's living in a fantasy world. And now it's been discovered that tomato, that product is not even that registered. So you see, he's creating problems for himself. Somebody's complaining about something, you have to use police or DSS to come to Lagos and take the person to Abuja? For what? Just because of tomatoes? And now he's losing. And he's crying. He made a big mistake. And he needs to retrieve whatever he's doing. He needs to retrieve it back, go back, apologize, and even make a video with the lady. I probably say, please guys, we solve this. It's a quality control. It happens here. I bought something from Walmart. I tasted it. I didn't like the taste. I took it back and they gave me my money. No question asked. I think it was a chip or something. I didn't like it. And I told them I didn't like it. That it's been, it's been there for a long time. They checked it. They said, I don't like it. And they gave me back my money. No question, no stress.
All right.
It's only in Nigeria that you buy something, when you take it back, they will tell you that your money is gone, that they've used it to pay their creditor, and all that stuff. I know Obia is raising his hand. Mr. Kanta. Yeah, you can speak. Yeah, go ahead.
You said something that I like. You say if it happens to you here, if you buy something at Walmart, you don't like it, you take it back.
Yes.
Does that make sense? What you just said make perfect sense, right? So
this is how we do it here too. This is how we do it here too. If I don't like it,
what did she do? Did she not do that? She not go back to where the bank say come. This is either it's wrong or it's bad. But look at that post that AY read out, right? There's something you need to take out there as a business person, right? There's something you need to take out there. Say, I want to buy tin tomato yesterday, but I will use to make sure. I say I didn't see Gino or Sonia.
Okay.
That's the point the man is making. That's the
Gino or Sonia. That's what she's used to.
Listen, this is not communication. You're talking about marketing. That's a message, right?
Are you the spokesperson for this company?
So there are two things that she went. There's a reason she mentioned those two things. But and listen again, there's something the man said. The man said he left 2 credit lines as a businessman in Nigeria who wake up on the 39th of May, who they buy diesel, maybe your expense is 1,000 naira. You wake up on the 39th of May, it becomes 600 naira overnight. And they get help from the economy that you are actually trying to build. The only credit line that you are getting is from China, $250 million. And they closed that credit line because of that post. Nobody's listening. It's not about the
we are listening. What we're saying is, if the man had handled it,
you can question his reaction, but you also have to listen to his pain, what the man is trying to say. They are trying to kill our business here. The only people where they help and get credits, they don't close because of that post. That means there's something there. So we should look at it critically. Yes, the man, maybe his action is wrong. You can criticize that. But there's a bigger point.
Okay,
I'm not who say that the girl is wrong or right, but I'm just saying.
Mr. Ridolph, 30 seconds, please. Sorry.
Yeah, hold on, everybody. Hold on. We'll get to this
If
topic.
you don't like them, you return them. If they reject them, then you go ahead and announce them. But you didn't do that. You just go ahead and start announcing with specific points. And the line of communication, that means a lot. There are two names there. Why there's those? What is these two names doing there? Because people get now this convention will trigger people to go and start looking at it. So what is Gina? What is you understand? So they will not say, well, it will not take you a flick of for you to say, okay, this thing is bad. So there's a bigger effect to that than what me and you as a businessman. Unless you never run business before.
Okay, but Obi, just a quick interjection.
Prince, can you hear me? Please, let's stop.
Yeah, I can hear you.
No, let's this topic. Let's go.
Okay.
We're going to visit that. I don't want this to continue. Let me hear.
Okay, so let me round up. Let me round up that. Okay, so pretty much that is that. And then if I also touch what Ozo said about, I think it also interested me on what Omahe did when he saw the reaction. Nobody tell us say Abuja no be Ebonyi State. They humble him. So I rest my case for now.
All right, thank you. We are going to talk on this topic over here after this, but I want to hear from people the main topic of the day, which is Nigeria 63, and then we can go to other things. And we see, you're next.
Thank you, Rudolph. Nigeria 63 is a tale of woes. The country is in dire straits. People are suffering insecurity, fighting, grinding economic hardship. And the people who are in power, they're just dancing away, enjoying themselves, and telling us lies and propaganda that all is well. The country is crumbling before our very eyes, and everybody knows it. And the three arms of government are not helping. The judiciary is equally, well, everybody sees that they are now very, very compromised. You can see the judgments they have been given every year, so people are not happy. This is not in Nigeria for our dreams. Dreams are being killed every day. Students are leaving schools because their parents can't pay their school fees. Things are just skyrocketing everywhere. I think the country needs a reset, and it's not just restructuring or whatever. All groups, particularly the ethnic nationalities that the colonial masters put together to make up Nigeria from the beginning, they all need to come to the table and sit down and say, where do we want to head to? We need to discuss Nigeria. How do we want to live? This system that some people are above the law, or some parts of the country they are untouchable, but they decide what will be. It won't take us anywhere. And whatever happens, whoever comes in, except that person has the willpower to do it. If you want to continue the system as it is, nothing will happen. You can see the president INEC announced as the person who won the election. You can see all the baggages that he's trying to battle with now. So this is part of the rotten system. In a same country, people cannot be allowed to come near governance with such fast. And there are so many of them like that, even across the states. Imo State, Ogun State, many of them like that. So it's as if people who are not supposed to be in government have captured power. It's a total mess. And anybody who's supporting the current people in power or those who are running the country now, these people are unpatriotic, they are enemies of Nigeria. We really need to sit down and discuss. Other countries do it when things are getting so bad. Thinkers, leaders, elites, scholars, they come together and say, we can't continue this way because of the future for our people. Let's sit down and know how to rearrange this so that things will go in order. So that is how countries do. South Africa did it, even though it was because of apartheid. They did it, and now, even though their country is not all the best, but they are somewhere. How can we say in our country, up to this year, children are still shouting up NEPA when the light comes and when the light goes off? Things we saw, things our fathers saw. It's not a shame. So the country is, our leaders should tell themselves the truth. It's a big shame. I don't want to go into what happened in the Southeast Summit or so, because even if they start to do anything now, because of the system we run, the federal government can start to sabotage whatever they want to do. And the same thing with others. If South South want to do this as well, or Southwest, the same thing will happen. So we all need to come down and sit down and discuss Nigeria. We can't continue to put our heads like ostrich and say, let us go the same way. It's not happening. See what Paul said about our people who left the country to pursue their dreams abroad in UK. See what some of them are suffering over there. So maybe regretting that, oh, they have stayed back home. So it's part of the lost hope and lost dream in the country. The country needs a total. That is the only way out. We have to come together on the table and sit down and say, how do we salvage this country? How do we make Nigeria better? Not just for our sake, for the sake of the future generations. Some kids are now 1 year, 2 years in school, but they don't know if they are even going to finish primary 1, primary 2, because of insecurity. In the village, in the rural areas, people die every day because of insecurity. Many parts of the country have been taken over by all these terrorists, and they run the show over there. And the governors are mainly in the cities, telling us false lies and all that. It's a whole total mess. That is just the simple truth. We need to come together and sit down, rejig the country, just like other countries have done in the past. Without that, we're heading nowhere. Thank you.
All right, thank you, CM, you're next.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Good day, Rudolph. Thank you. Yeah, good afternoon from here, Rudolph, and then good afternoon, everybody, to those listening where you may be. What really do you want me to speak on? Because I know I missed
Nigeria
the trend.
What do you? Nigeria at 63. Have we made any progress? What is your take? How do you assess the country?
Hey, well, sometimes it's not good to ask a question that you already know the answer.
Well, you may come
Nigeria
up
is a disgrace. Nigeria is a disgrace. I say this with every sense of responsibility, and I want to be objective. Given what nature gave Nigeria free of charge, Nigeria is like a child you want to set up. The best school, you go and pay the highest school fees, bribe the principal or whoever, put him there. You bought him everything excessively just to make him comfortable to study, and he's wayward. What do? That's what there's nothing that nature didn't give Nigeria. It's not mineral, human being. Yet look at where we are. So Nigeria is a shame. Probably God should not have created Nigeria. It's a disgrace to the black race. At 63, look at all the resources we have. Look at what we are battling with. The most wicked and hypocritical type of human being, they are resident in Nigeria. How can Nigeria move forward? What do we need to become great that is lacking in Nigeria? Is he human being? The best of his kind that a black race can think of, they're in Nigeria. If they're 100, at least a good 80 will come from Nigeria. If they are 10, a good. The most wicked and hypocritical type of human I'm hearing echo. They are resident in Nigeria. How can Nigeria? I don't know. Where is the echo coming from? Where is the echo coming from, please?
Coming from you.
Some people should
mute yourself, big man. Please behave yourself.
Some people should mute now. Why are they putting me on echo? If you are
the echo is coming from him.
CM, the echo is coming from you.
They are resident in Nigeria. How can Nigeria? I don't know. Where is the echo coming from? Where is the echo coming from?
Ovie.
Mute yourself, big man. Please.
Everybody's muted already.
Mute everybody first. Rudolph, mute everybody. Then
everybody was muted already, Henry.
It's coming late. See, and you want to go out and come in again.
you might want to check your own settings as well. Mr. Rudolph, you might want to check your settings.
It looked like Rudolph is also coming late.
Rudolph, America backward technology. Now, wow.
Doctor, you mute yourself. Doctor, you mute yourself.
It's not me. Someone. There are other people who are controlling things. Somebody muted me, not me. But it's not coming from this end. I have only one computer here. I used to have two, but like I said, I traveled. So let's try again. CM, go ahead. Let me see. But Ovie, you are not muted. You are the only one that is not muted. So I'm not sure if it's from Ovie.
No, Ovie is muted, Rudolph.
Okay.
Dr. Rudolph, Ovie is muted.
Okay.
Yeah, everybody was muted.
Okay, so I don't know. Okay, CM, continue again. Let me mute myself.
One Polish, the former Polish prime minister, when he was taken away and put into jail, while addressing a trade union, when he came out, he said, like I was saying. So let me say, like I was saying, before the interruption. Nigeria is a disgrace. I make no, in fact, I'm not sorry to say it, because given the resources that nature, God gave Nigeria free of charge, we should make the best out of it. Some countries are fully resourced in terms of material resources, but they've not got the caliber of human being to put them into greater use. Nigeria has both the most intelligent black people and the resources you can think of. So why are we not? It's because we are wicked. It's as simple. I'm not really saying this, but what I will advise is I'm not being original. I remember what Bola said during the time of Nadeko. He said, for this country to march forward, that was 1995. 1995, before they killed Sarawiwa in November. There's a newspaper called PM News or AM News by Odio Fimon was publishing it. Bola Ige said he may be alive, he may not be. He said, but before Nigeria will move forward, the people that constitute Nigeria must ask themselves two questions, and they must answer it. Number one, are we convinced? Do we really want to be together as one country of one people or one nation? If we say yes, he said, under what terms? That terms is the constitution. Because Nigeria is made up of people of different value system and civilization. The type of civilization the people of Kanem Bonu or Kanuri have is different from the type that the Igbo has, the Igbo man is having. Different from that of the Yoruba, that of the TV, Bachama, Efik, Ogoni, Urobi Chekiri, Igala, Idoma, Igede, there are many. So because we find ourselves in this unfortunate situation, we must be honest and say, look, for 63 years, we've been lording over each other. Do we really want to continue? If we want, let us say this is how we relate to each other. I don't care whether in the end the Ogoni, because of their oil reserves, they become Dubai. I'm not bothered. As long as they have peace, I can decide to go there and reside. Nigerians are going to Dubai to go and live, but Dubai is not their country. They go there and obtain citizenship. So that is the thing we have to do. This idea that when we just see ourselves, we feel that we are not moving anywhere. For the first time, look at the mess Nigeria is now at independence. We are talking of a forgery. I once explained to people that they will say Nigeria is the home of the black race, the most populous black nation. And they happen to say that the president of any country is the #1 citizen of that country. In other words, Bola Tinubu is the #1 citizen of Nigeria today. In other words, the #1 black man. Can you now imagine the #1 black man is being talking? Look at the mess. Look at the shame he brought to Nigeria. Or is that not a shame? Any wonder that Nigeria is in the mess that it is now? What really are we talking about? You see, now I know why Bola Ige said that. I wish the man is alive. Nigeria must answer that two questions. But to me, if we come together and say some people, even if they're 100 or 1,000 or 10 million or 5 or 20 million in population, if they say they don't want through a referendum, let them go. There is nothing sacrosanct, according to Lisa Wakoba, about Nigerian coming together. There is nothing. Nigerian governors, many of them, went to Rwanda to go and learn one or two things. You can hardly locate Rwanda on the map. Rwanda is double landlocked. Rwanda is bordered by Uganda. Uganda is bordered by Kenya. So Rwanda is double landlocked in some area. Yet, they are the flagship in Africa. They had a genocide. When they finished the genocide, they came together, built a monument, united in honesty, talked to each other, take the blame, and then they start developing evenly. Did we do so in Nigeria? Despite the fact that we had a more brutal genocide than Rwanda. Why do we always feel that suddenly, if I lord it over this man, then I'm making progress? We are not. Nigeria is a disgrace to the world. Nigeria as a country is a scar on the conscience of the black world. Nigeria is a disgrace. It's just a leper. It's a disease to the black people. Where there's nothing to write home about. Given the resources we have and the opportunities God gave us, God overblessed Nigeria. Then what do we make out of it? Because people will say, oh yeah, we are talking. Other countries that are having 1% of what Nigeria is having, they've gone ahead of us. So before you condemn Nigeria, you have to check what are the resources? What did God give us free of charge? People did not choose to be Nigeria. God planted intelligent people in Nigeria and gave them resources, everything, even good climate. Volcano, we don't have. Earthquake, we don't have. Bush burning, even whatever, we don't. From the Sahel down to the coast, we have everything. Gas, after Russia, Qatar, they say it's Nigeria in terms of gas deposit. So what is it that we need? Why we are in this mess? Countries like Tanzania are far ahead of Nigeria. Countries like even Kenya, they are ahead of Nigeria. Countries like Rwanda, South Africa, Nigeria go to South Africa as if they are going to the moon. South Africa of yesterday. So look, Nigeria is a disgrace. The earlier we come together and say, and our problem is because of hatred and wickedness. If we cannot coexist, there's no point in pretending, lording it over this person, giving this person, you are from this area, give you a different criteria. You are from this area. Why? That is pure wickedness. God did not create it to be that way. So if we cannot coexist, this is the opportunity. That's why Bola said, let us come together, we must do it. And ask, if we want to live together, under what terms? How does Ogoni man coexist with the man Fulani? How does Igbo coexist with Fulani? How does Yoruba and the Igbo and the Urobi Chekiri? How do we, Bachama, Birom, Kaje, how do we coexist among each other? That is the constitution we should have. So that everybody, and we put it like Ethiopia did. If you don't want, you are free to go. Ethiopia put their own. It's written there that you are free to leave if you don't want. As long as you have a referendum should be conducted for if it's Ogoni that want to go, or Bachama or Ibirom or Kaje, conduct a referendum for it, let them go. Having a seaport or maybe being on the coast is not a guarantee of prosperity. Somalia is on the coast. Where is Somalia today? Rwanda is landlocked. Look at where Rwanda is. Austria is landlocked. Look at where it is. Portugal is on the coast. Can you compare Portugal with Austria? You can't. Can you compare Portugal with Switzerland? You can't. So there are some primordial sentiments, some lies, some innuendos. We must have to, by now, we just have to come clean and ask ourselves the simple question. We are tired of all this nonsense. Look at the type of the way Nigerians suffer. So you suffer at home, you suffer abroad. Are we not ashamed? Even if there is anything we can do, have we ever heard that a president of a country will now say that a university should not release details about you? Number one citizen of the world's most populous black nation, number one black man in the world, and you are disgracing everybody. And we say we are one country. Later people will take it after me. I don't care. But I have to be honest, Nigeria is a shame. It's a disgrace. I think for 63 years, we've been fooling ourselves. Let us come now and draw a line and say, yes, we want to march forward under so terms, or else, for God's sake, we were living before Lord Lugard came and marched us together. We can equally live. Population, the number, the numerical strength is not a measure of prosperity. We all know that. If you don't train your people, when some area is having different civilization, the other one is having, that is what is causing confusion. That is it. We are not meant to be together. But if we perforce, we must be together. We define the terms. You can, if you want, for you to marry a good wife that you can't complain, marry your sister. But you can't marry your sister, the same mother, the same father. That is the way, that is the law of nature. But if you must marry your sister and direct sister, then it means that you can coexist because it's the same thing. But for you to go and marry a woman from a different culture and this thing, there must be terms under which you coexist. Otherwise, you go away. So to me, I don't want to waste much time. Nigeria is a total disgrace. And the earlier we realize this is better. People are laughing at us. Not albeit with the latest Tinubu scandal all over the world. Nigeria is a disgrace, it's a shame. No, we should hide ourselves in shame. Thank you.
All right, thank you, CM. Just to point out that yesterday at Princeton, this conversation we're having was also taking place at the university during the conference. The title of the conference was "The Trouble with Nigeria," and I listened to several panels of scholars from different universities all over the world talking about Nigeria and the trouble with Nigeria. Just the way you guys are talking about it here. So you're doing a wonderful job, you guys. Dan, you're next.
Yeah, good evening from our side and good morning in America everywhere. CM, thank you for that landing. I'm on the same line with you, to be honest. Though I'm not a pessimistic person, I'm a very positive man. I like to fight to the end. But Nigerian system, for me, is more than a disgrace. Before, I used to have this opinion that Nigeria should remain together. But lately, I believe Nigeria has nothing to do together. We are just fooling ourselves. This morning, I was listening to one of those foundation members of Nigeria, Pa Debanjo. He made it very clear, very, very clear, that when the British people were leaving, that they brought us together. But the leaders of that time said, no, this system will not work. Unitary system. So they went somewhere in London where they made the federal constitution so that every region takes care of themselves. But unfortunately, the military thieves guys came in and changed that constitution and gave us a constitution that has been destroying that country till today. You understand? That he wished that the journalists who were trying to fool the man told them, listen, maybe most of you were not born at that time. That, in fact, he didn't give them time to say anything again. He just told them, for Nigeria to move forward, they have to go back to the constitution of the founding fathers, the regional system, because Nigeria is a country with different nations. That is enough for any person who have gone to secondary school to know. We are not the same people. And that is why Nigeria is where it is and will never be good until, if they still want Nigeria to be together, they have to go back to that 1963 constitution where those people who knew Nigerians, the Azikiwes, the Tafawa Balewas, who knew themselves, they know themselves very well. And they told the British, we want a constitution that gives every region autonomy. Then we can come to the center and divide whatever. If you have this, I give you small, you give me your own, we manage. But Nigeria being together, we don't have to lie out to ourselves. We all know it's not, CM said it's a disgrace. For me, it's not a disgrace. It's just a know-nothing. We have to just go back to who we are and just manage ourselves. When I was growing up, Nigeria was better. But the more I started to grow, the older I became, Nigeria got worse. It got worse, and today we can't say more. We know where we are today. And for me, before I continue further, Dr. Damages, I just want to say something. If Nigeria should continue, then we need a foreign intervention. Something like they did to the Super Eagles when we were fucking up. They brought Westerhoff to control that team. That is when Nigeria became something. So if they still clamor for Nigeria to continue, we need a foreign intervention. I don't know where they will come from, but a foreign hand that will come and hold us down. Together we have failed. Together we will fail. I'm not saying this to discourage anybody, but it's the reality. Because at 63, we have a president that cannot. I mean, I told you the day he came in that I wished him bad luck because he wished us bad luck. He's the only president who came to Nigeria and insulted the whole Nigerians. That Amashisheku. In Yoruba, that means we will die walking. You understand? And you see where he is today. He will fall. I already wished him bad luck. He will fall. So on conclusion, for me, Dr. Damages, I watched your program yesterday in Princeton, and I watched it through. So P2B was talking, a lot of distinguished Nigerians are talking, some biting their tongue, some saying this, saying that. For me, the solution to Nigeria is a total breakup to the 1963 constitution. Let all of us go our way instead of fooling ourselves continuously, because we have seen where we have pushed ourselves to. There's no future in that place. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you for that contribution. Let's go to Henry. Henry, you're next. Henry, unmute yourself, please.
Oh, sorry. Good evening, Mr. Ruto. Good evening, everybody. First of all, I have to thank Mr. CM and my brother, who just finished now, for just saying what I wanted to say. Nigeria is a big mess. And it's a shame. What are they celebrating for the 63 for? My dad told me yesterday when I called, he said Nigeria is gone. Except we change it. That's what he was telling me. Except we change it. We are celebrating for 63 years old, Nigeria. In Saudi Arabia, what do you call it? United Arab Emirates, Dubai. How old is Dubai? They are celebrating. If countries are celebrating independence, Nigeria should keep quiet. Like Germany now, they're going to celebrate on the 3rd of October, unification from East to West Germany. Those people can celebrate things. You can see progress in their society. The Eastern Germany is progressing because you can see progress in there. They celebrate. If France is celebrating, they will celebrate. The America is celebrating, they should celebrate. Nigeria should not think of celebrating because they did nothing for the citizen either. When we're growing up, was better. Good, but not better. Somebody is telling Nigeria is achieved. I think is even of them.
Am I the only one who is hearing muffled?
Henry, your network is bad, very bad.
Yeah, your network is bad.
Oh, you're not hearing me?
Better.
Oh, sorry. So as I was saying, when people say Nigeria is progressing, they're trying. It's like it's a daydream. I think this person is in dreaming, or maybe it's in dementia. So you see, people are suffering, people are hungry, people are living for tomorrow because some people don't have one square meal a day to eat. And the same country, politicians will be sharing billions of naira. And you are celebrating. What are you going to celebrate? Rudolph, Mr. Rudolph, I will say this to you that those your people in America there, US, they celebrate 1st of October always. People going to celebrate again. What are you people celebrating? Always. Last year they did the same thing too. What are you people celebrating? Mostly US, they celebrate 1st of October. For what? We don't need to celebrate. We have to mourn Nigeria. We have to mourn Nigeria. We have to. I'm living here in Germany. I've been here. I can travel everywhere in the world. I travel everywhere. I've seen every continent. I've seen it. I can buy my ticket and I come to New York right now. I can go anywhere. But I still love that country so dear. When we see country that is progressing, we say it the way it is. Before that country will move forward, I'll soon say it again. They have to change constitution. First of all, they have to put into the constitution any corrupt leader, government officials, president will face life imprisonment or firing squad. They will see things will change in that country. Because see, they celebrate criminals. Look at Mbefele now. He want to bring 50 billion, they will let him go. Are you kidding me? 5 billion, whatever. Are you kidding me? And some people will sit here who live in America will be talking Nigeria is progress. Are you kidding? Are you dreaming? Talking like dear. So it's not progressive. Mr. Ru progress it. We should not that.
Henry, your network is bad.
Henry, thank you so much.
I'll
come back again. Okay, let me skip and go to Femi. It's because we've not heard from him.
Yeah. Good morning. So basically, I know I joined in the midst of all of this, but I thought just to add some of my thoughts about what has been in the news this week. For example, one of the things that kind of interests me is the ongoing issue of the tuition fee increases and all of the back and forths that keeps happening between parents and students on one hand, and just Nigerians generally, and the government and the school administrators. And the other thing that seems to be catching my attention is big bet, if you will, between the Zamfara state government and the federal government regarding what appears to be, I mean, at this point it's still an allegation, what appears to be some kind of backhand dealings between the government and bandits in Zamfara. And something that seems to be sliding under the radar as well is the fact that there seems to be an ongoing underreporting of an increase in banditry, kidnapping in the aftermath of the elections. There seems to be something that just happens towards election and after, and it continues till now. And but that's on one hand. But this case of Taraba specifically, I was surprised to actually know when I came to realize that not only is the banditry tied to I forget what the name of this gemstone is that seems to be of it, what international quality that's actually in Taraba, where it's a mix of banditry, the Chinese, and maybe some other Nigerians, and maybe like farmers have basically just decided to abandon their farms. To the point that they actually discovered an helipad in the midst of one of the mining areas. I found that really interesting. So much for security. But to the topic at hand right now, for me personally, there is nothing to celebrate. I think it's time for us to just continue our stock taking, how we found ourselves where we find ourselves. Because I wrote down a couple of things so that I do not lose my train of thought with respect to this particular topic. A while ago, a couple of months ago, I think prior to the election, I brought up this this analogy, or no, not an analogy, just basically just to go down memory lane, just to give us an idea of where we were and where we found ourselves. For those that remember, and I mean, those are older than myself, for example, on this panel would know even better when it comes to this list. Kingsway, AG Leventis, Oluwaglas, Bata, among others. I mean, there's that Caterpillar. I heard there used to be a Caterpillar factory in Borno. Same Borno. There used to be that factory that made buses in Nigeria. A lot of these parts were actually sourced from Nigeria, batteries from Ibadan. I was surprised to know that what used to be the popular Sonyo Electronics was made in, if you like, a lot of it was assembled and made in Ibadan. UTC and
Elizabeth.
Yeah, tires were made in was it Benin or Edo?
Bendel State, yeah.
Bendel State, you know.
Yeah.
So if all of this doesn't sum up how backward we have found ourselves in 63 years, I do not know what else would. I don't know where the progress is coming from. Whatever progress, in my opinion, Nigeria is making for the most part is resting on the shoulders of a lot of these youths who are looking for ways to just make things happen. And that's why whichever way you want to dissect it or dice it, you readily look at the IT sector, for example, which I'm very much involved in, as well as even the entertainment, especially the music industry. And it's ridiculous the amount of talents and the amount of the kind of things young Nigerians especially continue to do, even in the midst of the chaos that we've been plunged into. So, well, just to round up my thoughts for now, Mr. Rudolph, even though I'm still a New Yorker and I'm no longer in New York for now, I'm very sure you're going to be there for this year's independence celebration. I hear that they're going to be allowing Nigerian flag for the first time in is it Bowling Green, or I don't recall where that is. And one thing that made me, I don't know if it's chuckle or because sometimes if you don't laugh you cry, is some remark from the Nigerian ambassador to the US, the Consul General, whatever the terminology is, where he kind of seemed to suggest as though we should be hopeful. I mean, we've been hopeful forever, but hope has to be built on a certain foundation. And prior to the election, my personal opinion, at some point you'd ask me something that I kept harping back to. If we don't restructure only means one thing. There's no two definitions of restructuring. All this nonsense about people have different opinions. We know when we are ready, we will go ahead and do it, because we can't continue the way we are. We're different nations. We're different nations. And I always use the analogy of Switzerland. The reason why Switzerland's democracy works is because there's fairness. I'll keep it that way for now.
All right. Thank you so much. Let me say that I'm sorry.
Test the microphone.
All right. Let me say that, Independence Day parade will happen on Saturday next week in New York City. I understand that Mohbad will have been there. He was actually granted a visa to come and perform. So they are going to honor him. I don't know the extent of the program. I might be there depending on some other factors I'm trying to work out to go there and see what's going on.
Okay, sorry, are you going there to celebrate or to mourn?
I'm going there to report what's happening. That's the job I do.
Well, this one I told you, Mr. Rudolph, before. I said America is one of the big problems we have. Most of Nigerians in America, they celebrate. They're supposed to boycott this kind of things so that to show the government they are not doing enough. People celebrate. I feel sorry.
Yeah, boy, come Houston, VA Center. Now it go shut down from today, 3 days.
Eric, don't forget, people are making money from this stuff, man.
I'm making money.
And they will say they love Nigerians. This sponsor.
Henry, New York. That New York is significant. Every countries of the world always have one carnival to another carnival to another carnival. So, and the Nigerian community is big.
We are talking about
so I understand. They can still do it. Maybe this time in a sober reflection. People can go there and just carry candle. You understand? Maybe that. You understand? Because every country has been doing it. It's
Yeah.
not only Nigerian thing. So
Yeah.
that's why Nigeria
Okay,
also
but
follows
that's
suit.
understood. But
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Nigeria should make a placard to tell the government they are wrong.
Exactly.
This has to be
That
not
that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you.
That makes sense. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. So, like we said, what we're doing here is have your say. You can have your say and disagree with anything. If there are Nigerians in New York who are feeling that there's something to celebrate, they can come there and protest. And we do have that all the time. It's not just everybody there dancing. There are people who are protesting. I've joined them before in the past where people are condemning the president while government officials are there. So it's not something.
Rudolph, can I finish my topic because can I finish?
I'm yet to speak on this, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I know. Henry, you're done. I think we moved on from Femi. We're going to what's this? Okay.
It's okay.
Go basic.
Yeah.
I am not going to, Dr. Rudolph, congratulations once again for being where you are. Though I tried to catch up with you yesterday, but hopefully I still have every plan to be there.
Okay.
I'm not going to, once I finish talking to you, I'm going to get on the go. I'm not going to engage in Nigerian bashing today. Rather, I would say to most of us who are here, for myself, in 1960, to be precise, at Alai, a place called Alai, in Bende local government in Abia State. It's about 1 mile from Ibere. We all marched down to that place. I was privileged. I was handed a flag and I was handed a cup. Those were the two things that I was handed. Those are gone with the war now because the war claimed those things when you are trying to save for your life. As it stands today, all of us here, I believe, we are still carrying one type of green passport or the other. Except, of course, some of those who have disavowed, they said, no longer Nigerian, I can have relatives there. For me, I always go back to my passport of Malamilia, which is this big passport. The one that when they knock on for your head, you probably will fall down. But in between that, there has been so many other passports.
Now, this is... Sorry, go ahead.
But as it stands right now, the one I'm carrying, it says Economic Community of West African States, Federal Republic of Nigeria, passport. That's this one. And I'm sure that most of you who are current have the same passport. So I'm not going to engage in Nigerian bashing today. In my family here, there was a time when on Nigerian Independence Day, my daughter will actually make a cake and it will be green, white, green. And we would celebrate. And there was a time when great characters come down to New York and will march down the street. And there was a time when some of us flew an airline named Pan Am. That was after Nigerian Airways, the Flying Elephant, went comatose. There was a time when in New York City, JFK, Nigeria owned almost a hangar there. There was a time when some people used to come from Nigeria, fly into New York at daybreak, and by sundown, they're back to Nigeria after doing their business. There was a time when you say, I'm a Nigerian. Somebody wants to be your friend. Somebody wants to host you. Somebody would be very proud of you. There was a time when you can come into JFK. It happened to me, of course, with some of my money inside the socks. I bought 46 kobo to $1 under this passport. It's still stamped in it up to tomorrow. 46 kobo to $1. There was a time when my humble self and several others, not only celebrating Nigeria's independence, we went to the governor's mansion, Drumwacket, New Jersey, to raise Nigeria's flag, courtesy of Governor Jim McGreevey. Again, Nigeria ambassador was there. And we made a big fuss about it. I hear that the mayor of New York City is aligning to do something. They're going to, Mayor's Council, they're going to try to raise Nigeria's flag. When you see Nigeria's flag being raised in Newark, New Jersey, it was an offshoot of that effort that we made in 2002 as proud Nigerians, because Governor Jim McGreevey was doing a community outreach. And we, as Nigerians, we felt we must outdo the other countries, Italian, German, all the rest of them. They were raising their flags. When it came to our turn, because I was the Secretary General of that group that put up that show, our aim was, if we were able to raise 500 people at Drumwacket, that would have beaten all other countries. Make a long story short is that we organized people like Buki Adetola, people like Dr. Gunkoya, people like Esther Kuyunu, people like Oselo Kobase, Ofunno Baze, I'm naming some, Chikemoma, Francis C. We planned, Isaac Enyang, Professor Sisi Nwako, my late friend now, we planned from this place I am sitting, we planned, and we, Elliot Isibo, our aim was to raise 500 people. And we gathered Friends of Nigeria, Muslim Association of Nigeria. I still have the list of all those people here. All Nigerian organizations. We went, we put in our best. We had a Muslim to come and pray, we had a Christian to come and pray at the governor's mansion. And we even did the traditional color nut breaking. That was the day that Jim McGreevey says that if it was in his Italian place, that we so much love our ancestors, that there are people who first of all drink before they offer to their ancestor. I took that away from him. On that day, we expected 500 people to show up. Over 2,500 Nigerians and friends of Nigerians signed the register. I still have that with me at Drumwacket. And that showed the force of our pride as Nigerians. What were we doing it for? In honor of Nigeria's Independent Day celebration. Fast forward, here we are now. We've gone through civil war. We've gone through so much, but still, and I will align with submissions of Dan, who says, Nigeria was good. Nigeria was really, really good. During the regional governments, Nigeria was good. But here is what has happened to Nigeria. The loss of basic trust. If you like, you can speak all the grammar. It's not today that we started holding symposiums and international conferences. I even addressed one in New Orleans at one point. There is plenty of position papers. There is plenty of template that Nigerians have submitted all along. But what is happening now is basic trust. So my submission is this, because if I begin to talk about Nigeria now, you go long, you go long. Right now, my family is not even talking about making a cake. For Nigeria's independent, it's been very difficult to convince another person to follow me go Nigeria. Because the next thing you hear, they are kidnapping people. I said, but no. But so I'm not going to go there. Rather, my appeal to Nigeria and Nigerians as we solemnly light a candle. I'm not going to say to mourn. I'm going to say so that that bright light called the ingenuity of Nigeria will not be snuffed out. Because from the video that I just saw this week in Aba, when you go there, made in Aba, when you see all those shoes, Aba will make better shoes than even the one you are wearing. But for the sake of the fact that it's Aba, until Nigeria realizes that all parts of Nigeria, the cocoa makers, the every maker, until you realize that you are actually depriving Nigerians and the future. My appeal, as far as basic trust is concerned, let us start with the man who is at the helm of affairs now, Alhaji Bola Tinubu. I believe that his mission was to, first of all, just be the president of Nigeria for one day. Okay, they have awarded it to you. And you have been president of Nigeria for just one moment. When you look back around now and see that flies are following Nigeria, vultures are waiting. My appeal is that Alhaji Bola Tinubu Ahmed, if I were you, I will honorably resign. I will honorably resign and let Nigeria move forward. But as long as you continue to try to patch, you can patch all you want to patch. You can't bury smoke. It will continue to tip out. Now, small shit, they break now show. That's the language we use. So, for the sake of the future, of Nigeria, it is an appeal that I'm making as somebody who has lived through quite a little bit of this place called Nigeria. I'm a Nigerian for now, until further notice, until anything says otherwise. I still carry that green passport. And I'll be celebrating my traditional retirement soon. This December in Nigeria.
Bobby, I have a question for you.
Please ask.
Okay, thank you. So you made mention one important thing that one of the problems we are facing now is lack of trust. At what point this problem started in Nigeria? That's one question. The second one is, like you enumerated, because sometimes a little boy, I'm taking backward, like in the 80s, like I taught to elderly people like you know, learn from them what's going on. My professors in school, we used to have the discussion. We were building bridges, building roads. At least we build refinery. Things were getting, to me, things were okay, you know, like there was a gradual like improvement in the system. 80s till 90s. Today, what happened? At what point everything just stopped? Like it seems they had a master plan. Things were going good. We had Nigeria Airways. We have different NITEL. We have things like we will be able to build things. Suddenly, everything just stopped. Like the system is, we don't know where we're going. What happened? What really happened? How can a system just collapse, just stop? Nothing new is coming up. It get me like, and now we will say we are more intelligent, we are more educated. The people that build all this stuff, most of them were not as educated. So what now happened that the system just collapsed suddenly? Because you will know the trend of things.
What happened to Nigeria have happened to other countries, but they came out of it. What happened to Nigeria? The discovery of oil has always been in the background. Nigeria was surviving without oil. And the war came. When the war came, Nigeria has so much money at the end of that war that Nigeria could have bought half of Manhattan. The Chinese were able to capitalize when real estate was still relatively touchable. Nigeria had enough money, quote me, to buy half of Manhattan. It didn't happen. The greed that set in, like they say, when poor man all of a sudden see money. The greed that set in, ranging from our previous heads of state up to Abdul Salam Abubakar, whom I met here in New York. All of a sudden, it became a style that all the money to me. That's where it all started. And with that, there has always been greed since the advent of time. But after the war, people were doing great. People were really going out there and working hard and believing in the same country. But then Babangida came and institutionalized corruption. With that, that was the era when you now begin to see 419 coming. People begin to dupe people. Everybody now wants to be in town. Right now, we are losing people in the villages. You don't have much people in the villages. Everybody now wanted to be a millionaire. Oh, there was even an ad I'm checking out. Everybody wanted to be a millionaire. It was a program. Everyone wanted to be a millionaire. There's nothing wrong in being a millionaire. Nigerians who are hardworking, Nigerians who are honest to themselves, prior to now, things have turned so much upside down that we are putting a nail on Nigeria's cross right now by Tinubu. Because if the man does not resign for the sake of himself, it becomes a situation where anybody sees you, you are associated with Nigeria. They will label all of us fraud as it stands right now. They will see you in spite of the fact that you're being genuine. So to the gentleman who said we shouldn't celebrate, whether we like it or not, October 1 will come and pass. And I have made my submission here as an elderly person. I've made my submission here that in answer to your question, if we like, let us talk to it tomorrow. We have to examine ourselves, and this is an appeal to our leaders, because everybody go die, whether you like it or not. So I'm appealing to both the governors. Just look at your fellow governor. Let me take, for instance, our Hope Uzodinma. You can masterfully the beautiful event that took place in Southeast. At the end of it, after watching it, I just said, with the submissions of Okonjo-Iweala of where Nigeria is today, and even Leostar Aneke coming to say, here is where we are. But in the end, what was at the back of my mind? If you came into my house and killed my children and stole my things and usurped everything to yourself, and you want me to come back tomorrow and trust you and open the door, so it goes directly back into, if we speak all the grammar that we want to speak, if we don't hammer away on the trust as individuals, first of all, you have to, as an individual, trust yourself that you are waking up, that you want to come back safely. If you like, carry all the bulletproof cars you want to carry. That will not be life. Oh, we are depriving the future. You cannot eat your breakfast, your lunch, your dinner, and then you turn around and eat the breakfast, lunch, and dinner of our children that are yet unborn. So for Nigeria's independence celebration, I would say congratulations to every Nigerian who have remained alive up to today, who have not been killed, one way or the other. Congratulations to every Nigerian who has gone out there to try to make haste and try to send help home. But it's about time that you inform our people at home, for instance. Can you please, maybe for 1 month, find a way, whether not Gary, where you go drink, manage yourself accordingly. Stop for 1 month. If we can stop sending money to Nigeria for 1 month. Hello? The Nigerian government will realize that sold forward, because I understand that they have sold forward the oil. They will realize that he who goes a borrowing goes a sorrowing. You can
let me still ask something. Let me still ask something. Ibe Basic, you said it right though. At least I was opportune to meet some elderly people. When I started hearing some names, I asked, why does this happen? Before you get to this level, I believe that one thing that accountability is one thing that make Nigeria what it is today. I will take 3 major companies I met. You know of Dumes Nigeria Limited, at least Dumes Nigeria Limited, Newi Nigeria Limited, and Nigeria Airways. I met people that work in those companies. What finished Dumes accountability? They will tell you to supply a contract to supply. Let me example 4 trailer loaded of gravel will supply to. Then nobody will hold anybody accountable. You keep on doing that. How would that company survive? You tell someone to supply aviation fuel. You supply supply like 500 gallons. It's going to supply 200. Nobody's holding anybody accountability. They will the same thing, the same process, the same system keep on happening until those companies are closing down. Then with the human beings working there, I was saying something one day about refinery. People think I was joking. How they will give a contractor money to bring the original one. He will go out there and go to turn and do whatever he likes. The machine will start and go ablaze. So that was going on. Sometimes we blame the government the other way around. Human beings also, Nigerians are also helping to like bring Nigeria down by doing all this. Think that we are making money. End of the day, we are closing those companies.
Uzo, it's not just the government, the individuals.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I will cite you an example of doing an exhibition. Nigerian government says, if you do this and promote our non-oil exports, we will back you up with this. I did that. So with bells of rubber, Nigerian rubber, NSL10, a company from Lufkin, Texas, came, placed an order for tons of rubber. In spite of the fact that I was being backed by a person like General David Kemibawa, that's when I realized that even the rubber that I came to present, that factory had already, is between Aba and Pota, that they have already sold to China, that I could not supply. So what face again am I going to come out? And for that person who I tried to make arrangement with, at the United Nations, when they still had a gift center, when you can still walk in, I had an order of artifacts to supply to the United Nations here in New York. By the time the people in the West, it was the boat people, the wine tappers, handicrafts and stuff like that. By the time the people in the West finished producing it, some have been eaten by termites. And of course, so I'm talking about basic trust. Gentlemen, the story of Nigeria is big. Let us try to light the candle and don't let it die.
Thank you so much, Igbo Basics and everybody that contributed. I wanted to show you guys our guest for tomorrow. I just haven't been able to pull it up. I'm having some problems here. But I want to thank everybody. I will now return to the conference that I came for here in Princeton. We hand it over to our able Mr. Shaw, who is here. Mr. Shaw, thank you so much for joining us. Mr. Shaw, Mr. Shaw will take it up to the point where forefathers will come in and
of no return.
And we'll continue. If I can go live there, I will let you guys know. Yesterday I tried to, but I couldn't. It wasn't very convenient. But I will see how the event goes today, and I can join you again live. But in the meantime, we have continued the conversation, and thank you everybody. I like what there was this Nadeko. Nadeko was talking about Tinubu should resign. It was a conversation that I would have loved to see us talk about because of embarrassment. They said I don't think that will happen in Nigeria. But thinking about the worst case, in terms of what could come out from Chicago, would that lead to any kind of resignation or embarrassment to the point that the president will resign? So that's a conversation that I think will be interesting. So, Mr. Sho, over to you. Thank you, guys.
All right. Thank you, Rudolph.
Mr. Rudolph, before you leave, you're talking about him not resigning or not resigning. What happened to him at Niger yesterday should teach him a lesson. Okay? How can a president not be allowed to fly over a country? Okay? So he should learn and know how to do things. If I were him, just follow the NADECO. You say you're a member of NADECO. Follow their recommendation. That's all.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Sho. Thank you,
Right. Thank you, Rudolph. Good evening to everyone from the UK. I followed most of the conversation. I've listened on the background, but what I'm going to do, I think the last person who spoke was Igbo Basics. So I'll let Uzo speak, then we'll go to Mazi Prince, then we'll take it all over again. I can see Righteous Man in the background waiting to come in. So I'll bring you in again. Henry Gabriel, I'll see you in the background as well. I'll try to bring people in and shuffle it. And also, can I please implore that we have, maybe civil is not the word, but, bickering. There's room for interjection and disagreement, but we won't shout over one another. It won't help. Nobody will learn anything. So as much as the tensions might be high for whatever reasons, let's just, make it very enjoyable for those who will listen later and for those listening right now. So don't let's shout over each other. We might disagree. It's fine. It's part of why we're here. Diverse opinions are welcome, but let's not shut anyone down or shout over each other. It won't achieve much. Thank you. Rudolph, go have fun. If you can join live, you join live. Forefathers, I know you're always looking in the background somewhere. I'm going to be here for the next 2.5 hours. So, forefathers, we're in the UK, so you understand my timing. I don't know what time it is in New York or anywhere else, but this is 6:21 p.m. I'll be here till 8:30 p.m. UK time. So, forefathers, I know you're listening, or for those who have his contact, please let him know 8:30 to save the day so he can take it till tomorrow morning. But yeah, I know it's Nigeria at 63 was the first thing we're discussing, but I'll leave it to you guys to discuss whatever you want to discuss. If you want to bring in the NADECO letter, but I mean, one thing I like when people say Tinubu should resign, but that's not going to happen. So I don't know why you're asking for it, but good luck to those who are asking. It's not going to happen. You can ask for it, but resign. When was the last time someone resigned in Nigeria? Forget president, anybody. Anyway, Uzo, you got 5 minutes.
This is it. According to Kene, this is it. Sure, welcome. As I was saying, when Igbo Basic was here, and then they point out something. So sometimes we always blame government in everything, and we the human beings are the ones sometimes messing the whole thing up. The people that know about the mess company are able, our opportunity to know some of the old staff that work with the men's. They think it's a joke. It's when I grow up, I start knowing that, okay, human beings are also the one messing things up. They constructed one of the best road. I grew up hearing the mess. I thought it's a name of a person. It's when I grow up, when I was little, the road passed my place. But when I grew up, I saw it's a construction company that made one of the best roads we have in Nigeria as wide. Why did they shut down? So one guy was being proud, how they would just put fire on the production place, everybody will run away because they stole something. They are making proud of that. So I was like, when you guys do all this, what's going to happen to the company? The company was shut down. All right. So I'm saying this because human beings are also the one also destroying that country with their own I don't know what to call it. Even here we are all here in the United States. We know how it goes. Even the little club we have here, we know how people run it, people do it. Nobody trusts each other, but we'll come online, we'll come here anywhere. We talk and blame everybody that care to know. The same thing happened to Nigeria Airways. All right, the same system of no accountability, nothing. Everybody just do whatever they want. Nobody cares. Everything is that when the head of fish is corrupt, everybody cares. Nobody cares. Now this comes to, we are talking, not missing something. The NLC, TUC, October 3rd, nationwide protests. I don't know because why nobody care about it. found out that this is the third time in this government they are calling up for strike. He didn't like the first one, they cancel it, forward to the time. Second one, they tried, they come out to second day, no more. This third time, nobody is even taking it serious anymore. So Nigeria have reached that level that even the TAC and the laborers, nobody like they don't serious anymore. The labor on their side, people don't understand when they call for strike, they think that it's a labor party that is calling for a protest. Most people think that it's a labor party. So that one idea have already bring them like they don't even have that leave anymore to like stay on protest. Now I don't know even what they are protesting for. If the same meeting they have been having with government about the suffering of Nigerian people, or they're protesting for another thing, I don't even understand what they're protesting for. Or if they want more money, because as I said, if the government comes to negotiation, give them some Ghana must go, they will call off the strike. If they, after sharing the money, 2 months later, they will come out to another strike. Just like what they are doing, they are doing in Ladepo. We all know this from Ladepo. Environmental protection, they lock that place every time the government needs huge amount of money. They come to promised land. They lock it up. The market union will rally around, contribute millions of dollars. It didn't start today. Even in terms of Obasanjo, that it had been like that. They lock out that place, it anything. They lock out the place. They pay millions of dollars to open it up. After a year again, they will come back and lock it again. So if you send in the labor union and TC are doing it, whenever they don't have money, they will call for protest. The government will settle them. If what they are doing, like Lagos State government, if they don't have money, they will call for Ladipo or Alaba, any major market, just boom. They forgot one thing. If Ladipo is being closed, it affects anybody. Yeah, it might affect the traders in there. Not only people that sell that place. Other people say, if not only people that, they may be major, but not only people that sell market in Ladipo market. And whenever I lock out that place, everybody is being affected. Everybody drive car. Taizí man that his car broke down won't be able to get a part to repair that car instantly. And it affects everybody, both traders, so motorists, so everybody, affect everybody. So people thinking that when you close the market, it's only the people that own the shop that you affect. They don't know that if you close the market, you affect everybody. Everybody come there to bypass. Even government workers come there to bypass. Even governors office, they come there to bypass. By the time you close that place up, everybody will start going to another Rogo or where they say pass again to go and get. But someone Shodi, Mushi will travel 2 hours to go and get parts. And before he comes back, your motor will be stuck there. He won't be able to get the pass. It affects everybody. So let us, if I'm to take government, let's not to think that closing any place is a major thing. If you want to move them, they should move them to that place is dairy. That place, I've been that place many times. That place is not good for trade. You can move them to a new location where it's good for trading than doing that. They are doing all that they are doing every time, every day, every month, so that's my own stuff. Right. I don't see like Nigerians so no better.
All right, thank you.
Sure, just 30 seconds, please.
Are you leaving?
I want to say something 30 seconds just for this what he said about Alaba market.
You are the next after Mazio. Just after Mazi, you're next.
Yeah, okay then. Okay.
Yeah, just don't worry, we'll come to you. Mazi Prince from California.
I think Harry can take my position.
Okay, so
we can take one.
Yeah. Harry, go ahead. You got 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mazi. What I want to say about Alaba market, I know I went to Alaba market several times. I go to Nigeria there. It's too dirty. And the government, before the government to shut them off, he told them before they give them notice they should clean, and they refuse to clean.
Ladipo, not Alaba, Ladipo market.
Ladipo, sorry to say, sorry. The governor gave them notice to clean, but they refuse to do it. Nigerians are so sometimes they don't follow the law. That is the problem Nigeria have. They are too dirty. Go to UK now. No. Go to UK. Go to where Nigerians stay in UK. Go and see them the way they live there. It's a second Lagos, mostly London.
Why are we getting attacked? Sorry, where do you people visit when you come to the UK? Where do you go? Who do
in
you
London? Central London.
Sorry,
they got the baker.
I'm surprised.
Sure. I don't go Manchester. I don't go London. Too dirty for my liking. Too dirty. Now second Lagos now. So let's
Show na big man. Show this. They live for big man area, so you know the city.
Okay, maybe
I lived in
that's
London
why
for about 16 years. Carry on. Don't let me interrupt you. Carry on.
show wants support there. You know the fact that I don't show just wants make them not go get heart attack. Meanwhile, you see, Nigeria, they need hot hand. Nigeria don't follow law. Somebody look at the politicians, look at the leaders. They are so lawless. A country where there's law and there's a law, but nobody follow the law. It's going to be a lawless country. Look at the judiciary who's supposed to pass the law, corrupt. Someone will come out in the national TV that he ringed this election. And the judiciary know this. We can ring election. What did they do? Nothing. People boast in national TV how snatch it, run, grab it, do this, it becomes your president. And because your president, it's not finished there. They have forgery, a lot of crime going on. It still be your president. And we still have this so-called judiciary who put on this their mob in their head. All these judges who put mob in their head. They saw these things. They could not do something to save that country. They thought if they're doing it, it's going to favor them because they have too much selfish interest. When the country explodes, it's going to affect all of them there. What are we going to celebrate? Like what Igbo Basis was saying, those days he's just talking history. Those days it's forgone. We are talking of what are they going to celebrate now? Nothing to celebrate about. Look at Indonesia. How would Mr. O'Shea show? How would is Arab Emirates? How would Dubai? How old is Dubai? Show? How old is Dubai, please? How old is Dubai?
Very young. Very young. Why?
I'm
okay.
1978.
Yeah. We remember Dubai was a desert. We know how much.
Yeah, 78.
Yeah. Then look at Nigeria. They cannot even do nothing. So we'll be proud of to say we have 24. Let's say we're going to celebrate this year of 24 hours electricity. I will say, okay, let's celebrate independence. Nothing to celebrate about. Every day I think about Nigeria, I'm pissed off because I want that country to progress. But look here, I can stay in my garden I can sleep in my garden backyard. I'll sleep there. Nobody come and attack me there.
All right, Henry, 30 seconds.
Yeah, if you have any topic, I will come back again. But meanwhile,
let me ask Henry something.
Please.
Henry, you talk about sometimes when we talk, we mention something that Ladipo is too dairy. All right, I told you that it's dairy, but my problem is this. All right, if I'm shutting you down because you are dairy, I want to open it until I make that place clean. That's because I'm shutting it down because it's dairy.
But that's why
open that place. That's
why they shut it now because they told them
not
before.
When I shut it down. This is not the first, not the second.
But this one
they
will
tell
show
how
now.
much the market union contributes to give to the government. All right.
This is what I'm saying.
Before they open it, you'll be amazed.
Nigeria
you'll be amazed how much they're going to contribute. All right. If I shut you down, here is dairy. We all know how Western operates.
Some of you like you will come out now, bring it.
No, Henry, I don't tell you. I told that place is dairy. If I have a restaurant here, the environmental people come and shut me down until I get it clean and get it working in a quality condition. They won't open it. I get this done. All right. You don't want my money.
So let me finish, please. Give me just.
Okay. Yeah. So
direct you, but the direction. Sometimes we listen.
What I'm saying, the government giving notice say people should clean. They should clean this market. Nigerians are so deaf sometimes. Go to government offices, so dirty. Go to immigration, dirty. Go to hospital, dirty. They cannot even clean. We're talking from Ladipo. Ladipo is a dirty place. We know that all these areas, they are dirty. But when they tell you to clean, why not use your own initiative? So this place is dirty. Are they blind? They don't see it's dirty. That's why sometimes people don't like military. But military say the time Diaspora was there, every Saturday people do environmental. People clean. Because Nigerians are so stubborn and deaf.
All right.
Thank you.
All right.
So let government lock it up until they get it clean.
Thank you for
Don't
that.
collecting money. That's my problem. Don't collect money and leave it open.
Some of you
Okay,
come
all right.
tribalists in Emig and Locam. Some of
No. Not only I said, not only see, let them lock it up and get them clean this place. Not to collect money and open it again.
Let's move the conversation forward. I agree. I mean, I think both of you are quite right. There's enough blame to go around. The people trading in the market and the government as well. Because, you know, when you compare it to Germany or US or wherever you live, human beings are human beings. Yes, the people in the West might be slightly cleaner because over time it becomes a habit. You see, so, but if you leave the people in the West as well, without consequences, over time they will be as bad as we're in Africa or Nigeria.
Now you're talking.
So I believe
have a law
that
there.
if the laws are enforced, people will have no choice but to abide by it. That's where I stand. So there's enough blame to go around the people in the market and the government as well. If what Uzo is saying is right, that, you know, whenever they're broke, they go there, collect money, short it. The people would see it as a joke. Okay, they're here again. We just have to give them money, and they would disappear.
That's corruption.
I mean, even hospitals in the UK, where it's meant to be the cleanest, some of the cleanest places, you see that there are cleaners there 24/7, cleaning up after people. People drop stuff in the hospital. They work, you know. So if there are no cleaners, if it's not enforced, it will become an issue. But anyway, let's go to Righteous Man. I see you in the background. I brought you on, but I think maybe your connection, you dropped off. I'll bring you on again as soon as I have. Oh, KJ's camera is off. And to the gentleman who I brought on about 10 minutes ago, and I took you backstage immediately. I can't remember your name. The reason why I took you backstage is because you were laying on your bed. And one of the few rules we have on this platform is to join the platform, you must be appropriately dressed. You can't be laying down. You cannot be eating and all of that. So the minute you're no longer on your bed laying down, you can sit down on your bed. As long as you're sitting up straight, I'll bring you back on. So it's not intentional. There's nothing personal about not, you know, bringing you on stage. If you're still listening to us, we'd like to hear your view. Prince Mazi. So we're still.
Please, my network has been on and off, and I've been here for 3 hours now. Nothing. Please. My network is bad.
Righteous go on.
Righteous Man, please go ahead. Since you're joining from Nigeria, your Airtel done the fumble, and we did praise them last week. Now we jinx.
Yeah, the moment I advertised the network I'm using, I don't know whether they are flagging me. I don't know. It shocked me. This is Nigeria. It shocked me. I don't know whether those who collected the number or whatever, they went to sabotage me. I don't know. I've never had it this terrible. Oh, it's oh, come on. So we are talking about 63 years of Nigeria existence as a nation. Let me remind us that I always make this statement. If Nigeria had been good, so many of you that are in overseas wouldn't have traveled. You traveled, you left Nigeria because you lost hope. And you saw that nothing was actually coming to favor you. So you took a ride for a greener pasture and for a better life. I'm not blaming you. I did it, but I thought it was just for a moment so that I can come back to invest. But however, I'm facing the consequences as I'm talking to you, and I wouldn't ask any of you to come back to Nigeria now for any reason. Even if you are cleaning gutters there, please do clean your gutters and earn your living than to come down here. All I brought from Germany to Nigeria within the gap of 7 years, crushed. And the best experience in life is what you as an individual have encountered. It is not my wish that any Nigerian that have escaped Nigeria for now should return back here. Don't do that. Don't do that. It's not going to favor you. Even as a politician, the people are looking for a way to make sure that you pay for your sins. Right now, as we are celebrating 63 years, if that happens to be the birthday of my elder brother, he was born October 1st, 1960.
Congratulations.
So, yeah, that's my eldest brother. So I've called him and asked him, what's up, guy? this is your birthday, and the story is not something I should share here. Well, Nigeria at 63 is the most insecure country in West Africa. I hope you have seen the indices that have been released yesterday. I don't know whether any of you saw it. Nigeria is ranked #1 in West Africa as the most insecure nation. Not Niger, not Mali, not Ghana, not Togo. Nigeria is #1 as the most insecure country in West Africa. Then #3 in Africa and #6 in the whole world. Nigeria is ranked #6 as the most insecure country. Then, within these 63 years of existence of Nigeria, there have been a civil war that have not been resolved up to today. Because one of the ways of resolving a civil war, I was talking to my friend some times ago, I said, the whole world fought Germany, and within the period of the end of the Second World War, go to Germany today. And those of you that are in Germany, you will know that there is no European nation more unique, more developed.
I'm Germany.
More than Germany. I am telling you, that's known. Because that's a country I was in before I came back to Nigeria. You wouldn't even believe that the whole world fought that country. Okay, look at the USA. Some of you are in US. USA, during their own time, they had civil war. But it does not reflect in their everyday life. You won't even remember, unless you're a student of history, to know that America had a civil war. An American is an American. But here in Nigeria, it's not the same. The effect of the civil war, the hatred, look, you may agree with me, you disagree with me, but it is say your opinion or have your say, as Rudolph titles it.
I agree with him. The landmark, the sign is still there.
They've attacked him again.
The hatred is still there. After the civil war, it's still there.
They've attacked him again. And I was the one that came online to ask him for his network name. Sorry, righteous man. Forgive my unrighteousness.
Giant of Africa, they cannot even go to get their own satellite.
So pretty much for me, let me stand on pretty much what everybody have said. I promise myself that I will not get worked up because of Nigerian problem. And yeah, I will stand by it, and then other topics I will contribute more.
All right. Yep, that's fine. Absolutely fine. So on this particular topic, we'll hear from Nathaniel, who I believe is joining from France, if I remember very well. So we'll hear from Nathaniel. I think, Dan, you've spoken on the topic, so there's no point laboring this issue. It's still Nigeria that we're going to discuss, obviously, but with regards to 63, what do you think? Has Nigeria progressed? How would you score Nigeria? Nathaniel, you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Shu, and I greet every one of you. I will say congratulations to my brother Ovie and my brother there, brother Paul, for Nigeria's 63 years birthday. But I want to remind us, because if that is where we are thinking we begin, that is where the confusion, the problems that we are facing, that is where it got started. Because you cannot tell a Yoruba man that his existence has been 60 years, or Igbo man, or Benin man like me. Our existence has not been 16 years. So the reason why we kept repeating the same failures of these prodigal criminals who we don't know their fathers, that are running the political system in Nigeria. As long as we keep giving that narrative that Nigeria began with like this, is going to always be failure. Let us go back, because those of us that also believe in the Bible, any man that does not know where he's coming from, he will not know where he's going. And the confusion we are in today is like we don't want to go back to see who we were before this amalgamation, before Nigeria was born. So we are not 60 years, and I have nothing to celebrate about it. Because if I have to celebrate at all, when I was little, in the Shagari time, I think I had opportunity to be in the primary school where we have they were giving us a free pencil, free
education,
chalk,
everything. We eat
education.
food. Yes, free
Yeah,
food.
free food. Mostly when we want to go to vacation, they will always make party and so on. So I enjoyed that when I was in primary school. And if Shagari was considered as a corrupt politician, and Buhari took him out with a coup, and the same Buhari, they brought him back again to rule Nigeria, and unfortunately, he put Nigeria into the grave. And Mr. Tinubu cannot do anything about that. No matter how we try to twist it, we try this, that. Nigeria is in the grave, and nobody should celebrate. Rather, we should mourn. We should mourn and think of what we can do. And maybe I will just bring our mind back to Professor Mulumba, PLO Mulumba, and we should go and look at his videos, because the solution should not only depend on we talk about these political criminals and the failures, what we can do on our own. And I was telling Mama HO the other time, HO, that you people in America, it is time you people should start doing everything within your power to cry to these our brothers who are in the parliament in the US to look into our situation. Because the bottom line is that that same nation you people are enjoying, the greatest problem we have is coming from America. I work in the oil industry. There's a game that is going on there. We don't even own our oil. It is owned by them. It is owned by Britain. I spent 5 years there. So the gamble there, that is what brought Buhari back to power. If you people follow politics well. And even if our gas is missing and oil is missing and so on. But I want to bring something back to our mind. That there is a part, Buhari and even Mr. Tinubu, there is a secret agreement they had about what is happening in Nigeria today. Not the stealing of our crude oil, about terrorism. And if you people are not serious about this, because they can steal our money, steal anything. They have been stealing right from time, but Nigeria still exists. Our people exist. They can go to their farm, go to school, and manage their life. But about terrorism, what they are in with the Western world is to take our villages and take our towns and take our places that we that are out of the country, we might never return back home. So you people, we should try to be very, very careful when we are analyzing the facts about Nigeria. Terrorism is not welcome anywhere. And any nation that is suffering terrorism, the French people said, au revoir. It is very, very serious. So when we are talking about Tinubu certificate, education, and the rest, what is much, much serious is about terrorism. These guys are involved.
Okay.
These guys are very, very, very dangerous.
Nathaniel, I don't want to interrupt you, but are you in France?
Yes,
yes, I'm in France. Yes, I'm in France.
And you were there, and that man came to France. You guys didn't chase him out.
He came to US now. Did you chase him?
US is a United Nation. He didn't move around now.
You chase that in US. I want to chase that in France.
Nathaniel, if you round up in 30 seconds, please, so we can move on to Righteous Man before he leaves. I can see you're waving. Welcome to your Righteous Man.
About where Mr. Tinubu is, where he is a hidden thing, because we know the gamble. There is a cover up here. This place I am is not exempted. There is a cover up here, because what we don't know, these people were brought to power by these nations we are. The leaders of these nations. They are the one that put them there.
My
that
brother,
is why the US.
My brother Nathaniel, please, I'm one of those who don't believe that our problem is caused by anybody. Nigerians are wicked. We
will come to you, Dan. Don't worry. This will lead to back and forth. All right, Nathaniel.
Thank you, my brother. Nigerians are wicked themselves.
Please.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, if we can correct this, it is me and you that we correct it. Because if we leave it for them, it will be over, because we are at risk, very, very serious one. Because in Zamfara right now, there is a plane that is coming to Zamfara, and they will come down with something, and they will take something away. And the Minister of Defense is that Zamfara governor who has been selling our gold somewhere. And there is an airport, invisible airport, that is visible now, that is in Zamfara. So the game that is up, every one of us should fight to take our land first. Because if we leave it for these criminals, it is over. It is over. So we should do something about that. We should not messy it when we are talking about them. We should take them to down. If we're able to bring them down, we bring them down so that we can get our place and get our villages back for ourselves.
Just a quick request to everyone listening. Please like the broadcast. Click on the thumbs up. If you've done it once, don't do it the second time, because if you do it the second time, you'll cancel the one you've done. So for those who have not liked the broadcast, please click on the like button. It's the least you can do for the channel. Just click on like. Doesn't cost a penny extra, doesn't cost a kobo extra, still the same data. What it will do, it will just recommend this video to other people, So let's do that for Rudolph, and let's do it for Nigeria, because it's nice, for people to hear diverse opinions, what we think of Nigeria, the solutions we're preferring, and also for people to know that, there are other people, even in the West, that are complaining and, as they say, whining and moaning and crying, as they like to say, that they are not alone. There are people in the West who are, feeling the brunt as well. Righteous man, quickly, it looks like you want to sign off. You were waving your hand.
No. I'm not waving my hand because I want to sign off. The network keep coming and keep going. Since the day I gave you guys the network I'm using, I don't know what happened. I hope nobody have sabotaged me so that I will not be part of a Rudolph program. Because this is everybody that is there is a Nigerian. The blood of Nigeria runs into your veins. So, but I know you are good guys. But I hope you are not doing me bad. Please, I'm begging you.
I don't think so.
Okay. So you see,
in 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, this platform, Ovie, do make some statements that when you sit down and think about it, or think of it, you will know that the points are very cogent. Just like my young man here that is wearing, is it long sleeve blue or whatever, and the CM. You see, the problem of Nigeria can be solved from abroad. It has to be solved internally here. It has to be solved internally here. There was a prelude that this Dr. Rudolph played before, he started introducing the topic of the day, where the woman was saying that we need revolution, that either we protest or the Bible said the righteous, the violent takes it by force. The issue of Nigeria, we that are home here, look, the life is like living in hell. If there is any human being that have gone to hell before and come back, we will explain to you the life in Nigeria today. As I'm talking to you, it is the grace of God for a Nigerian that is not a thief to tell you that he or she is able to put a bag of rice in his house. I'm telling you, a bag of rice is 55,000 as at yesterday. Can I shock you? The Gambian money, Gambian is less than 2.5 million people. It's less than Alimosho local government in Lagos State. Because Alimosho local government is the most populous state in local government in Nigeria, with a population about 3.5 million. And Gambia is less than 2.something million. As I'm talking to you today, the currency of Gambia is higher than that of Nigeria. Gambia, that is not manufacturing anything. Their currency is higher than Naira. And so we are left with nothing to bargain of. The terrorism the brother highlighted during his speech. Yeah, he made a very profound speech. look at how from Zamfara, 35 university students were kidnapped. The same thing that happened during Jonathan regime, where Chibok girls were kidnapped. Those Chibok girls have not been rescued up to date. And we are having another 34 being kidnapped. As I'm talking to you now, every street in Lagos, you employ security, you put gates, because the Nigerian police, the Nigerian military agencies cannot secure you. So the issue of Nigeria is not the issue of trying to sugarcoat it so that people will not get angry. Look, until we get angry, we cannot solve the problem of this country. There's no way of sugarcoating it. No, let's pray. Prayer cannot solve the problem of Nigeria at all. It has gone beyond the issue of prayer. We are dying here and we are crying to you guys in diaspora. You people should, you can start the marching just like this certificate issue. If Nigerians should march to Chicago University, those Nigerians that are living in America should wake up and go to the Chicago University and tell them that, look, we need you people to do the right thing. The judges there to do the right thing, because that is the only ground today the Nigerians have to protest on the street. Is that Chicago University. If it comes out that this man cheated, you will see Nigerians on the street tomorrow. So we need something from the Diaspora to push for the release of the certificate and every details about him, so that we know where we are going to. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, righteous man. I think one thing we can all agree on, regardless of what side of the aisle that you sit at, you are pro APC or you are pro Tinubu or you are pro Buhari or you are Northerner. I think one thing we can all agree on is that this anniversary of Nigeria is a time for reflection. Regardless of who you support, where you sit, it's not a time for celebration. It's a time to reflect, because of course there are good things happening in Nigeria, but there are a lot of news that come out of Nigeria, and I know people will be quick to say, oh, but it happens all over the world and all of that. We are quick to compare the worst, the bad news in Nigeria to the worst situations everywhere in the world, but we are reluctant to compare the good news. That's when we remember that, oh, their GDP is this, their GDP per capita, then everybody becomes an economist. But for instance, there's news that's on.
So please, I'm not interjecting you. What are the good things that are happening here, please? Because I'm in Nigeria.
You can't say it's 100%. See, even if it's 0.01, you can't say.
Yeah, just tell me one. Just tell me the 0.01.
All right. If I tell you, I hope you won't say it's nothing to write home about. So
just say it. I'm done. I'm here.
I'm about to tell you. And
Okay.
I'm not saying, wait now. So, for instance, people can now take train from Lagos to Ibadan. That sounds like standard.
Where? Where?
I said you can take train from Lagos to Ibadan.
That is propaganda. It's not visible. Forget.
No.
Listen. Now, hold on. Can you hold on? Hold on. I am in Nigeria. I'm in Lagos.
You are not the only one who live in Nigeria.
Listen. I go to Osun Mountain. I go to Ibadan. I go to Osun Mountain for prayers. Listen to me. That train will only. What happened between Kaduna and the Abuja train? That train will only function for a period of time. Then you won't hear of it again. Then it's not real.
I know, but while it's functioning, I'm saying.
Okay, righteous man. Wait, excuse me, sure. Righteous man. If it is functioning today, 30th September, just say it is functioning today. Let us hold until it stops functioning.
And I'm not saying we should get drum and clap for them. I'm just saying that it can be 100% negative.
Okay.
That's what I see. If you know me, you know where I stand with the government of the day, and not just this government. Over the years, they've messed us up. I mean, the news that I had today that really broke my heart was of the lady. So there's something in Abuja called One Chance, where kidnappers and thieves.
It's not only in Abuja; it's all over Nigeria. One Chance.
Okay, I thought it was just Abuja, where they would disguise as taxi drivers. They would drive in regular taxi colors. Somebody gets in there, you wave a taxi, you get in, it's either you're kidnapped or you're robbed. So there was a lady, her name is Greatness Oluwa Feromi, which means God loves me. She passed away today, sadly, or was it yesterday? So she got in one of these one chance taxis in Abuja. They robbed her and they pushed her out of a moving vehicle. She was taken to the hospital, one of the major hospitals in Abuja. I'll check the name again.
They
And
refused to treat her. Yeah.
There's a video online of the lady sat there bleeding, and she bled to death because they shut the door of the emergency. They refused to accept her because there's no police report. Now, I know that there was a law that was made in Nigeria that if people are brought to your hospitals, accept them. Contact the nearest police station within 2 hours of accepting the patient. These are trauma patients, and you shut your door because there's no police report. You know, these are some of the things you hear. And see, my biggest issue is with the hospital. But the overarching issue is the government, because you need to come down hard on such hospitals. There's a law
63 years. Free healthcare. Free healthcare, 63 years.
Forget free. See, this lady's family would have paid. Don't shut the door on her because there's no police report. They shut the door.
And we're celebrating 3 years independence
in Abuja today. And this in Abuja, the people who committed this crime will go out tomorrow and do the same. You know why? Because in 2010, now people can see, for me, it's not about Tinubu alone. The Nigeria's problem is bigger than one person. In 2010, Tinubu wasn't president. There was a $470 million contract on Abuja CCTV. We took the loan, about 90% of it, from a Chinese bank. We awarded the contract to a Chinese company. Where are the CCTVs in Abuja to capture the number plate of this taxi? So that's why I said times like this are a time for reflection.
Also, the Musi one chance.
It's a time of reflection, regardless of who you support.
Okay, sure. Let me ask you a question. Tinubu was not in government in 2010. Now, in 2015, Tinubu came on board with President Muhammad Buhari. Why did they not investigate that contract that was given?
Thief, not the investigative now.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. He involves everybody. But before I carry on talking, I'm here to moderate. So before I get kicked out, Dan, we'll come back to you. So from Dan, we'll go to CM.
Sure, you skip me, or it's supposed to be me.
I'm just trying to follow the ways on my screen. I'll go to Dan, then CM, and I'll come to you. I beg no fix, Paul. Don't worry.
Yeah, sorry,
Okay.
Paul. Guys, you know what Mr. Righteous Man is saying? That man is an experienced man, and it's really saying what is truth. But let me tell you, you know, I know your view. Me and you, we are the parties in Nigerian situation. I like your mind, you know. But when somebody asks you, say, give us one thing where Nigeria, they take happy, you mention train. Train for which, that is not, I mean, if you mention something, sorry, make I just learn. I don't want to make verse with you. When you mention something like train, for example, who go enter the train? Poor people. When they enter train, they don't care about that train. They just take and close some people mouth, make them see something to talk about. Nigerians are suffering. No food. This is what people are after. Not train. What in train? You know, I know it's to you or to many people who call them achievement. Say they don't. It's just
no
like
security. No security, nothing.
You know what I mean? Maybe now they just make one kind of small thing now. Say maybe for example, now my dream be that they just say Nigeria go they get 5 hours electricity just to shut some people mouth. We go begin holla. Where there are some countries, in fact, the day when they take life, say you go be like say war one start or waiting they happen. That train where them give for Lagos, how many people they use them? And secondly, it's not the most important thing in Nigeria because it's just in one angle, only one country. You understand? So it doesn't affect so many. I think I say 10% of Nigeria self they not go enter that train for their lifetime. So what we are saying, let me come to my own viewpoint because I did go work. Let me just round up before I leave now. Maybe later when Forefather come late night.
Forefather don't be backstage. I don't see him. It's
yeah,
getting ready. Don't they arrange in shades.
Where would they live? The time when people they sleep, now they go hustle. What you man go do now? So let me just say something. You see Nigeria celebration. I mentioned it before. Nigeria situation today, to be honest with you guys, Nigeria, if you ask me, Nigeria have to be broken into pieces. If na English be that. They break that country into pieces The Yorubas go their side, they can control themselves. The Igbos go their side, they control themselves. The
The
Hausas
Benin,
go their side, they go themselves. The
the
Benin,
Benin,
that's our side. We go,
yeah.
we control our side.
Then the Benue go their side.
Okay, Benue, anyhow.
Calabar go their side.
Don't forget John Abao. He must go.
No, you know why
their side.
is because of that is how we can be able to control and respect ourselves. And a typical Yoruba man will not listen to an Igbo man. A typical Hausa will not listen to a Yoruba man. Maybe the Yoruba man will be Christian, him be Muslim. All these are the trouble of Nigeria. Nigerian problem, they too much. If somebody come to power now, look at Wike in Abuja now. As he come now, he carry gra come there. Anybody will no dance to him too. You use gra finish him, or you do this. These are not the problem of the solution to Nigeria. Nigerian problem, we say, make we go our way. I'm telling you the fact. I'm a person who believe in the unity of Nigeria. But with experience and the way I mean good with Nigerians, my brother, we are not the same. We might just claim sometimes, oh, more party, this we do this, or because if you meet Nigerians correctly with one heart and one love, you will find that Nigerian we are not the same. When it comes to the nitty-gritty of things, we will go in our different ways. And that time, they no one know whether you and be friend before or nothing. Immediately when it comes to where they go share money, you go see say Nigeria go divide. Straight. You go surprised the party where you call your party where you and be friends self. When you reach that level, you go surprised say it go disappoint you. So since we don't know that thing now, all this make we continue, they move together. My brother, it will never work. We will continue, and nobody will save us. Okay, look at P2B where we get hope on to save Nigeria. When he reached in turn, waiting then do am. They say no. Why that Igbo man go enter there? That is the nitty-gritty. Not because they no win. Not because they see it's an Igbo man. Nothing more. Make them like any story where they talk. That was the reason they did not allow P2B, even though say he come with another northern hero in the name of Alaji Dante. They know say those their combination will repair Nigeria. But still, just because an Igbo man be P2B, we go head the affair, they rejected him. So make I just stop there and say goodbye for the moment. I go to listen while I dey for work. All then right. If I have opportunity, I will come again. Una, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dan. Econ Fire. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing your name right. Thank you very much. I can see you're packed. You're following the rules. You're not driving at the minute. Oh, sorry. Oga don't enter. So what I'll do actually, just for Econ to speak. Sorry, we're going to see him now anyway. But Econ Fire, I see you, Maxi. Maxi from. Sometimes you're Maxi, sometimes you're Mazi from Ghana, the great farmer. I see you two, both of you. I'll bring you in as soon as I can. But forefathers, good to see you. I tell them so you arrange your shirt now today. You know, looking all fresh. But CM, it's your turn to.
You can put me backstage so that they
can. Akwachi, let me put you back. I'll bring the gentleman that is driving on so that he can speak to us and carry on his journey. Then I'll bring my
why don't let the forwarder stay backstage? Instead, you're gonna come back and take space.
He brought himself on stage. He has the power to do so. I should let him stay backstage.
But it's not fair now. What is he doing there?
Sure. Is there any? I
need to write a petition against the forwarder.
Yeah, one second. Henry, just 1 second. Sorry, go on. CM, I deal with you.
Yeah, earlier when I saw, where is the noise coming from? Where is the noise? Somebody is not muted.
Somebody's children. Go ahead, please.
The earlier I spoke, Rudolph was asking question about Nigeria 63. What do we think?
Yes.
Is that what is still on? Or
no. So we're trying to move the conversation forward. So if you can, I mean, I'm not sure because I know with you, it's not every topic you're interested in, which is fair enough. I respect that. But you know, Nigerian Labor Congress are saying they are going on an indefinite strike on the 3rd of October. But I think there's been a pushback from the federal government saying that, you know, they'll be breaking the law. I didn't read the full article, but I saw that the federal government are telling them that, you know, that will be going against a court order or something like that. You know, so what's your take? Do you think even if the strike was to happen, do you think it would have the desired effect? Do you think it would bring succor to the people? because what NLC seem to be asking for is like, this fuel price is crazy. You have to look into it. Some quarters are reporting that subsidy is back. I don't think it's officially back. I'm not saying it's not back, but there's no official, the federal government won't own up to it. So what do you think about the strike? Do you think, the people have had enough of NLC, TUC, are not taking them serious?
Put me backstage, I beg. Put me backstage.
Hi,
Yeah, sorry, go on,
where is coming from? Okay. Normally strike, people go on strike to press home a demand, which is in most civilized country, you use strike to protest, write your placard, carry it, so that you call the government to negotiate either for better pay or to to get something that will be quite noble. But to be honest with you, do you know that Nigeria, the way it is now, I can't really say I can't put my finger on the fact that strike may help to solve something or worsen it. I can't. You see, but let me tackle, instead of let me leave the strike whether to go for it or not to go. But if the plan or if the aim of going for this strike is because of the high cost of living we've seen now, occasioned by fuel price increase and all these things. In this thing called petrol, there's one formula I gave. It may not be popular, but somehow, when you are in a war situation, Nigeria is not at war, but I liken it like you are in a war situation. My father told me during the Biafran war, there are things Biafrans don't have. If they lay ambush, they catch a Nigerian soldier. Don't kill him. Take the gun. Keep him alive as prisoner of war. Two Biafran soldiers to one gun. If we catch them with their jeep, you dismantle it, bring the jeep, you use it. They were refining petrol at the backyard. How do they do it? You just like one big pot, use clay just to hold the heat, and you keep heating it with firewood. As it's melting, you may be collecting fuel. So that is so crude, but because they want to survive. I said in Nigeria today, they say there are people in the bush called illegal people refining crude oil. I asked a lawyer, why is it illegal? Because the law did not cover it. What is the law show? Go to those people, bring them. Don't call them, because you are in a war situation, you are in a very precarious situation. This technology you are using is crude. Let us refine it. Maybe because you pollute the atmosphere, or you do it in the Niger Delta, maybe Uroboland or Ijoland or this. We know. But you call them. Instead, at least you have the ingenuity to be doing it in the bush in a crude way. Yet you are refining that petrol and cars are using it. Why not bring these people? Because this is what they call homegrown ingenuity. Because we are in a precarious situation, we are owing, we borrow, we don't do. Why not bring these boys? If that is to solve this petrol issue, you can say anybody, if you want to refine fuel, please go and register with your nearest local government. Let us see how we are going to do it. Rome was not building. So some people that has the technology can come and refine it, put it in a way. Let's not throw away the baby and the bathwater. Now look at, we can't get petrol, even with all the subsidy removal, subsidy not removed, very important. Yet look at the mess. And this thing is in our soil. I once watched a video from South Korea. The lady said they don't have resources. They buy fuel from Nigeria, refine it, and sell back to them. I felt ashamed. I think it was here we watched it. I can't remember what I see. So such things shames me. What is in refining petrol? Look, do you know one thing? And I go back to what I always say, because if I'm in position to do anything in Nigeria, a Nigerian leader will use cotton wool to plug his ear against whatever the foreigners are saying. Even if they're advising you doing all this, as long as you know that your people are hungry and you are feeding them dirty water and they are surviving on it, don't listen to them. Survive first. Because if it is them, that is what they are going to do. That's why George Bush Jr. did not sign the Kyoto Accord. It was Obama that came and signed it. America pulled out. He said, I cannot sign any agreement that will put Americans out of job. In other words, he's not cared about the ozone layer, all this science they are telling us, pollute this, don't pollute this. He's interested that if he does it, it will cut the production capacity of US industries. Therefore, he won't do it. So why can't we think of whatever the West are telling us? We look inwards and say, look, if it's dirty water we can use to survive, let us use it. It is in our own interest. So until we do that, now look at labor going on strike, to be honest with you, I don't think it will solve anything. And if you tell them not to go, I don't think it will also improve anything. That's why I look at it. I'm so, some of us that criticize Nigeria, not that because we don't know, but when you look at certain things that happen, you shed tears. My analysis earlier was why I carpeted Nigeria was, look at the opportunity God gave us. Nobody, the best brains in the world, black, God planted them in Nigeria. The whole resources we need, give us. The best climate, yet. We have ocean, we have desert. If your father should give you all the opportunities in life, and you are still crawling, managing, father will say, I paid bribe to billions to put you in the best school. I left a vast acre of land for you. I make sure I give you everything more than an average youth need. If you now fail, your father will say you disappointed. Forget about whether you are buying a flashy car. Because with opportunity you have, Nigeria should be a country where all African countries are coming in to come and look for daily bread. They look at where we are. So that is the annoying thing, that we are 63 when we are talking of these things. Somebody like me, I'm crying. Because there are things, and I've learned one thing in life. Any leader, Nigerian leader, must first of all plug your ear. Don't listen to the West. Look in West. Whatever formula you can use to survive, please use it. Instead, let them hate you. They hated Gaddafi, but he built Libya. Something like that. The world hated Gaddafi, but he built Libya. Thank you.
Thank you, Sim. Thank you for your submission. Duly noted. Hopefully they have representatives listening to conversations like this that will feed back to them. Hopefully someday they would take heed. So I'll go to Paul, because I know Paul is itching to speak. After Paul, then I'll go to is it Ikonfire, or how do I pronounce your name? The fire part I know
it's Ikonfire.
Ikonfire. I just didn't want to mangle it. I wasn't sure, because as a Yoruba man, I would say Ikonfire, but Ikonfire. All right, we'll come to you and Max in a minute. But Paul, please go ahead.
I think I'll just follow the CM stuff, talking about this refinery thing. You see, Nigerians are known to live in Texas. And when we say Nigerians live in Texas, good percentage of Nigerians live in Houston. Houston is so popular that so many people even argue that Houston is the capital of Texas. But meanwhile, the capital of Texas is Austin. And why is Houston popular? They are popular because of the oil businesses. They have a lot of refineries in Houston, cut across from Houston all the way to Louisiana and the likes, up to Oklahoma. And they make money from refineries. University of Texas, Austin, right now, is richer than Harvard because they make money from oil. They have refineries. If University of Texas, in Nigerian own case, I would say they are in the business of teaching, educating people. They have refineries. They are making money. And Nigeria, that have this oil in their domain, we don't have refineries. Our wish show is from Ondo State, and show cannot afford to eat what we call Ola Ola. They want to eat the real pounded yam, and show have all this pounded yam in his backyard. But guess what? That yam that show have in his backyard, they still going to import pounded yam for show. That is a shame. What kind of country is this? What type of technology? This is not rocket science any longer. It's everywhere. They have refineries in our next door neighbor there in Niger there. There's refineries there. It's so shameful that we are talking about this thing. The price of crude oil is going up. We are not catching out. Remember, it was crude money that make Gowon said, we have a lot of money. Spending it is the problem. Remember IBB time, we make a lot of money because of Gulf War. You understand? The Gulf War issues, Nigeria make a lot of money. That is the 12.3 billion scandal that they level on IBB. We have a lot of money. We have all these things. Right now, the price of crude oil has gone up to $96 per barrel. Instead of us to be cashing out, we are suffering that whenever price go up on the international market, it's going to affect our local content. When we have these products, I don't get it. I don't get it. I went to buy soda the other day. I buy 2 soda and get 3 for free. That is, I mean the pack of 12. So I buy Coke and Fanta. I get 7-Up, Sprite, and Mountain Dew for free. You know how funny it is? Mexican Coke, 1 bottle of Mexican Coke is $2.19. 1 bottle of Mexican Coke. The natural sugarcane, the natural sugarcane that they use is $2. One bottle. I'm talking about I bought 12 for $3 something, and I still bought 2. They say 3 free. Because we understand that the American own is rubbish. And we understand that the Mexican own is very, very good. But in our own case, we have these things. Why are we suffering for what we have? Why will an Ondo man be complaining about Ola? Be complaining about Pandenya when he have yam in his backyard? I can't comprehend it. I can't comprehend why we are going through all these problems. These are not supposed to be problems. Things that we say government is doing. I can tell you, I've never smoked before in my life.
Me too.
I've never smoked in my life. But what I can tell you in Nigeria, the only thing, I just want to support you for a righteous man. The only thing that is cheap in Nigeria is Igbo. It's very, very cheap. Very, very cheap in Nigeria. But still, they will not convert it to business to say, okay, when Showore say, let us invest in this thing so that we can export and make foreign currency. My Christian people, my Muslim people, they criticize everybody. Where is this country going? Do you know somebody's coming out for president say we should invest in weed? But it's cheap there, highly subsidized. Young people who don't have money to buy land, to buy car, to even buy TV, to even get a good phone, they smoke their life over. It's very, very cheap.
Okay.
It's very, very cheap. This is the type of country we are running.
Okay.
We don't get it. And so one thing I will say, when people talk about we don't find a way to help our countries, this is a lie. Good percentage of us, we all live in the West. If we don't have love for that country, many of us send money by the day. We send money home. And one of the money we send home that we don't regret sending it all the time, when they call you uncle school fees. We don't think twice to send those money. It's hard for us to send Ashoebi money, but we send school fees money. We send money whenever they call, uncle, this one is sick. We send money. Still, we don't get the best. I have literally lost good percentage of my friends just because of bad health sector. I've lost so many of my friends. It makes me see myself like I'm so old. That how come at this young age, I've literally lost good percent. Every day they call, this one pie, this one pie, this one pie. It's a shame. It's a shame. They don't eat healthy. They don't do nothing. And we don't get it. This is my take.
All right,
thank you. And have
Henry,
a good morning.
Henry, let me beg your indulgence. Let's go to Fire. Fire is driving. Let's hear from Fire. Then we'll come to Henry. Then I'll quickly come to Maxi. Then go back to Nathaniel. Ambassador RMD, I see you two will come to you at some point. Fire. Sorry, before Fire speaks, I know that Post, you mentioned Ondo State quite a few times. I saw, in the news as well that 25 worshippers were abducted from a CAC church in Ondo State in the last few hours. I mean, when Forefather talks about security, maybe he talks about it a bit too much for a lot of people. But honestly, security in Nigeria needs to be beefed up.
We said it before. We said in one program. We said in this program before. We said we need Nigeria first of all security. Some said no, light first. Come on, man.
Yeah, I think when you put them, when you leave it to people to debate, some people will feel economy or whatever. But honestly, security in Nigeria needs to be beefed up. I mean, you can't just be cutting people away. There's Zamfara girls.
People cannot
Hostel,
invest into
I
security.
think they were able to bring the girls back. That's what I heard. I think almost 24 hours later, they got most of the girls, if not all of them. But the one in Ondo State is, in the last couple of hours, 25 worshippers at the CAC church carted away. We can't have things like that happening. Security has to be beefed up. Tinubu mentioned it when he was at Chatham House. Forefathers would always refer to that. Well, he didn't say it himself, but he passed the question to El Rufai, who said, security has to be beefed up and increase the numbers and all of that. That is something, it's a low-hanging fruit that I think the president of Nigeria needs to go for. But Fire, please, good to have you on the show. Where are you joining us from?
Yeah, I'm Jamaican.
Okay, good to have you. Welcome.
Yeah, and I heard that slight discrimination from Paul. You feel me? Because as soon as he see me, I'm Rasta. Now I never heard Nigerians speak about weed. So that's my take. But I want to say this, right?
Yeah, go on.
I'm here because y'all might say, oh, this not a foreigner. I'm a foreigner and I'm not supposed to talk about Nigerian issues, but forefather don't stay out of our business. So I got to
so,
I can
okay,
talk.
so you know him.
Mhm.
Okay, makes sense now. Go on.
Yeah. Anyway, I am with forefather on the security matter, but I am with my own apparatus of what I see as security.
Okay.
Now you can try to stop robbers, kidnappers, and all that stuff. But my issue is, how do you stop their mind from being that way? So you won't have that problem from the very people that's walking past you every day. You feel me? So why are we trying to deal with the initial problem that we see? Why can't, and it's what I'm talking about is called proactiveness. Why don't we stop them from being that way in the first place? Because all of us is crazy at the same way. Are you Yoruba? You this, you that? I'm Jamaican, Black American. We all crazy in the same way. Don't you see something wrong with that? Like, oh, we different, but we crazy the same way. How is that possible? So that means we all the same. Because yeah, we just differ in goodness, but we crazy the same way. Don't like blackness, don't like our hair, prefer white people over your brother, get all cheese when you see white people, and you frown and scoff and scorn when you see a black person, if he uglier than you or prettier than you. All these things is what we have as an issue, where we don't mind what you'd call putting tire on a black thief, but do nothing to the white thief and the Arab thief. He get away scotch-free. You feel me? But we tire our brother, that we turn into a thief. Because the very thing we support is turning us into monsters. That's Christianity and Islam. And who is controlling our school apparatus, which is the Ministry of Education. We need to, what you call, defend the Ministry of Education with vigorous security. We need a Pan-African Black conscious education system controlled by the Ministry of Education where this education system will go to Muslim, Christian, Fulani, got Yoruba, or all of these different people. The same education system is what turning all of us into idiots. You feel me? Well, I'm talking especially like the Christian part of Africa. You feel me? The Muslim part of Africa, it's the Maghrib or whatever they have, that's what turning those people into black opposers, even though they black. And our Christian school administration is turning us into anti-black people, and we black. Now, how can you prefer Europeans over your own people, but all you see is your own people? That spells chaos. That's why we can't work together. That's why we can't give each other money with trust and know that our mission gonna be handled, and we gonna all go into success together. That's why the diaspora, in the Nigerian diaspora, is worried about sending their money to because we don't have an African patriotism focus. We don't have a black upliftment focus. You feel me? So therefore, we don't mind robbing each other because we just individuals. They turned us all into, even tribal members are robbing each other. Now, how you gonna rob your tribe? Where you gonna take it? Into your tribe? I mean, like, what does it make sense you do these things? What does it make sense you rob Nigeria? Where you gonna take it? Nigeria? It's like we just playing against ourselves daily. Now, me as a Jamaican, we have no power. We are just an island. We waiting on you, the monsters, or the mega monsters, to be monsters to Europe and Arabs that was your enslaver. We all just forgiving, and we all pleasant and nice. We're not saying nothing bad. We never mad. We only mad at black people. We only show our opposition to our black brothers. We only have strength and power against our black brothers. You feel me? We become some tame puppies when it comes to white people and Arabs. You feel me? I don't like that type of stuff. That's what makes us weak, because these people are they tried to Mecca and be treated like Abib, whatever black tribe you is. You feel me? And you, the Christians, these Christians who are in Europe make you suffer, and that's why you have to leave your country. You feel me? You ain't mad. Like, you just want to go be friends with them? You're not mad? That's what I don't like about my African brothers, because y'all choosing the wrong set of people to be mad at. And it has been keeping us enslaved and poor since slavery.
All right.
You feel me?
Thank you very much. That's that's a good one. It's a very good submission, powerful one, which resonates with quite a lot of people. I think if I got anything from what you said,
I'm just really saying that we should be strategic in focusing on how we gonna improve our moral standards.
I hear you.
You feel me? And that's the only way to get our people out of the bush. Because listen, it takes 20 years to change a generation, bro. So if we doing the same thing every day and expecting a different result, that means we lunatics. We are actually mentally ill people.
Right.
So it just takes 20 years to change a generation. Who you think is doing all the damage? The people that got to 17 to to 29. That's all of them. As soon as you pass 30, you're not doing nothing else, nobody physical, anything. You're not doing no physical stuff to nobody anymore. It's between 17 and so if we can capture the education system, like just direct our attention to the Ministry of Education. Put it black. Take all of these white stuff out of it. Put it black. And it will put its tentacles all over Nigeria and affect the generation to come, bro. Because you didn't think that you was gonna run things. We all here are people we all here 50 and under or something. You feel me? Our youth is so fresh in our minds. Our youth is fresh in our minds, and we was like, oh, these big people run, but we are running stuff now. And we have to understand that it's chaos. Our generation is chaotic. So we have to do something about it for the future generation not to be crazy by the time they graduate. So that's how we got to deal with things. And we need to focus on our women a lot more in terms of what they teaching and how they are applying things to these young kids, especially the boys. You feel me? Because we need to be patriots to our land, and we need to be patriots to our skin and our hair.
I hear you.
Okay.
I hear you. Well said. Well said. I appreciate your contribution. It's, like I said, that that resonates with most people, judging by the comment section and the quietness in the panel as well. I'm sure a lot of people agree with with what you say. We know we have a massive battle on our hands because the average Nigerian wants the betterment of the black race, Nigeria, black race in general. But we all know that we're fighting against demons. Most of the political elites across Africa, like forefathers would say, they are the direct lineage of the people who sold their brothers to slavery. The current political elite, most of them are, they're in the clutches of their enslavers. They will do the bidding of the West. They would rather die than see Africa prosper. But everything you've said resonates well. Thank you for your wonderful submission. It'll be nice to have you from time to time on this platform. But have a safe journey. So I know I should go to Matty, but because we begged Henry to give us a second, Henry, we'll come to you now. That's a tough one to follow, but no pressure.
Should I go on?
Yes.
Okay. As this our brother just finished now, what he said, Nigerians should take it into consideration. Should think about it. Till we, as an African, love ourselves. You have to wake up in the morning, check your mirror, love your skin. That's why some of us, we change our hairstyle to become like Chinese hair, to become European hair. We bleach to become white. Whereas they love my skin. I know many my workers, how they love my skin. They want to be like they want to have my skin. Till we stand up, wake up in the morning, tell ourselves we are beautiful. Till our leaders wake up to say they want to change that country. When we say leaders, we don't need to talk about the politicians. We have to start from our home. You see, we are not waiting. Nobody going to come from outside world to come and change that country for you. Nobody. Till we stand up as individuals, as we are speaking, and we are seeing changing our home, electing our people, change will come. But when you say, now these Western people, they make things be like this, then it's not going to work. It's not going to work. You see, we have everything. When somebody come here and say, God, may God help us, I don't like when people use that name, God, every time. God is tired of you people calling him every time. He's tired. He gave you everything. Good land, good climate, strong citizens, strong men and women, brave people to change that country because of the wickedness of this black race, Nigerian government, Nigerian politicians. Have you ever seen any Western country steal money and bring it back to Africa? Have you ever seen that? Any foreign Western countries, they stole money and bring it to Nigeria to invest? No, it's only just this wicked and selfish, satanic heart they have. Some of you will not agree with what I'm saying. Fine. Till you people wake up and love yourself as a human, they will not. That country will never be changed, because these our so-called criminals, politicians, love that country so dear. They will not steal our wealth and take it to the Western country. You see, talk about Zambisa forest. The Western countries still go there with portfolio full of money, meet the bandits, collect their gold, collect their minerals, and go. They take private helicopters, ship their things off. They steal from you people. But Nigerians cannot go to their farm. But this Western country will come there at night, go to pass the bandits there. You people are just jokers here. When you put your blame to Western country, you see, my home in Nigeria, no foreigners, nobody can come in without me allowing that person to come to my house. My dogs will hit you, or someone will shut you down. That's it. How can foreigners come to your land where you say you have a so-called terrorists? They can go in there at night, negotiate with them, and go free. And your so-called military officers and your government cannot even make things work so that people can go to their farm. It's already organized. Till you people love yourself, that country will never change. Because self-hate is the problem we have in that country. Till you wake up in the morning and see and watch your mirror and say you are beautiful. I like my hairstyle. I like my bald hair. I like my afro. I like my dark skin. You will stop bleaching. We spend money. Our guests will be spending money for about 1.something million to buy stretched hair. Is that normal? Think about it. Is that normal? People will come here and start saying, "Hey, don't discriminate." You are discriminating yourself indirectly. Okay. Have you ever seen Western country come and dig their skin to come and be black? Like they'll go to sun to roast their skin. But we should be proud of we have it. Till our government love themselves, they will not steal from us, because they're stealing from us for many years. Some of you will go and celebrate 63 years old Nigeria. Shame on you. Nigerians are crying. Nigerians are hungry. Nigerians are bleeding. Nigerians are bleeding. And some of you will say you love that country so dear, but you will not come out and speak for the truth. May Nigeria sometime they happen to you and your generation, because these so people make us travel from our country to come and stay in Western country here. I love my country so dear that I feel like I wish the country was good when I was growing up, because Nigeria was good then when I was growing up. I got free education. I came to Western country late. In my 30s, I came to a Western country. I didn't want to come before, but things were getting worse as I came. But if they want that country to be better, why they cannot stop stealing from us? They steal our resources. Self-hate. They hate us so much. Our leaders hate us so much. That's okay. If you love your children, will you steal from your children? If none of you here watching me right now, if you love your children, your family, will you steal from your family? I don't think so.
Round off in 30 seconds, please.
Okay. Till we stop hating ourselves. Till our leaders stop hating themselves. Till you say you are beautiful. Till you say you are human. Till you say you are an African. You will not. That country will not be progressing. Stop this your so-called spending millions to buy hair for yourself to look beautiful. You are already beautiful. Stop bleaching. Love yourself. Self-hate is the problem we have ourselves. Our leaders hate us so much. They don't want us to grow. They don't want our country to develop. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Henry. I'm going to go to Maxi from Ghana. I know we've kept you waiting for so long. I'm really sorry.
Sure, put me on backstage. I want to try something. Put me on backstage, please. Thank you.
All right. I'll go to Maxi. I'll skip straight away to Ambassador RMD. We'll go to Tone and Chim, who have not spoken. Then we can circle back. Forefathers, please, anytime. If there's anything that you really want to say, I know you've spoken. Don't worry. I can see you.
Put me on backstage, please. Just 2 minutes.
All right, no problem, no problem. I just want, it would be nice to hear from the guys who have not spoken at all. Forefathers, please, at any point, if there's anything you want to say, please, you know how it works.
Yeah, thank you, this in show for having me. Greetings to everyone on the panel and the chat. Please subscribe to the sister channel, Erisco Foods TV. It's a backup channel to this channel, and we have 405 people watching. Please go and subscribe, and we need at least 10 people to move over so that we can carry on conversation. Because so far we've got 254 subscribers on that channel, which means we have 412 people that can easily shoot past this in the 10. Because now and again we need to be increasing it, because sooner or later we need to. I think it started increasing slowly now. One person has gone to subscribe so far. We need 10. So it is it's now 255. We just need to get to 265. That's all. It's not exactly a lot.
So so guys, if you are wondering, the channel that Forefather is talking about, this channel belongs to Rudolph Okonkwo. It's it's a backup channel to Dr. Damages. It doesn't belong to me. It doesn't belong to Forefathers. It's just a backup channel in case anything happens to this channel we're speaking on or discussing on. We have somewhere we can all meet and carry on in the future. So that's what it's about. So please support the channel as much as you support this. Thank you.
Yeah, it's 257 now. That's 2 people gone over now. Let's see. 8. And I also promoted the 2 Nigeria channel, which is the one I normally host. Rudolph is very much aware of that too. So I'm a friendly channel, and I stream to this channel from my channel too. As you can see, I tend to talk to people in the diaspora, Jamaicans, East Africans, South Africans. We have all kinds of interesting conversations out there. So we are trying to create a network of all the African groups around the world, including on the continent and outside the continent. That's okay. Let me see. 59. Seriously, 400 people watching. You see our people? What is this now? This is what am I going to do? Our people, 400 of us are watching, and it's only 259. The only 10 people are asked to this thing. It's only 4 that has done that. I don't know. Are we watching it on TV or something? Or I don't understand. Okay, let me post the link again. Maybe that will make it a bit easier. Let me post the link again. That should help.
So that's the link.
Yeah. Okay, 260 now. Just 5 more. This channel has got 70,000. Over 70,000 subscribers. It should be easy to move them over. But our people, when they subscribe, when they don't want to move again, they need to try to move this thing a bit faster. Because I've been on channels where there was somebody, a Nigerian channel, he will stop. And he will get more than 100 people to move.
I've been there too.
And they will.
I've witnessed it.
You've seen it now? Exactly. But this channel, I don't understand. Maybe because the damage is so nice and they just feel like 10 people is so much to ask. Come on, man. Let's do something. You've seen it now. Okay, that is now up to this thing. I'll come back with 2 Nigerians one later on so that you guys can carry on your conversation. Thank you, Nigerians. We have accomplished something today. 10 people have subscribed to that channel. Thank you, and Dr. Damages will be grateful. All right, sorry for the interruption. This is panelists. I know that some people wanted to have their say. Okay, please go ahead. Whoever was due to speak next.
Maxi.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Show.
It's a pleasure.
To Niger. Your glass there. Your glasses there. It'll be too much. Good evening to everybody. CM, good evening to you. And may God bless all of you. And thank God for you having me here. Everybody, CM, good evening to you. And may God bless all of you. I can hear myself back from the back. Okay.
I tried to
come in earlier, but I had some meetings to attend. As you can see, Mr. Shu, there is quite a lot of islands, breeze going on here. So forgive me if you are hearing, if I'm being disturbed a little because of the air. Nigeria is 63 years old. By October 1st, 2023. I am not telling Nigeria to begin to explore the space. That was the country I served for 18 years. In the 80s, there were constant electricity supply. 70s, late 70s, same thing. The Nigerian currency was the envy of every other currency in the world as at that time. Petroleum products were sold, refined, and sold easily. People were okay as at that time. Food security. I do not know how many times my mom went to the market to buy rice. We were eating from a Bakaliki rice. As at that time, CM will bear me witness about this. We were Bakaliki rice. I don't know how it get to this, this situation right now. All of us are complaining here. Most of us, I'm in Africa, I'm in Ghana. Most of us that are here are living abroad. If Nigeria was to be good, or was good anyway, I don't think people will have the zeal to leave that country for any other place in the world. Considering the kind of treatments our people are going through in most of these places. I wanted to speak to my brother that spoke. I come from Jamaica. During our time when we were, within the corridors of power during the military regime, after so many jobs, strenuous jobs, and so on and so forth, people were selected to go on vacation. We were 5 of us that chose to go to the Caribbean. I went to Cuba. Cuba is not an English-speaking country, it's a Spanish country. I went to Trinidad. I went to Barbados. I went to Jamaica. I was refused entry in Jamaica. In an airport, they have 2 airports there, Kingston and Montego Bay. With 3,500 BTA, basic traveling allowance, one officer, Ellen, refused us entry in Jamaica after seeing the Nigerian passport. He was a black man, just like me. There is no difference between Officer Allen and myself. In fact, we reported to the Nigerian authorities. They returned us to Cuba. In Cuba, that was where Nigeria has their embassy there. That is a story for another day.
Sorry, Max, if you don't mind, on what grounds were you refused entry into Jamaica?
They didn't just want us to go in at all.
Wow, that's strange, but
Officer Allen in Montego Bay International Airport.
That's crazy.
In Jamaica. So if my brother was complaining about how Africans are treating themselves, I'm not saying that Jamaicans are bad. No, that's not what I'm saying. I also go through that same wickedness that we are complaining today of the white people as well in Jamaica, which is predominantly a black nation.
Yeah, but remember, he said we're all crazy in the same way. He didn't exonerate Jamaica. He said once you're black, that was his position. That once you're, there's something that once you're black, we're all crazy the same way. He did mention that just to.
Yes, if it were a white man, I wouldn't have any problem. But that was the same person that shared the same color as I have. So that brings me back home. Nigerians don't need anything much from their government. I had a guy that is into IT in Ghana here, in Accra. I met him when I went to go and service my computer. I was directed to go to the guy. When I got there, in fact, I discovered that he was a Nigerian and from Edo State. I asked him, why are you here? Ghana is not good that way. So why are you here? He said, there is something I benefit from living in Ghana. That is electricity, number one. Electricity and water. This is what my brother told me. He said, if Nigeria will be able to provide 24-hour electricity in Nigeria, Ghana will be nowhere for Nigerians to come in. I tell you the truth. I tell you the truth. Our economy is not even good. We owe so much. And I'm not here to tell you that Ghana is good. It's not uhuru for us. We are suffering as well. Our inflation is over 40%. That is what we are going through here too. And I will specifically blame whatever any other African country is going through in the continent of Africa in the hands of Nigeria. Because I believe that Nigeria holds the key. But a country that cannot provide their people electricity, as common as electricity, pipe-borne water, good roads, good hospitals, you will get admission into any of the tertiary institutions today. You know the day you are going to get the admission, but you don't know when you are going to graduate. These are problems that are facing Nigeria. They don't need anything. Give them security, give them electricity, give them all the social amenities that is available in other climes. You will see what Nigeria, whether you steal billions, they will not care. As long as you create an enabling environment for them to operate. You see this shout that we are shouting here all the time. You see this shout it will stop. Those in diaspora, you have nothing to do when it comes to Nigeria. No, you are not there. You are not there. You send money, you remit money to your people in order to, for them to survive. You send money to them for them to survive. It is not your responsibility to send money to people at home to survive. It is the responsibility of the government to do that. And when they fail, the responsibilities are channeled onto you. You work 2 jobs in a day, you send all the monies back home in order to feed them. What is the government doing there? Do they supposed to be there? They don't, for me, in my own opinion, they don't. Because they have lost. They have lost anything, reasonable. They have lost every sense of responsibility. They owe Nigerians a lot. And one thing that baffles me is that these politicians have perfected impunity in that country. To an extent, when there is an election, you can just, presume who will win the election. Just like the Imo State, as we are talking right now. That man is already there. He is already won. He's a governor. He's a governor already. A system that will make you not to hold your leaders accountable. A system that will make you that even if you want to change them, you cannot change them. It's what they give to you, that is what you will accept. That is the problem of that country. You have no say when they are being elected. You will march out there to go and vote. They will select whosoever that wants to lead them. How do you think that these people will look at you as human beings? That is why today, almost half of the population of Nigerians are below poverty level. And I will continue to say this, Mr. Shu, before I round up. Because I don't want to go into the labor union, because the labor union too, they are NLC, they are problem on their own too. They are problem on their own. When the leaders, the corrupt politicians, has perfected a system that will keep their people on the ground, leaving them at the mercy of these same politicians, that country will not move forward. There is nobody that is going to. And the Nigerians, I'll tell you today, you have to prepare, fasten your seat belts, because more hardship is going to come into that country. And that is what I see. If a country for 63 years cannot do the right things, I don't foresee anything beneficial coming to, the Nigerian people.
All right. Thank you.
I will leave it here. And may God bless you for having me.
I hear your submission. I'm going to come next to AMB, RMD, or Ambassador RMD. But I think, based on what you said, that, Nigerians don't need much. They need roads, electricity, security, hospitals, schools, and all the, the basic amenities, as most people would, consider these things. I've come to the conclusion that it's deliberate that these things are not there. Because if they're not there, you're every day you're trying to survive. See, because the minute those things are available, it only takes about maybe 4 or 5 election cycles of good governance, providing the people with these things. Imagine a Nigeria that is functional with good roads, good education, good hospitals, and all of these things. And I'm not saying give to people for free, but these are, these things are available. Can you imagine a governor running for office? And I'm sure for that you've seen this, and it probably made you go crazy. A governor campaigning, telling his people that I'm going to secure jobs for you in Canada and in Europe. 4,000 of you from Imo State. The minute we come back for second term, these 4,000 jobs are there for you in Canada and Europe. I would pay for your flight, sending the best brains voluntarily out of your own state. The plan is to get rid of the people who are somewhat smart, that would question them. So they would intentionally deprive the people of these things, education and all these things that we think are basic. It's intentional. Because the minute you have it, nobody can come to you and say, we'll send you to Canada. You'll be asking questions. Canada for what? Why can't you provide me a job? So all these things that we think is deliberate. The minute, the day we realize that, the day we start to ask them the right questions. But AMB RMD, is it Ambassador RMD? Some people in
backstage.
Okay. AMB. Sorry, Natalia, what did you say? You want to go back to backstage? Just 1 minute. Okay. Have 1 minute, go back to backstage. I want to see Lexi. Lexi is looking dapper. He needs to come on stage and speak to us. The way he's looking, I think it's off to a wedding. Nathaniel, go ahead. 1 minute.
Okay. Concerning the labor
backstage,
let the people the labor union cannot be trusted. Let say, when I was in that union cannot be trusted. Everything that is happening, it is wrong that this company.
Sorry, can you fix the echo? There is echo going on. Is it possible to fix it? What's going on?
It's sorted. I've muted the guys.
It's okay now.
Yeah, go on, Nathaniel. 1 minute, yes, please.
Okay. The labor union or the Nigerians, let them come together and ask at least for one thing. For example, the refinery. If the labor union will come out and say, we need refinery. When I was in Focado's terminal, that is where we export crude oil. Everything that is being practiced there is run by foreigners, and our people that are there, they are just subject to the decisions of these companies. And like the electricity we were using there, this gas flaring was compressed. The company compressed that gas flaring into a turbine, and that is what we're using. And we have 24/7 electricity. So the Nigerian government or the Nigerian leaders, they cannot even have a conversation with these same companies that is running their affair to do the same for Nigeria. Why Nigeria will pay with the same crude oil they are giving to them? So Nigerian leaders are in captivity, and they don't want to let Nigerians know, just like Tinubu is today. So if through the labor union, for example, they said they want a refinery, all of them should come out, because it's just to connect the pipe down to our refineries, and broken down our refineries is intentional, so that there will be no job. And without no refinery refining our crude oil, there will be never economy. If anybody tells you that they will bring petroleum from anywhere to run the Nigerian economy, it's a lie. These leaders are in captivity, and the Nigerian people should know what they want. If they said that refinery should be repaired, it should be repaired without any other instruction from any person. They should focus on that, and they will get it done. That is what I see there. Thank you very much. I go to backstage.
Mr. Sho, please put me backstage so that I will, give room for other people to come. Thank you so much, for having me in this platform.
Well, thank you, everyone, and good evening.
Sorry, AMB RMD. Sorry, I've been muted. So is it good to have you on the show? Is it Ambassador RMD?
Yes, Ambassador.
Ambassador. See, I told the comment section that you're an ambassador. They said you're Ambody. I said, no, it's not Ambody, it's Ambassador. But good to have you. Where are you joining us from?
Yeah, I'm joining you from the United Kingdom, from Wales, United Kingdom.
Wales. Oh, okay. How are the sheep?
Good evening, everyone. I want to commend
is it just me, or is it the audio very low? The mic is quite low. Maybe if you hold it closer to your mouth.
Can you hear me now?
It's still somewhat low.
Is it clear now?
Yeah, it's good. Is it loud enough, guys? Or
yeah, we can hear him. It's a bit low, but we can hear him.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go on. Carry on.
Good. I want to commend everyone who has spoken. You guys spoke very well about the issue bordering our dear nation. However, we all know the problems. And I come from the school of thought that discussing problems will not solve the issue. Since we already know the problems, we'll look at solutions. I will begin to maybe touch on some of the few things Nathaniel, Maxi, Henry talked about, which are very important. To begin with, I'll begin with what Ikan said about security. Of course, every nation that will progress needs security. Without security, there is no progress, there is no development in whatever sense, in whatever ramification. And the issue bordering Nigeria today that has become a bottleneck is insecurity. And to addressing that, I come from the civil society organization. I have been in an interface between the people and the government. And I can tell better. I want to put it on authority that the Nigerian Department of State are doing excellently well. I can compare them with the M16 or the CIA. I can tell you for sure. But we have a disconnect from implementation, because when these informations are gathered, there's a disconnect on how these securities are being checkmate, because DSS would always give security report on whatever event that will occur. Those always come to board. But the problem now is who executes that. It is not on their mandate to do that. It is now on the mandate of the police or the army, and the army is a reserve for external operations. So there is a disconnect somewhere. Now again, coming back to the insecurity issue, we have seen where politicians have succeeded in hijacking the whole security situation in Nigeria. Let me begin with the north. From where we have the peak of the insecurity in the north, you realize that these are environments that are rich in natural resources. And as I speak, or as we speak right now, mining and exploitation of these resources are ongoing. Yet, if you go to those sites, you see that nothing is happening there in terms of either attack on the personnel who are working or foreigners who are there, because you go there are foreigners there. Now you begin to ask the question, what is really going on? Because of course, the government is aware that such is happening. We have foreigners on our mining sites. We have people on the mining site, yet we have attacks coming from proximities away from the mining site, but not around the mining site. Moving of our resources out of this country are done freely. That is where I fault the government. Now, if you come down to the southeast or the south-south, I know that there is no way, and there is nowhere, anywhere in the world, that security happens or insecurity happens in any community without the knowledge of somebody within the community. Now, all of us are a share to this problem. This is because most times you see in an environment, let's say, let me take Kaduna, where I used to stay before I came down here. I live in Southern Kaduna. And of course, in my locality, I know virtually, if not all, except newcomers, people who come in. And in that kind of environment, I should be able to know who has a tendency of thefts, of violence in that community. And when we begin to see some funny actions or funny acts coming into play, of course, there are some persons who should begin to channel it. Because when I was back in Nigeria, in my community, I know that anytime there is issue of theft, I personally walk up to the, they call them jungle, where they smoke Igbo. I walk up there and meet the jungle leader, and I will tell him, this thing has happened. Now we are giving you a specific time to produce whoever did that, or all of you will go in for it. And I bet you, within the shortest possible time, you see them fishing out the criminals. And that has really helped within that period to be able to contain insecurity in that area. Until maybe when I left, then you begin to see today, like just recently over the television, we saw that some youths were captured in the area, manufacturing guns, selling of arms, you understand? And they are living in the community. There is no way all these things have been happening without the knowledge of one or two persons in the community, so that the people have become complicit to such actions. And again, Maxi said, we in the diaspora don't have anything to do. We have a lot to do back home, except if you have disconnect with your people. If you don't keep in touch with your people, then you don't have a mandate to control. I can tell you for sure, for those who have a good connection with the people back home, you have a lot to say in terms of whatever thing that happens in your community. Because of course you pay the bills. Because in my community, even during the election, I was communicating with people and I would tell them, this is what you should do, this is what you should do. And I was getting feedback and they were following my direction as it is, because I have been able to control the network. Now, most of us are just here and we feel it's all about my family. I give my mother, my father, but yet your locality in totality, you are not concerned about what happens there, what development comes in there. You don't question authorities, then you begin to leave it to the government. The question is, the leaders we are talking about, what is their fraction? Our population is estimated to be over 200 million, and these leaders put together are not up to 200,000. Let me give them to be 500,000, which is less than 5% of the entire population we're talking about. And yet, we are ranked to be the most educated people in Africa, well educated, well exposed, yet we cannot ask questions. A lot of us, from my understanding and observation, realize that a lot of us are not concerned about what happens in government. You see, somebody will tell you, I am a medical doctor, I don't have business with this, but it concerns you. Someone will tell you, I'm a lawyer, I don't have business with this. Let them do their thing. If not for the coming of Peter Obi, a lot of people were not involved in electionary issue. Now, because it got to a point where Nigerians were becoming fed up, now Obi came. They saw the Messiah in Obi. It made a lot of people got involved into the electionary process. Now it has happened that Obi did not win. Now some of us, or most of the young people, are beginning to be discouraged, instead of them to use that as a yardstick to gear up to prepare for further elections. Now, because we don't involve ourselves in putting who decides for us what happens, that is where we get it wrong. Now, most of these things they're talking about, like the issue of unstable electricity. Sorry, I'll be quick. Right. The issue of unstable electricity, I want to tell you, is a failure from all of us, we the people and the government. We elect people into power who don't have anything to offer. We have leaders who don't think outside of the box. And such leaders bring people around them based on sentiments, tribalism. They don't bring people who will come and help them bring value to the system. The leader must not know all, yes, of course. But in the process of bringing people around you, you should be able to bring people who brings value. But they do it based on nepotism. Thereby, you see the entire system collapse. Now, Goodluck Jonathan, during his era, Goodluck Jonathan was doing an institutional reforms. People who understood better knew the direction he was going. He was putting a system that was going to project Nigeria into a trajectory that will compete globally. But it's unfortunate his tenure was cut short. Then the Buhari government came. Nepotism set in. A lot of things truncated. We remain where we are. Now, Tinubu has come just 100 days in office. We should not lose faith. I am not a party man. I believe in Nigeria, no matter what it is. America, it took them over 200 years before America became what it is today. All these challenges is to help us define who we are as a people. Another thing again that he can talk about, the issue of love. Yes, we don't love ourselves. That is understandable. But we are better together than divided. For those who say they want the show man to be there, the TV man to be there, the northern man should be there, please, Nigeria is better together. If we understand our diversity, then we will use it more to our advantage. But that has to be done based on federal character. All of us must channel all our energies into ensuring that the government or the policymakers focus more on federal character. That way, if we have true federalism, then Nigeria will be on the track.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, that was passionate. So, true federalism. All right, we hear you loud and clear. KJ, I see you. So, is this the new thing now? Anybody that wants to talk will go and sit down inside the car and say, oh yeah, let me talk, I'm driving. Is that the new trick? Me too, I'll go and sit down inside the car. They have no moderating. Maybe they will let me talk.
Sure, no. I'm here in this car for the next 3 hours. So if you just take your time and call me when you want to. I only raised my hand because I want to respond to my brother, but it's okay. Whenever you are ready, you can call me.
So Tone, good to have you, bro. What's happening? I saw you in the comment section defending the UK because I'm not sure if you listen. They came for us. So they say we sleep on the street. We have all of us. We are in the African restaurant. We can't afford our food. I don't know where they say UK is dirty. It's just like this Ladipo market. CM, speak now. You're in Scotland. Maybe Scotland is better than England. The way they've come for us, these American people, they have an agenda. Don't worry. Tone, we can hear you. What's happening?
A story is as credible as the person. A message is as credible as the messenger. That's all I can say.
That's very loaded. Thank you very much, CM. Don't unpack it. Just leave it the way it is. Tone, your mouth is moving, but we can hear you. We can hear you. So while you fix that, don't worry. Drop out and come back in. Your mouth is moving. Chim, good to have you. Very patient. You've not interjected. You've been a very gentleman. And some people don't know that's Chim because I think it's the glasses and the hat you're wearing. Some people have been asking in the comment, is that Chim?
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. But go on, Chim.
Okay, I wasn't. Okay, I wasn't. I just wanted to watch today. Listen to the conversations, but I got a little tickled when is that Icon? Is that what he said his name was, or is it Icon?
I think it's Icon Fire. Oh.
Okay, when he spoke, I didn't capture everything because I was doing a couple of other things. But he made a valid point. But I want to slightly move away. You see, I hear us. And I don't want to run the foul of, because I've been asking myself, yes, what we're doing here is constructive. Some people think, yes, we just come and talk. But usually it's from talking, raising issues. Some say it's complaining that we're armchair theorists. We're here just, romancing the problems without necessarily getting into the trenches and doing the work that is involved. But the truth is that in every society, everybody is not going to be in the trenches. What is more paramount is the sincerity in what people are doing. The person that is talking, are you genuinely sincere? Are you walking the talk in terms of, when you're talking here? Is that you're coming here and you're pointing at Tinubu, but perhaps if we microscope into your life personally, perhaps some of the things we're accusing the man of, you are also guilty of them. So that brings me to the issue of compromise. Nigeria is a very compromised society. Compromised in the way it was set up. The citizens are heavily compromised. I was listening to Dele Farotimi yesterday. There's a video he did where somebody said to him that is there nothing good in Tinubu? And he said, that he thanks Tinubu very much. That because without Tinubu, he wouldn't have known that a couple of his friends, people he thought he was on the same honest trajectory with, were actually bigots, ethnic-based people, people who were easily compromised and all that. And he was almost short of calling a personality that we all know. I will also restrain myself from mentioning the person's name. He just came this close to mentioning the person's name. And so when I'm talking about this compromise, I find that even the NLC we're talking about, you see, Nigeria has become a society where all manner of conspiracy is banded. So there are people who believe that NLC is in bed with the government, that all this gra they do is intentional. They just tell them, go and, so that it doesn't look like they are not doing their work. They just ask them, just go and do the gra small. But government knows that they don't mean what they are doing. And then government will say, no, we don't agree with you, and then all those things. What I want to ask all of us to do is, let's be honest in what we're doing. If you find yourself in office and you're trying to do good, make sure you do good 100% to the end. Let it not be based on certain things you're trying to gain. So personally, many of the people who were talking about being, who were activists, political activists in the Abacha days and Nedeko, I'm beginning to see a lot of them, and I'm asking myself, so what was this all about when you were fighting Abacha? What's the difference between Abacha's government and what we have right now? I mean, what's the difference between Abacha's government that we all demonized and what we had in the last 8 years before the man who is in office right now? Sorry, the man who was in office before the one who is in office. Is it not the same thing? Was there anything democratic? Is it all about wearing a badge, or we really want to move Nigeria forward? Because as much as I hear us, I know sometimes I feel that way, that I have nothing in common with the man from the north. When I consider, the kind of policies people are pushing, we're saying Nigeria, we're trying to fight for Nigeria to be a federal state. And we're saying we want resources of state to be owned by the states. When I mean state, I mean like the individual state component units. Let Abia State own its resources, let River State own, let Kano own, and then let them contribute a quota that is agreed to the running of the federation, which is what we have everywhere where we call a confederate state or a federal state like the United States. But suddenly gold is found in Zamfara and some portions of the north. And nobody has woken up to say, why are we not pulling the same resources in Zamfara and bringing it to the center, the way we're fighting with the people in Rivers and Ogoni? And nobody is saying anything. Which is why I say Nigerians were compromised people. I haven't heard the voice of certain so-called activists, even from the south, standing up and saying, federal government, no, we're taking you to court. This is not happening. Why are we not setting up a gold, whatever it is we call, like we have NMPC, so that we can know, so that the resources we're getting from gold and other resources can be used for the federal. Why is it suddenly that it's pockets of individuals that are mining these things and it seems okay right now? So you see, until we start speaking the truth, all this whether it is security or it is the economy is not good, come on. Nigeria does not lack well-designed policies, programs, or blueprints. Check it. We don't have any, we're not lacking in sitting down and coming up with a blueprint. We have, even in laws, our laws are some of the most fantastic in the world. Our problem is genuineness in implementing those policies. And for as long as we are not sincere, we are going to be coming back here. God forbid, the next 63 years again, we'll come back and we're still on the same spot, talking the same Nigeria at 63. So when Babangida was in office was when I got conscious of Nigeria's independence. I won't forget Nigeria at 25. I remember the jingles. Nigeria is 25. The odds we did survive. Arise a new. I know that very well. But I'm asking myself, when this happened, when Nigeria was 25, and how many years down the line, are we any better? And the truth is, we're not. I'm not a pessimist. I'm one person who believes strongly. Is that my confidence in Nigeria is gradually waning. I'm starting to ask myself, have I been believing in a lie? Because I'm seeing what is going on. There are people, Nigerians, people I have lived in Nigeria with, are telling me that this last election was good. People are telling me the election was fair. People are telling me that the man who won the election won it clean, square, proper. Nobody is questioning anything. And somebody said, I think it was Ambassador who said, we don't question our leaders. That's not correct.
In a minute, if you round up, please, Jim.
Yes. The local government chairman from Ogun State stood up to authority, questioned the state governor and asked, where is the resources that are supposed to go to the local government? The man is languishing for daring to say that. He is languishing. The SSS has picked him up.
And picked up, yes.
You know, so no one should come and say Nigerians don't. Listen, in all fairness, we've had a lot of genuine, even those who were not genuine, question authority. But I would end by saying we all need to go and look ourselves in the mirror. Nigeria is a heavily compromised country. People are in it for what they're going to feed. Even when I look at comments people are making on our comment section, and I'm not offended, I'm just picking it. It's just a reflection of what is going on in the country. People should be angst and angry about certain things, and nobody is saying, no, this is not happening. Why is this kind of thing happening? Everybody's looking for a way to justify it based on what they want to get. You know, and I will end on this statement. It has come to my belief that most of us as people, we only get angry when it's not favoring us. The moment it looks like I have an entry now into government, I have an entry into siphoning or getting my own share of the national cake, you begin to see people begin to change their compositions. They begin to change their views. And you begin to ask yourself, but is this not the man who I was yesterday fighting? We fought Jonathan's removal of subsidy, but all of those progenitors who fought and went to Ojota, I haven't seen any of them stand up in this era to say, no, something is wrong. Why? For suddenly now, because their own man is in office, it is perfectly okay. So my point is we need to start looking at honesty. Until we sort this honesty issue and stop compromising unnecessarily, we will keep running round in circles.
All right, thank you, Chim. I think what you said right at the end is similar to what Seun Kuti said. I think it was misconstrued. I'm not a big fan of Seun Kuti per se, but I think what he said recently in one of his maybe it was an interview or one of his Instagram stuff, that the people complaining about Tinubu, if they get access to him, they will love him. And I think some people misunderstood what he was saying. Seun was basically saying, you might be complaining from the sidelines, but the minute you get the opportunity.
And it's a fair comment, very fair comment.
People will start to say, I mean, look at the Labour Party guy that was eventually kicked out, the House of Rep guy that went to House of Rep one time and he came out and he said, oh, Tinubu is wonderful. And I'm not saying Tinubu is not wonderful, but that guy probably would have criticized Tinubu in the past, but he got an opportunity to meet him. And the guy was just like, wow, Tinubu is everything I've always wanted for Nigeria. So, it's easy to criticize from the sidelines. Your true personality will be revealed when you get access. Ovi, what you drink on your own, just you by yourself. You're not even offering. KJ, I see you. But before I come to KJ, please let me plead your indulgence. I know CM, I know you've come back and you probably want to speak, but I want to go to Lex. Is it Kexi now? Because you're quite it was a typo. Okay, because I know L is next to K, so it's Lexi. You're still Lexi. Are you ready to speak to us like 3 minutes? You're muted. If you mute yourself.
Thank you for observing that. I wanted to go back, but I didn't want to lose my position. Yeah. I saw the K.
Yeah, please go ahead.
No, it's still the same Lex. And I'm not dressed to come and show off here. No, I go to church.
I was only joking. Of course not.
Yeah, I'm an Adventist, so normally I miss things of this discussion, and it pains me. But hey, that's okay. I like to catch you guys at a good time to be able to talk sense. But this time, again, I came in when the guy from Ghana started talking. All of them have made very salient points that should help us to decide what to do with our situation. Now, I was once a civil servant, and I didn't stay long because my parents did not bring me up to survive and join that kind of environment. Let me tell you, we were project officers for World Bank project. I had my own
your audio is really bad.
Something's happening, right?
Yeah, your audio is really bad. It's very choppy.
I don't know why that is happening. Is there anyone around there?
Keep going.
If you sign in and
Sign out and sign in again.
His audio is renewable.
So let me post the link. Let me post the link, Lexi, so you can try and come back in. I think we've got one space. We'll try and bring you back in as quickly as we can. Click on the link. We'll try and bring you back in. So in that case, I'll go back to Ovi. Ovi, I know you're back with us. Anything else you'd like to tell us, or still on the Nigeria 63?
First, I would say you don't have to like Sheu's music. I don't too, but you can't help but.
It's not the musical. I said I'm not a fan of Shehu himself as a person, but the message he passed, I took it.
So the way the guy thinks is interesting. Yeah, I mean, Nigeria. Well, Nigeria, I think at this. Well, so far I've seen everybody talk in Nigeria as if it's in the third party. Everybody criticizes Nigeria by Nigerian by. I'll take this route. Nigeria as a nation state, I think for 63 years, 3 generations counting, is doing good. For the fact that I think we can actually go to bed without fear, say, oh, our government will be toppled. I think that's a thing to be proud of. For a country of 60 years, if you compare to other nation states, it's a different story. Now, as a people, as citizens, as Nigerians, as Nigerians, we are still very much at that animalistic level. We are not different from other animals yet. Because I've always said it, and I keep saying it. The difference between human being and every other animal is the ability for human beings to come together in their hundreds, in their tens, and millions, and make something. No one single individual can make pencil or mouse or anything. It takes collection of people to come together and make that happen. That's what differentiates from every other animal. But in our own case, we can't even achieve that. If I look across Nigeria, I can't see one community, one city, or even one street that is functioning to what 2023 is at to offer in terms of electricity, water, everything, just a street or a community. Talking about even go to the richest and the richest country, about Banana Island of today, what's in this place, the Garden City, Lekki Garden City of yesterday, the Crown Estate of yesterday, the Asukoro of today. None of those which has a number of resources within themselves in the valley can actually boast of a modern society that can be lived conveniently for average, for a normal today human being. So we have failed in that regard as people. Regardless of anywhere you are in this world, if you are still in Nigeria, you have the allegiance to Nigeria, collectively we have failed. We are not even talking about compete with the big nation, just a conducive environment for us to live. We could not achieve that. So I think to me, that's our biggest failure as human beings. Because let's forget this idea of Nigeria is not working now. Why your village they work? We have more educated people than in the 60s. We have more doctors, more engineers, more lawyers. Whatever you can think of today, we have them in tenfolds than 63 years ago. But how come your community that you are from, you can't even stay there for 24 hours and be just be okay? Forget say we want to be like the other one, just a place that you can be proud of. None of us can boast of that. So as human, we have failed. Now, at times, if I want to agree with Nnamdi Kanu, that's called Nigeria as a zoo, even though it now don't become animal inside the zoo too. But if we don't want to interpret it literally, it's making sense. How come we cannot make our home? Just like you get money, you can't sleep in your house. That's exactly what it is. Forget the flying cars, plane, all those bullshit. Convenience environment for every human, just normal. No village, no town, no city, no streets in Nigeria can boast of a modern facility to live on. So in that aspect, we have failed as people. I don't care what you think of, we have failed. But as a nation state, 62 years, we still go on. Now only one, we don't fight civil war. And pretty much everybody has right. Everybody has right to become president. There are so many things you can point out that if you look at other nation states when they were 63, it's not, they are not too far away from us, right? But as I said, as a species of human being, we are goats that we eat every day. We are not different yet.
All right, thank you. Just a quick question. So I've had a lot of people say, Nigeria is quite young in terms of our democracy, and I agree. Around what age would you expect us to be, where Nigerians expect us to be? You have a rough idea of where Nigerians expect us to be, the sort of things they want?
Yes.
At what age would you expect us, fair? When would it be fair for people to expect this? 100, 120? And I'm not trying to be, whatever. I'm just sincerely trying to find out.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I can't put a number to it.
Okay.
Because I believe that the generation of Nigeria who are alive today, I don't care if they born you today, right? The way we think, the way we do things, we are not going to be better with the leaders that we have today. So I don't see that, because one, we still care about our religion than drinking water, than having electricity. We care about ethnicity than actually live well, right? We all want to go to heaven. So until we have a generation who say this is our heaven, right, and we should be able to go to bed, sleep, security, everything intact, until we see that generation, and I'm not seeing it. So that's how I cannot put numbers to it. And I think I have so many guys who come here who know better than me that in the next 50 years, are we going to have Nigeria I want, and anybody can put a number to that. So I don't see it.
Fair answer. So basically, based on the way we're living and moving, you don't see anything.
Yes, I don't.
Thank you for that. So Lexi, you're back. Is your audio all sorted? Let's try. Let me unmute you. Oh, this is much better.
Many have been talking sense, but we are resistant to those senses that are being brought out in this, our platform. What Ovie had just said now, what the person who spoke before him has said, all of them should make us think deeply back into ourselves. But there's something we are holding on to, Nigeria, and we are holding on to it so firmly as if to say anything that should make us think less about maintaining the status quo now, we should resist it, because the status quo now is what is keeping Nigeria. And so people can talk and talk and talk, and it means nothing to us. Now, I did say before I left to correct my situation here, if it was anything to be corrected, I was a civil servant. We had projects. I was one of those, given one of those projects to do. And every time we meet to review on Monday what the progress we are making, one or two people's file would be missing, and they will come in with temporary file. And I used to wonder, what's going on? When you have a temporary file, it means the thing in the main file is kept somewhere so that you can present a new phase of your project. And I was seeing that as something that was inappropriate. So one day I walked up to a senior officer. I said, I see things happening in this way. I just explained what it was I was concerned about. You know what he told me? And I'll never forget that. He said, if you come to a place where they are marching, listen to me now, where they are marching right, left, and you want to start marching left, right, which is expected of them, you will be the one that is doing the wrong thing. I went back. That thing was like something that cracked my head. My brain was boiling. The people are marching right, left, which means they are doing the wrong thing, because what we know about marching is left, right. And I come to march left, right, where they're marching right, left. I'll be the wrong person. So he did not help me with seeing how things could be done right. That was after my youth corps. That was part of what I saw in the government. So many other things were happening. And I decided, no, I'm not going to stay in this country. I came right back to the US here. Now, I'm saying this to say one thing. Many of us know that things are not right in that country. If we didn't have all this hullabaloo going on now, many of us will think it's okay. Every time we talk about how things should get better, we will hear people saying, it took America 200 years. Please, some of these countries that were not even in existence when we were part of the Committee of Nations that were well recognized in the world, they just came up and boom, they're up there. When it comes to Nigeria, we want to take 200 years. And now the question is, when is it that we can get mature. We are saying these things to defend the evils, the evil machination that is going on in Nigeria. When that 200 years that it took America, they went through the wheels. Now we are saying we should recreate the wheels and stay that long before we come to what is currently available for a good government. Isn't it? That's what it comes to. So when I hear that, once you mention to me that it took America 200 years, I know right there, you are one of those problems that we have, because that's not a good thinking. The computer you're using today was not there then. The new technology that has brought nations to their good position today, we're not there. And now we want to stay 200 years like America. Please, anybody who says that, every other point you have made, I throw away, because you are not giving us the right direction and how we should go. Oh yes. So that is one. Now we talk about the security in the country. Do you know what many of us, even on this platform, think? When you talk about security, what is in their mind is the Southeast. That is where they want that security to be focused. That's where they are thinking about. Security. Listen, we are told that it's all now politics. Everything in Nigeria is politics. Forget about even the security and insecurity is being used for that politics. So whatever they want to do, those that have the powers that be, they apply politics, and it will continue to happen. If what we have come to now with the person that we now have as president, that many are still defending, when it's over, already there are many people in that multiple of what surrounds the load he's carrying. Many Nigerians are even worse than the man. I'm telling you, we have fake PhDs all over the place. They will put DR, doctor. You think that they have it. Now, in terms of not trusting Nigerians, that's why our passport cannot be something attractive to other nations. One of the speakers said that he was refused entry into Jamaica. I have a very dear person in my life who was sick in Nigeria. A hospital in Mexico was paid $35,000 for the treatment that person needed, because that was how much they said they needed. Now, the hospital sent an ambulance to the airport to pick up that patient. That patient was flown through, I think that was Dubai, and then back into Mexico, Tijuana Airport. The ambulance that came for him from the hospital was waiting. They refused a patient that needed to be treated before he died. Why? Because he has a Nigerian passport and he was coming to that place for treatment. Do you know, they called the embassy and they did everything. The immigration in that country refused him. The ambulance was there, their personnel, the people from that hospital were there to pick up this person. That person was deported back to Nigeria. And when he got to Lagos, about 5 days later, he died. This is happening to us. And we are pretending that, oh, we have something good to carry on. Why don't we think and do something? What we should do is not all this romancing of what has happened. Oh, let's give... Anyway, I don't want to go into all that. Okay. Let me just round up by saying, let us stop this self-deceit. The truth is staring us on the face. We see it every day. Listen, I don't want to be in enmity with any Nigerian, not even Boko Haram people who have been used to do the same politics we are talking about. But we can separate and still become cooperative. Look at the United Arab Emirates. It's not only one nation. They are cooperating economically and otherwise. That area was like a desert before. let Nigerians sit down and decide what to do with the structure of nationhood that we have now. Let us stop this condoning of falsehood and toleration of very corrupt judiciary and say we are building a nation. We're not going anywhere with that. No. That is why I have held on to this thing that we should sit down and decide how to go forward. Not because we must remain Nigeria. No, in fact, Nigeria has become an abuse to the, and a kind of poison to the rest of the world. There's one plant here in North America. If you go to your garden and you see it, you just do away with it, because if you don't, you get problem. It's called poison ivy. Poison ivy, you don't play with it. It's very dangerous. So Nigeria is like a poison ivy among nations now. Let us jettison it. Wow. Let us release all political prisoners. Nnamdi Kanu should not remain in that jail, and all of us are talking as if everything is normal. That guy was so infuriated about what was happening, which all of us are now. Yes. That's why he was using those terms and words that annoyed everyone, because he kept shouting for us to know that things are happening that shouldn't be. If we say he was talking rubbish, today we are seeing that rubbish. It's with us. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Let me address some of the points he has made.
Sorry, can I speak? If you don't want me to speak, I go. I've been waiting now. I go wait.
I've been waiting longer than you actually.
Please allow KG to speak. Allow KG to speak.
Can I ask Lex a question?
Please.
Wait. So, Forefather, just 1 second. So please, let's not do back and forth. Ovie, I know you want to write a reply because something along the line of
but just a form of question. I'm not go. I understand.
So please make you know how it goes. So in like 45 seconds, just sort of rebuttal or whatever you want to say. Then Forefathers will say what it needs. Forefathers. Anyway, Ovie, go on.
Mr. Alex, I have 45 minutes to convince you why.
40 seconds, so minutes.
Yes. 1 second. It might even take longer than 200 years, Mr. Alexi. Why? Based on these three things, right? Let me put three countries as an example that we have a lot in common with: America, China, and India, right? I said that because of our population and the way we are growing, right? Now, I'm not even going back to their history. When America gained their independence from British, they set out an idea. So America has an idea. And today, if you pay attention to the conversation regarding the election, they are saying that the bet of that idea is the third most important bet in the history of humanity. That is, after Jesus Christ and Muhammad bet, the next thing is an American idea bet. So my question is that what is our idea? Two, the Chinese accept everything, but guess what? They hold on to their dynasty called the Qing dynasty. If you go look at the 2014 speech of the current president, you understand what that means. They have a Confucian Institute where every leader actually have to go through that system. So there's something they hold on to themselves, even they open themselves to the rest of the world. We don't have that. India, the same thing. India refuse to let go of their culture, nor their language. They hold on to that. So there's something. So the question I will ask, why I say it's going to be more than 300 years, what is driving us? We don't know who we are. We don't know where we are coming from. We are just confused. So we are living on an idea that people have set for us. And guess what? We are doing exceedingly well in terms of meeting that idea that is set for us. We are, in terms of speaking English, we are almost the best in the world. We have no global laureate to show for it. Anywhere you take another Nigeria to the Western world, we fit in and be the best among them. So those are the things. When they could not force us to do the job, they infiltrated our brain. So all of us are doing well in the direction they set us to. And that direction is, there's no date to it forever. So it not depend on us for us to realize that and come back and say, oh, this is who we are. That's why when are we going to realize that? Okay. Next year, 200 years, or 1,000 years from now.
Thank you, Ovie. And Lexi, please, I won't want you to reply. I know what you would say, and on your behalf, I'll reply, and I'm sure you would agree with me, but I don't want it to be back and forth because we have quite a lot of people. RMD, we can't come to you. I think, Ovie, I'll take a leap and say what Lexi will say to you is, because we're not the same people, we don't have the same ideas, so we cannot stay together as one. And that's what Lexi is calling for. So Lexi will reply you and say, the more reason we should go our separate ways, because our agenda cannot be the same. We cannot set an agenda because we're not the same. Lex, I'm sure you agree. Just note to say you agree, so that we can...
people are being killed from his part of the
Exactly.
country. That is continuous. It hasn't stopped from
exactly.
way back 1945.
All right. KJ will speak, RMD. Don't worry. I know you want to hear KJ's. You want to hear KJ, but KJ, just do me a favor. Let forefathers, please. You would go ahead, and Lexi won't be replying you. You just want to push back on some things and correct some things as far as you're concerned. So correct those things. Once you finish, we'll go this way. KJ will speak immediately after you. Tone's microphone hopefully is back. Tone will go after KJ. We go to CM and we'll go to Gento AY. After that, then of course Bumi is the last one of our platform. Our baby has arrived, so she would speak. She came in last anyway. So it's you forefathers, KJ, Tone, CM, and AY. All right.
Yeah. Greetings to everyone listening on the panel, and greetings to the chat and to the viewers. I think somebody's echoing. Let's see.
I'm muting.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So I think some of the stuff some people talk about, I really wish our people really do a bit of research through history. Really do research instead of, this is one of the frustration I can express today. What we prefer is to fight our own and separate from our own as much as we can, as if other people have never come together in greater numbers. If you look at the history, you look at how the British took the Yoruba kingdoms and took the Igbo kingdoms and went to the north. The story, the way it starts from is that when they came in, then they said they found them fighting each other. Then the British took sides against this one, and by the time they are done, they came and claimed everybody. This story just repeats itself over and over again. And look at what we are still doing exactly the same thing. What Lexi doesn't understand is they think before the British arrived, it was paradise. That is a mistake. When the Jebu kingdom was taken over by the British, they were fighting a war for straight 12 years that weakened that kingdom. That's why it was easy for the British to take over the country. That's the town. And most of the Southwest fell after that. We just don't understand history. And we go even when we try to do that, we go at it from a biased point of view. So we fail to recognize the signs, the pattern, the true patterns that actually repeated themselves. Why the British were able to do what they did. There were very few men relatively to the population of the continent. How did they manage to take over the whole people? Even with all their guns, they shouldn't be able to take over the whole Nigeria. But they did. Because of this division. Until today, there are Nigerians, I say it all the time, that will happily take up arms from those British and from those people that enslaved their forefathers to fight their own fellow Nigerians. There are many of them here. This is a senseless behavior. How can you not recognize these things? And you know what? I think it was this Ovie that said this generation, it's like they are all gone. Many of them, they don't understand anything. They really don't. It's like, how can you, the records are there for you to see. When I was reading it the other day, it makes me annoyed because it's so clear. The patterns repeat itself over and over again. And when I was reading it and I was seeing what is happening today, I was like, that's exactly what they are doing now. Again, no lessons learned. And I don't know whether I should blame them for it, whether I should blame the fact that our history is slightly different from what other people have experienced, or whether I should put the blame on our leaders. But however way you look at it, our situation is precarious, and where we are in right now, after 63 years of being in the country, is still very dire because nothing has changed not from 1960, from 300 years ago, nothing has changed. As a matter of fact, our situation is even more dire now. Before they didn't have the power to destroy us completely. Now they do. What have we done? The other day, I discovered that there was the city, the most populated city. You know, when we talk about the most populated city, we think it's Lagos and all. I was surprised to learn that the most populated city was in China, which was Chongqing. And man, what I saw in that city, my goodness, we should be asking us, how are we this way? People are over 20 stories up in the air. You would think it's ground floor.
Mm-hmm.
You are 20-story up in here. There are filling stations up there, buildings up there, but you look down, it's 20 stories down. The stuff those people have built is just it's like on a totally different planet altogether. We can't even dig a ground. We don't even have underground facilities. Not to mention building. Almost all our buildings are built by other people.
Let us go home and do it.
And a governor comes out and says he wants to send 4,000 people overseas. There's no strategy to bring them back.
Oh, now politics.
No strategy. No strategy to bring them back. See, this is one of the reasons why I was saying that those people that sold our forefathers as slaves, that sold our people as slaves, that class has not changed. No revolution has happened to change the structure of that elite. Nothing has changed their mind, or they have not been removed. Even the Chinese removed theirs. The Chinese state you see today is not the one that existed before. I assure you. They actually defined it. They call it the four olds. They got rid of it. All the old stuff, they removed it and started anew. And look at what they built. It's like a miracle. Within 40 years, look at what they built. Some things I see in China, if you think the West is building something, go and look closer at what's going on in the Asian continent.
Even in Japan, forefather. Even in Japan.
When I look at those things,
anything spectacle for the last.
We are not those people. We are different.
We are in the same world. I wish we are not on the same planet where they can come here and take over everything we have. I wish we were not. We are in the same world and we have to compete. It's like you are on a racetrack and other people are there fully trained and you are saying, oh, because my track is different. It doesn't matter. The race is going to happen.
Who are we competing with? With what? We compete with them with their products.
You are competing with the entire world.
Come on.
With their products now. We don't have anything on our own to compete with.
That's what I'm saying. If you are competing, you need to take part in the competition instead of not taking part at all. And our problem is
when we go home, we'll be able to compete. When we go home,
change our education system from kindergarten.
It's not only about going home. The Chinese were also overseas.
To your tents, oh Israel, and we will come up. Not like Israel came up.
Let me finish what I was saying. The Chinese were overseas when they built what they built too. They were not only at home, but they had a purpose. Our people don't have a purpose. There's no agenda. There is no mission. And our leaders from almost all the sub-Saharan African countries, there's no agenda. The only agenda that they have is the one sometimes the UN spells out for them. They come and tell you about HDI and all that garbage that means nothing to the people at all.
You can't talk
what
for
you
them.
Should be doing.
You can't talk for them. You can't talk for
I can talk. See, I don't care about talking for them. Nobody's talking about. So hold on, Lexi. I need to say my piece. See, if Biafra, I can tell you right now, if you remove the entire Hausa, remove the entire Fulani, remove everybody, Biafra will still be as poor as they are today. Because Cameroon is poor. Rwanda is
no, sir. I refuse with you. See, don't just make assertions now. What's your basis for making that assertion?
My basis is that
basis for that assertion that if you remove them, Biafra will still be the same way it is.
Okay, good. You asked a clear question. I will give you a clear answer. Because all the nations around Biafra is still poor. All of them, without exception.
That is not a reason why Biafra will remain that way. That's not the reason. But I'll give you time. When I want to answer, I will respond.
Yes. Because you see, that's the thing. I really hope you confront the point. Don't just skirt around it and run away from it. Because every nation around us is just as poor. It tells you what that signals to you is that the forces at play is beyond what you are confronting. It's like somebody cleaning their house, inside the house, because they want to avoid infection and health hazard, while the house is on the refuse dump of the entire state. What is the use of that? You don't have perspective. You don't really understand the mess that you are in. You are looking at it from the point of view that if you take care of what is happening there, it's going to fix the problem. It won't. What is the point of wasting your energy? You are wasting the future generation's time. You are wasting your time, and in the end, there are consequences. The whole world is out there changing,
You
and
are wrong.
he is
You
just
are
wants to be
wrong.
fighting themselves.
You are wrong. Give us the
Okay,
chance
if
and
you
see.
okay, now I will engage you. Tell me the point I'm wrong, then I will respond to you. Let's do to and fro. Let's distill this to the base. Let's see your reasoning and why my reasoning is superior to yours or yours is superior to mine. Let's go. Tell me why I am wrong precisely.
Because you are imagining things without considering the reality of what is eating us from within. Look at the programs that you watch on the TV, wherever you may be. You see people with arts dancing happily, having programs. Where in Nigeria can you see that? Everybody is tensed up. The people who are even supposed to champion that kind of thing, they don't have the atmosphere for it. What I'm telling you is this: we are heated up. We are like in an oven. There's so much heat, and the politics of it makes it even worse. Let everybody relax and have the inalienable right that every human being should have in wherever they belong, and let them begin to contribute towards their little environment to build up a nation. If after we have done that, we decide to come together on our own, not British coming to knock our heads together and say you must stay there. Let me tell you, when this man was being coronated, Charles, if you watch it, I did, they told him not to lose anything. The moment they were telling him that, I knew exactly what they meant. Do not lose the imperial achievements of their country. So for us to say we want to settle down as Nigerians and be our individual nations, they are not going to want that to happen. But if we decide that's what we want, unless they come and kill all of us, we will watch it happen.
Now,
it's not going to happen.
How does that translate? You think that because we are together, that's the problem, but we are not together with Cameroon. Hold on, let me ask you now, so that you get somewhere. I want you to answer
you made
this.
it so simple because
I
we are together.
want you to answer this now, because that's what you are saying. Because we are together, that's how our problem is.
Together, what goes along with that being together? What have we been experiencing for being together? Since when? Look at Obi, who had
I hear what you are saying, but I want to ask you a straight question. You have to allow questions to come in, so you answer precise questions here. If because we are together is where our problem is coming from,
I said that's not enough of what.
Okay, then where is the problem precisely coming from then?
Coming together is the platform that is set. The evil that is in that coming together is killing people.
But the evil, the evil remains because the people that created it are your elites. So what do you want to do about that? The elites are the ones. They are not only from the north or the west. They are also from the southeast, the south, everywhere. Okay. So what do you do about them?
Okay, how many people consist of that elite you are talking about compared to the whole people in the country?
Like most nations, they tend to be 5 to 1% of the depend on how you want to look at it. 5-10 to 1%.
Now the people have risen up now to say, wow, this is what you've been doing to us. Enough is enough. Give us the chance, give us the freedom. Let us be human first. Let us be citizen of our own nation. And then, if you don't want to give us that, we will not let you continue with this your oppression.
Yeah, but but do you know that the constitution that we have now is the elites that put it together? Your fellow nationals, they are the ones that put it together.
Haven't you had the condemnation of that very constitution in the House? That this is the problem.
See, what you are not understanding is that no matter what constitution you put together, there will people that will be opposing that constitution. So what doesn't tell you? What that should tell you is that our problem is coming from somewhere else. It's not about the constitution.
Sorry, can I come in at this point, because I'm tired of waiting. What if you guys are not going to let me talk?
I'm just trying, because people are listening.
I've been waiting here since, man. If you're not going to allow me, I will log off.
He has a point. I need to understand where he's coming from. Because
but you're not understanding his point. You're not understanding. You are still sticking to your own. Everybody.
Everybody is not sticking to their own. You have to respect other people when they are having conversation. You will have your chance to talk. I waited a lot longer before I was able to speak at all.
You can go ahead and have your channel, bro.
Okay, if that's how you look at it, let me have this guy come back in.
Don't look at it that way. The thing is this. Look, if I must tell you guys, I have very close ties with the rest of Nigeria, but I am seeing our problem as very soluble if we go apart. And let us now see how, even if it's five years, give us that freedom and see whether we will still be in this mess we are in. Even the very people you think
but let's see.
No. The very people you think that have put us in this way. The very force. Hold on. I will stop now.
The reason why I'm engaging is because this argument has gone on in a secular nature for quite a while.
The French people are crying now. The British can also cry the same way. If we do away with their interruption and settle ourselves within. That's what I'm saying. I know you are saying that they are going to come after us. No, we have a right to be who God made us and not who British made us. And that's where we should go to. To your tents, Israel.
But you already are who you are. You are an Igbo man. You've not changed in any way. And your lands are still in your control. Does that not tell you that you need to do something else to improve your lives?
Did the federal government not say that our lands don't belong to us, and so all the rivers we should clear away from?
Your land belongs to you now. You know your family land. It's not federal government that owns it.
See, they have the people they want to occupy those places standing by to continue life there.
Okay, it's not. See, Lexi. All I will advise you to do is go and read history and find out how the British took over the southeast.
Yes.
Look at how it happened. You see that your people were divided, fighting each other. That's how they were easily able to take over the place you are arguing to go back to. It wasn't paradise.
All right, I will show you the book next time.
Forefathers, it's not true. Whoever that wrote that history to you or you read is lying. Igbo kingdoms were the most peaceful. Go and read the history very well. It's manipulated history that the white man wrote in order to confuse us. I believe what he is saying. Our coming together was not a mutual agreement.
It wasn't.
If a man and a woman has to marry, it has to be a mutual agreement between them. But where there is no mutual agreement, it comes to a time when each of them will decide to leave.
Hold on.
We had
let's calm down. The thing is, if the entire Southeast was united, let me just say this: if the entire Southeast was united, the British were not going to be able to defeat them. They didn't have enough people. They simply didn't. So how did they do it? Sorry. Who is next? So that somebody. I think it's Bumi that is next, isn't it? If I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Bumi is supposed to speak next.
Yeah, normally when I'm on,
excuse me, how come Bumi is next? What are you guys talking about? Is it because I'm calm all the time?
Was he? You have not spoken.
I haven't spoken at all. I haven't even spoken.
Oh my God, I didn't know that.
Hold your peace. AMD. Hold your peace there, please. Hold your peace. There's a moderator here. Yeah. Stop shooting your snout out. I know that there's a moderator there. Just hold your peace, okay? Thank you. Bumi, please speak.
Thank you everyone for having me. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay. I mostly came on because I wanted to just add to what Mr. Chim said in regards to like the whole. In regards to like,
please, I take exception to his statement. I think you should be talking to Cassie, not me. Cassie shouldn't be interjecting when we have a moderator. He shouldn't be. He should mind the way he talks, please.
Okay, thank you, and I'm sorry about that. Let's Bumi, go ahead.
Let's hear Bumi.
So in regards to what he said, whereby like, when he said that we Nigerians only tend to make noise when we are being affected, and it's so true. I remember before the election, I was talking to someone and I asked them, hey, so who are you planning on voting for, you know? And they told me the first candidate, and I was like, why? And I was listening to their reasons, and it made sense. Then after the election, everything went sideways and everything, and they decided to be, they decided to change sides, and they're supporting the president, so Tinubu. And then I asked them, like, so why are you supporting Tinubu? Like, what changed? To understand the mindset behind it. And after listening to them, they couldn't really give like a concrete reason compared to the first candidate they first chose. There were reasons behind why they chose this person. But after listening to them, I realized they only chose this person because they have connection. That's just it.
Yeah.
And that's the real Nigerian problem. We only tend to talk, or we pick people based on the fact that they can help me. And it's like, if we keep on living life like this, the future will never be better. It's just it. And we don't base our like decision making based on the fact that I am capable or this person is capable, regardless of if I'm connected to this person or I'm not connected to this person. So it's like, now I'm supporting, let's say, this present government because I have a connection, not because I'm smart. And let's say I'm a teacher, or I have the required things that you need to become a minister or whatever it takes. So now you're just basing it because I know this person. And it's like, nothing will ever happen. And it's so funny because, like, when we start reflecting our Nigerian behavior, we have phrases for almost every single thing. And that's like, for example, people say, let Nigeria happen to you. And that's just it. Understand that you only make noise until Nigeria will ever happen to you. And that's why we're always saying it, let Nigeria happen to you. It's so weird, our behavior. We're not realizing that we're like, it's just like bouncing off each other. And I also think about like when the whole Chibok girls were taken. And it's just like weird how like almost 200 girls were taken. Till today, they haven't been like recovered. I mean, some escaped, some were released, but based on the fact they were not actually, like, our military or our government or our police did not actually go and rescue those girls. They're still missing till today. And it's like, and we still have a functioning society. How does that make sense? It does not make it. And that's why people only complain until your own daughter is the one kidnapped. That's when you start making noise. But because it was happening in the north, no one cares. And that's why I think we're just deceiving ourselves,
Amen.
And we use our government as a scapegoat, and we blame everything on the government. But understand one thing: one of the reasons why it will be so hard for us to break down the corruption in our government is that, how does it make sense that for example, let's say I'm studying mechanical engineering, but for some reason I'm an accountant in a bank? That does not correlate at all. I did not study anything that relates to business or accounting. Those people who have jobs based on connection will never want to destroy this government. That's just it. But it's not based on the governors or the presidents or the ministers. No. The people they have below will not want to, because they don't have the capacity to do anything otherwise. We have so many civil servants that are there just because of connection, not because they are able to do that. Those ones will not support you to protest or rally or whatever to break the government, because if they do that, they lose their job. Now, what are they going to do? And that's why you keep on having people that will keep on working for the government. So you see how the cycle just keeps on continuing. And And I think it's very funny that we blame everything on like, oh, we just need to vote for the right president. It's a joke. We are also the problem too. If we don't stop electing people based on our connections, and start basing our like our self-esteem, and I think it also relates to the whole like love yourself and everything. You need to base it on yourself. I cannot live life based on the fact that I always need to know someone. That makes no sense because I have to constantly keep my ears open. But if I live life based on the fact that I am smart enough and I have the degree to work, then whatever happened, happens. That's just it. Having connection is good, or don't get me wrong. I know people that have helped me, but I also know I have the capacity to do that thing in the first place. That's what we need in Nigeria. We need, and then you start seeing all this hypocrisy when it comes to tribalism, where people only vote or elect people based on their tribe. Those things will reduce because, yes, you might know someone, but at the same time, you also can do the job. So now we have more people in government that will be doing the job because they realize, okay, we need to have certain structures placed in Nigeria, like in the country and the society. If not, then the future generation will not succeed, it will not prosper. And I think it also kind of correlates to the whole idea of like, oh, Nigeria not having we're 60, 63, and we're not moving forward because we don't have a plan. And you can't have a plan when majority of people keep on thinking about themselves. It's just that simple. You can't work in the society when my first intuition is me, 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 me. It's just that. So that's all I just wanted to add to the whole stuff.
So, if I am to ask you, when people are being me, 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 have you observed how nations get their people united when they find that their people are becoming more and more divided? Have you observed how nations unite their people?
I mean, it can occur in different ways. You know, a good example is the Singapore one is the closest to one people tend to choose, whereby you get someone who's like, we need to stop thinking about me, and they focus on it, and they really they ingrain that into the mentality of the people, that if you keep on thinking about yourself, we're not going to have a society. It's not going to function. So either you get it based on like you getting strong people that actually want the best for the country, or us as a society, we need to start realizing that for ourselves. And then we can easily nitpick people who have those mentality. For example, I think one of the panelists said that the people in government are they're not up to 1 million. Let's just give them, we have 1 million people in government. The other 99 million or 199 million, we're stronger than them. So you imagine if every other person starts thinking about the country, but then we only have 1 million people, they're only thinking about themselves, we can take over them. So there are different ways that can happen. But I think that we need to start letting each and every Nigerian know that, see, if you live life based on connection, it's going to be so stressful. It's harder work. I'm in a society where I don't have to keep on basing my and that's why are you going to the West? I think what we should do is ask ourselves, why are you going to the West? You don't have any connection in the West, but you're going there. So why do you think you need a connection in Nigeria? So you need to start implementing those behaviors back in Nigeria. So you don't need connection to become successful or play football or something. Maybe we need to start relating those behaviors and start saying, okay, the West is working because not every single person in the country has connection. So let's do the same thing and stop this whole connection or godfather behavior and start reducing it. Maybe slowly that'll start changing the mentality of the people. I don't know. That's some way we can start.
So let me share something. You said something earlier on about how to ingrain it in the minds of people. We don't, like I said earlier on, we don't have a purpose, we don't have a mission. And one of the things I want to share now, before I think it's Tone that should go next. Before, sorry, righteous man, I see you there.
I
But
want to ask
Tone
her a
is next.
question. I want to ask her a question.
Okay, before you go with your question, I want you to take this. I'm going to play very, 1 minute 52-second video, so that you guys see what forged the China that you see today.
You are talking about China again. We are not Chinese.
In order to commemorate an event that happened 87 years ago. This belt was worn by a PLA soldier in 1936 during the Long March, when the PLA endured death and starvation and still continued on their mission to regroup with Mao Zedong. The PLA had suffered severe losses under the gunfire of the Kuomintang, who were armed with more advanced weapons imported from the United States. Tens of thousands of Mao's Red Army died, but they managed to turn the tables later and defeat the Kuomintang. The Kuomintang escaped to Taiwan and set up government there.
那个时候武器大家也差不多，就打个平手了。但是你如果境界高，精神力量不来了以后，有一种使命感，对吧？那你就不怕死了。你整个一个人不怕死，整个一个群体一支军队不怕死的话，那你就压到对方了。要在落后的武器装备的情况下，那你这个思想觉悟高的这个有精神力量很塑造的很好的军队，那你就无敌于天下。所以这是我们甚至于可以弥补武器的不足。为什么国民党武器那么好？中国共产党军队能够夺得天下能够战胜国民党军队，一切是那个思想政治教育，塑造这支部队的魂的话，精神建设的话，就要强调这个东西。所以那个战士说，我要留下半根皮带，要到延安给毛主席，这实际上就是表达了这是军。
United States.
The idea, what he said there was basically ideology, because they had a purpose. They believed in what they wanted to do. And what I find with our nation is that, and not only Nigeria, almost all sub-Saharan African countries, there is no mission. There is no mission that they want to achieve. There is nothing, there's no purpose to their existence. Their only existence is to be conditioned to go and serve other people, like the way Uzodinma just crystallized. Sending his people his own young people overseas to go and make other people's country richer. No plan to bring them back. No plan to make your country better so that they can return back to the country. That is the mentality that we have that most other people don't have. So I will allow Tone to go, except Tone wants to allow Righteous Man ask this question. Okay, Tone, go ahead.
Righteous Man, calm down.
You don't want me to ask my question?
Please calm down. I'm not speaking for even a minute today. Please understand.
No problem.
KJ is there. I and KJ have not spoken. We have not said anything today. Okay? You will speak. You know, we normally have our night shift. Don't worry, we are members of the night shift. We'll talk very well. Okay? Sorry, bro. Okay, can I proceed? Forefathers.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Sorry, yeah, I was muted. Go ahead. Well done.
Okay. Yeah. Forefathers, please listen. This is for you first. Now, we have a wonderful forum for a couple of weeks now. This is how I spend my weekend. I hardly go out anyway because I work very hard. So I just chill at home and I've been enjoying it. Now, there's been a lot of forums that have sprung up during this political period and all that, and I really do respect Dr. Damages, his views, how he tries to control himself in the face of all the rubbish that he hears every day. I don't know how he does it. And forefathers is you're one of the guys that I do respect a lot, because you kind of research what you believe in and stand by what you believe. But I have seen you did say something earlier. You said your channel is very friendly. Now, being friendly, will you allow bigots to stream through your channels to promote their sick ideas through your channel? And that's what I've been seeing, which is a big concern to me. Clear bigots.
Just to give me an idea, what bigots are we referring to? Like what topic?
Tribalists and bigots. See, okay, that leads me to my next point, because we keep saying these people that are running down Nigeria, they're very, very small in number. But the biggest people that I worry about, and that's the biggest problem we have, is the so-called educated people that are so-called educated. They want to be called by their titles. They want to be called professors. They want to be called doctors. They want to be called Egbon, uncle, and all that. And they come to this sort of channel and start propagating lies and tribalism and nepotism and all that stuff. Shame on all of you. Shame on all of you. You are the biggest problem that we have in Nigeria. It's enough for all those idiots that are cheating me and cheating you as well, and cheating your families back home and all that. Instead of you to direct your anger at them and all that, if you say anything contrary to the sitting government, because that person comes from your village, he comes from your tribe, or your family have benefited from them in one way or the other, and all that, you start cussing people up. You start cussing, telling them they are IPOB or obedient. Where are we going with this kind of with this sort of mindset? Where are we going to go with this sort of mindset? So that's a problem. See, we can talk and talk from now till tomorrow, suggest ideas and all that. The biggest problem, it's idiots that are that are living in the Western world, that have seen how things work and all that, and yet they will come every weekend, every weekday, and propagate lies. Look at what is happening to the person that calls himself our president. Instead of you guys to call him down and say, Egbon, this thing that you're doing and all that, or resign honorably, that man is going to end in shame. We told him, okay, you have grabbed it, you have snatched it and all that. He doesn't even know what to do about it. Telling lies about economics. I mean, this is most of the, okay, last week, I think you and I were in a one man's program. I didn't say much and all that, because they don't allow me to talk, because when I talk, they know I give it to them and all that. 101 economics, they could not put one-on-one together. You had a lot of active people. There are some of the idiots right now in the comment section that are supporting, coming up with the most ridiculous, the most stupid thing that I ever heard.
Yeah, willful blindness. People choose not to see, and it's what Bumi was complaining about. They just choose not to see the truth.
Look at Bumi now. Bumi was talking. One of them was saying, she doesn't understand Nigeria. Bumi, let me address you. Do not allow them to pollute you. Yeah, your mind is still pure and all that. These are bigots. These are tribalists and all that. Tribalism we need, and that is what the obedient movement is about and all that, to make things work the way it should work. Why should I be able to get, when I got into the army and all that, I didn't know anybody. My dad did not know that I bought a form for the Defense Academy. I went in there during the interview when we had to face the board and all that. One of them said, can you tell me a bit about your, that was after I scaled through, and I told them politely, please don't get my dad involved. I'm getting in here because this is what I want to do. I want to serve my country. But right now, today, everything is all about tribalism. It's very, very clear that this man forged his certificate and all that, and you're still defending him. A man is a drug dealer. You said is not his bank. Is his bank account that is. Are we not in trouble, judges? Are we not in trouble? How do we want to defend law degree in Nigeria? Are we not in trouble?
Yeah, that really troubles me, man, because I feel like our elite class have to change their mind, or they have to be
All about
removed. Otherwise, we are going to have this problem is going to remain.
forefathers, the people that are propagating this crime are people like you and I. They are there in the comment section. They're in one man's section. One man's platform is one of those. Let me call him out now. I don't care. He's one of those. He came this evening in his bed and all that. We have said that when you're in bed or you're eating and all that, he came to show off his shiny bed and all that. Show politely, I not show saw him, but show politely tell him he can't come on and all that. And he put in his £2 or be $2 and all that to say whatever he said, insulting the Igbos. And if they insult him now, he will start squeaking like a rat. Where are we going? Where are we going? If we cannot be truthful, our past leaders, Nnamdi Azikiwe, did he forge? Awolowo, did he forge? Did we have a case of stolen identities from them? How have we got into this? I know somebody right now in the government. I don't want to mention name and all that. Maybe if he sees this and all that, maybe I'll be getting phone calls next week and all that. That is part of the Tinubu government. I know how he got into the NDA, but I don't want to say that much and all that. But they are the big guys calling the shots.
Yeah.
So until we change our mindset, listen, I don't hate anybody. I don't have any problem with anybody. Until you bigots, what is the use of your education when you cannot think? You cannot think. Now the VP is referring Obi as a religious candidate. We're in trouble, though. We are in trouble. Yeah. We are really, really, really in trouble. Until we start changing our mindset and say collectively, enough is enough. It's not about Yoruba. It's not about Igbo. It's not about whether my dad was made a commissioner. And listen, if my dad was alive and he was part of this rubbish and all that, I'll call out my dad. So
I
unfortunately,
guess if my dad was part of the rubbish, I will call somebody to call out my dad.
No, I'll call him out. I'll call him out. The last thing he's gonna do is that, listen, I don't want to see you. Then when he dies, I'll sort out what I have to sort out. Because this got to stop. It just got to stop. It just got to stop.
I really like the way I like the way you reason, because if more Nigerians reasoned like that, things will be sharp. Things will be done more precisely instead of all this noise. It's really staggering. But me, I find that jarring how educated we are, yet we know little. And I'm still learning. And I consciously make effort to try to better myself every day in this journey. And that's why sometimes I allow for people to do whatever they want to do, and I tolerate it, because in the end, we are all in different places. And the key is the ones that believe in the same thing need to band together and look to make the change, because it's not all the country. Yeah, the video I played just now, it's not the whole country that transforms changes. It's people that believe. They hold on to it. Zionism, that's how it was formed, from nothing. And look at Israel today. That is how things are. You have to have a belief that is beyond you, and if you are correct, you will flourish. Thank you, Tone. I really appreciate the way you come at things. Righteous man, thank you for your patience. Please go ahead if you want to ask a question or say something.
Yeah, but Tone, please take it easy with those guys on the comment section. They even abuse Rudolph. They said he was the long sleeve today. Those guys are sometimes when I read
one of them say I'm not in Nigeria and I'm a spy.
Righteous man, I'm not afraid of them. I'm not afraid of anybody. I see. Listen, all of them are just bunch of agbayas. What you yes. call agbayas and idiots.
Crazy
they are
people.
Complete agbayas. And I'm not afraid of anybody. I'll take them
just,
on.
Just laugh over them. They are not serious people, honestly.
And
if you go to comment section, you won't be coming here.
You know, there's somebody that came on today. He's been coming on. I don't want to mention it. He knows himself. He's watching now. When he comes here as a panelist, he will say one thing. When he goes to another panel where they promote all sorts of bigotry, he will say another thing. I'm just disgusted with two-faced people.
Yeah, they are very, very, they cause confusion.
So the question
sorry, KJ, I'm coming to you. Don't worry.
I want to ask Sister Bumi question. You see, have you ever been to the northern part of Nigeria?
Yes, I have.
Okay, to the rural areas.
I suppose so. Not really. I mean, I didn't live there. I didn't stay there, but yeah.
Okay, why I asked that question is this, because you raised quite a number of heart-touching issues and you made good points. But from my own point of view, I think the environment we're operating here in Nigeria may not be able to accommodate the views you have raised. My reasons are as follows. Number one, the Nigerian statistics shows that the larger population of the Nigerian people lives in the rural areas. And that is to say, about 75% of the Nigerian population reside in the rural areas. And then you look at the penetration of the modern technology, such as Android, the use of Android phone. How many percentage of the youth in the rural areas, in the rural communities in Nigeria, have access to Android phone that can get into a panel like this to listen to a younger person like you? It may be 1 to 20 ratio. That now simply makes it impossible to practicalize the opinions you have raised in this panel. I'm not profiling any section of the country, but the truth is that statistics proves that the Southerners are more enlightened academically, and that brings a different value system. And it is very difficult for you to convince somebody that does not reason the way you reason, that does not think the way you think, that does not see truth and light in your presentations. It's very, very difficult, somebody. My friend came from Tennessee, USA. They visited me when I came back from Germany, when I relocated to Nigeria. They were 4. They came from Tennessee, white people. So we were discussing. They told me that it's difficult to win a Catholic to be a Pentecostal. It is easier to win a Muslim to be a born-again Christian than converting a Catholic to become a born-again Christian. That is, I'm just using it as an example. That is how difficult it is to sell the Western values, which we uphold in the South here, Western values. I'm talking of the Western world, their values. We hold it and cherish it in the Southern Nigeria than the Northern aspect of Nigeria do. And then it is a very big problem to sell these values to them.
Righteous man, you know KJ is waiting now. If you have a question, you ask so that KJ
so
can...
my question is this, Bumi. Considering the Nigerian environment, how do you think we're going to set up a system that works for us all?
Okay, I just want to clarify that when I said what I said, I didn't make it seem like it's 1 + 1 is 2. Okay, you can't just wake up and change someone's Like people have been like Nigeria is, for example, Nigeria is 63. That's not a baby age, regardless. It's so imagine. So I'm not trying to make it seem like, oh, it's just, but I'm just saying that is one of our problem. Okay, to solve something, you need to understand something. Okay, so
sorry, Nigeria had been existing since 1914, but became an independent nation in 1960. So we are not 63, we're 100 and something years in existence.
Yeah, whether it's the concept of Nigeria or whether it's the independence of Nigeria, it still doesn't change the fact that it's something that's been going on for a long time. So it's still there. So what I'm saying is that is the problem. Okay. Now, and you asked the question now, how do we solve that problem? It's not going to be a day job. Like you cannot just get one president or one governor and next thing you
No,
know.
I said, how do we, you get my question, how do we set up a system that works for us all, not for some few people?
Okay, so we can start by understanding that it's going to be hard first. We need to accept that first, that it's going to be hard. Another thing too, we need to understand that we need to have this conversation. And I think it's also kind of because looking at the comments, I hear people say, oh, you don't understand the Nigerian behavior, but you don't understand that we're talking about humans can change. Okay, you're making it seem that, oh, Nigeria is such a bad place, it can never get better. Then why are we talking about Nigeria? If we truly know that we don't understand Nigeria, if I don't understand Nigeria, then why are we talking about Nigeria? I think one thing first, we need to understand that that's the problem. Two is now understanding how can we slowly change those mentality about how people behave. And it's individually. That's why I said we need to stop thinking about me. For example, in your family, who in your family thinks about me? You can still have that me mentality, but have a bigger mindset whereby it's like, I want to create change in my society too. And
Bumi, I'm not interjecting, please, so that other people will speak. How do you think that the Western world will stop harvesting Africa and seeing Africa as a conquered continent for their actualization of their civilization? Because you are talking of me. That is how the Western world is talking of them. And that's why they're enslaving Africa.
Yeah, but understand that the Western are still thinking about me, but they're thinking about a different kind of me. I'm not saying don't try and survive. You still survive, but have a goal. The Western world, they still think of they're thinking about themselves till today, and that's why, for example, France, regardless of them being part of the United Nations, they value human rights. They don't value the human rights of African countries, but they value their own human rights, and that's the me mentality they have of putting themselves first. We need to have that kind of mentality too.
Don't you think it's a human problem?
Thank you. So that we can allow, we can keep it there so that we allow this thing to flow.
It's all right.
Bumi, don't mind righteous man. Righteous man is always mischievous like that. Yeah, let's leave righteous man. He's always with this thing. KJ, sorry about all the kerfuffle earlier on, and glad you came back. So please go ahead.
Yeah. First and foremost, I'm coming on. First of all, righteous man, compare your age vis-a-vis Bumi that you want to answer those questions. You should be the one answering those questions you're asking her. Don't bother this little girl with all that.
So I'm old man. So I'm old man, right?
I mean, you people support Nigeria for them, and you're asking her to give you the solution.
Jesus Christ!
Is that a good thing? Leave that thing. Not bother people anybody who is less than 25 years old is not the part of the problem.
Hold on. You say who spoiled it?
Una. Are you not more than 25 years old? Are you not more than 25 years old? You know, the generation that support Nigeria, are they the ones? You are the ones who created the divisions. Okay? They created the divisions. And I'm coming to that. Now, I want to come on a very sad note. I read something in the papers and I was so disappointed. A young lady, okay, was stabbed by the ones they call the one chance in Abuja, and she was rushed to the Abuja Metama Hospital. And the nurse and the doctors there will not treat her because they said she didn't bring a police report. And this lady was in the car there and bled to death. In fact, they locked the emergency doors to the hospital. That is what Nigeria is. So when you sit down to think that there's something happening in that nation, think of these kind of things. If the human life, the blood in the life does not bother you as a professional nurse, as a doctor in a government hospital, somebody was brought in a critical situation, stabbed by so-called inability for the government to govern. The young lady, Greatness Olu something, died in the vehicle that brought her after bleeding. Almost everything, blood in her came out. That's Nigeria for you. Am I telling you this story to rejoice? No. I'm just telling you that this is the nation we're dealing with. No empathy. No empathy. Okay, that's what the leadership has built Nigeria to. And people who are talking about patriotism, who told Nigeria was not patriotic? People like us, like I said, we were Boy Scouts. We trained. I was a Manobe. I was an adjutant in the Manobe. I went from Cub Scout to Boy Scout, from Boy Scout to Manobe, serving the community we were in, learning leadership, how to obey and follow instructions because of what? Our patriotism. Learning to respect the flag and what Nigeria stands for. Today, where are those things? They're no longer in a society where we live. It has been taken away. Okay? And then what are you going to be patriotic for? American will say, we respect America because America is so and so. What is the Nigerian dream? What's the thing that makes you a Nigerian? What makes you stand out? What's the thing that gives you the courage to say, if I die on behalf of this nation? What is the thing? Mr. James was talking about, what's his name now? The guy with the tie. I can't see him on the small screen.
Lexi.
He was talking about a lesson. Let me tell you who taught me that lesson. It was taught to me by my commandant. He said to me, and I remember those days when this evil corruption was creeping into Nigeria. One day he was teaching, and he said to us, if you are standing far away where you cannot hear the command, and the brigade commander says to 10 soldiers standing in the parade, right about turn, and 9 of them did left about turn, and 1 did right about turn. From your vantage position where you're looking at, who is wrong? I leave that to you. Decide who is wrong. From where you're looking at, you didn't hear the sound of the command. You didn't hear what the command was, and 9 turn did left about turn, and 1 did right about turn. Who will you say is wrong?
The one that follows the actual instruction that is meant to be followed.
This is where we are in Nigeria. This is where we are in Nigeria. And so, if we are serious, but I don't think we're serious even being a nation, because no nation develops with 3-4 ideology. If you are from the north, this is how you should think. If you are from the west, this is how you should think. If you are from the east, this is how you should think. If you are the bourgeois, this is how you should think. If you are the commoner, this is how you should think. No nation, no nation can develop in that order. No matter what you people say, no matter how you treat it, that's what Nigeria has become. And I want to take on forefather. Some few more, like a week ago or thereabout, we were saying that the southeast has access to the sea. You guys refused it. You made us look stupid. But today, the Abia State governor is constructing a seaport.
Yeah, okay, there's a port in the north too. It's not a sea.
I'm coming, sir.
More like.
Hold on, sir. You said there was no access to the sea.
No, you have access to the sea. You have to go through other territories. That's my point.
We are not going through any territory. We are going through the sea.
Somewhere along the line, you need to show me where Imo is on the map, because me, I don't know.
No, I didn't say Imo. I said Abia. The Abia State governor is using a seaport.
Doesn't have.
You don't know my state, forefather. You don't know my state.
So, you see, they started again, though. You want to start this again? You want me to put the Nigerian map up? You want to start again?
But Forefather, I didn't raise this thing. I didn't raise it so we can debate it. Hold on, sir. Please. Everybody hold your fire.
That is on the map.
I didn't raise it. I didn't raise it so that we can discuss it. The governor is launching it today. It's being launched today. So it's not, I'm not speaking in terms of what's to come. I'm talking about what is being launched. 28th, 29th of September, they are launching the seaport project. It is in Abia State. It's not in any other state.
He's going to go through the waters of the south to get there. That's my point.
It's not going through any south, because if you're going to go to the south, you will have. But however,
there's river coming through Nigeria. No, it's true. Water is water now. I've always said that.
All I'm simply saying is this.
Dredge it and make it bigger.
You ask several pertinent questions, and the guy with the last guy here, I've forgotten what he asked, but I don't want to go to it because when I wanted to respond, he did not give me a chance. I don't forget the thing. But all I'm trying to let him know is that there are people who are patriotic in Nigeria, and there are people who want to be Nigerians. But if that is not happening, look, and I remember what I wanted to respond to. He said, Nigeria, America was built in 200 years. Do we need to reinvent the wheel? Do we need to reinvent the wheel? How old is Kigali? How long did it take them to build Kigali? Dubai, I was already in secondary school, living in secondary school when Dubai was still a desert. I can still remember traveling to, nobody was even going to Dubai, because if you want to go to Dubai, I said, what are you going to do? There's just desert. That is sometime in 1985.
Exactly.
Today, look at Dubai. Did it take them 200 years? Did it take them? Look at what is. In fact, Americans are going to holidays in Dubai. And so we are saying that if we are people who are conscious of what we want, and I keep saying that, the reason why Biafra has come up, is because we are tired of following this roundabout circle. And somebody is saying that we are just speaking. We're not just speaking. If you listen to the Eastern Governors Forum 2 days ago, you see that some of the points we have raised there is what some of the things that Tondo talked about. So the program is doing its own work. People are listening to it. People are following it. So it may not be we who implement what we are saying, but we are throwing out ideas in the air, and anybody who cares to grab it can grab it. If they want further clarification from you, they can call Rudolph, or they can call any of you direct and say, look, these are the ideas you canvassed. We want you to clarify and give us in-depth, of how that is done. But like I've said here, anybody who comes to Nigeria, listen, governance is 4 years they give it. That means that the people who gave you 4 years understand that within that 4 years you can make a difference if you want to. We're not asking you to build us 150 story buildings, to make railway and make roads. That's the thing that was too difficult for us to do, and then make process how people can be able to farm their goods, bring it to where they can make reasonable money. See, my brothers and sisters, I want to let you, we are not ready to develop Nigeria, or listen to me. They don't want to do that. Please, listen, you see, last week we were hammering on this issue. What are we going to tell our children so that certificate does not matter any longer? That is, look at what the journalist who was covering that woman, who was the president of that Chicago school, wrote. Have any of you read his report? What he said, and why he said that he knows exactly that Bola Tinubu was never in that school? So these are things that in fact, these days when you say, a Nigerian, people look at you, the Tinubu guy, that's what they call you, the Tinubu guy. So it's not only circulating in Nigeria, it's circulating around the world. I have nothing personal against Tinubu, and neither do I belong to any party. But like I said, if we are serious people, we have enough brain to develop Nigeria. We don't want to do it. Thank you, Father, for the time to speak.
Yeah, please, can I ask you a question? Because you indicted me. You said I'm part of the generation that spoiled Nigeria.
I'll come to you next.
And Buni may think is correct. I've never worked in any government or state-owned parastatal. I've never eaten from the Nigerian pocket. I have never since I was born. I suffered, I traveled abroad, I made what I made, I came back, the Nigerian state destroyed all I labored for. And now I'm not eating from hand to mouth. So don't indict me by saying it's my generation. No, I won't take it. That's very wrong assumption, please. It's very, very wrong. You don't have
Mr.
my
Righteous
biography,
Man.
you don't know my status.
Righteous
So you
Man,
can
you
come
were
to the
joking.
public and say,
KJ was
my
joking.
generation. How?
Calm down. KJ doesn't know.
That's
KJ
wrong.
was joking. He was joking.
Mr. Righteous Man. Mr. Righteous Man.
Why
I'm
you
not
just
the
quote?
problem.
Can you just quote? It didn't suppose you cool like that now.
Relax now, Mr. Righteous Man. And Righteous Man is you don't. Your generation is not only your generation. Generation
Your
includes
generation
me,
spoke
right?
Nigeria, not
You have to
mine.
take responsibility. It's the
Righteous
we are
Man,
all
calm
part
down.
of it.
Calm down.
We
have
are
to
all
take
part of. You see, your generation. I didn't say Righteous Man.
That's why I came back. Can you come back to Nigeria and join me here to face it? You can't.
See, I take responsibility. My generations who have not
I
born
think
better.
Righteous Man, you are
So
going
it's
a
just what it is.
bit too far. Okay. The reason why I came to the Nigerians, the left Nigeria after 50 years of my life is not because I was running from it. I'm one of those who believe that Nigeria could happen. You understand what I'm saying? Look at me. Yes. No, listen to me. The reason why I left after 50 years of my life, not because I like the United States. Okay? Because my life was in danger. That's why I left. So don't tell me that thing. I've been part of the system that brought it to where it is. I don't want to say anything in the public system. So don't tell me that thing you're talking about. The system I'm talking about is
you
the
said I
generation, my
destroy it. You
generation,
say it's my
your
generation that
generation.
destroy it. Why am I asking
All
that
of
kind of
us,
question?
if we
So
had
if
played
you're
the
angry
part,
if you're angry by my statement, I should also be angry with you. Because you indicted me.
Okay,
You indicted me. You don't know how many millions of people that are watching this panel. You indicted me. And you don't also know me. You don't also know me.
Righteous man, hold on now.
Listen, Righteous Man.
See,
I
KJ,
said,
hold on. KJ, hold on. We have to have order here. The order is
hold on,
now.
hold on, Righteous Man, forefather, hold on.
Hold on now. The righteous man cannot get away with it because he keeps it delaying other people from talking, and we have to. People are waiting too now. There's Uzo there is AY, and there is Lex. This is AMD too. AY, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Righteous Man, I'm first of all coming for you. The way you coming for people. I need to correct you on something. You see, you made a statement that you were talking in terms of education, like, oh, the North are not educated. This statement is not actually correct. What you can say, the Southerner, in terms of percentage, we are more educated. I agree. In the North, we have a lot of educated people. So all over the country, we have a lot of educated people. And
I didn't say so. I don't misinterpret me. I didn't say so.
What was your statement?
What I said is this. I said, when you look at the population, we have more rural people, about 75% of Nigerian population residing in the rural areas. That's what I said. And I said statistically, when you check the number of people that can get hold to Android phone to listen to this kind of conversation is ratio 1 to 20. That's what I said.
Okay, no problem. Okay, I will draw my statement, no problem. The other thing, for me, there was a statement forefather said earlier. I don't believe dividing Nigeria is a solution to Nigeria problem. This is the honest truth, because when we keep saying like, oh, maybe some region are benefiting from Nigeria, I disagree with anyone that will say that. I don't think any region is benefiting from Nigeria. What I think is the criminals gang, they are benefiting from Nigeria, not any region. And this gang, they are all over the country. Who can beat his chest and tell me somebody from my state, it's not among people that corrupted the system. They are not part of the corrupt system. No one. All the states, we have this criminal gang all across board. This is one thing we need to know. Even if you divide Nigeria today, this gang will still come together and hijack that region. That's what will happen. So, me personally, like I've criticized President Tinubu. I think he has not done well. His policies are failing because of lack of planning. For now, is President Tinubu we know as president. For me, if Peter will be coming tomorrow, same thing. I'm gonna hit on him. If you like, tell me I don't like them. I don't like Igbo. now, if I hit on Tinubu, tell me I don't like Yoruba, I agree. Okay, no problem. But here is the thing. I strongly believe for Nigeria to, what I expected President Tinubu to do when he came in, look for a way to bring the country together. The division is too much. This is becoming very obvious. People are crying. Get people together, because I think that is the first solution. Try to make every part of Nigeria, part of the system. Get people together. Try to reduce the division we have across board. Do that. The other thing is, okay, I was talking about his policies. Some of you will remember, like the very first, when each time they change a policy, the removal of subsidy, the Naira unification, the student loan, I keep hammering on this stuff. How can a responsible government, you want to remove subsidy without planning? Who does that? Because they're supposed to know what will happen. Okay, you are remove subsidy. What were they thinking? Because Nigeria can't afford it. Today, pump price of petroleum is supposed to be up to 1,000 naira, because now they are scared to even increase it. Because the one they've increased already, 650, that's too much for the people. The poverty is not funny. It's biting so hard. When I talk to people in the village, it's crazy. The student loan, what happened? It was all garbage. Now, universities, they are increasing their tuition. Majority of the universities. What do you want people to do? You don't want people to go to school. You want people to stay at home. How much are you even giving to them? So, I mean, the one thing I see is just lack of planning. You can't just say, oh, you give it to their loan just to impress the people. No, you got to be deliberate about it. You got to be deliberate. When you do this, you see the result. See, today, Naira is 1,000 Naira to $1. And one person is telling us, don't worry, we should pray. The Naira will come back to what? Like, are you guys playing with us? People are hungry. What we have in Nigeria, I can say like 75%, they are imported into Nigeria. The price of dollar is affecting this in Nigeria. The price of oil, petroleum is affecting everything in Nigeria. So things are getting bad. So what we need to do is they need to sit up, rebuild the country, rebuild our security, infrastructure. The refineries are there. Try to work on this stuff. Do something. They need to. If you are tired, you can't do this. If you resign, exit the system. So I don't want to share the idea of, oh, when Nigeria is divided, that is when we'll find the solution. I think we can keep talking, we can keep fighting. The solution will come. No electricity. People are still suffering. These are just horrible. I saw a video forefather. I'm not sure if you saw that video on one man show. Probably you can request for it. NLC Ribado. He was begging these two white men to stop the terrorism in Nigeria. Live video. I think Tone, I'm not sure if you watch it.
Wow, I would like to see that, because the one I've seen of him is where they said they don't have enough people to protect our border.
No, one, if you talk to one man going to Mo, you can tell him to send you the link. He showed it. I was like, what is this? What is going on? Look at
we've been complaining about this forever, that our leaders are not governing for us.
Last time, you know what we discovered? Me, my forefather, some of us, we were looking at Nigeria. Do they even have alliance? Any for security? None. A big country like Nigeria, really?
Zero security alliance.
What's going on?
Zero.
No.
This is not normal. That's not how nations exist.
Okay, sorry. Can I just make a comment before I want to go away?
Ahead.
The reason why Nigeria don't have any alliance because before now we say we are non-aligned movement. We're in a non-aligned. We don't support anybody. We don't support whether you are fighting, you are not fighting. That's been our foreign policy. We don't align with anybody.
Brazil
We're
is
just,
like that. India is like that. There are many countries that are
I'm
like
coming.
that, but they all have security. This is the defense part.
I'm coming. And before now, it was believed that our military was capable of defending the nation.
Wow.
Until politics got into it. I tell you the truth. The people I know,
How did they convince that? Sorry, KJ. How did they convince that generation that the military we had was capable of defending the nation?
Because they did a lot of wonders.
They were never
they were. Let me give you two examples.
They are fighting dwarfs. It's like measuring height among dwarfs. They were fighting West Africans.
Yeah.
Did they go and fight any real military around the world?
The Nigerian army that I know, led by Lieutenant Colonel Sudo, okay, confronted the gendarmes that was fronted by the French army, and almost took Cameroon. I just call you a name, and the person, the brigade commander in that mission was General Buhari.
Yes,
General Buhari.
That's Cameroon.
Nigeria. Listen now, were we fighting Cameroon? We are fighting the French.
No, you are not fighting the French. You are fighting the Cameroonian soldiers.
Oh, my brother, I'm telling you, what happened.
How many thousand versus how many thousand?
Listen and learn.
All I'm trying to let you know
I'm learning. I'm just
the Nigerian army. The Nigerian army was some kilometers.
Sorry, KJ now. So if you are fighting, Nigerian army is fighting 1,500 French soldiers. That is not the same thing as fighting French. You see what I mean? In Cameroon. No, it's not the same thing as fighting French. It's a whole country fighting 1,500 people. Is that what you are saying?
If you understand, I didn't even call a figure. But all I want you to know is this: that the reason why the West African countries are weak is because they have a lot of French troops in their country, and the biggest threat to the French is Nigeria. That is Nigeria. Before now, the biggest threat to the French is Nigeria, because they believe that we are blocking all their moves. Okay. Now, when that problem came, remember when they killed 2 Nigerian soldiers, and Nigeria almost took Yaoundé. I can still remember that it took an executive order for that colonel to come back with his troop. Okay? And I'm not talking about hearing it from, I heard it from his own mouth. So now, that was the kind of army we have. It's not the army we have now.
So
it's not the army we have now.
Let me ask you this question. So
the army have been totally bastardized.
KJ,
you know?
KJ, let me ask you this question. I think you follow up on this, right? You see, the Nigeria, that was the same question I asked Igbo Basic today, not on the military side, on development. Nigeria military, when I was little, like, people used to, like, the force, like, when you hear Nigeria military, you will know, like, these men are not joking. Even right now, even on the street, nobody fear military again, man. So
because it has been bastardized. It has been bastardized. That's the problem.
Instead of them to keep building.
I don't. You see, this false paradise we are living in. People keep thinking that we ever had is strong defense. We never did.
Think so?
No, we never did. From 400 years ago, we never did. Let's not make that mistake. I can bring the charts out. Hold on now. I can bring the charts out so you can see for yourself. It's not me making it up.
If not for the Nigerian army, there will be no Liberia today. There will be no Sierra Leone today.
What did they have to defend themselves? They had nothing to defend themselves.
It's like comparing dwarfs. You are not comparing. You are not fighting first world nations.
Is correct in telling you that it's a war. All the generals for fighting people who don't have guns, who are hiding from one tree to the other.
Those people you are talking to have not been able to completely do one successful restoration mission. Get my point. Get my point. That people you are talking about who have sophisticated weapon and everything, they've not been able to complete one peace mission where they restore the country. We have done three.
Yes, among African countries.
So whether they are dwarfs or not, come on.
Country? Are they
Hey, excuse me.
Those
Let's go
countries
there.
are belly countries. When you look at their military readiness, they are belly countries. Do you know Ghana right now? It is a country. Hold on now. Okay. Ghana is a country
Let us go there now. Let us go there now. I want to go there with you guys. Let's go there.
I'll bring the data. Let's pull the data
now,
out so that you guys can start seeing the data for yourself.
Forefather, I'm asking you, Cambodia. What was the thing that Cambodia had? Why were they not able to do it? Yes. Why didn't they do it?
We can check
Why
it
did
so that we
complete
can
it?
start seeing this.
Why did they restore Cambodia? Why did they restore to start Afghanistan? What do they have there? With all the sophistication. Leave that thing, my friend.
Anyway. Okay, don't worry. I will check in the military size so that we can see the number, so you understand what we are talking about here. It's not. I'm not trying to put our military down. I'm just saying that we have never been free.
I want you to know something. Weapons don't fight. Now men they fight. And men don't fight. Now people when get hurt, they fight. It's people that have the heart that fight. People who are brave. Your car, you can have a B2, and somebody, you can be driving a Mercedes, and somebody with B2 will beat you clean on the highway. It is your heart that it carries your this thing. Bravery comes from the heart. Your ability to take what? The desired risk.
Should we start checking the sizes of these militaries and the differences? So
it does not matter the size.
The ratio. It matters because the men, the wars that they are involved in, like Vietnam fought America to a standstill. Even Taliban fought America to a standstill. The only people we fight is the only people we fight is Liberia, Sierra Leone. It's like a measuring height among dwarfs. Come on.
Here is my argument. Okay, look at what KJ
said. I give up.
Sorry, KJ. So in
because like, we have not easy truth. We have never been that strong.
Hold on, forefather. 30 years ago, if we can do what KJ is saying, right? I mean, for me, I think by now we should be able to go to even a better country and stop a war. That is like we should be getting better, not going down. So now, when you compare it with 30 years ago, we are not doing better. I don't think so. Look at Boko Haram ravaging the country for more than 10 years. They are still there, you know. So I think we are not doing better, to be honest, if you ask me. Like, that's just my whole argument.
Just to tell you that what you said is correct. The general, I've forgotten his name, who was in charge of military intelligence, was asked on Arise TV. General, what happened to Nigeria? Why Nigeria cannot take? He said, look, I'm telling you, it's politics. Who are these people? Who are these people that even more than these things? It doesn't even need it doesn't even need half of Nigerian army to deal with this. It was he who said to us, if you people keep calling it Sambisa forest. What is the forest in the north? Do they have forest in the north? They don't have any forest in the north. So it is politics. Okay? It's a retired general saying it. You don't even need. He said they don't even need a special army to go take those people out. But they don't want to do it. They're playing politics with it because they're making each of them out. They're all making money from it. That's the reason why they don't want to do it.
Yeah, they're making money. I agree.
When will that politics end? When will it stop? It will never stop as long as you remain the way you are now. This is the point I'm making. We can't move anywhere in the way we are structured. So why don't we think of a totally different structure? And that's what.
So that's why I said I was coming for forefather. You see, the way Nigeria is structured, if we do not deal with the constitution, we will never be able to move forward. The truth. We didn't write the constitution. Some people wrote and gave it to us.
My
constitution is not our problem. See, Chim said earlier on that we have laws. Sorry, Chim said earlier on that
I have a question for you.
Sorry, let me just make this point quickly.
I'm not still done with
30 seconds. I know. 30 seconds. Chim said earlier on, we have laws, we have rules. Our constitution is even more robust than that of the British constitution. But yet, the people are not enforcing it. Tinubu had a brilliant, to an extent, a good security policy when he won the election. If he had done it, I would forgive all his other sins. But he wouldn't do it. That is the problem. It's not that we don't have common sense or we don't have laws. We have them, but our people don't obey.
You know, it takes a pen to cancel all the good things they have done. If if you say constitution and is not a problem, all right, who appoints the next chairman?
The president.
Okay, you know the other chairman will send Nigeria back to 1920. Just one mistake he made. Whatever
Because
let him do, yeah.
Let me say this. Something what
so
people
if
hold on, Uzo, let me just say something that people missed in that same point you're making. When people voted, all the party members were standing around there. When they took pictures of the results, they all took pictures. Where are those pictures?
Then what when they brought it to the tribunal, what the ANEC reply?
So there was a way to totally prevent. Hold on, there is a way to prevent rigging of this election because people were there when they voted. Then they took pictures of it immediately.
Agreed.
So where are those results? Is it not Nigerians that did that?
My point is, if you want to correct this, we have to start by making the INEC an independent organization. In every state, the governors
is also right.
The governors elect the whole INEC chairman that work for him. Presidency do the same thing. So they're working for. See, INEC chairman is a full member of APC. Tell me how you're going to win the election.
So you
I think even in the UK is the same thing, and America is the same thing. It's the people, and nobody is letting them do their job.
America now.
No. And the difference is that they have similar structures, but the people is the difference because the system is practically the same.
So they have to make them independent. If they want,
I beg to leave, please. I beg to leave.
Yeah, Lexi, thank you for coming in. I appreciate you, even if we have sometimes this difference of opinion. I really appreciate you coming in.
Yeah. Thank you, Lexi. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Bye bye.
Gosi, you wanted to ask a question?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, so my question is, like, when AY and KJ were talking about the military, you say, let me do some research. When we have a military person here, I thought you would have called Tone to throw an insight on that topic because he was a military person. Thank you.
Yeah, if I wanted Tone, I advise on how to fire guns, I will ask Tone. If I want advice on how to practically maneuver and go and capture people, ask Tone.
Wait, what
He's not a statistician.
As far as a country doesn't have a nuclear warhead, Nigeria fight and they're like chicken. Let the guy fight a country that has nuclear warhead. That's where you are putting your point on.
Yeah, because that one, if anybody tries to hit us, we hit back. You see, you can't.
Forefather,
we need bio, we need everything everybody else has got.
Forefather, let me ask something. Has America that has nuclear head fought with Russia that has?
Oh no, that
have you not seen? Have you not seen that? Excuse me. Have you not seen that they're taking it gently? Even the last time that these crazy guys launched a drone that was going to get to Moscow, that Elon Musk cut their dream down. These are strategic things that are done. You know, nobody goes to try to finish his generation because he wants to protect another country. Nobody does that. Yeah. You won't do that.
So thank you for your $20 to this. This guy is just not like me. Yeah. I take the insult.
No, one man will go $2. These are what yeah.
See, I think that the reason why they are not attacking them is because they have power. That's mutually assured destruction. That's why I say we are a problem in this world right now. We are only we are part of the 4 great races in the world that are over 1 billion, and we are the only ones that are not protected by a nuclear umbrella. The Europeans are protected, the Indians are protected, the Asians are protected, like the Chinese. They are protected. The only black people, which make up about 1.3 billion in the world, we are the only ones that are not protected. So it's like a 4-legged stool, and we are the ones that are not standing, and we are destabilizing the world.
Forefather, can I shock you?
Going to come for us.
God is protecting us. You know, remember that's how when they brought this COVID.
Yeah,
they brought COVID. You know what Mrs. Bill Gates said, that people are going to be falling down in the African streets, dying like chickens. But you are surprised that you never got there and nothing happened. So they have the artificial one, we have the real one. We have the real one.
God is not going to save us. I've discovered that because our leaders are begging them every day. So look at our suffer head. It has to stop now somewhere along the line. And I believe it can happen quickly. People don't know how, because we have more technology now. Things can transform. Look at Dubai now, according to, was it not KJ that said it? Dubai, very, very quickly, look at where they are now.
Forefathers.
Righteous man. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. What have we identified as Nigerian problem? As the nation marks 63 years. Because the nation is not celebrating 63 years, we are marking it. So what have we identified?
If I'm to distill it to just two critical ones, that because the reason why I say this is because other nations have all the other problems we do have. The two critical ones is security and technological revolution. We don't have them. And that is the two we are lacking. Security and technological revolution.
Again, Forefather, let me conclude. Let me just add before I'm going to switch off. I need to pick my son. Now, that which you said, the last one, which is technology. Remember when Nnamdi Kanu was making his addresses? He said when Biafra comes, they're not going to depend on the oil. In fact, they are going to give the oil free of charge. That what he's thinking and what he's saying is the brain power. The brain power is what we already have it in Nigeria. If you go to what people are doing in Nigeria, both north, south, east, and west, you see people doing electric cars, generators that don't have oil, it doesn't use any. All you need to do is start it and it will work. Vehicles, electric vehicles, they are removing the engines and powering them with their own technology. This already on the ground. It's already on the ground.
We had that debate now. We had that debate earlier on, KJ, when you know, because of the currency that is depreciating, one of the ways to stop it is to reduce foreign imports, like foreign cars. We have innocent in Nigeria. Why is the government not deciding to buy innocent cars and the other cars that are manufactured in Nigeria? Why are they not encouraging Nigerians to be buying Nigeria instead of buying many things from overseas? Reduce some of the things that are coming from overseas so that the demand on the dollar reduces and it stabilizes the currency so that the gains that were supposed to be made from the subsidy removal can actually be made. But instead, subsidy removal, increased price of things. Currency also jacks the price of stuff. The whole thing is free for all, this and it's poor management of our economy. I don't think it's poor management. This is deliberate. I've said this before. Our leaders are deliberately pretending as if they are trying to do the right thing, but always do it to favor foreigners.
Yeah,
because they are the only ones that profit from this.
Forefathers, if we have agreed that insecurity is one of the biggest problem or challenge Nigeria is facing, what is the solution to the Nigerian insecurity? What do we profile? Because there are many politicians and many policymakers that are listening to this platform. So what are the solutions to the Nigerian security?
For me, the easiest one is the recruitment of creating 2 million jobs. You have to create 2 million jobs because one, the Nigerian economy is depressed by 10% because of insecurity. You create 2 million jobs, 1 million in the military, 1 million in the police, customs, and secret services to secure the country. By doing that, there's also going to be downstream economic activity that is going to be stimulated because you are still going to have those people. They need housing, they need shoes, they need uniforms. It's going to stimulate the economy. You are talking about in excess of about 2 to 4 million people that are going to be involved in this economic activity, while you are securing the country and creating a more conducive environment for Nigerians overseas to return home and invest. Not to mention foreign direct investment that is going to show up in the country. Because nobody is going to come to a country where women are getting kidnapped to come and invest. You have IDP camps in your country. Most of our states on international embassy or advisories is a no-go area. Nobody will come to a country like that. Even when the states that are not listed on that no-go areas, because people are going to feel like if you cannot go to the next state, it means when I need to buy something that is in the next state, I don't even feel safe. Or maybe the instability that is in the next state is going to move to this state next time. So no investor wants to take that risk. It's happened to me before. When I was thinking of doing something in one state in Nigeria and Boko Haram went there and did something, I stopped. I wanted to travel. I had to cancel the travel.
Forefathers, can I interject a bit? You said employ 1 million. How are you going to pay them?
The money
Where
that
the
you're
money
going
going
to
to come
save.
from?
The money is not that expensive. From my calculation, in terms of salaries alone, even if you increase the salary of soldiers, it's barely 200 of this thing, what they call it, 300 million pounds per month. And Nigerians can afford that right now. We are spending more, wasting it on burglary proofing and all the other stuff we waste.
Don't you think that we need to start organically? Okay, I'll talk about the police, for example. We know that a lot of the other ranks are badly trained. We need to reorient them, retrain them before you start adding more. Because when you add more of these staff and all that, they will become corrupted. The bad apples will corrupt the good apples that have been added. It just makes sense.
There is always corrupt people and there's always good people in every institution, like the ones that are paying with their lives fighting insurgency till today. There are people we forget there are people actually keeping Nigerians safe as we speak.
Of course.
So
No
those
doubt,
good ones are they need reinforcement. The good ones need reinforcement. The bad ones also get their reinforcement, but over time the good ones will win out because the system is now surviving. They are all the bleeding that is happening in the economy will reduce. Because we will go back ourselves. I know Nigerians that are building properties in Ghana before crying out loud instead of in Nigeria. That needs to stop. And you have to make our people feel safe. IDP camps need to close.
We have this in a lot. I still believe.
Yeah.
For me, I still believe
Stop.
that.
Okay, Uzo hasn't said anything for a while, but I take your point. Is he ambassador? Is he ambassador RMD? Yeah, sorry, I'll come to you next. Don't. I will not forget you. I'll come to you next. Uzo, please go ahead.
So what I'm saying is this: in terms of the military power, all right, we have been discussing about this, all right. I don't think recruiting 1 million will solve Nigeria problem, all right. Where you cannot take care of them, no good housing, no good insurance, nothing. And the military and the police we end up sourcing fund for themselves, like you see police band, police people playing in a wedding to raise money. And army people going for wedding, burial, playing a burial. You will see army people in Nigeria payroll. That's what they do is go and play band, live band or anything for them to, with army uniform, for them to like raise money. They are part of the servicemen we have. Police, Navy, the same thing. But no, if you every state, every local government have all this thing going on. Parliamentary, like prisons, customs, they do the same. Raising money, have bosses, raising money, going from one burial to another.
Exactly. A lot of waste that can be streamlined. You don't see the wastage we have in our country.
If these men are being called back to the service, where trained, where insurance, and where adequately taken care of by housing scheme and everything, don't you think they will go out there fighting with their mind than when you send somebody to Castina, it will tell you, let me go there and die for nothing. I think
the thing is most countries around the world, I don't know why we are surprised. Like Egypt now has half the population of Nigeria. Yeah, they have 1.3 million soldiers in their military alone. How did they do it? How did Singapore, starting from base, use almost 10% of its population in their military? How did they do that? We use less than 0.5% in our military. So it can be paid for because it is worth it. Why should our people be worried about security all the time? Do you know when we started using burglary proof in Nigeria? All the way in the 80s, since I can remember, we were using burglary proof. We never felt safe. But if you come to the UK, no burglary proof, you are just free. Everybody, because the entire nation is safe.
Some part of here I am, they have burglary proof here.
It depends on the area you live in.
Nigeria is not safe.
You live in dodgy area now. America is
United States. There's a place you go to have a burglary proof.
I don't know, man. In the UK, it's not like that.
Where is that? Where is that?
No, ask me where is that.
It lives in a dodgy area in America now.
It's only in Nigeria. Maybe also they where the gangs they.
So you put burglary proofing in your window in the US.
I said some parts we go, they have burglary proof all over.
Of course, some parts now, but we are talking about the whole Nigeria now, from village to city. They are all burglary proofed.
But my point is this: if the one we have, we take care of them, they will fight with their whole heart. But you don't take care of the one you have. You go to the army barrack, Go to the police barrack. Guy, human being cannot live there. Have you gone to those barracks?
It's not, the conditions are not good. And my calculation, the calculation I made was based on increasing their salaries actually to a very, very high this from where it is right now. So you can do that because we can afford it. We already spent, we are losing $50 billion worth of economic activity because of insecurity alone. So $50 billion.
Because one colonel, lieutenant colonel, will have 3 5-star hotels in Abuja, 2 in Castina, with the money used given to buy weapons. How would it be that way? One lieutenant not gonna have 2 hotels in Abuja, 2 in Castina, one in Owerri, one in Port Harcourt, 5-star hotels. They haven't even like that.
I think our country. Let me go to Ambassador, please. I think Ambassador has been very, 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 super patient with us. Thank you, Ambassador. Please go ahead.
Well, thank you very much. I want to align my thoughts with that of Toombs. We talked about, you were talking about employing 2 million personnel to the army.
Yeah.
It is not visible because the ones we already have, we can't even cater for them. In terms of welfare, in terms of salary, we can't cater for them. So going by my own assessment or what I feel should be done as a way to proper solution to insecurity in Nigeria is, one, we must first of all have a unified database, a database that will profile every Nigerian. We know ourselves. Secondly, we completely automate the system. Our security architecture is still analog compared to other places that we're in the late 21st century, where everything has been technologically driven. In the UK here, you don't see police moving about anyhow, but I bet you commit a crime now, the next 5 minutes, you are picked up. Wherever you go to, they know where you are, they can get you. But in Nigeria, it's not like that. So until we completely automate the system, not even the security alone, even the entire civil service, when we automate the system, we'll be able to curb corruption. We'll be able to checkmate all these things, irregularities that are setting us back. When we do that, at least Nigeria will be on the path of progress. Thank you, Asomit. I will soon be leaving.
That was very brief. All that waiting. You don't have anything else to say to Nigerians.
I want to give room. I want
Righteous man, I hope you are seeing what Ambassador is doing.
I forgot. Please, I want to address one thing. Very important, please. I don't mean to be personal here, but I will appeal subsequently when we are making our deposition. We should try to be objective. I am saying this with respect to the statement that Righteous Man made earlier. He was making references with a statement, whether is it by him or by somebody, that says it takes a Catholic to be converted to become a Christian. I don't understand that context. Are Catholics not Christians, or you such statements?
So you have not heard that before. You have not heard that before.
You just say, when we get platform like this, we will try to manage the language
of the gods. That's what they call you.
RYT, welcome to the show. Welcome to
Ambassador. Ambassador. Before you leave, don't take offense.
No, I'm not offended though. I'm only trying to. I'm not offended.
Okay, you see what happened, I was trying to emphasize on the difficulties of making Nigeria to work. That my friends from Tennessee who visited me in Nigeria here in Lagos. So we're discussing about a certain, I think a business or whatever. So one of them raised this consciousness that in the US, it is difficult to convert a Catholic, to a Pentecostal believer. You understand it now? And I don't know those who lived in the US, you can testify to that, whether the American Catholics is difficult to be converted to Pentecostal Christians or not.
Why do you want to convert them?
No, I didn't say they should be converted.
It's a good question. This religion, now they cause too many trouble.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
I
okay,
know what
okay.
you're talking about, righteous man. I'm not referring to you.
I think Augustine
I
is
know what
next.
you're talking about.
Yeah, I was not the one that made that statement.
I know.
Maxi,
My white friend made the statement.
Maxi, I know you are out
John,
there. Let
John have been
Augustine
here.
have his
Wanted to speak.
go.
You came to wait.
Thank you.
John have been here. Let him speak. Want to hear him.
I think Tuna said something now. He
Thank
said he wants
you.
to say more. But Bumi, you wanted to say something. Hold on. I think with Bumi has privilege. You know, she's the only lady here and one of the young generation too. So I always, whenever I'm on, if there's less than 3 women, they have to have priority. Please go ahead, Bumi, if you wanted to say something.
Yeah, thank you, forefathers. I don't know how to interject, but I wanted to ask a question regarding the security and like the police stuff. So I searched online how much our government like budgets for the police department, and based on this news from the Guidance Nigerian News, it says 871 billion naira. So my question is, I know our police is trash, but where is that money going into? I think we talk about like, oh, we don't have money to fund or to pay the ones we have, or to even pay new ones. But we are giving money to them on a daily basis. Where is that money going into? I think that's the first question we need to even ask before we start even going to making new things or thinking about further stuff. Where is the money going into right now?
The money, where the money is going to is exactly what you are seeing. And I try to tell Nigerians, the money you are spending, that cheap money you are spending on your security, that's what you are getting. See, if you look at how much other nations spend on their security, that is how you know. Like in the UK now, they spend well over like £4 billion. You're talking about in terms of millions of billions of naira. We're talking about trillions of naira. That's what they spend on police alone. And they are a smaller country. They're about 660 something million, not 200 something million. So what you are seeing in Nigeria is what you should expect to see. Some actually think our police officers are overperforming.
Let me interject. You are wrong.
That is
you
how
are
I
wrong
look
in
at
that
it.
assumption. You are wrong. Do you know the budget? The budget she mentioned that she got good, maybe she got it from Vanguard or whatever newspaper. If that money is truly used for the for police in Nigeria, they will be better off. That money does not get to the pockets of ordinary policemen. I am telling you, they buy their uniform, they buy their boots.
Forefathers. I know there's corruption. I know there's corruption.
Forefathers.
But that's what you should expect. Yeah, go ahead.
Forefathers, please, there's something serious here going on here. And I will keep on saying it. You know, I'm not a coward. Chioma is threatening that she's going to, somebody commented that she knows some DSS people, and she says, if you know their names, she's going to flag. Listen, I'll give you my full name, Chioma.
Oh, no, don't do that. Don't give anybody your full name.
No, that's what she's saying. She just said that in the airport. But if they don't stop me, I know that I'll come to Texas and
what kind of stuff is that?
Don't do that.
What kind of attitude is that? Come on, it's not a joking matter. Don't be threatening people like that.
No, it's not joke. No, I don't take that as a joke at all. You don't say you give your name to DSS people because of whatever relationship you have with some DSS and big guns and all that. That you're gonna you don't do that.
That's ridiculous.
It's out of order. You don't do that.
You didn't do anything wrong. You have not done anything. Chioma, come on, pipe down.
No. People don't do that because see, some people are just getting increasingly out of order. I'm not afraid of anybody. If you want my last name,
I don't know. So seriously, people are threatening people now. And what are they going to do to him anyway?
She's getting bitchy and bitchy because I respect her as an Igbo girl and all that. I don't want to
don't use that kind of language.
We'll get dirty together.
It can be anybody.
Hey God.
Respect yourself. Get your sense.
Maxi, that your finger is really in my eyes. I can't dodge that finger. It's Augustine that's supposed to talk. You are sticking that finger in my eye, Maxi.
So Mazi, please, Mazi, let me go after you come. I've been waiting.
If you would just give me, please, uncle, please,
Father,
if you can just give me one, I would like to answer my sister Bumi. I would like to answer my sister Bumi. See, Bumi, the strength of the Nigerian army It's around 232,000 men and women. You know, there is no women in the army, it's men. That's the strength. The police, I don't think it's up to 200,000. That 800 and something billion naira voted for defense is enough to take care of them. But let me tell you one thing that will surprise you, my sister. When you see those money written on paper, go and verify if those monies has been transmitted to where it is required. To where it is required. Brother Tony here will bear me witness. When we were in Liberia, the meager amount of money they were paying us, they will collect the money from the Nigerian government, stash it into a interest yielding account. They're supposed to pay us on daily basis, every day. But they would take up this money, stash it into a self-interest account.
Some debt
For
soldiers
3
are still
months.
being paid. Some debt
For
soldiers
3
are still being
months.
paid.
For 3 months, the soldiers will be eating fruits. We'll be going into the bushes to fetch for firewood to cook our food in Liberia, Sierra Leone, name them. They will not give you that money until after 3 months, when it must have yielded interest for these corrupt people that are on top. So if you see that money on paper, please find out if this money really was channeled to where it is needed. That is the answer there. And when you get there, remember, our soldiers that are fighting the terrorists in the north, how much are they paying them? In Liberia, we were paid $5 per day. But in Nigeria, they are paying them 1,000 naira. You are paying me 1,000 naira to go and, risk my life in those places? Food they will not give them. Accoutrements they're supposed to use to tackle these people, you don't give them. And you want them to die for that country. That is the reason why most of them are voluntarily retiring. So, Bumi, that is the answer I will give to you. And if you want to go back to history, during Obasanjo, Bola Ige, who was the energy minister at that time, cried to Nigerians that the money they voted for him to bring light to Nigeria, the same people that gave him that money are the same people that are threatening him until that man died. So these are some of the things. When you see those figures there, those amounts are not channeled into where it is needed. Thank you. To Niger, my hand is still up. When my brother finished, then I will come in. There is something there is a reason why I came in.
There's something. There's a reason. It's like that your hand is very, very strong. It's like I can't see anything else. It's only that figure I see everywhere.
It was spoken into my eyes.
I only have to answer Bumi's question, but there is a reason why I came in. Thank you.
Okay. Augustine, go ahead. I wanted to check the average salary of Nigerian police. I don't know whether anybody knows the average salary of the police, because when you do the calculation based on the numbers, 300 and something thousand police officers, let's say you use 100,000, you're looking about 30-something billion naira already. So depend if you include uniform and all the administration and all the rest, maybe you are looking about another 20 billion, and maybe they are stealing 20 billion or so. But it's within range of what you should expect to see within Nigeria right now. There's not that much more. And this is what I'm saying. Until you do the numbers, you start discovering that what you have in Nigeria right now, most people think that half of the money is stolen. You can't, because there will be no police officer on the road at all if half of the money is stolen.
Forefathers, see, average policeman in Nigeria earns 45,000 naira.
I'm going by the numbers.
Hello.
On average, how much?
45,000 naira. 45. Okay, they pay them according to ranks. They pay them according to ranks.
No, I pay them according to average. The least person earns 45,000 naira, and the bag of rice is 55,000 naira. Then you have to buy your uniform, you have to buy your boot,
You have to pay your house rent. You have to pay your children's school fees.
Sorry,
So
from what I
there
can see here, they says the average salary of an officer is 420,000 naira per month. If that is the amount, that is quite high.
That is officer cadre. That is officer cadre, not the other rank.
Yeah,
not
but
the
if it's anything
constable,
close to that, you
lance
see,
corporal,
hold
corporal,
on. The point
sergeant,
I'm
and the rest
making
of
is
them.
that if it's even anything close to that, almost that $800 billion naira that Bumi mentioned is gone. When I said what you are seeing now is what we paid for. That is it.
No,
Sometimes you have to do the
I,
numbers, the calculation.
no.
Let me so that people can see it, because I like us going
Stop
with
saying
data.
that.
Forefather,
Stop saying that.
money they
That budget does not get to the police officers. It doesn't get to them.
Okay,
righteous
see,
man,
that
Forefather,
number,
this
this is the
thing
number
you are
that it
pulling
says Nigerian officers earn.
Leave this thing you are pulling out. Leave this thing. We all know Nigeria
Okay.
operate. That money they budgeted and approved, before he leaves from wherever the money is coming from, it could be reduced by 10%. Maybe the police commission are getting even 30, 45% of that total money. All right. So we all know how Nigeria worked.
Now, this is the total police officers. When I searched, it says on average we have 371,000. And this, if I use that amount, 300,000 times 100,000, you see, that is even more. This is up to 1 trillion. It's about 1.something trillion just on salary alone. That is not that amount she mentioned is even. I think Nigerians spend more money on police if the average, as they stated here, is correct. Maybe they are referring to this thing, because they say officer. Officer could be anybody really. It could be a military or all the rest. But if it is police, because the question I asked was how much was the average police salary? That's what I asked, and this is the number that I got. Maybe it's wrong, but either way, it's pointing to the fact that. Oh, I think that somebody is mentioning something here. It's pointing to the fact that what you are seeing on the ground in Nigeria is what we are paying for. If you check other nations now, the amount is through the roof. That is the difference. And that's why I keep saying, if we don't understand the nature of our problem, how can we solve it? And hence why I do some of these things that I do. That's why I always go with data. We shouldn't just say stuff and we don't tie it to what is actually happening on the ground. And that's what surprises us, because when you go now, you want to run for office and you end up in office because of this assumption you've already had. Suddenly you find yourself looking like all the bad leaders. Because
that's forefathers, please. You know, I always try to make this statement. Don't use the Western world to compare to Nigerian statistics. The statistics you are seeing here is just theory. It's not practical. It does not exist. What you got good now and what God gave to you is what one of those top guys fixed in there to convince the world. It does not exist.
See, the reason why I say is because I'm on the ground in Nigeria too. Nigerians are expensive.
Hold on, I have police officers. What they earn, just ordinary police officer earn 45,000 naira monthly, and they buy their uniform and they buy their boots, they buy their belt. When they are sick, they take care of their health. There is no insurance, there is no coverage. They open police bank for them where they can take loan. Before you get that loan, you will sweat from you will sweat blood from your body before you get it. So forget about the statistics you are seeing on the internet. It does not exist. If that money Bumi mentioned is transmitted to Nigerian police officers, I'm telling you, we have better policing today than what we have.
See, there's a lot of data about this. Some of them say on average, police officers earn 2-something million naira per annum. And the lowest average of police officers is around 1-something million, which makes sense because some people say that they earn less than 100,000. If you earn 80,000, it's somewhere around 1 million per annum, isn't it? So, but a lot of them on average earn 2-something million. And Nigeria is not that cheap, you know. Some young people now they take a lot of money. They don't accept anything you just give them anymore. So that is what we are looking at. And if that is a cost, and Bumi is right about the budget, it means that the point I made was correct. We are seeing what we paid for. They are stealing the money, but most of it is going to the officers because it's too little. Just like our military is too little.
No, but forefathers,
Please, can I interject?
back then the captain was paid like 120 grand, which was not which yeah, you could say it's some money, but if you compare his salary with his counterparts, say in the United States or in this country, it's nothing. It's nothing to write home about. And that is why you find that the budget for the military is always very, very large. Because you have to pay them well, you have to, and the equipments are not cheap either.
Yeah. You have to pay your military well, and cost of living in Nigeria is less than Western countries, so one should not expect to compare like for like necessarily. But on average, if you look at most nations out there, they are spending a lot more of what they have on their military than we do. We spend now we are beginning to spend in terms of our national budget, but in terms of GDP, very, very low. But in terms of national budget, relatively high.
Do you say the cost of living in Nigeria is cheaper than cost of living in Western world?
Yes, it's a lot cheaper in Nigeria. Oh, you don't know?
How? No.
Righteous man is a lot cheaper. Trust me.
It's a lot cheaper. Western world is stupid expensive. Very, very expensive. And you always have to take that into account.
But to Nigeria, what is your minimum wage in the foreign
Western world? Exactly.
And the minimum wage in Nigeria?
I agree with you. I take that into account. But remember, most of the equipment the police use, they have to buy them from overseas.
No, we are talking of minimum wage. We said that the cost of living in Nigeria is cheaper than the Western world.
Oh yes, it's
then
cheaper.
you have to put into account what is the minimum wage that ordinary person earns in the Western world. That's that before you now compare, whether it's cheaper or not.
You have to compare salary of Western world Nigeria salary.
I think that's what purchasing price parity. I think that's what you are trying to.
Wage here are high, and the things are expensive here also. So you don't compare. You don't have to compare at all.
But you have more disposable income in the West, though. You have more disposable income in the West than in Nigeria.
4 gallons of gas here now is $3.99. Compared to Nigerian money, it doesn't work.
But Uzo, in the West, you have more disposable income. It means money after you spend all for your essentials, you can set this money aside for other things.
So
you have more of it in the West than in Nigeria.
Don't compare in any way, I beg.
You can compare. Our energy cost is very, very cheap in Nigeria. Even tonight, it's still cheap.
I buy one ton $2. That's around 2,000 plus. One or 2 ton. You want to compare Nigeria? You don't compare.
What is the content of that?
This guy, I don't know where you are in America. You have burglary proof. You are buying stuff for $2. I don't know where you are in America.
What is the content of the tonton? What's the content of the tonton?
Tonton they brought from Nigeria here to India. Wait.
No, I said what is the content of the tonton you buy $2?
Which content? Nigeria tonton get to. Black and white.
Oh my God! Nigeria brought tonton from the US to sell for $2.
Don't compare anything Nigeria and America. Don't compare, black.
How positive or negative? I don't understand.
I have a question for forefathers.
Uzo, you are confusing him. Just tell him that it's cheaper in Nigeria. It is cheaper.
Yeah,
when you look at it on the level, it's cheaper in Nigeria.
Because you don't compare. Whether cheap or not cheap, you don't compare.
Is it the same quality of tonton that we are leaking here? Is that what you're saying? You are buying $2?
No, I'm not tonton.
It's the same one.
The same one. I'm telling you.
He said, what he's saying is that they brought the tonton from Nigeria to the US and they sold it to him for $2.
Why didn't you buy the one Why didn't you buy the tonton in America instead of the one they brought from Nigeria? The person added the flight ticket and all.
I will be shipping tonton to the US. Bro,
my brother, business is today.
Don't mind us all. Tonton for $2.
Uzo, I need your contact.
Wait, 5 tonton for $10.
Wow.
Also, I need your contact, please. I'll be sending contacts here, I beg.
Jonaba is there here now. Not be here in the Texas.
Uzo,
You paid for it. I guess it's
Uzo,
nostalgia.
I need your contact so that I'll be sending Tonton from Nigeria to you.
Shop get Tonton from here. You know how many shops get Tonton? Both Ghana. Even Chinese people are selling Tonton. Chinese they sell. Chinese African stores right now. They sell Tonton.
Yeah, but Uzo, you're confusing him.
Don't want me to talk about Tonton.
Just tell him that the cost is more expensive here. Because energy is more expensive here.
No, you don't.
Everything is more expensive here.
As much as it's expensive, we can afford it easily. So
because you have more salary, yes, that's true.
You can't compare.
But
that is exactly what I was saying.
This is what I'm saying, eh? You know, I'm a businessman. What I'm saying is this: if he is buying one tom-tom for $2, then let me get his tom-tom. I can send hundreds of thousands of tom-tom to him. He will be able to sell it, take his own gain, and return to $2 to me, or $1.5 cents to me.
It's only Uzo that will see many sweets in the West that they will sell one pack for $2, and you go and buy one tom-tom for $2.
So
and if you go and buy, that's on you now.
Nigeria tom-tom is different. It's different from the other one.
Oh, Nigeria tom-tom is different.
It's different,
okay.
my brother.
You see, that's patriotism there. That's patriotism
let's do business. I'm very serious. Uzo, let's do business.
You can't compare, man. You can't compare. It's different.
Uzo, let's do business. I'm very serious.
Okay, let's move the discussion on now. Let's move the discussion on because these people they will never agree.
Which one be this?
Exactly. Uzo, you confuse us.
No, we don't. You started it.
I didn't start it.
Nigeria and Western world. I don't compare.
You brought the tom-tom talk into it. See. Okay. Let's try to get back to.
Please, I have a question for you.
Off the mic, I beg. Off the mic.
Yeah, don't mind it. They will not stop. All these righteous men and Uzo, when they start their business, nobody will move on to anything else. Okay. Go ahead. Horse fall before Maxi says his piece. You are muted.
Oh, good evening.
Welcome.
When I joined, I heard you were saying if you want to travel to other countries, if you go to the embassy, on their brochure, they say Nigeria is one of the top countries in insecurity and all that.
High risk.
Yeah, high risk.
Yeah, travel advisories. Yeah.
I wanted to say something about that. Do you think? Yeah, we know Nigeria has issues with insecurity. But if they asked you between Nigeria and America, I know I'm using America, where do you stand a chance of getting shot by a stray bullet?
More likely in America, I think.
So why would you accept the white man telling you that Nigeria is insecure and you take it to the bank? This is what they do.
I think like, there are different kinds of insecurity.
Let me finish. It's a way of subjugating us, making us feel like we are small. All the African countries are insecure. Now, if you tell me that they will kidnap people, I say, yeah, fine. All is well, that's true. We have to be careful. We can mitigate that by staying indoors. At a certain period, you don't go outside. But in America, even if you're inside your house, somebody can come and shoot up the street. That does not happen in Nigeria. So I would never accept anybody telling me that Nigeria has issues with insecurity, while every day thousands of people die from stray bullets in America. A kid will take guns to school, shoot up his school. You see somebody firing rifles at strangers at Walmart. Like different things are happening in America, and they tell us Nigeria is insecure and America is the safest place in the world.
Yeah, that is true. I think the idea, if you look at what people actually believe, is that one, they sanitize their own this in issues of gun violence, the implication, because they have actually 40,000 deaths every year. And when people hear about their level of security, they don't think only about America. They think about Europe, they think about Australia, they think about New Zealand, all those countries that are extremely safe. They think about Canada. So that's why they have credibility. America is willfully choosing to keep their country the way it is. If they wanted it to be like Canada, they will. That is the difference.
Can
go
I
ahead.
make a comment on this? Listen, I don't know where my brother is. My brother Hostler. Is it Hostler? I don't
Yes.
know where you are. But I live in America. I've been here for almost 20 years now. So there is no way you can compare insecurity in America with that of Nigeria. It's like comparing light and darkness. The fact that people are shooting, the fact that you hear people go and do mass shooting does not mean America is not secured. Okay, you can't compare. Okay, let me tell you something. When I was moving from one state, Texas Texas to another state, California, it's about 1,500 miles. I traveled that on my car for about 26 hours. I did not even meet a single police. I did not even fear both day and night. Where can you do that in Nigeria? Tell me, my brother.
You're talking.
Where can you
You
do
tell
that?
me that. If you tell me that
Police is not dead now.
infrastructure.
Just
If
seeing
you tell
Nigerian
me
police
that.
Where
does not
can you
killing
do
you.
that? Which road can you apply?
If you tell me that
Alone, not at
infrastructure is
night and in
linked
the
to
day in
security,
Nigeria.
I would accept and say, okay, Nigeria has a problem. But categorically telling me that Nigeria is insecure because Americans are telling us
My
that it is
brother, how
insecure.
many
We
guns?
already know.
How many guns are
We
in Nigeria?
already know.
How many guns are in Nigeria? Let's take it. Let's take it with let's have an open mind. How many
I
guns
don't know.
do they have in Nigeria?
I
America,
don't know.
at least the number of guns in the hands of citizens in America, at least those who are in United States here that are here, they can bear me record. It's more than 300 million.
And you're
Now give
okay with
Nigeria
that.
only 50 million
Paul, don't
guns.
show. Paul,
Only 50
another Paul,
million
don't
guns.
show.
Leave Nigeria with only. He said that is not true. Who said that is not true?
But
No, he's not saying that. Uzo is causing trouble again as
brother
usual.
Osla is making
Leave
a
Nigeria.
very good
Not even
point.
50 million. Only 20 million
The
guns.
point he
Allow 20
made,
million guns to be
the
in the hands
point
of
he made
Nigerians.
is correct. The
I am
point
not.
he made
I would
is
not
correct.
accept.
I don't think it's
I would.
about America. Let's
I
not
would
worry too
not
much about what
accept.
America
Thank you.
says.
I would
It's what
not accept the
Nigerians believe.
comparison by,
There is no
or I would
comparison.
not
There is no
judge
room
us
for
by what
comparison
America
at
is
all. It's
saying. That is my
incomparable.
point.
It's
I am not
incomparable.
comparing, but I am just saying I would not accept what the Americans or the Canadians say about Nigeria. Yes, we all have our issues with insecurity, but they cannot come and tell us that we can put on our brochure. They are going to America. It's at your own peril. You can die from
I think the
bullets.
Nigerian government did that as a retaliation for when they did it some time ago. But Hosford, there are differences in security. Hold on, Uzon
Let me
now.
just say this. Hold on. Let me say this.
I was saying
This.
something.
Mr.
I will
Juju.
mute him. Let me mute him. This guy is a troublemaker.
Wait.
Hold on. There is a difference. Who is that again? Righteous man. You see these two of you. Hold on. Let me just say something. There is a difference. When you have IDP camps in your country, your girls are getting kidnapped. Farmers are not able to go to work. And then you take into account the other aspects of the economy and the people that they actually target. When Americans are talking about it, they are not under any illusion that they are not saying it because of Nigerians. They are saying it for their people. That when their people come here, the people the terrorists or the bandits who want to kidnap is their people. It's not for you. So you have to see it from that point of view. It's not necessarily for you. And I understand America actually has, in terms of casualties, they have far more casualties annually from gun violence alone. So I'm not going to be taking advice from them from that point of view. But you have to see that they are talking about it from their own point of view, telling their people, don't go there. They are likely to kidnap you because they know you're an American. And we will have to come and rescue you like they did some time ago. You see what I mean? So who is next?
Let me say something. Let me
Uzo. Oh my God. So, Maxi, that your finger, it's like I can't unsee it. It's always in my face.
Let me say this.
Uzo, please go ahead.
He said it was me. No, after this demand that my other brother that interjected before Uzo came in, so it was my turn to go on. But you are giving it to Uzo.
Uzo is a troublemaker. He just likes to cause trouble all the time. Okay, please go ahead. Uzo, wait. Well, Maxi, please go ahead. Uzo just likes to cause trouble. And after Uzo talks, righteous man will want to go. And before you know it, they will hold everything up again.
Okay, bro. Thank you. You see, I came in here because of what man of prestige was talking. I don't know whether he was in this platform the panel session or in the comment section, but I saw some of the things he said. He accused my country. I never come to this platform to say that Ghana as a country is on a very good pedal when you talk of economy of Ghana. When I made my submission here first, I said that our inflation is higher than that of Ghana, Nigeria. And I made also that our indebtedness is so high in this country, and we are under IMF as we speak right now. But what I want to ask Mr. Man of Prestige is this. Nigeria is solvent. Nigeria is solvent. But today, few days ago, Nigeria went and borrowed over $700 or $800 million. Nigeria is solvent. We are poor.
Sorry, who are you asking? There's no man of prestige here. I don't know who you're asking.
I'm addressing him wherever he is. I'm addressing him. Where I am standing. Look, where I'm standing. This is 160 kilometers from the municipal assembly. Look at it here. It's a bush. This is where I'm standing. This is Ghana. If there is nothing to boast of, I can boast of this. And if I get to my house, even in the farm here, water flows in my farm.
And not
if
power
I get
supply,
to my house,
that's not generator.
I pay. And I pay. It is not. I pay for what I consume. Nobody give me estimated billing. In my house, I switch everything off. When I go now, I put it on. Then it start reading. This is where I am. This is where I come from. So when people come here to speak the ills of that country that I served before, do not insult me. Like my brother was saying here about the gendarmerines, what Lieutenant Colonel Shobo under Buhari did. I was in Bakassi Peninsula for 2 years, 6 months. I fought all the way to that place, and my legs never stepped on the hard soil. I was in the canoe. That place is virtually at the entrance of the Gulf of Guinea. That was where I lived. And most of the people we captured there were French legionnaires. They call them Marines in America, British Marines. But what they have was French legionnaires. We captured so many of them. Go and read when they did prisoners exchange in the Enugu prison. Most of them were legionnaires from France. The same thing we encountered at Nguruyobe State. They were the legionnaires we are fighting on because most of these French colonies have defense pact with France. If you remember when Jerry Ghana during is it Abacha or Babangida's time? No, Abacha. I think Abacha time when Jerry Ghana was the information minister. When Chancellor was attacked at Maryland border, that is the border between Ivory Coast and the Liberia, a place they call Hapo in Maryland. The French government replied, and Jerry Ghana answered them. In fact, he answered them in a plain word. If Chancellor will use the Ivorian border as a means to attack ECOMOG in Liberia, ECOMOG forces will bomb the border. And that was what he said. It is there. I think it was Jerry Ghana also. The information minister.
If I may ask you, like, how many legionnaires do you think Nigeria captured during that conflict?
You see, during our time,
Max, I think it was water of Fonagoro.
Water of Fonagoro? No, it was. I think Baba Gana Kingibe. It was Baba Gana Kingibe.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it was Baba Gana Kingibe. It's between these two people, Jerry Ghana or Baba Gana Kingibe. So they were the one that gave those things. So most of the people we captured, in fact, in Atabong East, we captured, on Fridays. We don't fear. When you are sleeping, is when we come to,
how many was captured from what you can observe? Like how many?
What will you do with the number of the people?
I want to have an idea now. The number matters now, so that I know how many Nigerians were able to grab. You see, this is matter. We want to know.
To Niger,
What are
to
you
Niger.
using the number for?
But if
To
you
Niger, I
capture
will
two,
not
it's
mention.
different from if you capture 100. That's what I want to know.
Hold on. I don't want to mention figures here, but if you go and read the prisoners exchange at Enugu, I think during Obasanjo's time, you will see the numbers there and the people that we captured. And not only us, there were other people that were before us over there that captured them as well. It was Obasanjo that pulled us out because of the filing in that ICJ. Obasanjo pulled us out. If not Obasanjo, we could have entered. We could have, make part of Cameroon, our side. We could have
Or
occupied
they
those
could have
places.
invaded us.
So that is the reason. You see, the reason why I'm telling you about this,
You forgot about
the
that part.
insecurity in Nigeria. The insecurity in Nigeria, Nigerian government themselves has politicized insecurity in Nigeria. The Nigerian army that I was a part of for 18 years has every capacity.
Bumi has gone now. Bumi is no longer part of the panel now. Bumi has gone.
Has every opportunity
She's allowed to go. She's
stop,
got a life,
to stop the insecurity in the north. But they cannot do it because of what they are benefiting from it, especially these top generals that are still in the echelon of power or hierarchy of command, as we call it, in the military, and their counterparts, the civilian counterparts, the PAM sex and the rest of them. So, my brother Prestige, I didn't come here because the reason why I come in this platform to speak the way I speak is because my mother is an Igbo woman. And I belong to Biafra and anything that is going to bring Biafra, because that is the freedom I want to see before I die, and I believe that it is going to come. Thank you, my brother.
I'll show you those prayers will go unanswered.
Are you a Ghanaian?
You know, there are some prayers that will completely go unanswered. I fear that's one of them.
Hold on, are you a Ghanaian?
Yeah, no, it's not. It's half. I think it's half and half. Go ahead. Sorry.
I am a dual citizen. My father is a Ghanaian and my mom is from Abia State, Biafra land.
Okay.
All right. I think it's Housefall now. Housefall, it's your time now. Please let us know what you think about what you've had so far. You're muted.
What can I say? I would respond to what the lady said earlier about the Nigerian military budget. And I'm also concurring to what someone said earlier too on the panel. The money that's allocated to our force, police force, or the military, whatever it may be, in my opinion, it's more than enough. The problem brings us back to corruption. We're dealing with high levels of corruption. I would give you an example. If you look at, I know America has the highest defense budget in the world, followed by probably China, Russia, and some other countries. But my point is, if you look at the American budget, you can add the person in second position, third position, and fourth position. They still don't add up to what America is spending for defense, but they are still safe. So let's look at Nigeria. We're dealing with corruption. People are skimming off the top. So when the money is, the people that the money is supposed to serve, before it gets to them, they've skimmed up like half of the money is, what is half of the money? A third of the money is gone. You now hear I know officers, I was hearing somebody, I know officers that earn 42K. Like, guy, are you serious? So, boy, now uniform they wear. I'm like, you're joking. You know, this as of 2 years ago. Like he said 42. I said, come, you say what they do again? It's like this is the pay. I'm like, oh wow. And recently, was it in February? Which month? I was invited. I should come and do examination and screening for NDLA, and I was like, are you serious? Carry that talk, avoid me.
You based in Nigeria?
No, I'm not in Nigeria.
Okay, go
Yeah.
ahead.
I'm not, so I would say corruption is our major issue. Beyond any other thing, the money might be enough, but people are skimming off the top, and when the money is supposed to be distributed, there's not enough for everybody that is serving. That's just what I have to say.
Yeah. What I would advise you, because you're a young man, and I would like you to take your time, even if it's 30 minutes a day, do research on these things, on what other nations are doing, compare their population, compare how much the nation earns and what they put towards their military. And then when you come back next time, you let me know what you find. I think that will be interesting to see, because I think the young people need to do their own research and come to their own conclusions too. The righteous man, Jesus Christ. You see this hand, I don't know why you guys use this hand a lot. It's very, very in your face. You can't dodge it. I can't even see John Abba's face. It's only righteous man's hand I'm seeing right now. See, righteous man is
as the provost.
yeah, John Abba, please go ahead. Righteous man, hold on.
No, righteous man have this big excuse of calling from Nigeria and that. So let him go ahead.
Righteous man, go ahead then. Go ahead. You win. You are Nigerian. You are the true Nigerian, son of the soil and on the soil.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Uzo, please, I would like to have a private discussion with you.
Okay.
Very, very serious.
For Tom business.
This Tom business is going to take off. The big business. Oh my God! I can't believe you interjected for that.
Uzo, your brother is trying hard to survive here. It's not easy. Please, so we have a private. No, I'm very, very serious about it. Please.
Not only me, even Paul, John Abba, they are all here. They need Tom also.
Just supply me 10. Make we try 10 first.
10 packets.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's good now. Okay, let Jonaba go ahead then. Jonaba, please go. Welcome,
no, I've not finished. I've not finished.
I thought that was the main purpose of your interjection.
Okay, let Jonathan talk. After Jonathan, I will talk.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for having me and fellow panelists. It has been a long day. I've been watching behind, and I was busy on the road, so I don't want to join. I think we are all just here doing what we do best on weekend and speak knowledge, wisdom, truth to the power, share ideas, and the love of our country and all of that. And it's always a pleasure to hear the view of the younger ones, especially like Bumi and Houseful, because the only reason why other nations strive, they see the leaders see beyond their lifetime. It's a continuation of government and fighting for their people. I think sometimes we misunderstand the difference between people fighting for themselves and people fighting themselves. We are not fighting for ourselves. We are fighting ourselves. So that is a difference between the other nations, like America. One of my friend's son was given a scholarship. And in Nigeria, maybe you have to have a connection. But here, they do it because they think you have what it takes and the next generation needs you. And when we go to hospital or have issues, emergency in our home, when we call the 911 line, the people don't look at you, whether you are black or white. Those genuinely love their job, they attend to you. And that is how country is built. It's not built on sentiment, tribalism. It's not built on man, no man. It's built on giving the work to the one that know the best and how to do it well. So we will continue to speak to issues. And the younger one, my concern is that people are product of their environment. So if we do not continue to push back on the narrative that the younger one too are so corrupt, no, that is what they live to see. They think it's normal. They think it's a way of life. It takes some decent home to tell them that what you are saying that they are normalizing is not the truth. That you can work hard. The farther you go, you have to bribe to get admission. You have to bribe to serve your own country. It's not normal. There's nothing normal about it. You continue to push back on those things, and if you have the opportunity to serve in any capacity, of course, you may not even last there, but your conscience will live with you when you do the right thing. They may even try to say, okay, why you are not taking bribe, or they will see you as a threat because you are doing the right thing. But doing the right thing is always, history will judge you for good than doing the wrong thing. So I believe that there is a hope. I have had a lot of issue of we have been denied mandate and all of that. Nation like ours, the way we are coming from, we have not gotten there, but we have made significant progress. And I can always say on this past election, may not come out the way you want, but I think social media also have played a major role in this last election, and that is how we will continue to strengthen the core belief of every Nigerian that corruption is everywhere, but we can improve on our own as well. And just one day, eventually, we overtake those forces, but not in giving up, not in personally, I don't believe in dividing Nigeria. People who said they want to do it and they are entitled to their own agitation. But we are even talking about building a better relationship. That even end of the day, if you succeed to become a country of your own, you still have a neighbor. You still have to have a good relationship with your neighbor. And we still have to do business with them. You still have to strengthen your own ally and build ally and strengthen it. So, but the mentality is that we will continue to speak to it, that it's not normal, especially for the younger generation, that what you are saying, that you have to bribe everything, even when you have what it takes to serve your own country. And serving your own country, it doesn't have to be in the military or anything. Whatever you are doing, even if you are a nurse, medical doctor, whatever you are doing to attend to humanity. And then as I wrap up with what happened in Abuja, that is the very core thing that I said, that change starts with all of us. What does it cost you to treat this young lady, even if it's for free? Even if you are really doing it for your service and what you love to do. Well, the issue is that we put money before everything, and once the money is not there, then no any other thing goes further, because the motive from the very beginning is about looking opportunity to make money, and you want to take advantage. There is a certain level that you should have empathy, for God's sake, that you should not allow it. I believe there are many decent people that will pass by there, that even if they are aware and they have the money, they will do it. But the people who went to school, vowed in their own profession to take care of the ill ones among us, are the one that treated one like that. And this is how we continue to speak to them. Eventually, if you push back on them a little bit now, you will find out that it's one person willing to do it, the other person is not willing. But end of the day, it's going to end up on who are we as a people? We're going to let our brothers and sisters die like that. We understand that people die every day, everywhere, but just when someone needs a medical care, you let her die. That is not right. And this is all we have to continue to push. And hopefully that we'll have a better healthcare system and change of our mind that no human being deserves to die like that. We're all going to die, but we should die with dignity. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jonaba. Thank you for coming in, Paul, again. And Bumi, as always, if you wanted to say something, you're free to. Paul, please go ahead.
Okay, yeah.
Righteous man, Paul hasn't said anything since he came back now.
I've not said anything. Okay, you want to talk your tom-tom business? Go ahead. I don't tell you supply me.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. After you, I will talk.
Yeah, that Jonaba just reminded me about the lady that died in Abuja. It's just so painful because if you look the way we are wired, sometimes I tell people, I said, good percentage of us, the money we make in the West, we send all this money back home. Good percentage, not for business. We send this money just to help, to touch soul, to touch life, to help, to do one thing and another. All is help, probably no return. It is never a return in investment. So in other words, it's just more or less like charity. And when you find out if a doctor refuses to treat person, I strongly believe that that same doctor should be like me, should be like Cho, should be like Jonaba, that will be taking care of families, that will be taking care of friends. For that person to be a doctor, will be assisting people. And that same doctor, his own profession, telling that you have to protect life first. That is your primary investment. You know, when you look at the police and you look at fire service, they do the same job. They protect lives and property. Sometimes maybe the police will investigate, then protect. But when you look at the fire service will fight and investigate. They just do the same thing. The same thing with doctor. And the doctors are trained in their school that your primary purpose is to protect life. I don't get it. I'm a young boy that I can't even comprehend it when I begin to hear this thing that they rush somebody to the hospital, doctor refused because of they're asking for police report. Are you telling us that that person, they should rush somebody who is dying to a police station first before they rush the person? And if they rush a dying person to police station, when the police start investigating, start asking questions, how would the person even say his own side of the story as at that time? As a doctor that you are trained, you can preserve that life and still keep that person in sleep there. When we go through surgery and everything, they know probably the place that they want to carry out surgery. We can't raise our hands, or we can't raise our leg, or we can't even raise our body. Sometimes we go deep sleep while they're doing what they're doing with our body. We don't have no control. They are in charge. Doctor, you can do those things and put a call through to the police. It's simple. That same thing, they do it here in the US. They do that same thing here in the US. They'll just inform the police. If they suspect anything, they'll inform the police. So it's so shameful. The type of things that you hear when people come up with all this blame. You see the Mohbad issue, police will come up with all this blame. You pay to go and write a statement. I can't comprehend the abnormality that we face in Nigeria. You know, like I tell people, these days now, I just get tired. You see family, you see friends, all my friends, nearly all my families. They can't make a statement without using God. If not be God, I for not die you. So why are you still asking me for favor? Did the God that helped you yesterday died? If the God did die, they continue with the God. They can't make statements. Other than God, we've lost hope in all the institutions. We've lost hope in our place of work. Nothing is working. Nothing is working. Then to talk about this police issue, this police payment and the like. The military in the US, if you join the military in the US, they don't get paid very much. Their pay is so low. The military in the US, they make like $14, $15 per hour. Just to let you know. They don't make good money. They are poor. They are very poor. But they get all type of benefits. If you join the military, you do your 4 years, you get out from the military. You can go to any college of your choice for free. You want to buy property, you can get the VA benefits. You can get so many benefits. Many things that you are buying, you don't pay taxes. You don't pay no nothing. Your children can enjoy, but you don't make money. So these are the great incentives that the system put on ground. So you know that if I take this sacrifice for 4 years, for 8 years, or probably I just want to do it for donkey years, you already know that as you are growing in the ladder, your family going to benefit, you're going to benefit, but they don't really get paid very much. Just to let you know, even though when you see the military, when you join the military for 4 years, you leave, the next thing you see the people go do, they leave the military, they join the fire service, or they join the police. Good percentage of our police, they are all veteran. You know, it's not like the way Nigeria, the Nigerian factor that you have to be from 10 years and above. 4 years, you're done. You can renew or you can take a vow, but you get all the benefits for just 4 years. So there's a way we can put things in place where people will be happy with their jobs. But I told Dr. Damages some time past, I know I also told you the same thing, Father. If every one of us can come here and talk about our different professions, you understand how suffered our professions are suffering in Nigeria. My brother, we'll just get tired. Continuously, we'll keep hating the country. Let me allow righteous man to talk. But righteous man, let me tell you something, righteous man. You that want to sell a tom-tom for us. By the time I ask you to bring the tom-tom, if they frustrate you for airport, after you suffer, pay, ship the tom-tom, and the tom-tom did not land to me. I don't see tom-tom. Tom-tom lost middle way. Now you are going to seek off for 19. Maybe you don't know that part. Some of us have ventured into this investment of... No, hold on. Let me just finish. Some of us have ventured into this investment of buying things in Nigeria and bring here. If they frustrate you at that airport there, if they frustrate you at cargo, when things go missing, things did not go as you planned, or sometimes they ship the things so late, the thing go bad, or sometimes they didn't pay the right thing, or sometimes they do wrong documents. And custom on the other side, we confiscate that thing that you sent to probably seize it. At the end of the day, I will come back to this place. I will say, righteous man took me from my tom-tom. Continue. I need 10 pack of tom-tom.
Okay, if you need it, just send me your address. You will get it because my wife is into logistics and all the things she has been sending to US, like our African clothes, men and female, all our customers, they get it there. No one has ever missed.
Now you come. I need your number right now.
That's good.
Yeah.
No, I will give you my number. My wife, that's what she does. She sends this our native clothes. She take your measurement.
Get my number from Dr. Damages.
Yeah, I'll give you my number.
Get my number from Dr. Damages.
Okay. So, Paul, are you done?
Okay, I will put my number in the general chat. I will put it in the general chat so that you can also call me.
No, the private chat, not in the general chat.
Okay, private chat. Okay, private chat. Okay.
Yeah, it's interesting. Paul mentioned that the American military, they are paid relatively low wages. Because the country spends a lot of money on their military. They by far the highest in the world, and yet their soldiers are not paid a lot. If that was in Nigeria, that would be a scandal too.
But that's why all of them. That's why you see every year they recruit. That's why nearly good percentage of them only do 4 years. It is the benefit, it's not the pay.
Yeah, there are a lot of benefits.
So the benefit is what you gain. So you do your 4 years, now you can go to school for free. You don't have those student loan problems.
Most of the benefit is when they leave the military, and many of them are not exactly leaving. That's
some even
that's a lie. That is a lie, big lie.
No, like how many is leaving every year? How many is leaving per year?
Over 60% can leave if you don't know.
In 1 year,
yes.
So it's impossible now. The most of them are even deployed. You can't, not 60%. They will be hemorrhaging maybe 10% a year. And that is not
so those ones that decide to stay, that they want to use this as their work for 20, 40 years. But what I'm telling you, the way they recruit people now, they recruit 100,000 this year. Right now, as I'm telling you, the military is lacking almost 26%. Up to street club, everywhere they are going, they are announcing that they are looking for people. Nobody wants to join because the conspiracy theory now is saying we are going to war with China. So nobody wants to join the military. Up to strict club, they are begging people to come join the military.
You go see a
So
stripper
those
with
people,
correct machine gun.
so
Because they're not
so
paying
those
them
people,
well now. They're not paying them well,
they
and they want
don't
people
pay
to
them
join
well.
them.
So your sacrifice, so your calculation is, let me
The
go do
what
4
are they
years.
doing with all that money? All the money that they are paying, the money they spend on their this military is stupendously high.
No, they don't
very,
pay them
very high.
well. That's funny.
And yet they don't pay
You
them
don't
well.
understand.
Yeah.
Do you know
But
where
the
even if
benefit,
they are paying $100 per hour? Do you know where all your money goes to? By the time you pay insurance, house, this and that, even phone bills, the money will drop. But then most of them don't even pay phone bills. Insurance, everything are being covered. VA,
yes, it's being
everything.
covered. Then they
VA
have
benefit.
property and everything.
Everything, that
Yeah.
benefit that we're talking about, not even the.
So if
But the
do I
Nigerian
hear
will get
if
most of those
so
benefits too. Nigerian
so
military in terms of
Father,
housing and
if
all
I'm
that,
to
we
go
get
to,
them too.
if I now decide to say I want to go to university now, and I understand that it's going to take me some 80 to 130,000 for me to do my college program, don't you think it just makes sense for me to go do 4 years in the army and get out and go to that school for free?
Yeah,
So
it does
this
make
is the
sense.
game. Then if I'm buying
Paul,
property,
you
I'm
know,
paying very less tax.
Paul,
You
another.
know, most Nigerians know
can be
here.
in the military while you do or even going to school. You can still be in military.
No, it's two-way. Like my daughter now, she joined the ROTC stuff and the like. So you can decide to say, you know what, I want to go to school first, and after I go to school first, then I'll join the military. You understand? So
You can be in
started thinking
military,
it.
like let's say you can be in military and still go for nursing school, whatever.
Yeah, still go for nursing school. I know most guys.
It might affect you a lot. It is those that are doing reserve that enjoy
Reserve,
that.
yeah.
So it's reserve. But if you want to go for active, you might not get that benefit because you might see yourself in South Korea, Germany, Niger, anywhere. So you might not get that benefit. It is the reserve that get that benefit.
And most Nigeria goes there for citizen benefit. You know that.
Nah, that one are for citizens. That one are topic for the other day, for tomorrow.
That's Nigerians for you now.
So those ones
They
now
want to
4
get
years.
citizenship.
Every Nigerian that go for those ones now 4 years, their mama they pray every day. Just do your 4 years. Come on, quick. You see what I'm telling you? And remember, it's not Nigeria like Uzo is saying. Every other countries of the world, everybody that come
And they know it
that,
too, you know. They know that too now. They
know
check.
it.
Now. They know that
Yeah,
people
but
are
somewhere
using
along
it.
the line, you might love what you are doing and just remain there.
Yes, man. Most that's what I was trying to highlight. Most actually remain. Not all of them come out. I think
no,
maybe
that is a
10%.
lie.
It's about 10. What? It's
No,
about 10%, 20%. I will check. Okay, we can check how many. Because if it's more than 10%, then it means the recruiters are doing something wrong, and nobody will support.
It
is the old ones that remain there. Those that choose to
you know,
stay.
since I've been in this country, a set army parade day. I've never set my eye in any military person on the road. You ask us where are the militaries? A set a parade here in parade, you can see the man. I never set my eye any one of them on the road.
That's how it is in Nigeria back in the days too. Now, when you see military in Nigeria those days, they put them inside their bus, they cover them while they are driving. So along the line, because of all this problem and everything, the police is underpaid, the police is not enough. Then they started bringing military to come and assist. When we're growing up, we don't see military. You don't see them at all. You know, before it just changed now.
Okay. Okay. I just feel like our own military is that what we are spending on the military and the manpower we are using on it is too low compared to other nations. And if we don't put it on standard with other nations, you should not expect them to perform miracles. It's not the only reason why we have not had the law of security project because our security was technically being guaranteed by the British and the Americans. That's what we are beginning to discover now. That this is what is happening. Even in French countries, their security is being guaranteed by foreign powers. They are not taking care of themselves. So do you think if Russia wanted to attack Nigeria now, guess what? The British will step in, Americans will step in. That's what is happening. And if they want to attack us, nobody will step in. We are done. So we are not defending ourselves. Okay, righteous man, I think I give up. Go ahead, please, righteous man. I got that you had. I give up. I surrender.
Important. Father, you made a statement earlier on. You said you stopped your investment in Nigeria because of Boko Haram stuff. Is that correct?
there was a time when I was due to travel somewhere. It didn't stop me. When I was trying to travel somewhere for something that I wanted to do something there, and there was an attack there, and I had to stop. And it slowed what I wanted to do because I had to change location because of it.
Okay, just to kind of supporting what the other brother said, is it Hosford, or I can't see the name very well from my end here. You know, yeah, you see, one of the problems we are facing is that the Western world project Nigeria to be evil and to be bad. Now, worse things are committed in the Western world than is committed right here. That's just the truth. And the way gun violence happens in the Western world, had it happens in any African country, that African country will be blacklisted. They will tell their citizens that the moment you get there, the citizens will just kill you. This one will not be.
I hope you know that the West is not only America.
It's only one country
It's only
that
just
has
the
that
US.
problem. The others don't have that problem.
It's only the US, and the US, they love their gun. It's their toy. It's adult toy. They love it. Exactly like John Hava. They love it. If John Hava gets his tax now, he will buy 10 more.
There was a killing in one of the European countries. I think, was it on Friday or Thursday? That a young guy.
Struggling. You don't know the name because it doesn't happen all the time.
It's not that rampant.
It's not. It's only US.
Okay.
Jonathan cannot even go to more as it is. Can't even go to more as it is now. No, even me, I can't go to more. You don't know what's going to happen to more.
Back to what I'm.
Everybody.
Yeah, this is the point I want to make. In as much as we know that there is problem in Nigeria, let's try as much as possible to project the image of Nigeria before the rest of the world, that what they are painting us to be is not actually the true picture of Nigeria. Like my friends, no, stop shaking your head. My friends.
He's taking his own head.
It's my head now.
It's my head now.
I will shake my head. I said,
So those my friends that came from the US, they spent 2 weeks with me in Nigeria back then, not now. And they were telling me, they said, but this is not the story we were hearing when, before we came to Nigeria. We had right from the airport that we should guide our bags and luggages because Nigerians we rush you, and before you know, they will take your dollars away, they will steal from you. But they were surprised. They were at the Amurita Mohammed International Airport for quite a good number of hours because of traffic before I could get to the airport to pick them. So they were amazed. I took them to restaurant, to bar beach. They took photographs there. They shot photographs with our Nigerian police officers and traffic warders. They were asking me, they were calling me by my name. They said, what's happening here? This is not the story we were told. We were warned even before we started coming to Nigeria. I said, when you go back to the US, these are pure white from Tennessee. I said, when you go back to the US, then tell them what you saw here. I took them to Ogun State, to a friend of mine.
Wait. Because something did not happen to them, does that mean that Nigeria is safe?
No, we are. The other guy, Mr. Is he Hosford or what? He made a submission, and I'm trying to corroborate that his submission that. Of a truth, we shouldn't at all time project the image of Nigeria to be negative.
Yeah.
Because what is happening in other countries may even be worse than what is happening here. And yet,
but nobody is projecting Nigeria to be bad. These people see, we're at the age of social media. If something happens, okay, like last week, or was it forefathers? It was about 2 days ago that the girl that was stabbed in Croydon, the little girl that was stabbed in Croydon, it went across. Somebody was even asking me, I was speaking to my brother, today in Nigeria. He was asking me, I said, has the stabbing started? I said, how do you know? He said, oh, bro, social media. So news goes around. These people are, you don't even need to, you don't even need to hide anything.
Tom, see what I'm trying to say, eh? We are in hardship, their hardship here. The one that you can compare to hellfire. That is well understood.
Can I ask you a question? I want to answer this question. Answer this question. So if someone asks me that your president, is he a drug dealer? How do you want me to answer? Please, that is what I'll be answering.
No, that has to do with a person. That has to do with the man in power. It has nothing to do with the generality of Nigeria.
No. They are saying it's some people's president. How do I answer that kind of question?
But by the way, that is
personally, I don't have any problem answering that kind of question.
There's nowhere that
I'm not proud. I'm not even
your
proud to
president is a
discuss
drug
that because it's an
dealer.
embarrassment.
So I don't think that is a wrong. That is a very wrong impression to put forward. No accusation of him being a drug dealer in America. Was he caught in Nigeria as a drug dealer? I see. This is the problem we continue to have with ourselves. None of us here is perfect.
Jodaba, you don't. I've not finished. What I'm trying to say is that the news that people propagate in social media goes around. That's what I'm trying to say. That's
okay.
That's exactly what I'm trying to say. A lot of negative news.
Tom, you are correct. But this is what I'm trying to say. You know, those of you that are outside the shores of Nigeria, you tend to believe everything you read in the social media to be correct. Okay.
How about if I told you I was in Nigeria about 3 weeks ago? I went in quietly and came out quietly.
What do you say?
How about if I tell you I was in Nigeria about 3 weeks ago?
No, I'm not doubting. See, what I'm trying to say is this. There is crime in Nigeria. That's true. But that does not mean that it is the worst place to live on earth in terms of crime. When you look at the statistics released, I think it was 2 years ago, when they were projecting that, we were thinking that this issue of Yahoo boys, Nigeria will rank #1 in the world. To my amazement, when the international listing released it, Nigeria was #5 or 6. America, Britain, France, they were ahead of Nigeria, and I was shocked. You can Google it. But they were calling if you go to
righteous man, it depends on how you read the chart though. So sometimes because they are higher up,
the chart is coming from the Western world. They
what is the precise measurement that they are measuring? Because there's nothing like Yahoo boy in foreign this thing.
No, you don't understand. The Yahoo boy is our local slang.
That's why I want to know what were they measuring.
Money laundering. Money laundering.
Okay, now you're talking money laundering. How much money do we have coming through Nigeria? Yeah, all the people will surpass us now. Money laundering.
Hold on. They surpass us, but yet in their media they project their countries as a paradise.
But do you know what
I'm trying to say?
They sanitize their own. That's the problem. Yeah, and it's a bit different to be fair. And they sanitize their own. When something happens to them, they make it look like it's not that bad. While our own hits worse because we are poor. When you are poor, things are bad. That is just how everything for
forefathers is not true. Forefathers, listen. We have been projected. Forefathers, hold on. We have been projected by the Western world of being evil. Just have that at the back of your mind. Our leaders have not been able to.
Tell your own story.
Hold on, now, let me talk. It's my turn. Let me talk. Our leaders have not been able, to build up a political will to project the image of this country, not like what the Western world is selling it to be. That's what I'm trying to say.
I get your point. I've made that argument here myself. I sympathize with what you are saying.
Most of the things, most of the wrongdoings that is being carried out in this country, we learn it from the Western world.
The oil bunkering, who are those stealing our oil? Are they not white people? Are they not from the Western world? Americans, British?
I sympathize with you on that front because
And so
clearly
what are you talking
there is
about?
double
When we
standard
talk
here.
about
Like they say
crime,
we are
the
the
crime.
most corrupt, but if
We
you
are
look at the
not
number
breaking. I
that
think
is lost
sometimes
due
we
to
jump
corruption, they
subject
lose more money due to corruption than
and the
Nigeria ever
topic we just
loses.
messed it up along the road. If
So,
you are
so
treating such thing, then we'll talk about it. And what we are talking about sometimes is that there is a topic, and then if we are treating that topic and something come across, we cannot use that one to generalize that we are portraying image of our country. I think some of us here, many of us here, we are all lovers of Nigeria and we talk strongly about it. But the things that we are speaking to issues there are people here can speak to their own issue as well if it's affecting them that much. This is not the only platform that people speak. So the Americans have their own channel. They can talk about their own issues and
Jonathan,
so we are not condemning our
Jonathan,
country.
this is my turn.
Righteous man, so
Hold
that
on.
no, because it's not your turn actually. You are interjecting, remember, with that big hand of yours. So that's what you're doing. It was this guy that was supposed to speak. So the thing is, I sympathize with your point. You have to understand, it's not only about America. Hold on, about security. It's not only about America. It's about Nigerians themselves. If something happens in Nigeria and it keeps happening, you have IDP camps, you have people going to church and they get all kinds of casualties from just going to church, and the people that are doing these things, they are barely brought to justice. You can see why people are scared.
Forefathers, do you know there was a case I followed up in America? The police were tracing this individual for 35 years, and he was committing this crime.
Well, our own is happening almost every day. Every day is happening. Every day, kidnapping.
See, the topic we are discussing today is about our 63 years of existence as an independent nation. Am I correct? I asked a question. What are the two things we have identified as major problems that is really affecting us? Forefathers, you were the one that mentioned security and lack of technological development, isn't it?
Yep.
Good. Then what are the solutions to these two identified problems? What are the solutions? You said that we should try to recruit more boots so that, and other people kicked against it. So, and that was when Mr. Hosflow, he made mention, okay, I'm not seeing his name very well. He now submitted that it is not correct to say that the crime committed in Nigeria is more than what is going on over there. Then I came to agree with him based on some certain areas. I'm not saying in the general concept. Some certain area, yes, but the area where it is not found in the Western world is this terrorism. The act of terrorism, they nip it at the bud immediately. That's the difference between the crime that is committed there and the crime that is committed down here in Nigeria. Our own system or our own government, they tackle terrorism with kid gloves. They don't consider it as a threat as long as it does not affect their immediate environment. You see? So laying that aside, what I'm trying to say here is this. I put down a written word that really, because I have been meditating and thinking over this thing for weeks now. You discover that the major problem that is affecting Nigeria, that is causing this insecurity, outside the issue of unemployment, the consciousness to be rich. If you see, I was somewhere yesterday, on Thursday, while I was there, a group of young boys were discussing how they are going to make money. I'm telling you. And I was overhearing them. And these things are not palatable to the ears. They are things that, you know, if you're of age, you will know that this generation have taken a wrong way. The way they have decided to go cannot build a nation. And the reason why they are doing this thing is because they see that if you don't have money in Nigeria, you have no say. Nobody respects you. So this anxiety and consciousness to be rich is part of the major problem that is affecting this nation. Every man in Nigeria wants to be rich. Every man in Nigeria wants to ride the Range Rover Sports and buy Mercedes Benz and build skyscrapers. If you don't have it, you are nobody. So that is one of the things that have affected our nation.
I remember. See, I hear what you're saying. Let me
forefathers,
just
hold on. Forefathers, hold on.
Is there any other point you want to make other than our youth are gone the wrong direction?
You will make me, I will not speak in this panel again. I will just be watching.
Yours is an interjection. I let you speak. It's an interjection. You're going on too long.
When it comes to my own, you won't let me to.
But it's not your turn, though. It's not your turn to speak. So he's saying.
Okay, when it is my turn, just tell me to speak. I won't speak again. When it is my turn, call me.
You've been speaking for like 10 minutes.
This guy, man, a troublemaker. Not of the soil. Being a troublemaker.
Nobody. I'm just going to talk on two points quickly. With regards to this American people projecting and all of that, see, there's a difference in what we're comparing. We are putting the burden on Nigerians to project Nigeria's image in the right way. America as a country are the one projecting this on Nigeria. So the burden, most of it should be on Nigeria. But the people you're expecting to do it are the worst of us. So they are not going to project. How can they speak? Yoruba will say, Oro dunlenule. A thief can come out and be talking. Nobody's going to listen to you. So that's why it's very difficult for them to speak. And also, America might be speaking and advising their citizens not to go to XYZ places or place because the burden will be on them to go and rescue their citizens. Nigeria won't warn you because even if they catch you somewhere, the sort of operation America came to perform or execute on Nigerians all a few years ago, Nigeria won't do it for you in the US. If anything happens to you in the US, whatever, as another statistics, most likely. So US will warn their citizens because they know what it would cost them to come to Nigeria and rescue their citizens. So, like Forefather said, the message is for their citizens. It's not necessarily to demonize Nigeria. I'm not saying they don't have agenda, but they have to warn their citizens, don't go to this place. If you get caught, it would cost us X amount of money and risk our soldiers to come and free you. So please don't go. I don't think they've done anything wrong. If we feel there are places Nigerians shouldn't go, please tell Nigerians and watch if they will listen to you or not.
Man,
When
avoid
any of you who live in the West, when you're going to Nigeria, your family in Nigeria will be calling you. If they're like mine, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock is getting dark. Where are you? Are you at the hotel? Have you gone back? In a country where I grew up, you buy your flight ticket, you go to the US. I don't need to know anybody in the US. I would rent a car as part of the package, get to the US and start driving everywhere. There are things you can't come. I'm not saying America is not perfect. People get, yes, a lot of homicide, but you can get there, get a car, and not be afraid that's a setup. But a country where you grew up, that you know very well, you go back after a few years, and your family are calling you at 6 p.m. You don't enter house, you don't enter hotel. I beg no take for house, no past Dublin Bridge, something o'clock. It's different. The level of crime, the ones in Nigeria are organized crime. Students go to university, picked up in Zamfara, 25 of them. 4 or 5 days later, on those states, 25 worshippers picked up. So these are the sort of things they would see and they will warn their citizens. They are not warning Nigerians not to travel within Nigeria. They're not talking to us. If we see places that are dangerous for Nigerians to go, please let us warn our citizens not to go. We've told Nigerians, oh, don't go through the desert to Italy, to Libya. Are they listening? They will weigh up the options and decide what's best for them. So it's let people decide what works for them. Nigeria should fix up. If we fix up all this nonsense that people are talking, they won't be able to say it to us. And also regarding the lady Greatness Oluwaferomi or something, God rest her soul, that lost her life, sadly in Abuja. I said it earlier when I spoke about it. There's a law, there's an act. Let me check it. There's an act. 20 is the Treatment and Care for Victims of Gunshot Act 2017, Section 1, I think subsection 15. It says that every hospital in Nigeria, whether public or private, shall accept or receive for immediate and adequate treatment with or without police clearance any persons with gunshot wound. And I think you know, that lady would have come under that, you know, it was like trauma patient and all of that. So there's an act, there was a law that was passed, and that's what I said earlier, and many people have said it. We have laws, but they are not implemented. In 2017, they passed that law. Somebody is shot. Hospitals, private or public, take them, start treating them, contact the police. Now, what I've now read since I said that, maybe in the last 2 or 3 hours, what I've now read is, because I was just researching it, excuse me, a lot of doctors are now saying that the problem they face is the harassment from police officers, especially when it is gunshot wound. So a gunshot wound patient comes in, the government say, accept the patient, start treatment, but the police storms hospitals and start harassing doctors, nurses. But you know the way we are lawless sometimes. And the doctors are saying, we don't want to be dealing with this nonsense. If the law says we should treat them, then the police should be the ones. I mean, if anybody is aware of the law, it should be the police. But lots of doctors, go and read them online. Lots of them are saying they just barge in and start harassing us. Why are you treating this person? This person is this person is that. We're not doing anything wrong. We're not trying to set them free or make them escape. Our job is to protect lives. Your job is to interrogate them and you can handcuff them while we treat them. But you won't go there peacefully and have conversations. They just go in barbaric manner, harass doctors. So that's why some of the doctors are saying they are refusing these patients.
Yeah,
it goes back to implementation.
Sorry to
John Alba, please, can you give me 1 minute, please? I want to leave, please. I beg you. I beg you. I needed to leave, please. So talking about this doctor, I still want to go back and blame the doctor. Doctors have been giving this excuse for a very long time. If you, as a doctor, call the police, if that person is even a criminal, the police will protect you and the criminal.
Nigerian police.
Yes, we know. Yes, we know the police want to take. Hold on. Yes, we know the police will also go the reverse way and do the wrong thing. But it is also obliged for the doctor to come outside and say your own story. Cry out like we are crying out. But if the doctor continues to say it's not my business because it's not your direct family, I think it's still wrong.
They're not saying it's not their business. They are saying that they get harassed by police officers while doing their job.
Joe, I don't know whether this is the first time that you're hearing this story. This story has been so many times. So many. Some may not even be gunshots. You carry any type of injury, they do the same thing. You understand? And it's so painful. You watch life go away. You understand? And when we talk about the police, we talk about this nurse, the level of arrogance and everything. I beg, can't come on. I beg, no come give me work. Oh, you don't put blood full everywhere. I beg, can't come on. They just keep the thing like, I don't understand. Even though I can take an animal, not to even to an animal doctor, they'll treat that thing very well. It's so pathetic. It's so painful. I can't understand the doctor. Yes, the doctor too will also share their own side of the pain. You understand? The police might abuse them, but they have life to come and talk their own side of the story. You understand? But if you allow life to go, I don't think it's right. Just because of you feel that the police will arrest you, that aiding and abetting, you support the criminal. That's this and that. If you still have life, you will still defend yourself. Do you understand? The Medical Doctor Association, the MBA, they are all there for them to also come out and defend themselves.
They should be erring on the side of caution, because it's a lady, for crying out loud. What are the odds that lady is a terrorist? And so that is just silly. And there's another aspect that there was this report I also saw that some people will just go to hospital, get an operation, and they don't know they lost one organ in their system. Later on, when they start becoming ill, it's like the kind of things our people are doing to each other is just out of control. And our leaders this is what I mean by there is no purpose. Everybody is just a kind of and the only thing they have is unbridled ambition. We have unbridled ambition. We want to make it one way or the other. We don't care who we tear apart to get there. And that's why we do all this kind of nefarious things, because India is poor, but you don't see them practicing. Okay, they do some of it, but not to this level. And leadership matters a lot in this type of thing. Was it not Tinubu that was saying that he's the chief marketing officer of Nigeria? But this is the kind of marketing he's doing for Nigeria so far. For how many days he has disappeared, and I don't even know where he went since. I think he was in France since this UN.
Independence Day. I hope.
Yeah. They say he came back yesterday. He has to now. If he's absent for independence, he go turn. So where is he? People will be asking. And he's not been around all this while. He's not telling us what he's doing. He's been in French and this in the
They will
country
tell you
there.
don't have a right now. Why we
So,
asking
I
for
don't
that?
know how we expect this one to govern for us.
it's sure, like, I'm sorry to interject. I know you were, because Paul was talking and he gave us clues. We hear about the side of what the doctors are saying, but then I want you to understand that the Nigerian police force, most of them have little or no education at all. Most of them, I'm talking about those lower level police officers, and they don't know even their own basic human right. All that is in their head is that any way that they can have it to harass you and take a little money from you. A medical doctor in Nigeria should know his basic human rights and even push back on them if they went to harass him. We say this is the law. And in most cases, even ordinary Nigerians that know himself and know the basic human right, push back on them, they take a different dimension. They know how to resist them and they know how to back up. So it's not an excuse. And if that's the case, let the doctors also come out and continue to push back on them, because this is the 21st century way of us sending a message that we cannot live this life. And if the law says that, we pray that somebody will catch it and then say, you know what, you can't do this. I travel on the road on Nigeria. I travel on Nigerian road often time. When I go to Nigeria, I go often, and I know what I face. But I know how they back out when they see that you know yourself and you are not going to take it. You see them easily back out. Sometimes even the ignorant one. Their boss will call them, say, let him go, because they know that the trouble they're going to get is going to be more than what they are looking for. So, there is no excuse even as a human being. Even you right now, you don't have to be a medical doctor. If you are dead anyway, even if you to tear your clothes to make sure wherever is bleeding, you want to do that. So, and this happened everywhere in another form. So we cannot be a healthy society blaming all the politicians and everybody, and we don't take the basic human initiative for just a simple empathy, for God's sake, that we cannot do that to one another. Even if you are going to go to jail for you saving a life, you are our hero. Go do that.
They become, I can see how this happens. They become desensitized because they see a lot of people there.
Yep.
And they don't take it seriously. I was in a police station once where somebody came with a bleeding head. I just came from overseas, and this guy was coming with a bleeding head and everything, coming to the police officer was just guy from the behind the counter, like, what are you doing here? Go the other direction and go to hospital. I was looking at it, I'm like, but you are supposed to at least help the person. You don't know whether he's about to collapse. Ask him what is happening. Like, go. That's the kind of attitude that they take. And I in a way, it was a little bit funny. I was looking at it like it was funny, but it's actually quite serious. Because you are supposed to assist. That's your duty to assist. But I will leave it at that. Masca, thank you for coming in. It's Masca's turn. You want to jump queue now?
No, Masca, just give me 2 minutes, 2 seconds. You see, when
Masca, let's allow you.
you
Didn't even wait for him to give you permission.
No, Masca
You
is my
see,
brother.
we have to empathize with our people.
Okay, Masca, do I have your permission?
No.
Oh, you are muted. Oh God, Masca,
If
he's
you
got
promise
you
not
now.
to take his internet, if you leave his internet alone, maybe.
Oh, you are muted, Masca. Sorry, he can't hear you. Oh God, KJ has taken over. Sorry.
Masca, your audio is not on. Okay, now what I wanted to add was that, you see, many years ago, Wole Soyinka, when he left the FRC and said, Federal Road Safety Commission, said the kind of human beings that had to mix up with these few years that he spent in this thing, he had to mix up with crocodiles. It was better for him to be in the forest with crocodiles, pythons, alligators, and all that, than to be with the people he has mixed with in that few months when he was in charge of Federal Road Safety Commission. Now, why am I saying that? That is when we thought Nigeria was good. So reverse I mean, fast forward to where we are now. What John Abba, my good brother, is saying is it was those days that Wole Soyinka was referring to those people as it better for him to be with crocodiles, snakes, and reptiles. People you have now are people who eat alligator with bare hands without cooking it. And that's what I was saying, earlier on. The system does not care. Now, here you are looking at a young girl who is sitting in a taxi or whoever brought her to the hospital with blood rushing out. As a nurse, as a doctor, you guys locked your front door. And then somebody telling me that we have a nation. Come on, guys. No, that is no iota of human sympathy. That even what if this woman dies here, I can't replace that life. The mere fact that you cannot replace the life will have moved you to do all you can.
And that's what
Even
I'm saying.
if the
Sorry,
police
an
was
example has to be made of such hospitals. They have to make examples. Otherwise, it will keep happening.
Sure, the funny thing is that it's a government hospital.
God.
It's a government hospital.
They locked the emergency department. They locked
Yes,
the door. They shut
the
the
video
door.
is trending on the internet.
The lady was sat there and somebody was pushing her head, trying to keep her awake, pushing her head.
Yeah.
And I just thought, oh God, it was
And nobody will attend to her. So what is it? Even if people didn't want to treat her, why don't you stop the bleeding? At least to save some blood. And then you tell me, you see, that's why when I come here, I sound so annoyed. Because when Nigeria happens to you, your family, and all that, you will go bear it. Nobody takes responsibility, nobody to ask, nothing. You bear the cost, you bear the pain, you bear everything that comes with it. Okay? And then tomorrow you expect somebody from this family to be a patriotic Nigerian? Please help me. You
The
expect
person
somebody
that did it was not patriotic themselves. It's the entire nation themselves. We trade this type of behavior. We say we want to change Naira. We start selling Naira. We say let's go and vote. Somebody starts calling politicians. Can you come and bribe me before so that I can hand the election to you? We are the ones doing it because we want money. When we get the money, we take it and we jackpot from the country. We don't seem to have any loyalty to our people. That's what Fire was saying earlier on today.
Earlier on, somebody was blaming Nigerians. Let me tell you something. It's not Nigerians. When I went to primary school, Nigeria was not like this. When I went to secondary school, I'm one of those people who ate. In my university, I had meal ticket, and I didn't go to the university in the 70s. I went to the university in the 90s. I ate in a refectory with meal ticket. My hostel accommodation was 45 naira, and
Oh
it
yes.
was not.
But it doesn't mean that it wasn't getting worse. Things were getting
Hold
worse.
on. What I'm simply saying is that it's not as if what we're talking about is El Dorado. It is many years ago. Okay, it's just that the people we have, the leadership change, and every other thing change. Somebody is telling me what is wrong with a young man living to drive a Range Rover, for crying out loud. Not be him, small boys they drive for here. Okay, what is wrong with somebody looking for a better life? Every
No. You don't misunderstand me. Don't misunderstand me.
Righteous man, please. I'm not addressing you now, because
No, I am the one that mentioned Land Rover. I'm the one that mentioned Land Rover.
I'm not talking to you now, sir. Everybody who is any human being wants a better tomorrow. I don't see whether you are in the rural area, whether in the township, you want a better tomorrow. Look, my father cannot say he wants me to be better. I mean, he wants to be better than me. That would be witchcraft. So my father should say, my son, you should be better than me. If I went 10 miles, you should go 100. And your sons, my grandson should go 200. We should always strive for pushing, the lead. It's not for us to keep running down and say, okay, this person is not doing well, so why should we call? Why can't we also look at other nations that are doing well? At least make the life. Look, the average Nigerian is not asking for too much. Give him a means to be able to feed his family. You can steal everything you want to steal. Give him security. Give him good road. Allow him to do his small business. Look at what they're doing to those people in Lagos. Okay? The economy is so bad. You went to be carrying their yams and on the road because they're on the road. If you provided a place, will they be on the road? The economy is so hard. You say you are a tax force going to the road, carrying poor people's yam and tomato and everything, putting in your vehicle. Like, how are you going to give it back to them? Is there a penalty, or are you going to carry it away? What the wicked people that we are.
I think my brother
Thank you,
KJ. I think one of the things is that you are I'm a little confused about. It's not Nigeria, it's the government. It's not government, it's Nigeria. I believe it's us, the Nigerians. One of us become the leader. So regardless of the leadership, it is where you are coming from. And first of all, before you even become a president, a governor, you are one of us. So when we are speaking in general about the mindset of Nigeria for empathy, you don't expect a governor or nobody. You don't even expect a councilman in your area to know that you went to the hospital. And if you are talking about law in place and it can be enforced, we are talking about two different things. We are talking about lack of human empathy, even as a Nigerian. So the wickedness is within us because it's one of us that become that place. It's one of us that take bribe to ring the election. It's one of us that is one of us in one way or the other. The politicians are one of us. So in any case, that let us deal with our mindset, that let us have empathy. Enforcement of law, there are common sense, there are moral standards that somebody expected from you. Even if you are white or black and you see somebody on the road, there is a type of expectation, regardless of the law, that you as a human being, that is expected of you to do. To help that human's life. So let us not confuse about the government is not working with, and in this case, like Show have pointed out, there is a law like that. But we are trying to push on our citizens that if we are better citizens, we can have a better government.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry,
can you test your mic?
I'm not trying to.
One second. I know, but Masca, test your mic. Is it working? So that we know. It's even frozen. Oh. Test your mic. Let's see if it's working.
Hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Okay, so KJ, round off quickly, please, so that
No, nothing. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So you can hear me now?
Yes.
No, I mean, I'm not too keen on speaking. You guys can go ahead and talk.
All right.
Can I just take a turn, as I think everybody has spoken now?
Yeah, sure, Jadon, since you're new. Yeah, please
Thank you.
Have your say.
Cheers. On the subject of Nigeria and its current and historical position on law and order and on the citizenry. Yesterday, I watched a 2-hour documentary on Fela, and it was the saddest thing ever. Based on the fact that there's this individual who became a musician. He entered into a psyche that changed as he was more exposed, coming to London, going to the States, and pushing his musical agenda. And we all know he was a genius. And I think in our generation, we take him as a man who spoke truth to power. What I saw yesterday, and we all know this, and I've even seen the documentary before, but I just had to watch the whole thing as I began. I thought maybe I'll watch 10 minutes. I watched it 2 hours full. The sadness of Nigeria has always been there. And as John Abba rightly stated, it's us. It's us. And it's not to say it's us based on that's necessarily our nature. As human beings, we have good and bad in each of us. However, what I saw with Fela was the direct, and we know that Fela was in front of a barrel of a gun throughout his life, based on the fact that the powers that be, both military and civilian governments, did not like him for a second. What I saw, and what we all know, is that the wickedness for a man who was directly fighting for the people, for a man who was directly a lover of the Nigerian people, of Africa, a Pan-Africanist. What I saw was the belligerence that was placed on him by the authorities, to the point they will throw his mother out of the window, with which he suffered much pain and eventually died from that fall. It showed me a lot about our psyche, especially the psyche of oppression that each and every one of us have. But Obasanjo was the one who was behind so much of the pain that fella suffered. And you can tell that he didn't care a damn. He did not care a damn. And I think there's no comparison, because we know the powers that be globally have their own agenda and they don't really care a damn. But with the impunity that we are now presently at, not just with the government, but with us as people, come from hardcore desperation that have come from terrible decision making throughout the 63 years of Nigeria. We now land in the position where anybody can, nothing would surprise us, really. It may shock us for a minute, but we would know that this is our behavior. This is generally our behavior today. Our desperation is so far gone that acting as normal human beings is not what takes place in Nigeria. Not at government, not at the level of citizens. We don't behave like normal human beings. As hearty as we are, as African as we are, as loving as we are, we generally are too desperate to even have the thought of diligence and dignity. We've gone so far away from these aspects. It's only because we are educated people and we're speaking on these issues that we have differences as to what is wrong and right. But Nigeria as a country, it's not behaving wrong and right in mind. It's just doing whatever it wants to do. And people generally, no matter how young, no matter how old, we behave extremely selfishly. Extremely. We don't have our brother in mind, generally. We don't. Unless we're having a family situation where maybe we're sending money to our family to get them out of this problem or that. Really, we don't behave with dignity in that country. Globally, you know, we're talking about the projection of Nigerians. Globally, the world knows who we are. We're all there's nowhere where we are not. People know that we are hardworking people. People know that we're intelligent people. People know globally that we are educated people. People know that we have value. But also, people know that these people come from an entity that is soiled to the point of God knows if we can wash the soil out of our dirty thing. So I think, in my understanding, responsibility and conduct, I don't really know how we're going to win it back, most especially when we have a thief, a fraudulent, I don't want to say murderer, because he hasn't been accused of that, but we know the level of stain our present premier has on his hands. His hands are soiled. Now, without taking this individual out of power, or without somehow this individual being thrown out of power, right, in a righteous manner, I can't see Nigeria getting any better, because we've got a lot of road to recover in order to have dignity within ourselves and dignity for our people as a whole. So, I take the case of Niger. There's a way of dealing with things, and the example has really been laid here. The example is of Niger, that Niger firstly took Bossoum out of government. They didn't go for France first. They didn't say, France, get out first. What they did first is take away the stool pigeon, take away the enemy within, take away the person who will stab them in their neck before the person who is controlling that individual. That's the first thing they did, which was correct. Then they went on to face France. They faced them correctly. They said, "Oh boy, France, get the hell out. We all that you've done in our country is only to oppress and steal, and then have these lies around as to why you're here, whilst you're just oppressing us." I see that as an example, a real example of how any country or black people, even in the diaspora, we have to take out the enemy within first to be able to claim any level of dignity. Because if we chase the West, keep chasing the West, knowing that there are hardcore criminals that are amongst us leading, then I'm afraid, again, we're not going anywhere. We're just going round and round in circles. And this is something that we've got to get to grips with. Whilst we want better for our country, whilst we want better for our nation, if we as a people cannot deal with the enemy within, again, we're lost. And it's this kind of lost where our people are. It's 2 weeks ago, I've had 3 cousins come to London. None of them understood. They just wanted to come to London. They just wanted to get out of Nigeria. As they come into London now, they find that it's not what they thought it was. They find that, wow, are you telling me, wow, things are expensive. Wow, I need all this money. The other day, my very cousin asked another cousin of mine to borrow her £20,000 to complete her studies. She's doing a master's here. She thought that £20,000 can just come out. £20,000 is what she was asking for. God knows what that is in Naira. My mother now called a general meeting because she told her off for asking one of our cousins for that kind of money. And everybody gathered round and supported her to the point of £7,000. She was grateful, but she still does not really understand why she didn't get her £20,000 that she needs from her family. You see, the lack of understanding, the lack of responsibility, the lack of trying to quantify the world, because unfortunately in Nigeria you just don't see what the world is about. You're with blinkers. Send me money, give me this, that. It's easy for you over there. It's only when Nigerians come to London or the West America that they know that it's going to take at least a year to 2 years just to acclimatize to where you are. Because where you're coming from compared to here, it's just Nigeria, unfortunately, is just a pretense of a nation. It's not a nation. It's not even a country. It's just a 2 million odd, 200 million odd people running around a geographical space that they call Nigeria. But it's not a country. Don't get it twisted. For all the good and all the energy that we have, our lack of dignity, our lack of respect, for a real respect, not that Dobale rubbish that we always do in Yoruba land, not all that shit, because all that doesn't mean anything. I have my nephews and nieces Dobale, but they don't respect anything. So by the time you do all this bowing and scraping, all it's showing you is that, again, you have this begging mentality of how to get to the next level. The selfishness is our real corruption. The level of selfishness amongst our people. And the reason why I began with Fela, because really and truly, if you look at this man's life, I know, how the older generation would see Fela as ganja smoking, talking all kinds of things, fool. That's how they saw him. But there's not one thing, we all know, there's not one thing that guy stood for that wasn't real, true, something that enforces power within, individual power. I know what my power is. When I looked at this whole documentary, I sat. I had to sit. This is about 4 o'clock in the morning. I was watching this thing, and I just had to understand that, you know what? After a life like this, really and truly, Nigeria should not be the way it is. But we don't give a damn. Fella's dead and gone. You know, we listen to his music more to jive rather than the lyrics that guy had, what he said, what he stood for, how he suffered and died. Yeah, we know, he lived a wayward life in terms of, 27 odd wives and smoking ganja, and we know all these things. But it just does not take away from what he was offering Nigeria, Africa, and black people all around the world. Because I think unless we as a people are thinking like Fela thought, there's no way out of our quagmire. No way.
I think the problem was that Fela was calling people colonial mentality. What he failed to fully kind of realize is that the entire Nigerian populace, even if they were dancing to his music, they too had the same colonial mentality, because the leaders are Anglophiles, so are the citizens. I remember when we were growing up,
Yeah, wait. Don't take too much away from what I'm saying. We can go into Fela's life and pick apart where we.
Oh, no, I'm not taking it away. I'm not taking anything away from you. No, he's correct on everything that he's doing. But what I'm saying is that he was in an environment that was very, very hostile to his ideology, basically, or his vision of what he has said. Basically, the truth.
The hostility, yeah, absolutely, the truth. The hostility came strictly from ignorance. It didn't come from anywhere else. Fela himself was ignorant until he came to Europe, until he went to America, until he now understood, my goodness, these people actually don't like us. He said it. When he was in London saying that, right, fuck. I'm in London, this place that my father and all my forebears was telling me to go to, that this is the place where you're going to get what you need. And what he was able to recognize, that the UK, understanding his environment, they don't really like us. They don't. He went to America. The music that he began playing in America, it was a girlfriend of his that asked him, what is it that you're, because he was speaking in Yoruba. She said, what are you actually saying? He said, I'm singing a song about my soup. And America in the 60s was a black power. There was a lot of black power movement and people looking for their dignity.
Yeah, that may have made a difference.
Malcolm X was there, still alive. Dr. Martin Luther King was still alive. There was an atmosphere of black emancipation going on. So now he was looking at all kinds of literature, books written that he had never seen before. It was this black American that told him, oh boy, I don't think you understand that the European way of life, the European education was given to them by Africa. This is what he said. You're talking rubbish. What do you think? Then she began bringing books to him. He said the first book he read was Malcolm X. His mind he began to change. So by the time he came to Nigeria and understood what the music value is, he now started to put lyrics that are too serious to be. This is it. Now, unless we have this education, we're really not going anywhere. We're just like bush people. Bush people. I'm saying to you, bushman. It doesn't even matter how highly educated somebody is. You're behaving like a bushman. If you don't know that the person, your brother next to you, is your friend, is your brother, is who you should be loving first before anyone else.
Yeah, Jagun, you said something about Bazoum being removed from office.
Yes, sir.
And in the context of Nigeria, I wanted to ask a question, which it's just worth asking, I guess. Is it possible to change the minds of our elite in the context of, like, because the elite did change in Niger to remove Bazoum? Is it possible to change the mind of our elite so they actually embrace, like, some of the truths that Fela has said? Or do they have to be displaced?
Me personally, they definitely have to be displaced, because our Nigeria, again, being the most different of nations in Africa, very different than any other African state. We are rather exposed, more so than most other African countries. I won't say all necessarily, but most, if not all.
Okay, let me make it harder for you. Say we don't have the option of displacing them. We are stuck with them. Do you have any way we can change their minds?
You see, we're really talking about psyche. To get a psyche correct, it could take 3 generations. Unless there's a real upheaval where it can happen in 1 generation, something really has to happen for it to happen in 1 generation. That psyche is a deep thing, deep. I speak to my mother a lot, and we come to deep argument whereby it's gone past passion. We now have feelings against each other. Because my mother is of a much older generation. She's living in England. She knows the UK from the 1960s. She was here when she was 17, I beg your pardon. She was in the UK, before I was born, going back and forth, finishing her own education here. But my mom she is the most Nigerian person in terms of her heart. But I have not been able to adjust her mind as to the fact that this England and these Europeans that you love so much, they're not our friends, they're our enemies. They are enemies. For me to get that across to my mum, I haven't been able to do it in 50 years.
Yeah, it's almost impossible.
Oh, it's not that it's not possible. But unless waking up is something that can only be done for you as an individual. You have to wake yourself up. I cannot wake you up. I can only wake myself up. The reading I've done, differently from the formal education that I've had, it's the reading outside of any educational legitimacy, if you like. The reading I've had separately, I've not taken any exams for. However, I've got it in.
So if we are not to displace them, to change them, there has to be some kind of upheaval where people.
Well, again, my brother. The thing is, I again bring it down to time. If it doesn't happen in our lifetime, the people who are sat around this table today, if it doesn't happen it's not going to happen.
We don't. Yeah, if it doesn't happen in our lifetime, we are done for.
It's not going to happen.
I'm the one planning for the other side. We are
Absolutely.
done for.
Absolutely.
It has to happen within now and within the next 10, 20 years. If it doesn't happen, we are done.
If not less. Which is why I say, if Tinubu having 4 years, then everything we're complaining about, we're just going to come here and complain more. Without Tinubu leaving that station. And I don't know necessarily who should replace him amongst our I would want to say, I listened to the other day, Dr. Damages put a clip up of Peter Obi in, I can't remember what university, I think it was Pennsylvania in the States. And he was addressing, an audience there. In listening to him, firstly, again, Peter Obi, I think is better than the rest, but I still don't see him as a statesman. I still don't see him as the statesman that Nigeria really needs to tackle both Nigeria and the powers that be in the world, because that's what we need to tackle to make ourselves really in a sense.
Do you think there has to be a form of ideology that has to be coherent, and there has to be, because if there is no ideology, the danger is that it's personality.
What I think is that without the diaspora, we're done. The diaspora, whether no matter where our site is, it's far.
Yeah, the diaspora can be involved.
Far further ahead than
the diaspora will be involved. They don't have a choice. They have to be involved. But the issue is how, because to be able to do these type of things, you have to have a way of everybody signing on to it. And
you see,
if you don't have any particular ideology, how do they do that?
Everybody is not going to sign onto it.
What the ones that want to sign onto it?
No. What it is that whoever is in the position of power, they have to partner the diaspora, and leadership has to take place, because the people would follow whatever. If the so-called elite, whoever they are, whoever they become, the people who are leading our nation, if their psyche is in such a position that they are knowledgeable enough to navigate both the Nigerian complexity and the global Western complexity, if we are not able to navigate that, because if there's the 20% rule, the 80-20 rule, where if 20% of your nation are well founded, well grounded, and well established in what it is that they want to do, the 80% will follow, because the 80% are ignorant, so they will follow anybody.
Yeah, but the thing
But
I'm
the
asking
thing
is
is, all
that
right, let me land like this. The thing is, if the 80% are following, and they find that they are now in an environment that is completely different than the last 60 odd years that we've had, but Nigeria is a country. Nigeria will be a country.
yeah, the question was that if you want to approach these type of things and you don't have any particular structure of messaging and what you want to be done, you are going to have a lot of noise and not much will be achieved. As a matter of fact, that's how they get away with what they are doing so far. It's not because most Nigerians don't believe things should get better. Most of us believe that, but it's because there is no structure to what
When you say
what we
structure,
want
I
to
don't
do.
understand. What do you mean by structure?
That's what now I'm beginning to understand why there is ideology. Ideology provides structure of what you are looking to achieve.
Okay.
So if it's a nationalistic ideology or something, it has to be put together in such a way that opinions that want to get things
Tell
done
me this,
will have that
brother.
structure to build upon.
Let me ask you a question, forefather. Do you think that with the ideology that you have about Africa, Black people, Nigeria particularly, do you think that you could birth that structure that you speak of?
There's no reason why not. Anybody can do it.
Absolutely. That's what I believe. Because the situation in Nigeria, I think I can run it. Me as an individual, when I say run it, I don't want to be a politician. I have no leanings that way. Even though I'm a politically minded person, I don't want to be a politician. But I know, with my observations about Nigeria, I know that if I've got power and I've got the right people around me, I can fix Nigeria, because I'm ready for the West. I know the West.
Sorry, Jago, sorry to cut you short. Maska, I see you shaking your head. It seems like you want to talk. I know this is gone on for about 25 minutes. You gave up your turn, and it's been wonderful listening to Jago and forefathers go back and forth, enlightening and all of that. But Maska, please have your shot now. Otherwise,
can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Okay, thank you, Sho. I see what you do. I think it's good. So,
oh God, you're gone again.
He's gone. He's gone. He's gone. We'll go to Righteous Man. Don't worry. We'll come to you. We'll go to Bumi quickly. Then we'll come to you, Righteous Man. Bumi, I know you raised your hand a while ago. You wanted to say something. Maska, keep talking. The minute I hear your voice, I'll let you speak. But your
no, can you hear me? I'm just saying good night.
Oh, we can
say good night.
Maybe just try.
Well, okay. To find someone. Okay, so can you hear me now?
For now, yes. Go ahead.
Okay. Jagun made a very good submission, but I'm also happy that he came full cycle. He started off saying Nigeria is not a country, but he's come around to say that Nigeria, with good leadership, can be a good country. So I would presume that he is now saying that the elements of a good country are there. Why I disagree with him at some point is because I think sometimes he gets emotional and makes sweeping statements. But anyway, bottom line, I'm convinced that Nigeria is a country. I think it was KJ that was saying at some point this night that he had what do you call this thing? Meal tickets. So Nigeria was a good country. When I was a student, all I have to do was to wear my uniform and stand by the road. People will stop and pick me up. This issue of insecurity was not an issue. You don't doubt anybody picking you up. He will pick you up. If you are going from Kano, I can go to Lagos with my school uniform. It's as basic as that. Even when I was working in Lagos, if you wear military uniform, either police or you don't pay, you just enter the buses. I'm sure people who have stayed in Lagos at that time will corroborate this. But the truth is that things have deteriorated, and they deteriorated suddenly. I am just saying that we need to be careful to sweep away everything away. The reality is that there was a country, something happened. I think the effort more should be in terms of what really happened to Nigeria. Nigeria was there. It was a good country. I was in that country, but it's no longer there.
Can I ask you? Can I ask you quick? Can I ask you real quick, Mascot? I beg your pardon. How long do you believe that Nigeria was a good country? For what amount of years? From when to when was Nigeria a good country? I just want to know. I'm not going against what you're saying at all. I understand what you're saying in a way, but I want a measurement of time as to when Nigeria was a good country.
25 years or maybe 23 years. I'm talking from independence.
Okay.
So I would say Nigeria was a country from 1960 to probably 83, if you ask me.
Okay.
I think it was a good country, like a Ponzi scheme works at some point, and because it was always going down. That good time you were having was just a bought time. Basically, most of the stuff you were experiencing was from the glow of the British and the protection that they offered us. That is what you had. It wasn't us that built it. We didn't build it. We didn't we didn't lay the foundation that built that period. That's why over time you can see that it's being eroded because it's not solid. While at the same time, while the other nations that build their own from the base up, look at where they all are today. It's just obvious.
Masca, your audio is gone. Sorry.
Yeah, I think I won the argument. I won the argument. It's clear. It's clear.
So I think
The audio decided it.
Forefathers, you can take the time as you please.
All right.
I'm going to sign out myself, but Bumi's next. After Bumi, then you do as you please. But it's been a pleasure. I'll carry on YouTube listening to you guys. But in terms of moderation, signing out. Thank you all for being a part of the show.
Thank you. This is show.
No worries. Hey, Jagun, just one last thing. Can you please confirm that you're Yoruba man? Because there's a guy in the comment section calling you IPOB. But I remember the first time I saw you.
Why is he doing that? Why is that guy doing that? A lot of the comments that I see, on the comment section, it's just like humor. You can't take them seriously.
I don't take it to heart. I'm a member.
I'm a full Yoruba, back and forward and upside down. But as a Yoruba, I'm a full Nigerian.
And then speak Yoruba. Say goodbye to show.
Men also enjoy about speak Yoruba. I'm going to speak Yoruba.
They caught him on that one.
All right.
Go ahead.
Yeah. All right. Take care, guys.
I want to ask him a question before he leaves. Can I?
All right, go on.
I think Bumi was supposed to talk. The righteous man, I worry about righteous man. He's going to go on for ages.
Oh, yeah. What's the question? Righteous man.
But I've never spoken for 25 minutes, just like Jegu did.
If you put it together, at least,
but 25 minutes.
If you look at today's episode, nobody talk reach you. If you put it together,
nobody. It's injecting all the time, and it's a whole new session. See, I think Bumi was supposed to say something.
Hours already.
So Bumi was supposed to say something.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna add on to what Mr. Jagun says, and I do think when I first started coming to this platform, I had a different mentality or idea of what the Nigerian problem is. But after it's been a year, I think, since I started. After just sitting and just observing, I feel like our biggest problem is really our mentality. You can't like when I sit there and reflect on certain things about like growing up in Nigeria, for example, help me justify or understand the idea of a house girl or a house boy in Nigeria. Like, what makes that okay? Because we all know the way those people, and they're humans. They're one of us. From some of them are from the same Nigeria. Some of them are from neighboring West African countries. But it's like the way we treat those people less than. But then we also want a society that will value human rights. When in our own house, those people are at the bottom. And then we expect that when we walk out of our door and we go into society, the police are supposed to respect you. You're supposed to have a government that's supposed to think about what you call healthcare and all those things. It doesn't make sense. And I think that that's where the problem starts from. Yes, we have bad leaders, but the reason why we have bad leaders is because we as a society, so many things that we justify as good are the things that our politicians are just putting it out there, and it's affecting us all at once. That's just the difference. But we do the same thing, but it's just affecting a small portion of the country. But then the politicians go into power and they make all the policies and affect generations and generations to come. That's just the difference. And also, I find it very interesting that when I listen to people like Igbo Basic or I don't know who he was, but he talks about how like Nigeria was a country, and he talked about how good the society was. They enjoyed this and that. Understand that with the present population, I think 60% of the Nigerian population are less than 25. Those ones they never, and till today, even I don't know what it means that Nigeria was ever good. Nigeria was never good when I was born. So when you talk about this, it's a fairy tale for me. But instead, it has gotten worse and worse, and that's the next generation. You have a generation that Nigeria has never worked. So then we were listening to people saying, "Don't worry, we'll make it better." But we were born in a society that has never worked, and it's still not working. And I feel like there's just this very disconnect. And I feel like if a change isn't based on what you guys said, if the change doesn't happen in this generation, I don't think it will ever happen. Because now, me as a person, what story am I going to tell my child? That Nigeria, like, oh, I went to school with free education. I never went to school in free education. I don't have a story to tell my child that I guess my mom did. So it's just very weird. And I think we need to stop blaming our leaders and we need to start blaming ourselves. Those people that made the girl die when she was shot was not Tinubu. You can talk about how Tinubu is the worst person, drug dealer, but he did not shut that door, the hospital. Fellow Nigerians did. So if we really want change, we need to start thinking about how our actions are actually affecting and creating that cycle that it keeps on going, just keeps on going. Yeah, that's just basically what I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Well,
Thank you.
well
Well
said.
said. I think, yeah, you really need to be coming to some of the other spaces where international audiences are having this discussion. You hear a lot of similar this and that point you made about domestic servants that we have is something that when talking to African Americans that were sold into slavery, and we have a campfire there. His forefathers were one of the ones that were sold into slavery, and one of the things we discussed and we came up with was that if we are to redraw our future, we have to brand ourselves the opposite of that. That we have to be refuge for people that are running away from enslavement instead of we perpetuating the same culture, because we have not changed. Look at a governor saying he wants to send people overseas to go and work. No arrangement on how to bring them back. Just send them to go and work for other people. What is different between that and during the enslavement this period? Do you know more people are leaving Africa today to the West than during the time when the enslavement period was the enslavement was happening? There are more people leaving Africa today to go and serve. So please, let's I can fire go. I think Righteous Man, you can carry on with the fight you are going on. You know, there's a bit of a battle going on with you and something that. This your hand.
Hey, no respect. Hey, no respect. No respect to the Nigerians.
No, after Bumi is supposed to be me. After Bumi, before my
Righteous Man.
My network
go ahead,
went off.
Okay, yeah. Let him go. Okay, Righteous Man, please go ahead.
Yeah. I want to ask Jegu two questions before I make my contribution or my submission.
How long do you want this to go? Because there are people waiting.
No, leave him. There's only a few of us here. I'm sure we're not going to run away to the
Hold on, allow me to moderate Jagun. How long do you want it to go? Because we can't go for 30 minutes on this session. I'll cap it at 10 minutes. Okay?
No problem.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. You talked much about Fela, which I agree with you. I'm one of the people that believe that Fela was a prophet, but due to the society he belongs to, they never recognize God's gifts in his life. They misinterpreted who Fela was, but all his music was revolutionary.
Absolutely.
And those of us who were not looking at his social life, but were looking at the messages that were coming out from his mouth, really believed in him, So, Jagu, do you believe that creating awareness could lead to the birth of new Nigeria?
I think awareness is not sufficient. As much as it is a good thing to be sufficient.
That's the answer.
Okay, it's not sufficient. Okay, number two, if creating awareness will not be sufficient to birth a new Nigeria, now, do you believe that agitation, sectional or regional or tribal agitation, could awaken the Nigerian elite so that there could be change to birth new Nigeria?
I think Nigeria, as much as right now it's in the hands of the so-called elites, I don't believe the present elites will take us where we want to go. And I think there are voices amongst all of our families, because we ourselves, we may not see ourselves as being the elite. I've never seen myself as being an elite, but within my family, there are strong wisdoms. And I know within all Nigerian families, there are strong people who have wisdom. They don't necessarily have the power. But if some of these people were arisen, they will be there will be a better leadership than the one we presently have, if that makes sense.
Okay, now the reason why I asked you these questions, they are as follows. We've tried to march in the streets of Lagos and other cities in Nigeria. We got killed by the police. Some of us, we don't disclose our identities because you don't know who is behind you, whether it's an agent of the government. And before you know it, you get missing. I'm telling you what is happening in Nigeria right now. Activists are hiding themselves. Some of them have gone on exile. And from exile, they are reaching out to Nigeria and Nigerians. So I brought this question to you in order to awaken the consciousness of the panelists here about Nnamdi Kanu. Do we believe that the awareness he created, the way he piloted his agitation, he may be right, he may be wrong, but awoken the sensitivity of Nigerians, both home and abroad. Some may say he was a tribalist. Some will say he never knew what he was saying. But if you look at what that man said, just like what Fela said in his songs, everything Nnamdi Kanu said in the past 4 years, they have made manifest today, presently. They are the thing reflecting in Nigeria of today. So that is why I asked a question: can regional agitations, it may not be targeted towards disintegration of Nigeria? No, that's not what I'm saying. It may not be channeled towards dissolving Nigeria. No, but can regional integration, agitation, be used as a tool to awaken Nigerians? Like, as the Igbo say, I want to go. Let's say the Benin people say, okay, we are tired. The Yoruba say, we are tired. Don't you think it will now force people to come to a round table to discuss how Nigeria will move forward to be a better country? That's my question. Thank you.
I don't think that's for me to answer. I think that's for the panel, isn't it?
I think.
Yeah, for the panel. For the panel.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay. I can't. I don't know whether he can answer that kind of. That's very Nigerian centric question. So anybody can, I guess, go ahead.
No, I can just justify stuff, right?
Okay.
The Biafra man, he was making statements about the government shouldn't get you arrested. You feel me? I mean, it is tyrannic to arrest a citizen for being an opposition to the government's policies. You feel me? I mean, it's not like he is attacking the government on a physical level. You feel me? And wanting autonomy for Biafra is not something bad either. I think that the answer for Biafra is give Biafra semi-autonomy, where they can have their state and they can govern their state along with the federal state, and they get respect and manage their own business. I don't see nothing wrong with that. You feel me? But I don't know why they don't have why this is not organized, because I mean the people in Biafra owns Biafra. You feel me? So they should be able to control.
I think this is why I said this is a very Nigerian centric question, because the Biafra, the word itself, is a very
complex
word, because it belongs to there are people that think about it differently, and the
However,
all it needs is mayors. Hold on, but boss man, it can't go no different. All it needs is mayors, governors, and all of that. That comes from those regions. That's all it needs.
It's not that simple. It's not. This is my point. It's
hold on now. I'll be 2 seconds on it if you just allow me, because I know what you're saying to our brother here, but I still think our brother has a point. I don't like the word Biafra. I don't like the whole idea of it as an individual. However, if you're talking to me about Biafra, my mind takes that out and says Igbo. Now, I feel if we were able to go back to the regional government of our beginnings, Nigeria can restart, can reboot. So kind of that is what Ikan is saying. You know, he may not understand the complexities, but he understands that there are issues. And if there are issues with a strong people as the Igbos are, all he's saying is that give them their right to run themselves, give the West the right to run themselves, give a regional government. If we have regional,
and you pay taxes. That's all he's saying. You pay taxes to the federal government. You pay taxes. You pay taxes to the federal government for general protection, and that's it.
It's like saying the U.S., California should just go on their own because it's just free. Texas should go on their own because it's just free. It's not that simple. You
No,
all know
bro,
this. Hold
it
on
would
now.
be the same.
That's not
No,
the question
man,
I asked. That's not the question.
That is not the
That's
question
not the
he
question.
asked. And
No.
I can hold on. See, the issue here is that one, the term Biafra encompasses either only the southeast of, and that's something Akamfa is not fully aware of, the southeast of Nigeria, or including the south too. That is historical aspect. In terms of the individual, you are saying he has the right to agitate. Everybody has the right to agitate. They all like Righteous Man has the right to agitate. He's not being arrested. It's just that the other one has done other things that broke the law. That if he was in the UK, he would be arrested too. That is what is happening. And that's why you have to be aware of the context of what you are talking about when you start. I guess if you are talking about generally that people are allowed to aspire for independence, everybody is allowed to aspire to that.
Let me repeat my question.
I think we are derailing. Before you repeat your question, I think we are derailing from the question and also from the purpose with which Jagun's submission was about. I think we're now a little bit sectionalizing it. I wanted to tackle that answer.
I think it was Righteous's turn to speak, and Righteous asked the question. So please remind us the question again, Righteous.
Jagun was presenting late fella as a symbol of change, the man who saw tomorrow, but the society did not buy into what his music was meant to be, or was meant to offer. Then I said, having recognized that contribution of fella, though the society didn't take it to achieve what the aim of his songs was meant to achieve, how do we place the issue of agitation, removing the issue of dissolution of Nigeria from the agitation, removing the issue of separation from the agitation? Can each tribe or each region begin to agitate that they are tired of the situation of Nigeria? Then that will now force the elites or the politicians to call for a round table so that Nigerians can sit down and discuss how they can move this country forward. Because when we protest on the street, you will get shot by the police. If you are a political activist, they will go after you. So which one?
We need to do both. We need to hold on.
Can I make an attempt to answer those questions?
I think Alaba, just hold on.
Hold on. I was supposed to speak, but I was interrupted.
I can fire. What I will advise is that because this is so Nigerian centric.
Yeah, but hold on to Niger. I know what I'm saying. Just calm down. Don't treat me like a child.
I'm not treating like a child. Stop it.
Let me speak, bro.
Hold on. Now, calm down. I will let you speak, but if you want to address it, you had the question.
But don't tell me I don't know what. No, don't tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. Listen, you forefather is in all of the rest of the world business. Now allow me to interrupt in Nigeria business.
Hold on. I'm not saying it should not be inside the business.
But I want you to just allow me to speak. Don't interrupt me.
Okay, fine.
Okay. So we should agitate, and we should also propagandize. You feel me? Fella was right. And we need to focus more on Pan-African people. You cannot allow a non-Pan-Africanist to run your government. All these people should go. Whoever has no type of love for Africa and African people should not be talking to you in front of you. Are talking for you. We need to fight against these money-grabbing people. You feel me? All of these people who don't show no love for our people, we must take them out of rank. And this nice little girl, we should all quiet down, and we should all make these people talk to us, because we as older men, I'm telling you, that's what's his name, righteous man, your generation spoiled it. That's us. Our generation spoiled things because we are endorsing immorality. You feel me? We endorse immorality, and we don't have absolute love for our blackness and our color. We have people in Nigeria, as that nice girl says, that is born to work for people in their houses. Like why? How come somebody? Hold on. How come somebody? And this Muslim type of behavior is going on, and it's even coming into the Christian region, where people are born to be slaves. You feel me? And we let me just say something to you. This house girl and houseboy thing, it's us seeing white people do it back in the 15th, 16th, 17th century. They do it to us. And because we don't have no other race to put lower than us, we put our own people lower than us. You feel me? And try to maintain a set of our people as a lowly people. And we need to stop doing that and know that all of us is the same thing. We're in the same position, and anybody can rise to the top. I can't take it. These are the things that's messing us up. We don't know who is great. So you can't tell nobody that they was born to be slaves. You feel me? So we need to cut that stuff out.
I can fire.
They can fire. I'm with you on everything you
Wait, Alaba. Sorry. Have you been to Africa before?
No, sir.
I don't think that's relevant.
Come to Nigeria.
I don't
It's
know
not
whether
relevant.
you're in London. Yeah.
I'm inviting you to come to Nigeria.
Hang on.
The brother, I can fire. I beg. I'm sorry. I really apologize.
Let Tone finish. You can talk.
Okay. I wish you in London. I know that we'll link up. I know that. I like your thought pattern. But listen, with all due respect, all what you said, makes a lot of sense. But when you go to Nigeria and observe for about 2 weeks, 3 weeks, you will understand what we're trying to say.
He understands. I think he understands.
It's very complicated. It is very.
It's only complicated because we make it.
You see what makes him so clear is because he sees it so clearly. That's why he comes across so clear. He's correct, and I understand what you are saying, Tone. Because we get jaded when we see this over and over. Do you know how it feels for me sometimes? Yeah, when you talk to Nigerians, they pretend as if the truth is not the truth. But he sees it clearly. That's why I see that the diaspora, they have a gift to offer the continent because they see it clearly than we do.
And apart from that, you can hear that he's a Jamaican. Now, Jamaica and Nigeria as power bases in the Caribbean and on the African continent. I'm sorry, we have a full understanding of what's going on around us. If we, in the 1950s and 60s, had real communication with those Africans in the Americas, Nigeria would not be what it is today. It will be a completely the reason why is because in the Americas they had a much deeper understanding of who the European was compared to us. Much deeper. They know who the white man is. We're just picking up today. We've been speaking.
And they know us. They know us. You see how he was frowning at the enslavement, the slavery, or the servants that we have, because they pay the price for what we did to them too. Their forefathers. Mask, I wanted to say something. Please go ahead. There are two. Alaba, forgive me. Alaba, please go ahead.
Ejo, please, Alaba.
Maska, you want to go, Maska?
Thank you,
Master Mike was cut off before. That's why I was biased towards him.
Yes, no, actually, I logged off, but then it occurred to me that hey, this is Nigeria we're talking about, so I cannot give up. I just want to push back to you forefathers.
Oh God.
No, seriously, no, seriously, because your position was that no, there was never an.
Oh, poor guy, man.
Oh God! You see, I've won the argument again. Up me, up me. I just won. No mic, no mic. You know, the last time you started this, your mic cut out again. Allah is cut out again. Sorry about that.
Sorry, man.
But I think that point you're making, I think you said something about ideology. I really want you to come back and make it. I think it will be interesting to actually discuss that. Alaba,
My
please go
question
ahead.
has not been answered. My question has not been answered.
We're trying to get there, bro.
I'm going to make an attempt. Jagun had a great submission. You followed it up with a wonderful question. And Jagun was right. You understand? We got to take out the current set of elites because their direction, when I don't mean take out, but I mean we got to replace them. Their current ideological thinking and philosophy is detrimental to our progress. Now, Jagun, great submission, great question on the follow-up, but I want you all to know exactly where we are. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to redirect a conversation I had with one of our so-called elites. I'm not going to mention name. And this person's belief is this person, word for word, I'm quoting word for word from our Facebook Messenger. The person said, what matters to us in our elite echo chamber might not be of interest to the people in Daura, Namoda, Ilemaje, or Ibadan. That's an elite speaking. Somebody who is agitating for change in the community. This is after a conversation I had with him. You understand? His point is that our people are homogeneous, they are homogeneous collective. So they respond to different socio-political stimuli. But he killed himself by saying that what matters to the elite is of no interest to the people, meaning that elite interest is different from the people's interest, which is, that's a pure Kolo mentality, which Fela was talking about. But before I go on, I want to take on Maska on what he said, that when Jagun asked him, how long do you think Nigeria was good? He said 25 years. That's another misconception. Nigeria literally was good only for the first 3 or 5 years. Once the 66 boys struck, Nigeria started heading in the wrong direction. Although the people never felt it, or they felt it during the Civil War. The East felt it, but that's not the point I'm going. I don't want to go in that direction. The people never felt it because that was the period of our oil boom, the Udoji thing, whatever. So there was boom, carnation milk, pig milk, sardine. We had food. I'm even go on said it. Our problem was to spend the money. So Nigeria was already heading down instead of going stationary or going up. So what was it? So we were only good for like 6 years. So now, when Fela was singing in the 70s and 80s, Fela was singing his own personal observation of what was going on. And that was because, as at that time, Nigeria was happening to him. And he was just a small percentage of what Nigeria was happening to. And he was putting everything in his song, analyzing. In his song, he said, me, I say Nigeria go fall. How people go, they make money, make them no see money. You understand? So now we're saying he's a visionary. No, Fela was analyzing his current environment, just like the rappers do in America, what he sees. You understand? So he was on point on those things. So now, Nigeria was heading down, but Fela was but now we feel Fela was a visionary because now, instead of the 10% that felt it in the 70s or the 20% that felt it in the 80s, now 80 to 90% are now feeling it. So more people are now saying, oh, Fela talked about all this. For God's sake, they threw that man's mother down from a 3-story building. He never got justice. They did. Now we're talking about more justice for Mohbad. For God's sake, they killed Bola again. They killed Winshaw Williams. They never got justice. So Nigeria has been here. Now, this elites that I talked to, I made that statement that their own interest is not the elite interest. This is after I made these key points to this person that, look, I'm not partisan. I'm just interested in the interest of my country, things to get better. I said, from my own personal observation, I think 4 things are wrong with our current present dispensation. That one, I believe that Nigeria is a failed state. 2, 24 years of your so-called democracy was an illusion, and that most Nigerians has been denied citizenship. 3, that Nigeria does not have a tribal problem, but a collective thieves from every tribe. And that 4, that the culture of impunity is what our political stance has provided at the expense of the people.
Ever since slavery. Ever since slavery.
Everything slavery. Now,
because
people,
if you get away, if you was grabbing people,
help me here. Let me land before I lose my thoughts. Please help me. So after I analyzed these things for this person, I now said, no, because the question is, what's the way forward? Now, some people are faulting Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu is responding to these 4 things I've just listed. Yes, his way might have gone, he might have done it in a different way, because there was a time even I was thinking about that guy. I said, oh my God, look at how Nnamdi Kanu controls the East. If only he could use that political will, appoint himself the governors, and then try to change the constitution. But that would never happen in Nigeria, because those that are collecting rent from Nigeria would never let that happen. So that way, Jagun was right, that we have to take them out or replace them, because their thinking is taking us back into slavery. Now, let me give you a little historical conception of what we are dealing with. It took the Black Americans, it took them 400 years to move from slavery to segregation. I mean, slavery, let's say 200 years slavery, then segregation stayed with them another 200 years. Then now, after segregation, we now have issues of racism, police brutality, which is still ongoing now. Then go back to South Africa. South Africa took them almost half a century, 50 years or more, to get rid of apartheid. What we have in Nigeria is bigmanism, which is what Bumi also stated about the issue of houseboy, house girl. Bigmanism. Bigmanism is worse than apartheid. It is worse than segregation.
Absolutely.
Because segregation is visible. You can see it is black and white. Apartheid is black and white. You can see it. So when something is visible, you can present it to the victims, and the victims can react. In the Nigerian case of bigmanism, it's invincible. How did I know our problem is bigmanism? They needed some document from me about my great-grandfather from Nigeria. And then in his obituary, even though he was a laborer, it was very, very important for them to put in his obituary that he was a big man. So you're dealing with a problem that every Nigerian wants to become. You want to fight a problem that the other day electricity was saying, we got to change consumer. Say, how long do I think this problem would take us? This problem would take us, in my own opinion, before the election of this year. In my own opinion, I was thinking this problem would take us about 100 years with the right informational thing. But with this election, with technology that just came in, that moved the radar forward a little bit. We might get there faster than I anticipated now, because
this is our problem. We don't want to be big man for Europeans.
No, we want to be big man for ourselves at the expense of our brother, of our fellow brother. You understand? So
midget war. They want midget war.
What?
Tonight they call it a midget war.
Yeah. So now if we all were appointed ministers now, we would do every Nigerian, and that's one thing funny about Nigeria culture. Every Nigerian would do exactly the same thing that the last person did.
Absolutely.
We did it when we were in high school. When the senior prefect was mean and wicked to you, once you become the senior prefect, you start inflicting that same punishment to those that are below.
That's what they do. That's what they do. They are ruthless with it. Yeah.
So now the question again, back to the question. I don't want us to miss the question. What's the way forward? People like Nnamdi Kanu, they're not wrong. They got to agitate. We got to
I'll
support.
tell you.
I think let's
People
not
like
mix two things.
Mayebu.
Don't mix two things
Please, guys,
together.
I'm going to lose my thought.
Don't be saying
gotta
somebody's
get to
not
the
wrong.
answer.
Yeah, but you know
Depends on
what's
what
the
you mean by
solution
Let me
though?
get to the answer, please. You're going to make me lose my thought. Please.
Yeah, but
let
you are
me land.
injecting things that you shouldn't be injecting in what you are
You
saying.
can't tell me. That's part of our problem.
Yeah, but you're not letting me
That
to
is our
challenge it
problem.
now. You're
Listen,
not.
let me
You're
ask you
saying
a
you have to
question.
say,
Let me
but I
ask you a
shouldn't
question.
Let
challenge
him
it.
finish.
Let me
Let
ask
him
you a
finish,
question for
Niger.
fathers. Let me ask you a question for father.
Mm-hmm.
If there's a bad law and they
Mm-hmm.
say that law is bad, you yourself know it's bad, would you obey that law?
There's a reason why it's a law.
The question, yes or no? I'm not going to go into explanation.
You obey the
No.
law
Whether
because
it
it's
was
been
a
put
bad
by the
law.
state.
Listen.
I
Whether
say
it was
no.
a bad law.
I'm not going
Segregation
to
was
You
a
agree.
have
bad
to
law.
obey the
Racism was a
law.
bad law.
You don't
Because
have to.
because
Agitate.
otherwise,
They
you know why you
disobeyed
obey
it.
the law? Hold on. You know why you obey the law? Because any other person can decide that they have an opinion about any law, whether it's good or not.
Bullshit. We all know good and bad law.
It's not an opinion.
Let's call spade a spade. Let's not beat around the bush. I don't like
No
Law
to
is
Niger.
not an opinion,
No
it's the
to
law.
Niger. No to
I ask you
Niger.
a question. If there's a bad law that's killing children, killing people, would you obey that law?
Who will put a law to be killing children and killing people?
They did it
Right,
in
come
America.
on,
They're
man.
doing it in Nigeria now.
Answer the question.
Which law?
Answer the
Which
question.
law is doing that?
Answer the
The law,
question.
Nigerians
You
are
obey the
dying.
law.
They're dying in the east. Okay, let me tell you about Nigeria.
You obey
First
the
of
law.
all,
I would say
you keep saying
you
the
obey
law,
the
the
law.
law.
Niger would
The
kill the
law,
children.
listen, Godfather, I got to educate you. I got to
You
educate
obey
you.
the law.
The law
See, let me tell you something.
currently
I
in
think
Nigeria, let me
now this
educate.
goes to the
Please,
heart of
let
what
me
we are
educate.
facing here. You see,
Please,
they want
let me educate.
anarchy, and yet they want
It's
a
not, I'm
country
not
that's
talking
governed by
anarchy.
rule
Don't
of
put
law.
words in my mouth. Please, let me
Ah,
educate. Listen, the law we currently have in Nigeria says that the state is the sovereignty, not the individual, not the citizen.
Yep.
That's
Yep.
why those governors,
In law.
those
It's written in
presidents are
law.
so strong.
Imagine.
That's
Do you
our law
agree?
now.
hold on.
Do
That
you
is
agree
how.
with that?
Whatever,
Yes,
if a
the
madman,
state is
listen, I
supreme.
don't like
Oh
interruption
my God.
because people are
And then
watching
leave
us
him. Two
and they need to
forefathers, leave
learn.
him. Let him
We need
That
speak.
to learn.
was
We need
a
to
He's
hear
got
our
his own
government.
slavery
mind.
law.
Please, Jagun, stop doing that. I'm letting
But
you
it's
speak.
true. Why should you interrupt him? That's
Let me
Because I'm
learn.
disrespectful.
We get to
questioning him.
educate
Because I'm
ourselves.
questioning him.
But if you're like, bruh, you question
Let me
me,
learn.
and we went, wait, Ejo, you question
See,
me,
now you've taken
and we
over from him.
wait,
You are allowed to
forefather,
intervene.
you were questioning me, and we went back and forth nicely. Do things
Yes.
nicely. The guy has his voice raised, he's passionate, he's putting it forward. At least take your time
Yes.
and know when to enter. You can't do
I
it's
am
noisy.
doing it.
It
Hold
becomes
on. Calm
noisy.
down.
You can't
Calm
knock
down.
me off my point.
I'm not knocking
Currently,
you off your
The
point.
the
state
reason why
law
I'm
was
telling you why
slavery
Nigeria
law.
is bad.
Forefather,
Hold on.
allow him
Hold on.
finish now. Forefather, let him
Finish.
have his say.
Let me
Okay,
finish.
let
The
him
reason
carry
why
on then.
Nigeria law is
Since
killing
everybody
people
wants to carry on.
now is because it gives sovereignty to the state. So if you have a madman as the head of state, you would have to live according to the whims of that madman. So because the sovereignty does not belong to the people, it does not belong to the individual. You got to
This is law.
understand the academics of your
It's
problem before
law.
you come with a solution. You understand? So those kind of laws, is that what you're saying we should keep following? Where would that lead us? We're not going anywhere with that. That has to be torn down. That structure has to be destroyed. We have to be real with ourselves. How do we do it? Information technology, radio. Right now, this program should be on in every Nigerian's house. We should have radio wave, satellite wave, medium wave, incorporating information, educating them. And the mad people, like the guy who came the other day to talk to us, that was SDP candidate. You know what I wrote about him? People like you have nothing to offer Nigerians presently.
Nothing. Nothing.
There's a reason I said that. Because their mentality is that way. We want to go this way. We want to go this way. So we got to get right-minded people. And if your mentality is not this way, you need to get on board or get off the bus.
So
that state law is a slavery law.
What did you say?
Hold on. Let me just clear something so that we understand where I was coming from.
It means the people are slaves to the state.
I can hold on, brother. Coming forefather, becoming one here what you're saying.
Let me clear something. I think what I found out was that recently I found out that when nations swear allegiance to the state, that's if you like the military wants to swear allegiance to the state, like in the case of the UK, they often swear to the crown, not to the people, not to anybody else. And I checked the Chinese one. The Chinese one was to the party and to the nation, not to the people, to the party. And I checked America's one too, to the constitution, not to the people. So I think sometimes we have to be careful.
It is to what?
This is why I see some people.
Let him land. Let him land. Let him land. Let forefather land. And bruh.
The reason why I say that the way they swear allegiance to is to those things, and I ask myself, why do they swear allegiance to these institutions? Because it turns out that the reason why, somebody tried to explain it with the Chinese one, said if the people are against the state, the military has to obey the party, not the people. They have to obey the party. In the case of the UK, if the people are against the crown, the people have to obey the crown. If the people are against the constitution in America, the military has to obey the constitution because they are the guarantors of stability. You have to be careful when you say certain things because you don't necessarily fully understand. Because when hold on, let me just say my point I'm making is I'm making it to Alaba. Because when you are saying certain things, you forget that people have different opinions. That's anarchy if you rest it on their hands. That is why I think
for me to demand what I
because you are deciding law that is good or not. But those institutions that put the law in place, they are meant to guard
everybody. They have decided a law that is bad for me.
See, the point is that the law comes from somewhere.
How you got it? Okay, if you think you're 1999,
listen. I was just saying, Alaba is speaking for himself, not for me. He's speaking how he feel. My point is, should allow him to finish what you want to say, because the way he understands stuff, that's not the way you understand. So everybody have a way of understanding whatever it is. You cannot be thinking alike. All right, you may think that this thing is good, you will think that it's bad. You may think that this thing is bad, you will think it's good. So let's not to like.
I thought that Alaba was like some other people that are willing to go to and fro, but he was just like, "Oh, don't interrupt me, don't interrupt me."
He was just at a higher point, and people even before you, people were interrupting him, so he got louder and louder. But he had a lot to say, and I think many people wanted to listen to what he had to say. So I felt it was a little unfair the way you interjected. Not to say you are unfair, forefather.
Yeah, it is.
You understand?
Because I wanna. Yeah, it is. One second, because I will tell you about. I can tell you about Jamaica, right? I can tell you about Jamaica, right?
Forefathers, the question I asked is only Alaba that have attempted to answer that question. It's a germane question, a question that will lead us to solve.
I will take my time to answer it later on. I think John Abba's turn at the moment.
But I'll tell you something about Jamaica and its laws, right? I'm Rasta, and we in Jamaica never appreciated the fact that they're locking up a lot of people for weed. You feel me? And we have always been opposed to that law. You feel me? Until now, the Constitution has been amended, and they stopped locking up that amount of people for the substance. So what I'm trying to tell you is, you as a citizen have a right to oppose the Constitution if you feel like it's opposing your civil rights.
Correct.
Yes, you have a right to oppose it, but the state has a right to enforce the law.
Listen, you the people, you the people is more important than the Constitution. You the people is the ones who can what you call translate the Constitution. You feel me? So without the people, there is no Constitution. The people are stronger than the state. And the state should have respect to the people. The state's not supposed to be more sovereign than the people.
I can't see. You have to understand here. The people, the state, put that law in place to protect maybe the majority that doesn't cater to weed. Just because you are against it doesn't mean the majority that don't care for weed should not be listened to.
No,
All right, this is
let's
what
say if I
this is
can,
what you should look at.
I can, my brother, if I can,
Yeah.
real quickly. You see, forefather, what you stated was true, factual, in terms of the parastatals, the legitimacy of government in the Western nations. You see, we don't have to follow them. All this following them down into their asshole
But
is the
it's
bullshit.
not only the West, it's
Wait.
all the world.
No, it doesn't roll. So this is Africa. We're talking about Africa. We don't need to be like anyone. This is why we've got to get into. Listen, you see the
We're
kingship.
actually doing the
Wait,
opposite
my
right now.
brother.
That's the problem.
The kingships that took place in Africa. You know, we as a people we had checks and balances in order to remove them, to the point that most Yoruba kingship they'll kill themselves. The Boshoru and all there were checks and
How
balances.
many of them kill themselves before they kill
Many of them, bruv. You don't know Yoruba history. I can break it down for you if you wish.
Okay,
You don't
how
know
many
it.
Obas do you know that died in terms of Ife? How many of them?
Bruh, a whole lot. A whole lot. You understand?
A whole lot, more than 10.
Now you're making
Is 10 not sufficient? Is 10 not
Now
sufficient?
making it
Is
frivolous.
10
No,
not
I'm just trying
sufficient?
to check now. No, I'm just trying to
derailing
check.
us and you're making arguments frivolous. We got to stay on
You see,
point.
now I'm just trying to get an idea. What am I not allowed to ask questions now?
No, for real, you
trying to get
should.
an idea.
You
Yeah, but
should.
you're
All I'm saying,
taking over the whole thing to Niger.
They are not
You're
moderating.
not making us move on.
Yeah, okay. Let's allow Jonabas to speak then. Let's just allow Jonabas to speak.
I
Go ahead,
think,
Jonabas.
thank you once again. I think this reflects of who we are when we decided to take things in another way around. Just like Bumi said earlier, it's about your own way or no way at all, or I know better than you, which is the Nigerian sabi way that will never take us one point or another. We have to respect institution. Talking to righteous man, and we also have to understand that freedom is not free. People have to pay price for it, and the people that pay price for it are people that go against it because in an open mind. Let's talk about how did the African America and with Martin Luther King came to a popular activist. I think it was an event that took place by Rosa Parks when she refused to get up. It was a law that if a white man walk into a bus, any black person sitting down should get up. And she refused to get up in Cleveland, Ohio. Then she was arrested. And then they went for her bail and all on all. What am I trying to say? It's okay to go against it, but you have to have a strategy. How do we go and take over this thing? How do we create this awareness? Sometimes it's a setup by the society. Say, okay, go. Well, in Nigeria, what have been overwhelming Nigerian is still the mentality of the people that are not free. There is a statistic that says that if you are oppressed, almost 99% of you are oppressing somebody else's day. Because that is the way of life you see, and that is how you normalize it. Then we talk about the Nigerian big malism. It is because of the environment they see, and that is become like a normal thing. And the societies, maybe someone is there trying to just have food to eat. So if not, some of them know their basic right that they are not supposed to be subject to that, but they are just in the survival mode. But then this is what we do to our own self, our own brothers and sisters, simply because, not necessarily because we are well educated than them, not necessarily because we were more exposed than them. It's just maybe even most of the drivers that drive those people around are more educated than the person that driving. Maybe they just have borrowed that one way or the other and get money into their pocket, and they can afford it now. They oppress the society. So what are we saying? Let us start campaigning on changing the mentality, the morale, the mentality of the people of Africa. We have been talking about Nigeria. That's why forefathers were the one moderating the other day when one brother from Cameroon came. And I said,
with all due respect, we are not there yet, but we are way better than Cameroon. Paul Biya have been there for 45 years, and it's not even living in Cameroon as it is now. So what am I saying in essence is that we all understand you do not have to go to a law school to understand what is basic human right, and they have been taken from us even in our own country. But we have to come in the strategy. I think the regional agitating, it's okay to agitate like that, but I personally believe that Nnamdi Kanu have incited some of his rhetoric was not fair. In terms of telling, I heard it to myself, telling his follower to take a gun from the army. If you see an army officer, take a gun from him, kill one, and all of those things. I think that rhetoric was not fair. But then, if we can channel our energy in the right direction, okay, then it's not going to be only Igbo campaigning for his release, and that is the level we are. When we tribalize it or regional, then it have no impact in the other part of the
exactly.
country.
It limits it.
Yes, and then we make it difficult for us to hold this. The people you are calling elite, I think we are missing the word elite with oppression. Elite is a wealthy man in a society, and what is in your hand, the way you use it, is determine whether it's for good. There are many elite people that
I correct you there, bro. Elite is the educated and privileged class of
yes, so some of them use it well. Not all of them use it to oppress. So we have to do that. There are many oppressors that are not even well rich, but maybe because they have a power and they use it. Even the law enforcement in Nigeria uses their power. They do not have to be elite. Some of them are pure ignorant, but they oppress others regardless because of the position they are. So we have to draw the contrast. If you're going to agitate regionally, you are okay. But then be mindful that in the order to have a general impact on the general society, then it has to be a general idea that is well accepted around the whole country, and we can change. But if you want to do it, I can agitate for my own immediate family. It's my basic right, and you can do for your own family. But if you want to make a bigger impact and talking about even changing of a constitution, it cannot be a regional thing. It has to be something like education, something like we are going to be using the social media to campaign and educating people. Say, okay, this is your basic human right. There are many Nigerian police force that are on the road. Even the primary reason, not only to join whatever they join, is just like they see that is the way to survive. Not that they were even well trained, not that they were even well equipped. Even when they send them to go and face criminal, they are not even given the right weapon to go. So there are a lot of things in our society that we have to continue to expose them, that you cannot just take a position and just a pure greed that you don't care about the people. That selfishness is become ridiculous. It's a human nature that everybody can be selfish, but when you get to the extent that you cannot even have a mind of a human being, or there is no law that you have to respect, then that is autocracy. That is a tyrant in the society. You are not a leader. You are just there. It's a disservice to your own. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Bumi, please go ahead.
I will be going to sleep.
Hey,
please.
God, Nigeria. Bumi. I think
the lady want to talk.
Bumi, be quiet, please. Let Bumi go. Please.
I will be going to sleep, please.
Yes, just after Bumi, I'll come to you. Thank you.
Don't go to sleep,
Bumi,
righteous man. Stay there.
This is to 2. This is to 2 in Nigeria. This is to 2 a.m. And I mean,
it's the same time in the UK. You know that,
It's the same time in London now.
The same boat together.
This is to 4.
I want to go to bed.
Magin, you can Magin and the same price, even at the same time.
Please, Bumi, go ahead.
I've always wondered, because like I've heard about, like, the Southeast agitating, and then the Southwest, and then the South. Like almost everyone is agitating. But I always ask myself, why haven't they come together and agitated. I don't know if they've actually done it, but I've not heard or seen any news articles saying that, the people agitating for Yoruba land, the people agitating for Biafra, they have and the people agitating for, I don't know what the middle belt is called, but they've all come together to say enough is enough, we want to go our separate ways. I feel like I only hear it that, okay, these people, it's like based on like individuals, each group, and knowing well, it will never work. In the Nigerian context, the Biafra that the people want can never work if you're the only one fighting for it. It can only work if you get more people on your side. So then, because the military cannot fight the whole country. But guess what? Based on the past history that they didn't teach me, obviously, but the history of Nigeria and the Civil War, it was very easy for the Nigerian military to fight the Biafra military, because they had one goal, just them. But they cannot fight the Biafra military. They can't fight the Yoruba one. They can't fight the Middle Belt. It's too much fighting. So they have to release. So has that ever happened? This is like a general question. Where they have all come together.
Nope.
And why?
Yeah,
Well, this is
because
why.
everybody
This is where.
operates in silos. They prefer to operate in silos. That's the problem. And regarding your previous question, righteous man, whether we can do this regionally, by the time everybody sets separatist movements aside in terms of creating
That's not
another
what I
country
said.
aside.
That
I know,
is
no,
not
no,
what
I
I
know that's
said.
not what you said. You said when you do away with those things, if the people agitate from the different regions for the change of the country so that the leaders can come and everybody talk about how to move forward. So what I'm saying is that what I'm trying to
But to Niger, the young lady
that is
asked a
the case.
question.
I can fire.
Young lady
Hold on
asked
now.
a question to Niger, and you just do. Why you do that?
I can't fire.
You know
Stop
that.
it. Come on, man. Allow me to
You know
moderate.
that's
Come on.
not respectful, though.
Stop it now. Stop it. I can fire. Come on. If I cannot
Attend
answer the
to the
question, is
lady
it my fault?
question.
See, there was another question on the ground first that I was answering. Okay,
Yeah,
and
but attend to the lady question, man.
then you will
Don't
get your
do
chance
that.
to answer. I can fire. You are being rude now. Come on, behave. See, regarding the question, if that is happening, if the regions come together and not even come together, let's say all of them are agitating on their own, but agitating for similar stuff, you'll be surprised how quickly you get what you want in Nigeria. And I've been saying that we need to find things that we all have in common instead of us operating in silos. In a way, it's tied to the question that Bumi asked. That have they all come together, the different regions, and when even in their own agitation, that let's say the ones that want to break away, have they come together to try to agitate openly?
Okay,
No, they
let
haven't.
me answer Bumi. Can I answer?
Go ahead.
Good. Now, this is the problem. Nigeria is a multidimensional country. Each of the tribe or people have their value system, and their value system differs from one another. And because they don't share in the same value system, it is difficult to organize them to have a homogeneous meeting whereby each of the group will agree with each other. Very, very difficult. So that was what created Nnamdi Kanu. That was what created Asaro Dokubo. Okay? Because the umbrella body of the Igbos is Ohaneze Ndi Igbo. That is the umbrella body that speaks on behalf of the Igbos. But these people are bought over by the ruling class. So they do not go to represent the Igbos and their desires. And when this generation, the generation of Nnamdi Kanu, who schooled in the Western world, saw how life, just like Odumegwu Ojukwu did, he schooled abroad and tested what good life is all about. When he came here, he tried to make a change, but the people misunderstood him. Just like Brotun said,
that it was not his father that got him into the military. When he picked the form, the father never knew. And that was what happened to Ojukwu too. Ojukwu had the same similar history like him. The father was raising him up to take over the empire from him. But when he returned back to Nigeria, he went into the military. They informed the father was mad with him. They asked, the father told the military to send him to a very remote area so that by the time he finishes from there, he will not be able to continue with his military aspiration. But he defied that all and rose to the position he got to. So Nnamdi Kanu had not been convicted by any Nigerian court or law that he committed a crime against the state. All the court cases in Nigeria, Nnamdi Kanu won, and the court said he should be released. So let nobody say that Nnamdi Kanu committed a crime, because the Constitution of Nigeria, which guides the justices and the judges, that was the Constitution that was used to put him on trial, and the judges freed him and said, in fact, they even labeled the federal government to pay him billions of naira as a violation of his human rights. So that story should be well told when we come to a platform like this. Let it not be as if Nnamdi Kanu committed a crime. The Nigerian law have never found him guilty of any crime. His agitation was right, because you can't be oppressing the people and you say they should not talk. Just like when we come to a platform here, my good friend, forefather, will not allow you to make your statement. He will interject you and try to force his opinion on you, which is not right.
I'm forcing my opinion on you. Like with all you talk you have been saying,
after taking for 15 minutes, only you.
Now, I'm forcing my opinion on you. Yeah, that's how it works.
You should stop that thing. You should stop that thing.
A quick question to Righteous Man. Righteous Man.
So
before, Righteous Man, wait. He said, I respect that and I believe that. Is there anywhere that you have found that Tinubu have been found guilty of a money laundering or a drug, that in any system, whether in Nigeria or here or in any Western world? Have you been found guilty in any court that he has such record?
When he was Sangolu, when he was Sangolere, he spent 5 years in jail in the United States before he entered, come back as another name.
John Abba, I'm in Nigeria. There are some questions you will ask me, I will not answer it.
Okay, but then you have the point I'm trying to make in that is, you were saying that no court, nobody, I do not say that court finds guilty. Say there is some rhetoric from him that it was unhealthy to the society. Because who is that person?
Whose kid is that?
Who's your family? I've been with you now. There is a way for us to come together and agitate and in a civil society. I'm not saying it, like I said earlier, we are all entitled to that agitation. But when your rhetoric is inciting violence, you are even endangering the people that you are trying to tell them to go and snatch a gun from a military person. I don't think you are saying anything that is going to help those people. And I've given you, I've cited an example for you that there are many ways.
John Abba, you see.
Righteous Man, don't sleep, I beg. Nobody's I want to talk now. What? Don't sleep. Yeah, they go. We don't know. We will talk at next time.
Go and have some sleep, because tomorrow is Sunday.
It's too late.
Even though you say that.
Uzo, I have dropped my number for the Tonton business and African native clothes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will give you a call tomorrow or this tomorrow.
Okay, so Bumi, your question. Let me go back to you before
I go sleep.
Yeah. Righteous Man. You said that Nnamdi Kanu is right to agitate.
What father? I have to follow this one.
Oh, wait.
What's my own? No, we don't come for here today. You said when the time that the Kanu issue.
Why is everybody allowed to ask questions apart from me now?
I've not spoken, no. I'm still waiting for my
There
turn.
is somebody on the backstage, you know. I think when the righteous man leaves, somebody will come in.
Forefathers.
Horsefall hasn't said anything for a long time, but
I have not spoken.
Yeah.
I and Horsefall.
Tony, you two haven't said anything. You see, righteous man, you are having a lot to say, you know, but it's okay. I'm not going to ask any question again. Tone, if you want to say something, Tone.
The backstage.
Yeah. Have you kept your eyes on the? I know. I mean, doing. You see these people there. They are just puppies that are just backing. Kulata and Co. He has never come to show his fat, ugly face on this panel. They are asking that they should remove me.
You said they should remove you.
Yeah, they should remove me. So that see, listen. I just want to say something here. You know, this is the reason. This is one of the reasons why we have a problem. You see, when I was ranting and Alaba was talking, these are serious matters. You know, people will just come here and be. It's just so sad that people that are meant to be educated or claim to be educated. I don't know the kind of education. Whether Kulata too went to Chicago State University, I don't know, and all that. And they made up his certificate. He's just talking from the other side of his
orifices.
You know?
See, these chat people, they are Taliban in that they chat.
No. Let them just come. No, I want him to come one day. Yeah, just give us 15-minute showdown. Let me just strip the guy and all that. See, listen, maybe I'll need to even buy him a first-class ticket or a business-class ticket to come and all that. And let me alleviate him from his suffering in America.
With his big fat face.
Hold on.
Wait.
I have a question. One question. I want to ask something. Is it not that comes here with the face covered?
Let me school this
out.
Yeah,
Todd doesn't even know him. That's why he used to come here with the face covered.
We know how he looks now. We know how he looks. He used to come.
Let him show his face again. Let the man show his face. He's afraid I'm going to trap him.
Uzo, now you started now. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
So what I'm saying, because we keep on saying.
Let me give you a word of advice. Listen,
we keep on.
Let me give you a word of advice, brother. Don't pay attention to the chat.
Yeah, it's the easiest thing, man. Allow that.
Awful, man. That chat.
I don't know why you involve yourself so deeply in the chat. It's
leave them alone.
A little immature. Leave them alone, man. Let them have their own say. They're having their own. That's a different section of the communication. Maybe
those people I don't get them.
Okay, like what I'm saying, yeah. How do we deal with this situation? How do we deal with it? Somebody made a very valid statement, and I think Rosjagun talked about that. He made that suggestion some weeks ago. How do we start? It's not just talk. How do we start influencing? You know, people on the ground. They need all the finances to push these narratives that we have here. Because I mean, with all the platform I've seen so far, is either they are glamorizing the identity criminal, or talking about IPOB, how they hate IPOB, how they hate Igbos and all that. That is not going to move us forward. Guys, come on. We know better than this. It's not going to move us forward. It's not going to move us forward. It's just not going to move us forward. How do we get together and move this affect
I have a suggestion.
change? Forefathers will talk about the military. Forefathers will talk about the military and all that, defense and all that. People will just be making fun of it, and they don't know how serious that is. They don't know the implication, and yet we say we don't have security. If there's no security, if there's no proper defense system and all that, how do you want to go home? You'll be the first to be complaining that Nigeria is a rubbish country, is a failed state, there's no security and all that. How do we move forward? Yeah. What a lot of people forget is that when Gowon started, when he became a head of state and all that, most people here are even older than him. Some of the Agbayas in the comment section, they are older than Gowon. How do we move forward?
You see, if I may, bros, if I may, real quick, I beg your pardon for those people who haven't spoken.
Yeah, I can't find. I don't worry. I see it there.
Just two things. Just two quick things. Firstly, in response to what both John Abba and Righteous Man have spoken about in terms of regionality and whether or not power and understanding and value can come from a region, I'm afraid it can. You know, people come from somewhere. You are not nobody. If you're going to stand up in Nigeria, you should stand up as your name and as the people that you are, because we are a highly unhomogeneous nation. We are different people in one country, and what we're trying to do and what we have to do is win in our land. If we win in our land, then we win everywhere. Awolowo, at the time that he rose, he was a Yoruba man. But if Nigeria followed the region that was the West, that was doing easily the best at the time in terms of infrastructure, education, and the whole lot, if this example is taken on by the rest of the nation, then that pursuit came from a particular region. Without doubt, Awolowo was the best of his time. So if Nnamdi Kanu, when I listen to him, I don't agree with him at all in many of his assertions. However, I do agree with his, if he wasn't speaking so racially, if you like, or tribally, if he wasn't speaking like that, I think more would be able to understand him. When he speaks, there's so much I agree with, but the aura I can't accept. I cannot accept that kind of aura. You understand? I can't accept it. You can't come to you know. I don't accept Biafra because I don't accept Nigeria breaking up. Nigeria is far too important to break up. If the Igbos went, or if Biafra was founded, then there is no Afrocentrism going on. That is, you are not thinking like somebody with an Afrocentric nature. You're speaking only for your owner people, which is not sufficient. However, compared to Awolowo, who had a certain brilliance, he made an example of the area, no matter the benefits of the area in itself. He made an obvious example, but did Nigeria follow it? No. Was he ever our president? No. So for us, really, is how to think politically, and political leaders need to emerge from anywhere in the nation that lead the whole nation. It is going to be regional. It's not going to be anything else but regional, because it has to come from somebody. If you, John Abba, are the person in your own locality in Nigeria, came forward and suggested a plan for Nigeria, and you made an example of that, your region, and everybody in the country can see, wow, this region is working, then to fall under your leadership as a whole nation, I think that is an acceptable position to be in. There's no other way it's going to happen. No other way. So I don't accept what you said, John Abba, about it's not going to come regionally, because it has to come from somebody.
No. I did not say that.
I don't think he said that.
If it's going to come regionally, then it has to be done collectively, and then it will have a center. But his agitation is, to me, is entitled to it, but there is a inciting of violence in his.
I agree. I agree with what you're saying there.
John Abba, can I ask you a question?
So I
If Nnamdi Kanu has not done it well, can't another region or another group start something that is good, that will be acceptable by people? Since
you are entitled to do the same thing, and thank God.
How?
You are doing the same thing. We are all doing the same thing here right now. You see, it's all about how we channel our influence and how we and our mindset towards it. Because you can say whatever you want to say, but once your motive, I don't know your motive, I can only hear you by what you say. But some people, what they say in their lips is different from what they meant to take out when the burden of leadership come to them. And so what I'm trying to say is that we are all activists for Nigeria right now here, and we are all doing it in a different way. All we want to do is that when someone say we are talking too much here, we are not offering anything
talking too much.
alternatively. So the talking too much is what, okay, if next Saturday somebody
We
is
have
not
to
here
talk. We have to talk.
so somebody has to keep talking, but the talking has to be constructive, and it has to be something we are offering. You can talk that, okay, what is the alternative? I can say million things wrong, but what is the way forward? Then that is the way we can say, okay, this is the aim, what we are aiming at, so that we have not just a talk, but we talk to the society, so that they
Okay,
also
let me.
they said the governor, the Eastern governor, I was watching it on YouTube. They said that the Eastern Governor Forum had a meeting, and most of the things that was said here, they were repeating it. And they say if somebody calls from there for a follow-up, because you don't understand power. Power is addictive. So sometimes this power, when they become governors, senators, president, and all of that, sometimes they are distracted completely, especially when they don't have people who have interest of the people that work with them as a team. To become a governor is just one person figure, but have other people working with you. And if those people have the mind, they will always draw your attention as a leader. Say, look at this way, look at this way. This is the main thing that society is craving for. But when you have a selfish people who are there just trying to grab for then we will continue to have a deteriorating society once the people that are not taken into account, and the society, the infrastructure, and all of these things, how do we empower the next generation? People don't even think they're going to die in the first place. You're not going to live forever.
So John Aban, the condition of Nigeria now, how does it benefit the black race?
Sorry, let me just ask this question. I want this in Righteous Man and I can fire to weigh in on this, because I just want to gauge where they are. It's not, I don't think there's any real right or wrong in terms of, but I have my own opinion on it. Let me just share this video so that they can weigh in, because I want to know where this in Righteous Man stands on this.
Do you? What do you do? You never tell us so.
I beg, give it volume more.
Very, very different, and very soon the world will hear about it. Because the only language that people in the zoo understand is
volume.
This video is a former that dream. If you dream, now this video they dream about.
For father.
We're not hearing it.
Volume, I'm not hearing him.
Yeah, there's no point in this if this is the most you can do, or we can't hear it. So
if you cannot hear it, the point I was trying to make was that he was basically threatening the Nigerian state with violence. And Uzo, this is unbecoming. I don't understand what these are serious matters. And when we are discussing very serious matters, when somebody is threatening the Nigerian state, and he said it himself, I'm threatening the state with violence, then some people say, oh, he didn't do anything wrong.
Can you play it and give us volume? I want to hear direct from
I'm
him.
trying.
No,
I don't know why it's so low today. I played it before.
The man say what he said. I think he is very brave to do such a thing. You feel me? That's what I think. But what I'm also thinking is like, I mean, the man is a citizen. He a normal human being. Something must have pushed him to that. You see me? And we have to look at these things and be like, well, if you are the system and you making the people disgruntled, people might do things and say things. So I think that, listen, we know that the government not really gonna be like, oh, this is our fault and let's do something about it.
I think it's
You
going to
feel
be
me?
louder now. I think I've gotten it louder now. I think it was a bit low before. Let me play it louder now so you can hear it for yourself.
Is the language of violence and force. After all, that very contraption was put together by Freddy Lugard by force. That's one thing people don't understand, that Lugard killed people to bring Nigeria together. And the killing of people to disintegrate the zoo shouldn't come to anybody as a surprise. Our promise is very simple. If they fail to give us Biafra, Somalia will look like a paradise compared to what will happen to that zoo. It's a threat to them. They must understand this, that we've had enough of this nonsense. These
allow it to finish now. Allow it.
No, man, let's finish. Listen, he's crazy to talk like that, and he don't have nothing to back it up. That's how I see it. He should have just not say stuff like that. Calm down. You feel me? That's what he should have done. You feel me? You don't have. I mean, ain't nothing wrong with doing that if you have the bombs and guns to back it up. But why talk about
later on they had a militia in the southeast there, and this is where that's why the whole thing escalated.
Yeah.
They have
what I'm saying, hold on. So I don't really want to. Hold on, man. Hold on. So I don't know what to say about that. I want to say this to Tone's question. You feel me? We need a solution. We can talk about the problem all the time. You feel me? But we need solutions. We need to stop graduating idiots, assholes, reckless people, small thinking people, petty people. We need to stop graduating these type of people from school. You see me?
Let me ask him.
Hold on, man. Hold on, that's all we was
question. I think he wants to ask a question.
Yeah,
you want to ask a question?
We can interject.
Boy now.
I've not spoken yet. Let me ask him a question. Are you ready, Ika?
Yeah.
I can fire. Yeah.
Okay. Do you know Fernando Kano?
Yeah, I know of him.
Okay. Do you know under what prison that he was making those comments?
If I know what?
Do you know under what prison?
Context.
Yeah, context.
No, no. Well, listen, big bro. You feel me?
No. Just answer that question.
Yeah.
I'm not a supporter of Fernando Kano, okay? But do you know under prison that he was making that,
Yeah, but listen. I have no idea about his conditions, his situation that he was under at that time, or nothing like that. I'm just saying that I don't know of anywhere in Nigeria that could present a force to go against the army of Nigeria, right? So that's what I know. I don't know of them having no sort like Biafra having source in say North Korea or so where they are getting weapons from to supply them to like how the so-called jihadists, the so-called jihadists, they talk all type of stuff like that because they are being armed by the United States and France. You feel me? So and the Nigerian army have a force to be reckoned with. So I'm saying that he shouldn't be speaking that way because he does not have the power to do so. And I'm sure that he's mad and he wants to see better and thing, but I think that's too much ego. You feel me? And
let me ask something. Hold on. Calm down. Let me ask something.
So I don't really want to talk about. I never really wanted to talk about that.
In Jamaica or America or in London, don't you have freedom of speech?
No. Go. No, there's no point in.
No. Hold on. I can defend that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you know that if I'm in Jamaica, I wouldn't go in public and speak violence against the prime minister? I would not, or the government. I would not, even though I am even though I would have a mindset of violence
That's
against
exactly why
the
I asked you.
government.
Do you know the under what context he was making that speech? He was in London
So,
when he made that speech. He wasn't in
what
London. I mean,
Man
he
of
wasn't in
15.
Nigeria.
Listen,
Man of
yeah,
15.
but I don't listen, bro. Listen, bro. You see, that's what I'm telling you. Y'all, just calm down. If I'm in America, right, and I have my Jamaican, if I will not speak violence against Jamaica, even if I don't like the government of Jamaica, I won't stay in the United States and speak violence against Jamaica, and then expecting that the Jamaican government won't be mad or won't be upset or
Or
won't try
after
to
you.
reach out.
Or after you. These are, I mean, the way
Yeah.
I see it,
Okay,
you're correct.
let me
You're
hold on,
correct. I
let me
don't.
finish. Hold on, Jargon, you've been speaking all day, okay? I've not spoken
But
since I
you
got here.
Okay.
no, hold on,
Calm
man.
Speak
down,
But
ahead,
I,
bro.
let me
Speak
speak.
ahead.
Hold on. I
yeah,
don't
but
know what
that's
you
not what I.
Can you
expect.
calm
Hold
down?
on, but
Let
that's not.
me just 30 seconds. I can for 30 seconds. I don't know what you expect from it. Personally, I'm beginning to think that the Nigerian government are in cahoots with Nnamdi Kanu. Because normally states that when you threaten their existence, they take you out. That's what they did. Look at this in Wagner leader. It's gone. One Sikh leader recently gone. Kasoji gone. Do you
Bad
know how many people the
comparison.
Russians they don't
It's
play
not good
around?
comparison.
Okay,
If
Tunaga,
you threaten
everybody
the
calm
UK,
down.
if
You
you
don't know
threaten
the
the
reason
UK
why I
today,
asked him that.
hold on now. If you
Yeah, I'm
threaten
trying
the
to
UK
I'm
wonder.
never
today,
a
you'll be
support.
gone.
Hold on. I'm never a supporter of Nnamdi Kanu rhetoric, okay? But
Okay.
what I'm trying to say, I'm trying to ask that guy, does he know under what prism Nnamdi Kanu made those comments? That's what I'm trying to ask him. I mean, everything in Nnamdi, most of what Nnamdi Kanu has said have come to fruition when you come to Nigeria, situation right now. But his rhetoric is not good. That's what I'm trying to say. Maybe he doesn't understand the context that he made those comments. So I'm trying to, if you understand what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
I don't know if you
but
do.
my argument is not about that because it might be out of my scope or my reach or my knowledge to speak about intimate issues about the neighborhoods through there. But my argument is about tones. I was referring to what Tone was talking about. What is the solutions? So let me say this and go, right? You feel me? Now we are intoxicated by Christianity, right? The people are dying, but the pastors are not dying. You feel me? Personally, I think they are the ones who's supposed to be falling victim of violence. You feel me? For the church to stop in Nigeria. It is a colonizing method to weaken our people and keep our people petty as cat shit. So all I'm saying is, right, we need to invade and capture the education system on a psychological level. Let me just show you, right? You of the diaspora in Nigeria, of the diaspora of Nigeria, right? We need to introduce organizations to our people. We need to organize. See me? In the diaspora and in Nigeria, we need to organize. But we need Pan-African organizations, Black Patriot organizations. What you really need to do is you need to what you call support the ministries of education financially. See me? You could financially target the ministries of education in order to get a more patriotic education system going on. See me? Maths and reading and all that, yes. But read what? It's supposed to be. We have Thomas. What's his name? Amos Wilson. We have John Henry Clark. We have a whole bunch of black philosophers and historians that should teach.
There is wind blowing somewhere. Who has got wind going on?
Wow.
I think it was us for.
Yeah. Anyway,
Sorry,
so
bro.
there are so these teachings of loyalty and of your great history, the children should know. You feel me? We should start developing black pride. What you need is you need for the next 17 years, like the next 17 years, these students will have black patriotism, will have knowledge of their history. You feel me? True knowledge of their history. So you see, these people are focused. You need them to be distributed in the tribes. You need them to be distributed throughout the kingships. You need these mentality to be distributed all over Nigeria in terms of, it's like this, the older people
How
gonna
do
go.
you get them distributed? Because the people themselves are
Oh,
not readily
through
And
education.
you said you want two of us to weigh in. Since then, I just keep.
Okay. Just take 30 seconds to round up.
It is through education, because the Ministry of Education have tentacles all over Nigeria. You see me? So we need to capture it in terms of finance it ourselves. You feel me? It will take financing, because Africans love money. You feel me? So we have to use that on them in terms of.
Africa like money.
Huh?
Everybody likes money. Okay,
No, you don't like money. You don't like money.
Man.
Of course, but I cannot be bought.
That's true.
So
I don't have a price.
If $1,000 cannot buy you, more money will buy you. That what can be bought.
There is no type of money.
Uzo, you started now.
If money
You have
cannot buy you,
begun
more
to
money
start
will buy you.
pricing people. You see, Uzo is not pricing people.
What kind of money? Hold on. What he said will buy me. Go ahead. Let me and him talk. What he said will buy me.
No, he says 4,000 or more will buy you.
Forefather,
bro, what
you
kind
made
of
a
cheap
video
stuff is
and
that,
you
bro?
want us to weigh in. So what is happening
Yeah,
now?
I can't fire.
Don't worry about that.
Let them go. I can't fire is normally he's hotter than this, so he's behaving himself today. I can't fire. Well done, well done. He doesn't like all nonsense at all. Righteous man, go ahead.
Yeah. Let me start by saying this. In my local dialect, we say "aka parede ujiribe wen." Aka parede ujiribe wen. That is, hand touched cocoyam. That is why he shouted, because when you want to break or disengage the seed of cocoyam from the main body, as you try to disengage it, you will hear the sound. So
I see.
Yeah. So that's that. I just want to use it to analyze what I want to say about this video. You see, I watched the video where Nnamdi Kanu was campaigning for the progress of Nigeria in London. I've watched that video severally, and I asked a question. A man that walked in the street of London campaigning for the progress of Nigeria, what then happened that turned him around 360 degrees for him now to start saying he's no longer interested in that country? We must find out the reason why a girl that one was dating will suddenly turn said, I am no longer interested in this relationship. You don't start killing that girl because the girl is to reject.
I didn't want him to go. Sorry, bro. Sorry. I wanted that icon to stay. Yeah, sorry.
He might come back. He might come back. Maybe he just dropped off.
So when the issue of IPOB and Nnamdi Kanu started in Nigeria, there was nothing like arms. There was nothing like a threat to the Nigerian state. They were praying in Aba Township School, and the military rounded them up there and killed quite a number of innocent people.
Sorry. You are repeating. What year was this? Because this one is 2014. The video I played, and the one where you said he was. Listen, I would like to see that video because KJ said he wanted us to play the video. I brought the video online. It was just 1 minute interview where he just said a few things.
Stop asking him. Let him speak. Let forefather speak. Stop. Let him land. He's gonna land somewhere.
Because I wanted to get
What's the matter with
somewhere
her?
with this.
No, I was talking now. He
Yeah, I know,
interjected
but
me.
all he's doing is just speaking on what you said. Let him land, and then you.
So that we get somewhere, so that we can get somewhere. It's important.
He's making sense.
Yeah, he's making sense. But
Yeah,
we
let
need to
him
get
know where
somewhere.
with all this. This is all story.
Well,
I'm supposed to,
righteous man
Because people don't want to see this.
I'm not here
Is
talking right now.
I hope
righteous man
I am
hope
supposed to be
you
the
are
one
see what is
talking right
happening.
now.
They are
Hold
trying
on.
to shut down the truth. They don't want the truth to come out.
This has nothing to do with
I
you.
hope
I'm
you are
supposed to be
seeing
the
it.
one
I hope you
talking
are
right
watching
now.
it now. This is what they do. They don't want to flesh out the truth. This is
This
the
is just
problem. If
noisy,
people
man.
This
don't
is
want to
not
hear
make.
the truth, then we are not going to get anywhere. I'm trying to ask clear questions so that we know where we are going here. When you said he was campaigning on behalf of Nigeria, the last time KJ brought this up, I asked him to give me evidence. The evidence he brought was one video of about 1 minute long where he was just being interviewed in a protest that was going on against the Nigerian state in London. And what he said there was benign. He wasn't like, let's solve Nigeria's problem amicably. He went on, maybe after that time or just before that time, to go on this news channel, 2014, before any military action took place against him at all. This is what he said. Before any military action, no gun, nothing towards him. That's what he was saying. That's what I need people to understand.
No. Forefather, please, I want you to be an impartial person.
I'm impartial.
Hold on. I don't, I don't like profiling individuals or tribe. I don't like it. You see, when you are tackling the issues that have to do with the Igbos, please take it easy with us. I think in your judgment, you have always been partial when it comes to anything that have to do with Igbos. I've never spoken out like this before. But I am telling you, if you want me to send you the video, I will send it to you. You don't make this guy look evil because you don't like him. You don't do that.
No, I don't.
Where are you from? Which part of Nigeria are you from?
I don't dislike him. See, Nnamdi Kanu.
What I'm saying, you play the video. You play. Hold on. You play the video. You asked two of us to wade into that video, and what do we make out of it? Because you want to know my opinion, whether whether I belong to IPOP or not. See, I'm an Igbo man.
You started creating another narrative.
Hold on. I'm an Igbo man. If I die, I want to reconnect as an Igbo man. I'm a very proud Igbo person, and I'm very proud of my race. I can't abandon them for anything. I'm ready to die for them. Okay, that should be settled. So individual opinions doesn't. Everybody holds to his or her opinion. If Nnamdi Kanu has said what is wrong, the Nigerian law should judge him based on his utterances and convict him. Nobody is saying that he should not be convicted, sentenced to life imprisonment or whatever the law prescribes. But what I'm telling you is that this guy has been brought to Nigeria. He has faced the Nigerian judiciary, and the Nigerian judiciary have set this guy free. That all these things you laid as allegation against him does not contradict the Constitution of Federal Republic of Nigeria. So what else do you want me to say?
To be fair, the reasons why they dismissed all those things was the nature of his arrest, the rendition. That's what they had the issue with. And because of it, everything the government brought, they were throwing it out. So, and the government is still the court that they are using to hold him, just like they are holding Emefiele. This is the same thing. And I'm just trying to say that nations are a lot. What Nigeria is doing is not harsh compared to what other nations do to people. Like Canada right now, as we speak, they're having a big tiff with India because they say India killed one of their separatists, the Sikh leader that wanted.
Godfather, so are you of the opinion that Nigeria obeys the rule of law? The Nigerian government, in your opinion?
Nigeria cannot.
Who's that speaking? I can't. Who's that speaking?
It's Alaba.
I see.
The Nigerian government, you see, they don't obey rule of law. Sometimes I even worry that they are in collusion with the same people that they claim they are fighting against, because the name of the game is keep us dancing while they don't develop the country. That is the name of. You have to recognize when you are getting punked.
Yeah, I think they don't obey rule of law. That's why there's impunity in the country.
None of them
And
do.
when you're comparing them to other countries like that, we should use this medium for some. I don't know. I don't like the direction you take.
The reason why I say these things, because you have to go deeper. Look at other nations here. It's not like I'm making the history up.
We should
India.
compare
Let me finish my point now. Let me finish my point, because I don't know why this is weighing too heavily on you. Because it's real world. If it is weighing too heavily on you, then maybe you should sit it out. Because I'm one of those people that I'm ready to face reality and deal with the problem as they face us. Because hold on now, let me finish my point. Look at all the other nations, the way they respond to people that threaten their statehood or their national security. They don't care. They respond very harshly.
Threatening our national security by stealing our resources. Don't you see them as the enemy of
Hold
state?
on now. I'm talking about agitators. I'm talking about people that agitate against a state.
We should be selective arrangement. We should be only selectively arranged.
No, because we have to compare like for like.
But like for like.
Now you are bringing crude oil into it and all everything into it. I don't know. You see, you know what? I give up.
Let's calm down. Let's calm down a bit, if you might, because I think that,
to be quite fair, yeah. To be quite fair, yeah. You cannot come and face a camera and be threatening the state when you do not have the
That's what ICANN said, and he was absolutely correct.
You can't do that, and that is the reason why I don't subscribe to IPOB.
All these games should stop. We should blame the government where they are wrong and blame Nnamdi Kanu and the agitators where they are wrong. We cannot do selective blaming.
Exactly.
I actually blame the government too.
You're not.
They are all in cahoots. I'm beginning to think that they are all in cahoots.
Government should be more strict with those stealing our money than our people are dying. People are dying.
Nnamdi Kanu comes and says, Nnamdi Kanu comes and says, to hell with Nigeria and cause all of us a zoo. Hold on now, and it cause all of us a zoo. The Nigerian government comes along and wrecks the country and cause our people to be destitute. Both of them, I say, plague on both of their houses. Both of them are part of the problem.
Is Nnamdi Kanu the problem of Nigeria?
Anybody that is causing problem for the country, there should be a problem.
Righteous man, you're missing the point. You cannot challenge.
You can't pick and choose. If I cause problem for the country, I am a problem.
Wait. You cannot come.
I never said
challenge the state.
No.
Even Simon Ekpa, that clown was saying 2 weeks ago. Wait. Was saying 2 weeks ago, was talking about people contributing money so they can buy missiles. Now, if the Nigerian government should capture him now, they will start saying that they are persecuting the Igbos. Let's say the truth. Simon Ekpa is just a clown. He's talking about missiles the other day.
And people died. People died. And you know what annoys me most? People actually died. Police officers died. Offices, children. We are seeing mothers getting flogged on the floor. Teach students. We pretend as if they are no real victims. They are real victims on the ground because of the actions of these people.
Forefather, what happened to Asare de Kubo that was threatening the entire race of the Igbos that is going to wipe them off? And he was waving the AK-47.
Like I
Why
said,
didn't the state go for him?
Plague on all of their houses. All the people that are causing problems in that country, plague on all of them. And that is what we should be focusing on, the people that are causing the trouble.
They've taken everything from everybody in that country. We're not focusing on them. We're focusing on people who are complaining, even though their method is wrong.
See, there was something Bumi said earlier on that I want to highlight again. She said something that is, I don't know whether it applies to this case, that when it's on our own side, we pretend as if it's okay. But when it doesn't favor us, it's not okay anymore.
That's right.
It's a serious problem that we have.
It is a serious problem. And righteous man, to be frank, no matter your Igbo-ness, you see, it's not. You see, when the utterances that you made are totally biased, it's telling us that you are Igbo man. We don't know. We know you are Igbo man. We understand what you're saying. However, if your Igbo man inside is talking rubbish and talking harm and talking delusion, why can't you stay? It's as though you won't stand up and tell him that he's wrong. We are saying, look, bros, hold on, my friend.
Hold on.
I'm going to finish.
Hold on.
No, let me just finish.
He played a video.
No, let me finish, bros.
Okay, finish.
Ejo, thank you. Now, for me, in terms of most of the utterances that you have made on this platform, I fully concur. Fully. You understand? It's not fair for you to now say that everyone's against Igbos, because that won't wash with us. It doesn't wash. You understand? All that rubbish, I don't, it's just rubbish. We all know here on this table that the Igbos have been marginalized, they've been watched, they are not trusted by the polity in Nigeria. They're not. So things are definitely going against Igbos, which means to me that this level of sophistication, mental agility that you have to have has to be so accurate. The mental agility of Nnamdi Kanu is high, but he's far from careful. His utterances are poison most of the time. Very poisonous. So I'm saying that blatantly, not because he's an Igbo man. If he was a Yoruba man talking rubbish like that, I'll tell him that he's talking rubbish. We cannot start this. We are human beings here. We are all Nigerians. We should have a level of respect for each other on this platform in terms of what we say. I don't believe it's fair for you to bring up an Igbo issue. And I know you yourself said it. This is the first time I'm saying. So it's not fair. I don't like that kind of thing.
Okay, thank you.
Look at what P2B.
Let him come back.
I think Bumi needs to say something. I think
let the brother come back, bro.
Yeah,
Bumi's a lady, and
my rule is that Bumi has privilege because she doesn't talk a lot. That's for one.
But you're not allowing the conversation to flow.
It will flow because she wants to interject too. She wants to say something about it too, or I don't know, maybe something else. Bumi, please go ahead.
Let Righteous Man go, and then I'll say what I have to say.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Bumi. God bless you. Yeah. Jagu, I listened to you. You know, when I joined this platform, one of the things I advocated for was that we should provide solution to solve the problems we have. That if we come to this platform and we analyze the problems without providing solution towards solving the problem, I think we achieve nothing. And then Rudolph said that this is not, is it Rudolph or one of the anchormen said this platform is not political and it's not meant to solve any problem. It's just have your say, okay? And I've never articulate myself towards the Igbo agenda or whatever.
Yeah. Yes.
I've never. The reason why, you see, I'm a careful somebody. The Bible said, be quick to hear and slow to speak.
Indeed.
When forefather played the video, he picked two people. He picked me and the Jamaica guy to weigh into what is our thought. And it's coming as a result of maybe what he had in mind. He wants to know what our thought is. For goodness sake, it's not only two of us that is in this panel. Why did he limit it? Because I made mention about, okay, if we have gone to the street to protest and the police will get us, killed, or if you are a political activist, you will get missing. There are many Nigerians today that are missing. Go on Google, ask Nigerians, because they are protesting against the government as individuals. They will just pick them up and that will be their end. I said, okay, if these channels we have employed to solve Nigerian problem have not worked out, can we apply agitation, not bringing in separation or dissolving of Nigeria? Can we say every region now should come up with agitation so that those political elite that is managing the affairs of Nigeria will know that the entire nation is sad and not happy with what is happening? So I said that Nnamdi Kanu brought this agitation. Whether we like it or not, he created awareness. His method of channeling, his method of channeling what he believes in.
Who's that interrupting the place?
No, it's okay. The young man, let him. Righteous man, please round up so that they can go. The two young people want to say something.
Yeah. So what his message, what he was giving out, if he did not bring out, I can tell you 90% of the Igbo youth in the Southeast, I'm not saying in Nigeria, in the Southeast, believe in his message. If you say he did not, 90% of Igbo youth in the Southeast, if you doubt it, the last gubernatorial election in Anambra State, when IPOP said that the people should not go and vote, what happened? Then the Igbo umbrella organization, Ohaneze Igbo, called the IPOP and begged them that they should allow the people to go and vote. And when they voted, what happened? What happened? So don't say that his message did not bring awareness. It awoken the people. It could be positive, it could be negative. But my stake is that I am not part of those clamoring for disintegration of Nigeria. I'm not part of those asking for arms to kill people. I don't believe in that. The Biafran war consumed 9 people in my family born by my father. So I wouldn't want such a thing to repeat itself.
Absolutely.
But I believe in equity. What is due to a Yoruba man should be the same right that an Igbo man possesses in the same country we call ours. That's just what I am saying.
I agree. There's no agreement. There's no disagreement there.
Yeah, that's true. Bumi, please go ahead and Horsfall. Thank you for your patience, Horsfall. I will be coming to you.
So in regards to what Forefather says, I think 2 things can be true at the same time. I feel like in the case of the whole agitation thing, I do think that some of it is actually due to the fact that look at Nigeria's situation, there's reason to agitate. But I also think some of it is also it's like controlled. It's being enforced either by the Nigerian government or because so why Nigeria is like that, it makes sense. Like there's a reason why Nigeria is like that, for the exploitation to keep on happening, for the Nigerian government to keep on fighting the people and for us not to develop. It's there. So it's like 2 things can be true at the same time. I do think that if you look at the history of, you look at the Civil War, the way, if you think you're going to get your own independence, if you're trying to divide Nigeria, if you think the way you're going to get your outcome is by fighting the Nigerian government, you're just going to go kill yourself. Because guess what? The West are going to support Nigeria. You're going to get another person that's going to support you, and you just fight yourself. And you're not going to achieve anything. And that's why I'm not a big fan of some methods of how we are trying to achieve things. And that's why I think that if we're agitating, we need to come as a people. Who is agitating with me? So we're not fighting each other. We're coming together. So there's no this one is this and this is this.
Absolutely.
Okay, the reason why Biafra did not succeed in the Civil War was because the British government was supporting this, the other one was supporting this, and they were just there. They didn't want anyone to succeed. Okay, you can see. So it's like I feel like we should be able to remove our biasness and actually sit down and understand the Nigerian situation. Why is it like this? And I think if we say, because that's why I asked Rashtri's man, and he says that different region, they want different things. But if you truly believe that Nigeria cannot succeed, if let's say you're truly Biafran, or you're truly Yoruba nation, or you're truly whatever, if you truly believe Nigeria cannot succeed, then that is the reason that's bringing you together. It's just, you're going to work together. Because if you're saying, I don't like this person, that already is what unites you together, and we fight for you to go your separate ways.
Yep. So or to make changes.
So we haven't even done that. You just see people talking.
It's terrible.
And I feel like what he's doing is unfair for the Southwest, for the people, for the
whole country.
For the whole country, but the Biafrans, but every single person agitating. What
Bumi,
if you're agitating?
my dear, I don't mean to interrupt you at all. I want to really applaud your observations. You see, the fact is that we've already done it. Biafra has happened. It happened in the 60s. Yes, in the 60s. That's when it happened. Yet, because of the downtrodden nature of Nigeria, it sprung up again. And as it sprung up again, it's not going anywhere. No lessons have been learned by those who are agitating for Biafra. No lessons have been learned. They're just talking. And the talk is messing up the whole of Nigeria from a Biafra point of view. Biafra, I'm afraid, is rubbish. It doesn't come from anywhere, and I don't. It's just, if we haven't learned from 1967 to 70 what took place, the lives that were lost, the hell that we were in, yet we want to somehow bring somebody who's talking about Biafra again. It is pathetic to the highest level of. I really congratulate you for your observation, because we're in pain, we're jumping. Pain is a very forceful force of nature in itself. But with whatever pain you're having, you have to bind it with intellect and truth and reality. Otherwise, you're just lying to the people again.
I also want to point out, for example, why would a government? Because look, understand, we don't have infrastructure, and it's there for a reason. Look, go to almost every African country.
Everywhere.
What we lack is infrastructure. And then and it's there for a reason, because they don't. It's everything is so constructive. The reason is just very organized. We're having the same problem when it comes to like the bandit, Boko Haram, or the terrorist group up there. They're extracting resources, but we do not have infrastructures to use those resources to create finished goods. So if you now want to say, I want to fight the Nigerian government, knowing well that big America, the UK, that we support them the same way they're supporting Ukraine.
It's happened. It's already happened.
They will do the same thing because they need your resources.
I can't believe it.
So no one is we're just going to die like that.
And the other African country want us to stay together because they don't want Nigerian refugees inside their country.
Not at all.
They don't want Nigerian refugees inside their country. So they too gang up and work with the Western power to make sure they fail. So that's why I fear that these people, they are all working together, trying to just keep us underdeveloped. So I will be arguing over.
That's the first time I've heard that point of view, actually, and it's quite an interesting one. I've never ever thought.
I don't trust them from the unions. When you start looking at Nigeria as an entity that has been deprived, you start seeing all the people that are causing it, and that's why once I looked at NLC, some of the things they've been doing, you start seeing them. You start seeing, why are they not? Look at it. They flew Nnamdi Kanu back from this thing, and they can't try him. Come on, man. Something that anybody can prosecute easily.
But don't you believe, forefather?
Somebody on the street now, racially.
Do you not believe, forefather? Real quick, I just want to ask you real quick. Do you not believe, therefore, that Nnamdi Kanu is suffering in prison? Because, boy, if he's in prison at all, we know that Nigeria prisons aren't easy. And then he, particularly, if under the Fulani hegemony, I can't see that he's not suffering. I'm trying to get with your point of view that these people are working together, and it's very interesting. But, bruh, I don't know if you saw him last time. It's
in a convoluted way. It's a very, very convoluted way, but the interest they all serve is similar. Because I've seen it, like when you see Islamic terrorism and the way they operate, you begin to wonder, are these people actually advocating for Muslims or killing them? You don't know the difference anymore.
No, that one, the Boko Haram, I believe that there are governments who are either controlling or in cahoots with them.
You see, that's how you know them.
When it comes to Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB, you know, I see them as a different entity altogether. Their strategy is different. The way that they're talking about the whole thing is different. To me, it seems like they want to get out. They've come to the point that they want to get out. How to get out? They don't have a proper way of doing it. They don't.
See, I have a video on my channel that's when the French special forces, former intelligence officer said that the French people should launch a destabilization operation against Niger Republic. I think what we don't understand is there are different types of wars that are going on. When they create these type of systems in Nigeria, it's a control mechanism. If our Nigerian government don't do what they want, they will use people like Nnamdi Kanu to destabilize the country, or Boko Haram. These are systems that are put in place to keep other nations in check. And this is why when you look at them, I see all these people as enemies of the state, because our people are the captured people. We are the ones suffering. The police stations that are getting burned. You know how many Southeastern police stations that are burned? Women, people, all kinds of terrible stuff going on. In the north, the same thing. And you begin to recognize them. I've seen, you are in the UK now. You've seen the way the Irish fought the British. That is what people that are fighting for stuff behave like. They attack the people that they are going after, not causing the death of their own people unnecessarily. Okay. I think Hosford wants to say something. Sorry, Oti. Also want to say something, and he was fuming for quite a bit. So sorry, Oswald. I think we went on a little bit too long, actually. Please go ahead.
Before I say anything, I would like to say this in case of next time I come on the panel. My mom is actually watching because I sent her the link when I came online, and she's surprised. The thing is, I don't know how to talk too much. I prefer doing something over talking and talking and talking and talking. So sometimes if I try to give a point, I'm more like a quick solution, a fix immediately. Instead of talking and going in circles, I tell you something I think would happen or should happen. In this case, about Nnamdi Kanu, I would start with him. What he was doing, it's a very good cause for the Igbo people, but the way he went about it was bad. He immediately alienated the Igbo people from the Nigerians the moment he started calling Nigeria a zoo. Even though people would buy into what he was saying, the moment they start hearing him call the country a zoo, it rings a very negative bell, like, what is this man trying to do? All he's saying is very good. All is fine and well for the Igbo people, but he already alienated them from other Nigerians, the Yorubas, the Hausa, all the other tribes in the country were like, this guy is only fighting for Igbos. So he eventually ended up doing the opposite. So the people that would even support, agitate peacefully, whatever, were like, no, this guy is fighting for himself. He's not here to help any of us. It's just him and his people. That's one. Another good example is, let's look at today, Peter Obi. Yorubas, Hausa people, different tribes voted for Peter Obi because we felt he was the best thing, even if we did not get it. But you could see the love, the support he had, because everybody knew what was happening. The country is going to hell. We need a savior, and we're like, we trust this man. We believe in what he's saying. And people stepped up, voted, even if today we're hearing they're going to cut back and forth. It does not matter. The love is there. People see the love. The third point I'm trying to make, I would say, is Nigeria would not change. Like, we can't keep talking, going back and forth. At this point, it would not change. We keep talking. My mom said I should ask you one question, Mr. John Alaba. When you were young,
he's not here.
Oh, he's not here.
He's there.
Okay.
He just disappeared.
You know, he's there.
He's here. I'm seeing him.
John Alaba. Where is John Alaba?
He's there.
Are you talking
He's
about
not
John
here.
Alaba or John Alaba?
Now my
I'm
data
his
is
phone.
Alba.
tomorrow.
I thought it said Alaba. Okay, John Alaba.
No. Okay.
I'll be going to bed.
Yes, righteous man.
Righteous man, have a wonderful
Yeah, we are
Sunday
going to
service.
see you, righteous
Thank
man.
you.
Yeah, my data
Thank you
is
for
gone.
coming in.
I just have less than 2 mm, so let me go to bed. Thank you.
All right.
Your second,
Fine.
you show your
Well,
second
bro.
phone. You show your second phone is not the
If I
righteous
have
man.
offended any of you, I beg for
No.
pardon. please.
I think
You're
we've
our
had
brother. You're our
proper
brother.
one.
Thank you, bros.
Oh, thanks.
Righteous man, you sure your second phone is not there?
No problem.
He does have a second phone.
All right.
Please go ahead.
Listening to your question, since you
So,
referred to me, I'm listening,
so
brother.
she said I should ask you, why are you insisting on a peaceful resolution? How long have you been waiting for a peaceful resolution? How long are we going to continue waiting for a peaceful resolution?
Okay. That's
Beautiful question from your mother.
Okay, that's the question from you.
That's a hot woman,
there is, if I have also said here that peace, you obtain peace.
Your mother don't win.
She doesn't take nonsense, it appears.
Peace come in different way and fight in different ways. We all have to learn how the other people have advanced to gain their freedom. And I also mentioned earlier that the revolution that brought Martin Luther King to international spotlight was Rosa Parks refused to get up in the bus in Cleveland, Ohio. And that is the beginning of the whole thing that people say enough is enough. We cannot continue to be treated like animals. Remind you that then, as brutal it was then, that they were lynching people who go to the farm with the slaves, the black people. And if your son is tired and trying to resist, in your presence, they capture your son, hang your son, and till he died. You can imagine that trauma. You can imagine that kind of damage psychologically is done to you. But with all of that, they find a way that today, and of recent, that a black man become a president of the same country that was brutal to the black race. So the point I'm making is that there will be no freedom without a fight. But there are many things you do that it does not have to happen in the very primitive, brutal way of killing each other. And doesn't mean that people will not die in the process, but it shouldn't be a war at war. While the East have not get the referendum they are looking for, it's not because the elite understand that when they go to Abuja and they understand all that is on the table, how to go about it is difficult for them, and it's about resources. And then the Igbo are divided. They say, oh, the elite, the intellectual are not talking for us. We are going through, but they saw what they do not see. So if we were talking about if we're going to have a revolution with war, I'm not in support of it. There are many ways to go about it, and I have said that earlier that Peter Obi have started. I'm not his fan, but he have started a movement that is, like you said, his message resonates with a lot of people. A lot of Yoruba voted for him. A lot of Hausas voted for him. Overwhelmingly, Igbo people voted for him. And that is a start. We cannot just say that, oh, because we tried once and we didn't get what we want, oh, the mandate has stolen, then we back out. It's another way, it's political. It's another way of informing the people. And what we are even doing right now is still a fight. We are fighting, it's about ideology. And it's about information. We spread this information to people. There are many people, your explanation will make sense to them. And they will try to have a change of mind. And that is the way, using the 21st century tools to fight this corruption in the system by measuring their name, bringing them to the global town square like this, that this bringing attention to it, that this is not fair. And people will become more aware that, okay, these people cannot be put in the bottle anymore like we used to do. We cannot just bring the election and get away with like we used to do. We cannot just take bribe and do whatever we used to do like we used to do. We talk about the death of the young lady in Abuja today. We now it's awareness, and it's another tool of fighting and make things happen. I hope your mom will understand where I'm coming from. Freedom is not free. People fight for it, but there are different ways to approach it.
You use the word I would also use to ask you a question. In the past 30 years, can you mention one country that has undergone a referendum that involves splitting a nation, that there wasn't bloodshed?
I'm not saying that there won't be. If you listen to my message, I say again, that there will be, there's freedom is not free, but the way to go about it can reduce the casualty. Even when NSAS and NSAS protests happen in Lagos, you see that our young one lost their life, right? Okay, where is the NSAS protest? Where did it end? At least I can believe that some of the energy was directed towards supporting Peter Obi. I believe that portion of them was directed like that. So if we are talking about, there are many ways, there's no one single way to get things done. The fact that what is going on in Niger today, it may not be applied to our own system. It may be, it may not. So we have a different way. Come with the plan. Come with people backing each other. You are a young man now. Look at Bumi. Look at yourself, and look at how brilliant are you guys. Very articulating in your work. That is also advantage that we are taking in 24th century to fight those things. So we don't have to go through those guerrilla war or fighting and all of those again. And if we are talking about 30 years back, what you have today, you don't have 30 years ago. You don't have this media like this 30 years ago. It's still a way of fighting. There are many things you can even do from abroad that if you are in Nigeria, your impact will be very limited. But you can do it right now. So there are many ways to do things. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I would
Yeah.
add one thing.
Go ahead.
If you talk about media, in my opinion, the media you're talking about is also it's a part of the problem.
Yes, yeah, it's all about how you use it. It's just like your money. But we are talking about the positive aspect of media. The media can be biased. The media can be political. But then we are not political. I am not political on the platform. I'm speaking to issue of Nigeria with open-minded. So there are a lot of people like that here that can speak to issue. And sometimes you may not change people's perspective completely, but they may learn something from you, and you may learn something from them. Even the people you disagree with most.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Osfors, I want to hear more from you. I don't know. I don't know if you finished. Have you
that's all
finished?
right.
I want to hear
Are you
more.
the moderator? Jesus Christ, calm down.
I'm not the moderator. But bros, why are you telling me off? You don't have to tell me off.
Because you are
I'm an
supposed to allow
adult.
me to moderate. I'm trying to,
Bro,
because you are
I just pushed in. All I did for my crime that you are accusing me of is I wanted to hear more from Osfors. That's
So
all I did.
anytime now anybody says something, I have to wait for you to speak first before I speak.
Why are you arguing with me? Your argument is corrupt. It's corrupt. If you don't want me to come
you are
here,
supposed to back
cancel.
off. Well, I'm not
But brother,
canceling
if you
you,
don't
but
want
you
me
are
to
not
be
the one
here,
moderating.
cancel me.
I'm supposed
I'm
to
not
be
the one
allowed to
moderating.
ask
I just
questions.
said, why are we having an argument? This is nonsense.
Because
It's
you are
rubbish.
the one arguing with me.
Bro, I'm not arguing with you. I wasn't speaking to you. I was speaking to Horsforth.
Yes, because I wanted to speak to him.
Bro, continue. Do what you want. I'm here. Do what you want, bro. Because I don't know why.
Please.
I don't know why at the end of everybody's announcement, you have to speak. Like we're not adults.
It's okay.
So you
If
have
the
to
one
speak because
moderating is okay, respect that.
Bro, I made my comment. And my comment wasn't about you. Don't make it about you because you're the
No,
moderator.
I'm not making it
Because you're the
about me.
moderator,
Godfather, just
because
stop.
you're the moderator, what?
I'm not
You
making.
think I
I'm
don't
not making
respect
it
you?
about you.
Are
I'm
you
not
telling
making
me
it
that I
about
don't
you.
respect you? Is that what you're telling me? That I do not respect you?
That's not what I'm saying.
So why say anything? Why say you don't have to say everything every time?
You're not listening because you do that regularly. That's why I'm trying to let you know that when I want to ask him, I wanted to ask him more because he probably had more things to say, and
Fair
that's the
enough.
same question you're asking.
So why can't you? If me and you are on the same line, why can't you just allow it? This
Yeah, because I
ego,
was
that's
talking.
ego.
You were not.
You
You were not
know
letting
what
me
you're
talk.
talking about, my friend forefather. What you're dealing with is ego. I'm not egotistical. I'm just not egotistical. If me and you were on agreement and asking one brother the same question, then you should allow that, because that's what I would do in your shoes.
Because I was talking already. Because I wanted you to understand that
You
sometimes
didn't
you
speak
have to
before
allow
me,
me.
bro. You didn't speak. I jumped in. I jumped in as soon as he finished.
It's okay. Just go to the next level. What you want to do?
Bloody rubbish.
It's okay.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's not okay. It's not okay because you do it all the time.
I say let's
I don't
go
want.
to
I
another
don't want
thing.
ever. to go against you 4 or 5. I just don't want it. I don't want to do that. You understand? I've got a voice, and I put my voice forward. There are 2 young people on here that don't speak a lot. Me and you was on the same level. We wanted to hear more from them. If I am in agreement with you, why are we arguing?
Okay, it's okay.
Then maybe you should have let me talk then.
Go to the next level.
Yeah, Housefall, do you have any more to add to this?
I've lost my train of thoughts while you guys are going.
I don't know, man. See, Jago, you need to understand sometimes that when somebody is trying to moderate, I have so many things that I think about, and when you keep interjecting the way you are doing, it's not always very helpful for me. It
Bro,
makes it hard.
You see me, yeah? Let me tell you, because I'm not accepting what you're saying. Let me tell you this, yeah? Me, I'm a listener. I listen more than I speak on this platform. You don't recognize it because when I speak, I've got a lot to say. So you think I must be taking over the show or some bullshit like that. But I haven't got time for your bullshit because I'm an adult. I haven't got time for it.
Jargon is okay.
It's not okay. You don't understand, bruh. You are a forefather. You are a vexation. You vex people.
We have this jargon. We have two young people here that we are trying to make our life look up.
But hey, if I may, John Abba, if me and you, if you are the moderator, and somehow I've put forward the same thing that you would have put forward, would you not just allow the communication to flow instead of making an interruption like we have now because of forefather ego?
No,
it's
okay. What you are saying is that
our
forefather could have said, okay, that is exactly what I was trying to
I mean, I don't like bullshit. I don't like bullshit.
See,
calm down.
My man is coming up talking rubbish in my
keep coming at me like that. I'm not going to be able to say. I don't like to argue loudly over this type of issue. Because the reason why I'm saying that is because I think there was one other person that used to interrupt when somebody is trying to moderate all the time. You've done this before, and I've told you that you should be allowing me to go straight to the question. And when you did, and remember, while you were doing it, I didn't know what you were doing.
Sorry, okay.
I was talking and you were talking at the same time.
Don't go back there again.
I have no idea of what you're talking about.
It's okay.
Gentlemen and lady. So
yeah, Oti, go ahead, please.
I think it would be helpful for us if you could try to be like, well, of course you're not Dr. Damages. I mean, the way he moderates, that's what I'm talking about, and perhaps even Shosho. Being a moderator doesn't mean that you have to have the floor to yourself and talk more than everybody, dominate the discussion. No, I mean it's okay. Now,
see, let me say something about my style. See, hold on. People, see, you can say whatever you like about me. I don't care. Really, I really don't. What I care about is if I'm on here, people should recognize that I'm the one here. I don't look like Dr. Damages one. If you don't respect that, then that's fine. All I can do is moderate and make sure I to my own standard, really. Let's put it that way.
That's why I said, of course, you're not Dr. Damages. That if you can try to be like him, in terms of, maybe not trying to, dominate the conversation. Okay, so I mean that's how it comes across, and I listen.
No, I do that deliberately. But if something is not being corrupted, there's no evidence to it, because I've seen so many conversations within our community where ignorance just flows through all over the place. You know what that ends up as? Our people are like people that are doused with petrol. We need to start fighting each other.
Let me come in.
Oti, can you go to your point? Leave him alone.
Okay, I'm getting to my point. You see, and with reference to what you just this, I mean, what you think is people, well, ignorance, I can understand people, we're here to enlighten, to learn. Nobody knows everything, okay? But again, because sometimes you go off on, if you like, kind of a sweeping or some hypothesis. Now, for example, you talk about ignorance, so yes, all of us, every one of us can be ignorant in certain aspects. Now, for example, we've been talking about what? I've been listening to the conversation about Biafra agitation and all that, so I just wondered, I mean, did anybody think about, have regard to the genesis, in other words, try to contextualize the whole thing about the different agitation. And by the way, it's not as if it is it's a representative of the Igbos. Yes, I understand the young people, the frustrated young people agitating Biafra independence. But
what is more important is actually the genesis, the background. And again, if I kind of dial it back to the question Bumi asked about, I mean, she was wondering why the various regions or sections cannot agitate together. Well, I mean, the simple answer to that question is, again, if one pays attention to really how did it come about, this thing Biafra, and I'm not, most of us are not really sold on Biafra, most Igbo people, I can tell you, but there's a history to it, and you can't really discuss that topic properly without, paying regard to that. Look, how did Biafra come about? The war, the civil war, and even after the war, there have been other Biafran agitations. Now, there's the Mossop, okay, Mossop by, and then before the IPOB then. So, and again, so that history is there, and you can't really compare with what is happening, with other regions, other sections. And okay, for somebody, Nnamdi Kanu, for example, for his agitation, you can just ask him, okay, why don't you make this whole a nationwide thing? No, I mean, it's I don't think it's not fair. Any section, any region can agitate for whatever they want to agitate for. And let's not forget, Nigeria, the country Nigeria, is not a natural fact, right? So it's an experiment, and we have to, approach it with that spirit of openness and experimentation. People, every nation, okay, and the Nigeria as a country is made up of various nations. People have what is called right of self-determination. It's a matter of natural right. So if people, the Igbos or the Yorubas or the Hausa, the Fulani, the TV, they decide to, agitate for the self-determination, they should have the space. It's a matter of right, natural right, and the constitutional right. So whether, there's a provision in Nigeria, again, is it something different from secession? We have to make that distinction. Okay, so the Nigerian constitution may not have a provision for secession for a region, a state to succeed, but for a people to agitate for, greater autonomy, for self-determination, they can well do that, and they can condemn them. So, but of course, what we have to condemn clearly, in a clear language, is violence, right? But other than that, people have a right to agitate, and so that's the thing. It's again, I don't how we can maybe think that the agitation that is going on, the Nigerian government, these people are working in concert with the government. Come on, that's just, I think it's baseless. It's like, we're trying to kind of make excuses for the failure of leadership, which is the problem of Nigeria. We understand what the problem is. It's not people agitating. It's not as if, there's a collision with people with, with Samuel Ekpa or with Nnamdi Kanu. No, that's not the problem. We think we have quite, correctly identified the problem of Nigeria. It's a failure of leadership. It's, of course, leadership, the people that come up to lead us, they are our people, they are from us, they are amongst us. So the correction, the solution has to really be all embracing. You have to start to change of mind, if you like to call it mentality, a moral, is a lack of morals. We have to go back, go back to the basics, right? Again, a change of heart, repentance, and that is really a change of mind without this kind of fundamental. It can't be anything cosmetic. There's no type of system of government, democracy or whatever, without having people having the right frame of mind, the right mentality, the right set of values. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. So these are the thing. We have a work to do, but I think we just have to kind of really give each other sometimes kind of a benefit of a doubt, and see things in the proper context. That's all I have to say.
You sound very conciliatory today. You're normally very combative, but
well,
that's very nice things you said just now. And the fact that the area that I really strongly agree with you is where you said, avoid violence. And because violence is the enemy of development. We need peace, stability. For our country, all our people that all the things we wish for, we have to have stability and peace.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, of course. I mean, I don't think most people, most reasonable people, don't preach violence. I mean, it's never the first. But of course, I mean, that is not being pacifist. Sometimes it may come to that, right? It's just you have to be realistic. This is life, and I think there was something else. Okay, look, when somebody was talking about right, wrong law or something like that. You can't have the argument. I mean, definitely some laws are bad. There are bad laws, and there's what is called civil disobedience. It's just a fact of life. It can. Not every law is what it may be a law, but citizens, we are human beings. These laws law is made for man, not for the law. So if it's a bad law, immoral law, constitutional citizens have a duty to disobey such laws. It's called civil
to
disobedience.
challenge it, but you have to be prepared that if you are wrong,
to disobey it. So listen,
let me just add my own episode. Let me ask you this. I think we have to be careful. The reason why I say that is because the majority is there that supported the creation of the law.
No, listen. Let me tell you something. You see, your problem. You have autocratic streak. It doesn't know it, but I think it's
I think it might be true. I'm not denying it.
No. So I think you excuse I mean, this thing, power and control and nation. No, you see, human beings. It has to start with human beings, right? It's much more important than all this. Nation building a nation. It doesn't matter what it costs. You can kill 1 million people because.
Don't you think human beings need boundaries like everyone else?
Yes. So, but because a law is on the start books, so that you have a state, it doesn't mean you have to follow the state. The details of the state. If they do something wrong, you have a right to challenge them and disobey. Civil disobedience is allowed, and again, agitation.
That is true.
So there's nothing in Nigeria. It's not a given Nigeria. Okay, so we can actually reconstitute things seriously.
I'm trying to get you to see things from my point of view so that you understand the way I'm looking at it. As an individual right now, if I walk on the street and I see some sign that says, "Oh, I have to wait till the light turns red or green before I cross the road," depending on how I look at it, but I choose to cross the road at yellow when the light transitions from red to yellow. So if I do that, I'm feeling like, okay, it's my law. I don't like it to get to green. I just do it anyway.
No. Sorry, but that's not what people are talking about when we talk about civil disobedience. No, we're talking about
which one are you referring to?
Bad law.
Which one is bad law? How do you define bad law? I choose the one. I choose that the one that. Hold on. I choose. I'm trying to get you to understand. See, I chose that it shouldn't get to green because it's bad law to me.
Excuse me. So this kind of example. So you don't know what is. So
how do you decide bad law? That's the question.
So possibly it may not also admit that there are kind of illegitimate regimes. Unlawful regimes that shouldn't actually govern. That citizens have a right to kind of to bring down. You don't recognize
legally.
What do you mean by legally? And by any means, what's said? By any means possible.
You see, we are anarchists. We are actually anarchists. We say we want order. We are actually anarchists.
Okay, I'll give you an example. Listen, sorry, Hitler. Okay, the Nazi. They came to power in Germany, right? Lawfully, right? Okay. So I'm making laws, discriminatory laws, killing Jews, laws. Okay. So if you had the courage, any German that had the courage to disobey that law, do you think they shouldn't do it?
They should do it, but
that's an example of a bad law, right? Okay, so
see, they should do it. They should do it, but they will be prepared for the consequences of. See, let me explain. If you break the law, remember the law is based on the majority of the people deciding.
Sorry. Excuse me. That's what is morality. Okay. You see, we have law, we have morality, but equally some laws, if they're quite clearly immoral, bad, and wicked, you shouldn't obey it. You have a reason to actually disobey it.
But sometimes it can be
Give us an
opinion-based.
example, like what kind of law? Give us
Let me come in, John Albert. Let's break the monotony in this.
You just came in. Okay,
Yeah,
go ahead.
forefathers.
Since
Let me
everybody
take
is.
permission from you, and of course, enjoying the existing protocol. Say hello to everybody here on this panel, and absolutely those in this chat session. I'd say there's a lot of waywardness there, a lot of wayward kids.
Why is your camera always like away? You know, you don't you see? Yeah, you are going to go back again now. You are there 1 minute, then next minute you dive back again.
I do it out of mannerism when I'm talking. But listen to this. Mr. Oti, who is a very learned, fair man, right? He's breaking it down for you.
Yeah, he's being fair today.
He makes the same mistake that we all make. When he says no violence, I'm against that. Violence, it depends on what the other sides are doing, right? When the constitution that's codified wrongly, if it's shambolic, like ours, there are certain powers, rights that the people supposedly are giving to their representative government. Now, the interesting thing that nobody says is that whatever is not delegated to those representatives, it's reserved by the people, right? So if anybody acts extra constitutional, doing something that's not given them to do by the people, if you do anything like that, you're breaking that constitution, right? We're not going to sit there and wait, because there are rights given to us by God himself. Those are not taken away by that constitution. So if the Nigerian state, in this case, we use Nigeria as an example, goes there doing anything extra constitutional, we can do whatever we want to stop that, including things that are not given to us by the constitution, like violence, for example. I believe that it's stupid to say you're going to go on a march, but it's a peaceful march. I can determine before I go to a march who I'm marching against is going to do. What if they bring violence? How are you going to...
But
hold on, please, let me land.
I wanted to ask. Okay.
I know, let me land, because you've been talking and everybody's been talking, and it's been a great session, right? The little fight you have with Jagun, right there, my friend Jagun, who goes from Jagun sometimes to Jagon, right? It's a great guy. I like him, but he's like water. Sometimes he's ice cubes, sometimes he's in a glass, liquid.
Can you leave him alone?
No, I'm not
all right, man. I'm all right with his content, with his utterance, though.
Yeah,
I'm
because,
okay, man.
Forefathers, you have the same disease every minority group have in Nigeria, right? Right now, you want to be Jagon's friend, so you could then bandwagon against somebody from a majority
against you.
Group, right? You've been fighting Jagon until I got here.
Frank,
now you want to be his friend.
To be frank, Pansat.
Oh my God,
my brother. To be frank,
I
on this platform, to be frank, I take forefather, and indeed everybody who comes and speaks here, I take them as a friend. I have no enemy on this platform. For those who can show their face and speak their mind, you understand?
Exactly. I like I said, I like all Nigerians. We're good. We're victims, right? So the young lady Bumi asked the question, why can't we agitate together, right? A very simple answer. One of the problems I have with assembling Nigerians here to talk is that we all know what's going on, right? A lot of us are cowardly. We don't want to talk about the solution. You don't want to talk about, but why should I waste my time coming here debating with everybody? You go to the streets of Aba, you pick out anybody at random, they're 10 times smarter than forefathers. They know what's going on the ground. They know that we have a clash of civilization down there, right? We have problems like this John Albert right here. He's losing scores a week in his place. The hero of the Nigerian Biafran war is from his side of the country. But after the war, they now buy in his people. Has he come here to complain about that? He doesn't care about that. His problem is for us in Biafra land to be peaceful, right? You have somebody, God did it this way this time. He gave you Nnamdi Kanu. Then he gave you Peter Obi, who is a Nigerian. He has zero to do with Biafran issues. The best human being any country has produced ever, not just contemporary times or in history. Uncorruptible. Not just that it's not corrupt, it's uncorruptible. He's fair, he has empathy, he knows his stuff. He's governed for 8 years, and he says to you, you show me where I'm corrupt and I'll quit peacefully. So what they try to do is to make the argument that somehow he's linked to Nnamdi Kanu because he's Igbo, right? But all that doesn't even matter, because you know why? Let me tell you something that is you should know today, and this is probably going to be my last time to appear here to talk to you about any of these things, because we already know what's going on, right? Even if we're like Boy Scouts in Nigeria and we just obey the laws, do what they want us to do, what's coming is inevitable, because our tormentors, this is a religious clash, right? Sunni Muslims want to take over Nigeria. They want to take over the Shiites. They massacred them in 2015, 1,000 in one afternoon or two afternoons. I'm burying them in mass graves. Now, I told you this forefathers yesterday. They're doing it to the thieves. They're doing it to the Biafrans. And you're so cowardly that you don't want to address that issue. No matter how good any of these tribes are, they're going to get it. It's just a fact. It's happening country after country. It happened in Iraq. And in Iraq, we got the solution to it. The solution, unfortunately, is violence. We have to stop them from doing it. They're not doing it. They're not doing it. Hold on. They're not doing it by constitutional means or by law. Okay, we don't have courts. If you go to court, they've populated their people in the courts unfairly. You go to our House and our Senate, they've done the same thing. You go to the United Nations, they have Amina J. Mohammed over there. So we don't have any way to get justice. We have to have justice. We just had an election, right? Where we passed a law, 2022, right? Passed a law on how the elections should be conducted in Nigeria, and they turned it off in front of all of you.
Forefather, Pastor, we talk to you tomorrow.
I think it doesn't suit Pansat if he just keeps going. Pansat, it suits you when people ask you questions.
Okay,
and
right. Look, let me land. Then you do that. Listen to what I'm saying.
John, but you have been going on now. When are you going to land? Let's ask you.
How long will it take for you to land? You have to be timing to land.
I do enjoy Pansat.
It's not how many times you talk. It's because you come in here. Nobody knows where you stand, right? Do you like what's happening to your people in your state? What's the difference between what's happening to you and what's happening to the Biafrans? There's nothing different. What Biafrans after the war assimilated, went all over that country, start doing their business, right? So
who are the people that are doing it to this everybody? Who are the people you are referring to?
There is a Sunni Islamic agenda in Nigeria, period. Do I like to say that? Is that sexy? No, it's true. That's what it is. All right?
I see.
So if you listen
can
to me,
can I ask Mr. Pansat a question?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Come in, Bomi, darling.
So if truly that the Nigerian problem is the Sunni people, then who are actually in charge when it comes to like the oil theft happening in Nigeria, of where we can visibly see that our navies basically assisting them out of the country to
intelligent
all
people.
those stolen crude oil.
All right. Thank you very much. By the way, I listened to your monologue and you were brilliant. We look forward to have people like you come up.
Absolutely,
our generation.
Pansat, I agree with you for the first time.
But listen to this one. In every country where you have oil or such a resource that many people are interested in, you have what you have in the Southeast and the Port Harcourt, what they call South right now, right? That oil, they take it from us. That's what started the war in the first place. The remote cause of the war is that they discovered that oil and then Britain gave us independence, but they were still there to take that oil, and that's what they did. Up to today, they don't have a lick of oil, and they have the third, fourth, fifth largest oil companies, right? That oil comes from our oil, and our oil is actually different. Sweet Brent crude is totally different from what you obtain everywhere else. So they want that oil, and they're taking it by all means. Some of it just legally and otherwise, right? But if you ask me, it's a big conversation. That oil theft is being conducted by Nigeria. That oil belongs to those people who live there, Goni people, Southerners. That's their oil. The same model that you have in Zamfara, where they discovered oil, gold. That gold belongs to Zamfara. All right. So, but the South people, like these forefathers you see here, they're too dumb to worry and mind their own business, right? They want to mind our business in the Southeast. They've been successfully separated from us, but they're too small, right? So because we're big, we're Igbos and we're big. Get used to that now. There are more Igbos than all the other tribes combined, and we can defeat Nigeria in a war. And that's going to happen, right? So they take their oil. Listen to me. They take their oil.
I want to listen to you, Pansat.
Yeah.
I just want to put this in.
Are you going to moderate or are you going to allow Pastor?
I don't know, man. I half of it I'm enjoying it. You know, it's a little bit enjoyable. What am I supposed to do?
You mentioned me several times. Let me talk to Pastor.
Okay. Yeah, Pastor, allow to respond.
You cannot be talking. A brave man will not be wearing face cap with his.
You see, you are calling us dumb, Pastor. If you call this out is dumb now, you're not going to like it.
You've called us all kinds of names here. Since you've been,
I didn't call it any kind of name. I didn't call your name.
You don't.
Yeah, Pastor.
Please, Jonaba, go ahead.
Pastor, please. If you speak, let somebody else speak. If the brave people don't wear a face cap and sunglasses in their room in the midnight.
This is regular glasses. This is a lens.
That's what I've got.
Thank you. I can see your face now. It's even good.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So now the brave people again are Nnamdi Kanu. They are the soul race. Are those ones in Nigeria that are fighting the brave? Those are the brave Nigerians. So don't come say that we are people that you are more brave than any other person. If you are more brave,
why do you speak like that, Pansat?
You can go there and
you are the greatest number of all the tribes. That's just bullshit.
The people you show much love, you die with them. You don't leave them to die alone. So I don't understand the concept when you come here and you want to talk about what is going on in Benue State. Let me tell you what is going on in Benue State. And I want you to know that I am not a propagandist to come here and tell you how the Benue people are tackling their issues, and whatever is happening within the Benue region is being dealt with in their own way in the space, and it will be done. It will be okay end of the day. But the notion that you are comparing what is going on in the East and what is going on in Benue is two different things. We have, they say, we have external people coming to the community, killing people, and we are fighting them in their own Benue way. I want you to understand that Benue have been fighting, fighting this kind of terrorism all from ancient time of the existence of Benue State.
Okay, we don't have that kind of time. Okay, John.
You see this man. See this impatient man. See this guy that can talk for hours.
No, let me respond.
Don't have the temperament.
He hasn't landed. Let him land.
You have not told this king that everything get at you, and you want to say thing, and you want to be a leader of a Biafra or a leader of Nigeria.
I'm not
I want
a leader.
your words to resonate with people, and you do not have the tolerance. This is the problem we have. You are a projector. Who you are is what you are thinking somebody else is, and that is not how Nigeria is going to function. Or even if the regional place you are fighting for, nobody fight against the kingdom that fight against themselves will not stand. So if you're going to fight
forefathers, there's gotta be a limit.
Yeah.
I mean, let them
No, a minute will not finish. If you're going to limit your talk and then you talk straight and you get out of here, because all what you are feeling, what is Bumi going to learn from it? What is House for? What is he going to learn from it? What are we teaching them? And we
let me
certain thing has to be taken by violence. How do you go about the violence while you are here in your own comfort zone? You are just like any of those people inciting violence and sitting in the comfort zone where the blood is flowing on the street. Why can't you go and join them?
All right, thank you. Let me respond to you. First of all, they say that hypocrisy is the worst vice. Now, you know how many vices that are out there. Hypocrisy happens to be the worst. And there you are, with no shame. You said your people are under attack by terrorists, and that has been going on ancient. You've been enduring it for so long.
I would not endure it. No, you are just putting the word in your own class way.
No, you said.
I said, Benue people, this is not the first time they have fighting for whatever, and they are always come up on top. We will fight in their own way. Face your own problem in your own region, and don't come to Benue and talk about Benue when you have your own problem going in your
Pansat, I'm not sure anybody said nobody said hypocrisy is a worst vice. So just
Google it.
Evil talk.
I just have to correct that one. You can't just be making stuff up.
No, Google it.
So maybe serial killing is a worst vice. I don't know.
Look, Google it. But let me respond to John. Be a responsible host.
I'm just trying to correct a reality check here. You know, we have to put on reality checks now and again.
Me, right? I want you to know. First of all, I'm old enough to be your dad, right?
Who is going to be your dad? Me.
So
let me respond to him. My dad. And even if you're my dad in that age and you're not behaving yourself like my dad.
Okay, you guys chill out. I don't think
it's very personal now, guys.
Let's be friendly about this.
John, all that nonsense you're talking about Biafra,
wow.
Right? What
listen, nonsense.
Please, can I talk?
Will be my father. My father will not talk like this. My father will talk with such grace and empathy and articulate his word. My father will not come on national TV and say things like that to me. So you should know where you belong to a 21st century.
In that kind
and
of talk.
People like you that put
Are you gonna put this guy? Come on.
I think Janaba, I've never seen Janaba this excited before. Janaba, take it easy. Janaba, take it easy. I will be forced to mute you, Janaba. Take it easy. I've never seen you get this excited about this.
I'll tell you why. Because he's a very, very
no.
He always come here to fuel his nonsense. You are destroying.
He does say some of all those things.
Your word will not resonate, and this is the ideology. It will take generation to get this out of people's mind, like Bumi and when we have
that is something I get angry about.
And whatever you are saying does not make sense.
See, Horse Force has gone. Horse Force was gone. And
it's not because of us he's gone now. He's been around for a long time now, be fair.
No, I'm sure. But really, because when we had our little dispute there, we both wanted him to speak. We both of us wanted him to elevate more because he only asked questions, and I know for the length of time that he's been here, he would have had more to say that I was interested in. And the reason why I was interested is because both Bumi and Horsforth, as young as they are, I'm sorry, on this session today, whatever small utterances they've had are more than any of the utterances were in terms of understanding and linking this conversation. The rest, we're just speaking, la, 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 la. Pansat, the only thing I agreed with you on was commending Bumi for her voice and her articulation. But the rest of your utterances have been dire clap. It means nothing. The fact that you're old enough to be somebody's father on this platform, you see me, as a Yoruba man that we fall in this respect level, I have very little respect for what you say, bro. And I wouldn't put that to anyone else on this platform. What you say, my brother, what you say is all insultive and boastful and egotistical claptrap.
Okay.
You understand? Wow. Take that and eat it.
So
let me pour some Maggi sauce.
Let me respond to both of them. I want to respond to John.
No, I see the heart.
We don't need response. I don't need your response.
I was just watching that your heart jargon for a moment. I was wondering what that was, but now when it turned sideways, I was able to see the heart properly. So yeah, it's cool heart.
All right.
Thank
Yeah.
you, my brother.
May I respond, please? I want
Yeah, Pastor, let's get it straight. Eh?
Yeah, let me
Hypocrisy
respond.
is not the worst vice, okay?
Then Google it. Google
Don't
it.
start making stuff up like that.
Check this out. You know what? What it is? Let's focus on why we're actually here. We're talking, right?
Well done.
Nigeria is gone beyond talk. If you, I don't care. You're from Jagan. You say you're from Yoruba. Janaba is from Benue. It really is. It's none of my business where you're from and how you're gonna do your own thing. But the point is that our people, we're not gonna be enslaved by anybody. We're getting killed. All our rights are being trampled upon.
It's only you, though. It's only you.
No, hold on. I'm speaking for myself, just like John said.
Yes, I know. I know you're speaking for yourself. You're speaking more claptrap. Because it's not only you getting killed. It's not only you suffering Nigeria. We're all suffering it. But you want to put your case as the most important. That's bullshit.
Absolutely.
Simple bullshit.
Listen to me. Since I've been here, I have noted the plight of the Shia, right? A minority group, religious minority group in Zaria. I've shown my concern about that. I've shown my concern about the thieves, right? Showed my concern about Nigeria itself. Africans, I'm a Pan-Africanist. And Tunaja and I, we've debated issues. We talked about his concerns about security, things like that. But now, when you come here, you know there are no Nnamdi Kanu is not here to defend himself, and you're running your mouth about somebody who put out his life.
Who's in the public eye?
Right?
Is somebody in the public eye like anybody else?
That's true.
He's in the public eye like anybody else. What are you talking about?
And he deserves.
What are you talking about? You're talking rubbish. I beg.
Look, he's being
Pastor, let's not. You are making it very acrimonious now. Okay, Jago, let him.
I'm gonna be here a couple of minutes and I'm gone. But
a couple of minutes and let it
so
go.
that
Okay?
you don't get it twisted. It's not about
2
talk
minutes.
now. Okay, it's not about talk. We are gonna bring justice down there, and it's gonna affect. You see, people like John, Jagan, right? We're coming down there with justice, and we're gonna deal with you because you don't respect.
Wait.
No, Jago, please leave him. What are you going? What justice?
Insulting Igbos every time you open your dirty mouth, right? You all that you talk about are Igbo this, Igbo that, right?
Who has done that?
You, especially you.
Really?
And John Abba, right? Igbo this, Igbo that.
I didn't do that. Nobody insulted Igbo.
While everyone is throwing punches, I have this very important question for you.
Let me land, please. Let me land. What I'm saying to you is,
our problem will calm everybody.
Our problem is not you. The little man.
Let Pansat land. Pansat, please, 30 seconds.
You have no power to do anything. We have
Land,
to protect you.
he will
Because
never
you're small
land.
and you're minority. we are the ones who are obligated to protect you, right? But in so doing, you retain us when you come here talking nonsense. Do you know the great Igbo tribe, right? Before the Oyibo do what they did, we were in the process. We gathered in.
There are intelligent, proud Igbo around the world.
Shut
You
your
are not
mouth,
one of them. There are
if you're not
proud
gonna mute him,
Igbo
then I'm
on
gonna
this
leave. Right?
platform.
Okay, Governor, I think your time, Pansat, your time is up.
Don't come here.
See, stop. Sorry. I have to mute everybody now. Alaba, you said you came with a question that is going to comfort everybody.
Very important question.
We need nice questions.
I mean, all of you just throwing punches now. Let me just ask you guys this question. Very important. If you just tell me if you've been to prison and your initial name was Songo and you change your name to Olori Buruku, and then is this still the same person that went to prison? I just want to know. This is important. Did you go to prison or that was your old life? That cannot be counted as you, or you are now a new person.
You went to prison. You went to prison. A change of name
is person. It's just that the change of quality doesn't mean the person changed. It's just the character that changed.
You went to prison.
Just the character and name that changed. The person
remains the same. Does that count as a crime? Having committed a crime before?
Yes.
Well, okay. Well, then we should hold your president accountable for that.
I see. I think we are going to go back. Tomorrow we're going to be talking about things that are a little bit more abstract, Sunday lessons. And I think, Augustine, welcome. Who wants to say something? Augustine, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm surprised to see Pansat at our evening session. and you guys allowed him to be doing his normal way of doing things.
We have to, you know, Pastor is roaming. He does roam around now and again. He's allowed.
Pastor, you're not part of this session. This session has a model. We run it. So we gather here for a sort of progressive conversation. I love your position. The only thing I need to do is to understand how somebody wants to approach a thing, and I'll follow him in that way. If we understand what you're saying, you're not saying anything different from John Aban and Jagun, just that you are your own. You like being domineering and possessive. But I so much believe that two truths can last at the same time. And also, when we are making every other person your enemy, it becomes difficult to know who is your friend. If we can be able to decipher, and the overgeneralization of a tribe or a group of people has always landed us into not knowing who are our real enemies. And this is one thing we also have to understand. The poor man, the poor Fulani man, that they denied education and they denied access to truth, is as wounded as any other person that has, no matter where you come from, that receives the same treatment. And if we can decipher between these people, the only problem I have with tribe, the only problem I have with us is when the evil man from Igbo man is a good man, because I am an Igbo. The evil man in Yoruba is a good man.
Simple.
Yoruba is a problem to me. Now, when a good man from Yoruba is evil because I am Igbo, and the good man in Yoruba is not good because I'm Igbo, it is also a problem. So if we can be able to decipher, and this is one of the things we'll do in the evening, where we gather our minds together to say, yes, we can get it right if we focus on this. We can get it wrong if we focus on this. No matter how we argue this, if you stand here to tell me that a man I know too well from my time as a good person is evil, there is no way I will agree with you. And if you come here to tell me that everybody from my village, because they voted one person, are stupid people, I will tell you no. No matter whom the person is, I will be able to know that some of these people were unable to do it because they didn't have the right information we have. I was in Nigeria during election, and I was able to understand that if you are inside the country, you get less information than when you are outside. I was getting more information about Nigeria when I was in the United States than when I was in Nigeria. I was struggling to know what was going on. So those of us outside, we have a vantage position. And the vantage position we have is that we can cut across our tribe and get involved with people from other tribes and let them understand your own position. For me, the whole Africa can be one nation.
Can I, Augustine, please, I'm going to be leaving in a minute, but let me just, you said enough for me to just say the following, right? We don't have to do anything like that. We don't have to bend backwards for anybody. There's nothing we're doing. The people in Nigeria come from many tribes, like somebody like Dele Farotimi, right? That's a solid Nigerian, solid African that we know believes true, false, what is good and what is evil, what he knows what's wrong and what's right, right? He's a solid man. And he's from the Yoruba tribe. We know Pa Debanjo. Now, these two people that are few from the Yoruba, you're not going to be expecting me to name a dozen for you, because I don't know a dozen Yorubas that are any good, right? But the ones that are good.
Oh my God.
No,
man. Answer, come on.
So Pasat, just in
let's leave him.
In the line
God, Pastor, is there nothing you're not going to say today? Is there nothing you're going to say?
Let me you sit here talk about it all day. When I
oh, that's a shame. Where's he gone?
No, I have to put it backstage. He's sorting a whole race now. Like 12 people have. Come on, man. What is that? I don't need people coming here just asking.
Wait, everybody.
We're attacking a whole race.
Wait, everybody. Good. I'm happy this happened. Forefathers, just as you put him backstage. How about some people abusing personal insults, some homophobic insults? You should be banning them equally.
On the panel.
Yes, you should be banning them equally.
I've not had
If you put him
any
in
homophobic
backstage,
stuff.
I'm not trying to make it. I'm not trying to make any case for him. What he said was out of order. But people that are calling people Igbo trash and all that kind of, they should be equally
Yeah.
banned.
If any, I won't sit here and hear
I'm saying
anybody
that.
call
You see,
anybody. I've never had anybody say that.
actually, you see, the
I will
unfortunate
not sit
thing
there to hear
is,
that.
the unfortunate thing, those people on the panel, apart from them having a laugh, you see, I don't want to make utterances that steer people the wrong way and steer people into violence amongst ourselves. It's a big shame. I mean, I don't want necessarily to cut anybody from the comment section or do anything like that. But for real, if that's the kind of utterances that have been now mentioned on the comment section, I can only blame Pansat for that. You can't speak like. I know what you're saying, Tone. I understand, but you see, I believe that the comment section is different from the panel. The panel needs really to be mature. The comment section is completely immature, or if not immature, they're just using this as their nightly entertainment.
Actually, the comment section is very entertaining. They cut
Yes,
tone.
that's what I'm saying. It's an entertaining thing. However, when we now start allowing, because I don't think we can speak about any individual tribe in Nigeria, but we don't have to be insulting. We don't.
And let us find what when we're going to make a difference, like any one of us, if we want to make a difference, let us find as a one nation under the umbrella of Nigeria for now. Let us find what.
Jaraban, I need to cut you off. You've passed this level. People shouldn't walk you up in public arena. The way you came out wasn't you.
No. Passat is Passat have been after me not to even on anywhere, and I don't have that tolerance for
Passat has been after me. That's funny.
Passat do not work because I feel that what he was saying is not even good for the young ones that are on our platform here.
I took your time. I'm gonna be leaving in a minute. What I said.
See, Passat, can I just say something to you, Passat? Let me just say something to you, Passat. See, what I find with the way you communicate, there are certain things. Even I think I might, if I get the chance, I will study the way you approach, the way you challenge authority sometimes, and the way you interject. There is some skill that you display there that I have not seen anywhere else. But most of the stuff you say is actually wrong in many cases. But I must say, the way you do manage to wiggle your way and you talk for 10 minutes and nobody is able to get in there, it's quite impressive. I have to give that to you. And
I challenge you to a debate. So why don't you do that? Set it up in a debate. Let me say that.
Can I before Pansat, brother, before you begin, I would like to make my own admission to you. You know, I understand where you're coming from in terms of the type of individual you are. You're not the first person that comes across the way you come in terms of, especially from the East and the Igbo tribe. I just find wait. I can say Igbo. I can say without you said Yoruba now. You said it.
Yeah, and I was
allow me to put it to you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Wonderful. Now, all I'm saying to you is that there's a way you communicate, again, bringing yourself as the egotistical best, in that where you are from and who you are of are way above any other Nigerian. I mean, that is not palatable. It's not palatable, bro.
Not about that. I am from the best. But listen, look, Jack. A lot of every time.
Passat, your time is up, by the way.
What I'm saying is that every time you're gonna hear people
I have a question for you.
I'll take 1 minute. That's what he does. He's an expert at it.
Get my question.
Igbo man.
Get my question and correlate it with what you're saying.
Soludo is the only good Igbo man. Okay, hold on 1 minute. Okay, Soludo is the only Igbo man. Somebody from the southeast that can support him, could be president. Anybody who runs against him, that's who we're going to support. Soludo is the best, right? I gave him 2. They're giving us one. I gave them Delefana to me. I gave them Adebanjo. What do you want, right? So don't come here talking about semantics. That's not our problem, those little things. I'm not here for you to like me, okay? Hold on.
No, we don't need to like you now.
What I want, here's what I want from you.
But it would be good for us to respect what you say. And yes, now, if you're coming to speak, you should speak in a respectful manner so that you can gain respect. But not caring, is not a way forward, bruv. You're telling us that you don't care, but you're here.
Listen to me. If I don't care, I won't be here. Here's what I'm saying.
His time is up. You see that he's stretching it. This is an ad. Your time is up, Pansat. So you don't have to reply.
Pansat, you also, I mean, you want what you're saying to be valuable, isn't it? You know, people listen to it and then, you know, get something out of it, right? So I think the language you have to kind of be mindful. It's not, I mean, insulting people, I don't see any benefit to it.
I never insult anybody.
You insult everyone, bro. You insult everybody.
Listen to this. I have a lot of respect for you.
Oh my God. Here, I never insulted anybody.
You're an educated man, like I said.
You be spewing insult all over the place.
I don't insult anybody. Now, here's what I do. And this is actually what
oh my God.
You don't insult everybody, but everybody insults you. Is that correct? Because you just put it to me that
I don't have time for that.
Okay, well, you just put it to me. You just put it to me.
Jago, you may want to put this.
You're smoking a cigarette on TV.
That's we just corrected that. We just corrected that.
Okay. Listen to me. What I'm saying to you, forefathers, especially you, I know what you're doing here, right? You're gonna host a show.
Hold on for the insults. Wait there. It's gonna come in a second.
True or false? That is your role here, is to make sure that is clear. Okay, it's not muddled up. But wrong or right, good or bad, that is none of your business. True or false is the only thing. When I come here, I admonished Rudolph a few times about that. Right? It's a moderator. True or false is the main thing. I have never insulted anybody, but in Nigeria, we are such a basket case that
you insulted people more than 4 times already here.
What is it? First of all, I'm older than you. As an African, I can never insult you. Okay, is that because we're here?
Okay, as with African interpretation, but you did say you say that you cannot pick more than 12 Yoruba people, and that is an insult. You insulted so many. What?
I told you they said the Yorubas, especially some of them, not all of them, obviously. Now, when we talk like that, you know,
didn't qualify anything.
They say
I don't know what you mean.
Soludo is the only Southeasterner, right? Imagine that. Soludo. Now, I gave them 2 people. They gave us 1, right? Now, you have P2B emerge, a Nigerian, an African, that is better than Obama, better than Nelson Mandela, better than any politician that the American could ever have. Because
come on, man, let's not exaggerate everything now. Why do you have to do this all the time? Now you have to compare P2B with Obama too, and Nelson Mandela and all of them. P2B has not been in prison for 27 years.
I think this is Passat, please. We all have to disagree to agree. You cannot compare Peter Obi with Nelson Mandela, for God's sake.
Why not?
It's kind of a, you know, I don't know. Is that
one has been in prison for 27 years? The other one just won a lot of votes recently.
Schedule a debate between me and John Abba next Saturday, right? Okay. Let's have a debate on that, because Peter,
no problem. We'll reserve 30 minutes or so.
That is not a topic I want to debate about Peter B and
exactly. Peter B is a decent politician now.
I want to open your eyes, because
it's so demeaning. It's so demeaning to a man that
you're looking for. Right? I don't know what you're looking for. Every time you come here,
you still cannot say that. You see, this is the problem we have in this platform. There are some people where P2B is. This is the only man they know that have changed their fortune. So the idea of demeaning him with Nelson Mandela
comparing with Nelson Mandela that spent 27 years in prison.
Some people,
I don't think you attach that value to that.
You can't. It's not a demeaning. Good is good
No,
everywhere.
it's diminished. You cannot. Somebody cannot live that
Sorry.
27 years in prison, and then you are talking about somebody run for president and you compare them, and then you want me to come and debate. You are entitled to your own. I'm not coming to debate on any
now. I'm
issue.
telling you, I'm bringing a position to you. I'm not just talking. I'm giving you
I
a
have
position.
to go now. Bye.
The fact is on
Wonderful, wonderful contributions, Pansat. Wonderful.
Thank you for coming
We
in,
look
Pansat.
forward to your next contributions.
You don't use
Thank
the
you,
word
Pansat, for
diminish.
coming in.
If somebody is an excellent person, you don't use the word diminish. A cleaner in the office that does excellent job is equal to the CEO of the same company.
We are talking about the sacrifice that somebody paid that you do not pay. And then you want to come and tell me here, have you been to a prison? Have you been to a prison for the sake of your nation for even one day?
Yeah.
I don't know what you don't draw the contrast and bring equal. Even when you say Obama, I will not say anything.
One at a time, man. One at a time.
Let us people okay, like you are comparing, let us say Unandi in the good faith now, Unandi Kanu in the good faith that is fighting for Igbo people, and then you, or maybe me, that an outsider, or whatever, that I don't, then I come here and say, oh, I don't care how many years Nandi spent in a jail, or I go and compare him to somebody that have never even stayed out of his own house for one day. On that course, and then you are trying to tell me it's okay that it's not demeaning, it's okay that
okay, John, sorry, excuse me. Hold on, you know, both of you, quite frankly, this is what you know what you're arguing about, the word demeaning. I don't even know why John Abba used it, you know, but I mean, it's not important. I mean, sometimes really when I come here and when I listen, it's like some of the quality of the discussion or the debate. Look, you know, so it's arguing about what the word demeaning. You know, I don't. So
you cannot bring him low.
No, sorry, excuse me.
They are not in the same category.
Sorry, John Abba. Look, I don't even understand.
I think I get where OT is coming from. I think John Abba, maybe using demeaning, it seems as if you are saying this in P2B staining Mandela's name or something. I don't know.
Not appropriate, you know. But I wouldn't waste my time, you know, my energy. I mean, having an argument over that with you. Or with anybody, so that is we should be really discussing much more important things. I mean, that's just my view, quite frankly, you know. So
but that is the reason why we never move forward in Africa, though. Let us be honest about people who pay price that you do not pay, and then we can come and challenge them, you know, or try to compare them to the people
I think tomorrow. We are going to talk about
that is not going to resonate with people like us who you can just say, okay, even if I take the word demeaning
hold on, one at a time.
Even if I take the word demeaning out of it, right? You cannot compare Peter Obi and Mandela. It's not.
Hold on. Let me just highlight this point.
Can we address that point?
Let me address the critical point here. You see, it's very, very important whenever we are talking about anything, we have a kind of point of reference or context of what we are talking about. And I think tomorrow, one of the things we are going to, the topic we're going to talk about is this topic of context. And there was a video that was put online based on it. Because if you want to say for, let's say, as human beings, good human beings, obviously all of them are good and they are equal. But for specific purpose, in terms of leadership that has been provided and which one has demonstrated the record, you will say Mandela has a bigger record to show for it.
That's right.
I think you see what I mean.
Right.
But it doesn't mean it diminishes Peter Obi in any way. Peter Obi just haven't had that length of time.
Absolutely, that's all. That's all. He just hasn't completed a point of where he would like to go and succeeded to some level with that. Right now, Peter Obi came into my understanding about 6-7 years ago, and I've heard him speak over the years. I didn't know him as the Anambra governor at the time, but the record is there. But he hasn't come politically to a level of Nelson Mandela at all, nor Barack Obama. I don't like Barack Obama, and there's many ways I can criticize Nelson Mandela, but comparing them as to what they achieved, what their record is you can't begin to compare. We have to, in fact, Can I put two things to you, please, forefather? You know, when we come to these clashes sometimes, could we just put it to a vote? If it's a vote just of the panel, or even to include the comment section to vote their thoughts on what we're saying, I think that would be helpful. Not just to, you know, if somebody like Pansat and I were having a dispute, and everybody somehow agreed with Pansat, then let it be like that. It doesn't mean that wrong or right, but it's involving all of us, and all of us can hear. And you know, I don't want to use necessarily the word democracy, but there's a fairness, I suppose, or another air to what is being said. Can I just say one more thing?
I don't have any problem with that.
Can I just say one more thing? I posted a YouTube video that I saw 2 days ago. It's about children, and what I looked at it as the psyche. I don't know if you would like to look at it or play